The young disciple was undoubtedly the most cherished prog of the esteemed leader of Mount Shu. However, today one must personally slay the sect leader before the entire congregation. Yet today, he must personally slay the sect leader before all the members of the clan. The melodious chime resonates, drifting through the clouds. Xuanxiao, holding a square box, traverses the ethereal peak shrouded in mist. Within the ancient black box, a cacophony of sounds emerges. Evil cultivators. Should they truly be condemned to death? You, from Mount Shu, adhere to the righteous path. Then why can't you attempt to save me? The Buddha, having laid down his weapon, attained enlightenment. Even the Buddha is willing to grant us a chance for redemption. Xuanxiao's demeanor was one of indifference as he pressed forward, the divine waters of the three lights flowing through the mountains, casting this river into their depths. It would be capable of utterly vanquishing the devourer lord. Do you not wish to know what transpired when your elder brother first arrived at this place, midway through his journey? But why have you brought me back to Mount Shu instead of casting me into the divine waters of the three lights? Xuanxiao remained silent. The demon lord of devouring heaven was evidently growing impatient. Your elder brother is exceptionally gifted, a rare genius encountered once in a millennium. Do you not yearn to know what transpires in the final moments? The reasons behind his failure to accomplish the task remain unspoken. Xuanxiao fell silent, advancing step by step, his pace swift. Indeed, the swallowing heaven demon lord exhibited a chilling form of oppression. Even the demon lord cannot endure it. Very well, I shall now reveal to you. For in the beginning, I and the Grandmaster were sworn brothers. We pledged to establish the Great Way, vowing to live and die together. And each of their fates intertwined. Should I perish now, your esteemed master shall also meet his end. Contemplate upon your master. He has nurtured you since childhood. Could you truly bear to slay your own master? How will you confront your fellow disciples upon your return? You have personally slain your ancestral master. The demon lord of devouring heavens nearly roared aloud. Xuanxiao has already arrived at the three-light divine water. This month, the three innate divine waters, each one a unique and unparalleled treasure, are also formidable toxins of extraordinary potency. The divine water of twilight erodes flesh and bone. The celestial water of moonlight corrupts the essence of the soul. The starlit water devours the true spirit's thoughts in time. The celestial beings of the righteous path of the great Luo are inevitably tainted, and they must shed their outer layers. The celestial demon, in turn, harbors profound fear. Xuanxiao's gaze is resolute. As a disciple of Shushan, I take upon myself the sacred duty of vanquishing demons and upholding righteousness. Devil of the abyss. You have wrought havoc upon countless souls. How is it that you still draw breath in this world? Half of the reason lies in self-inflicted misfortune, while the other half stems from the indulgence of the ancestral master by the leader of Mount Shu. As the head of Mount Shu, I find myself ensnared by personal desires. Even now, death seems to be my only recourse. It is also a death that is well-deserved, a restitution for past transgressions. The Lord of the Abyss. How does this contrast with the words spoken by the other disciples of Shu? Without the 7 emotions and 6 desires, can one still be considered human? The Lord of the Devouring Sky immediately reacted, I refuse to believe that you possess not even a hint of malevolence. Even the formidable master brother of Mount Shu was stirred by the malevolent thoughts incited by the Lord of the Devouring Sky, while this disciple before us succumbed with even greater ease. At that moment, the Lord of the Devouring Sky began to delve into the wicked thoughts of Xuanxiao. The Lord of the Devouring Sky deserves death. The Lord of the Devouring Sky deserves to be subjected to 1,000 blades and myriad tortures. Such a death is too lenient for him. 1,000 cuts, 1,000 cuts. 1,000 cuts, 1,000 separations. The Lord of the Devouring Sky harbors a dark and malevolent intent, though the malevolence is immense. However, the Devourer of Worlds dared not unleash his powers, for if he refrained, his malevolent thoughts would ultimately lead to his demise. He feared that his own end would arrive even more swiftly. This is a scheme in broad daylight. A single-minded approach has led to a deadlock. Xuanxiao clenched his hand, performing the incantation. Disciple Xuanxiao implores the sect leader to embrace death. Do you not inquire whether your master is willing to embrace death? I know her too well. She harbors numerous regrets. She still yearns to attain immortality. She still has a first love. The Devourer of Heavens is truly exasperated. Do you realize you are engaging in moral coercion? How can you so casually sacrifice others to satisfy your own desires? The demon lord of devouring heaven began to admonish Li Xiandao with moralistic rhetoric. However, Li Xiandao merely responded with a dismissive remark, "Spare me your words and plunge into the water." The demon lord of devouring heaven. As the river Fang descends into the divine water of the three lights, a heart-wrenching lament resonates, while the master of Mount Shu remains remarkably composed, indulging in a roasted whole lamb. This may very well be the final moments of his life, yet he remains utterly indifferent. The previous groups of disciples who had come forth, ultimately, all ended in failure. Even the most favored disciple of Mount Shu succumbed to dark desires at the final moment. The sect leader's emotions were exceedingly intricate. In truth, who would genuinely wish for death? Yet, should we fail to vanquish the devourer of heaven, we would indeed tarnish the illustrious reputation of Mount Shu. Alas, if that young man were to discover this. To vanquish the Lord of devouring heavens, even I shall meet my demise. I fear that Li Xiandao would never be able to take such an action. The sect leader still remembers to this day. The scene of carrying the gravely ill Li Xianxiao back from the foot of the mountain is etched in my memory. Were it not for his intervention, Li Xianxiao would likely have succumbed long ago. He was raised in the majestic Xushan. Apart from being close to his master, he is also deeply connected to his own ancestral teacher. In Xushan, who does not know of the master's great affection for Li Xuanxiao? That young man is profoundly loyal and holds a place in his heart that is likely akin to that of a beloved grandfather, much like Guku. Reflecting on this, the leader shook his head. That lad would undoubtedly refrain from taking action. However, as time passes, it is likely that the sealing box will no longer be able to contain the devourer of heavens. Perhaps one should reconsider their perspective. It is unwise to involve the disciples of Mount Shu in this matter, for they are aware of the necessity to vanquish the Lord of devouring heavens. After eliminating the leader, it is likely that no one would have the heart to take such action. He was deeply beloved and cherished by every disciple of Mount Shu. Just as one would treat their own child, at this moment, the 5 disciples of the sect leader entered the room. Upon seeing the sect leader contentedly enjoying a whole roasted lamb, the 5 disciples were taken aback. Not the slightest bit surprised. Counting the days, Li Xianxiao must have already arrived at the location of the 3 radiants divine water. Xianxiao is still quite young. I fear I am not worthy of such a great responsibility. Indeed, let alone the deep bond between Xuanxiao and the sect leader. Disciple, Li Xianxiao implores the sect leader to meet his demise. The 5 disciples were conversing in hushed tones when suddenly, a voice resonated through the firmament, akin to the rumbling of thunder. The leader lifted his head, his face displaying a look of bewilderment as an invisible and formidable force surged forth like a tidal wave. In an instant, he was enveloped with an overwhelming force. In that fleeting moment, the leader's body began to tremble violently. "Master!" came the urgent call that followed. The soul of the master gradually dissolves under the erosion of this mysterious force, akin to ice and snow swiftly vanishing in the presence of a blazing fire. In but a fleeting moment, the essence of the leader of Xushan vanished completely from this realm. Only a profound silence remained, accompanied by the terrified gazes of the crowd. In the 21st year of the great treasure of Middle-earth, Li Xianxiao, the leader of the Xushan sect, traversed realms. 20 years ago, I traversed into this world. Lacking the fortune of a chosen one, devoid of any system, I had no recourse but to rely solely on my own efforts. Fortunately, endowed with considerable talent, his heart is solely dedicated to the pursuit of the path to immortality. In this tumultuous era, where demons and monsters coexist, Li Xuanxiao encounters the leader of the Xushan sect. Subsequently, I became a disciple under the tutelage of the sect leader. Raised under the protection of Mount Shu, 20 years have elapsed since then. After completing his mission, Li Xuanxiao returned to Mount Shu, where the sect master's sword emitted a resonant hum. Then it transformed into a wisp of silver light, vanishing from Li Xuanxiao's sight. Li Xianxiao raised his head to gaze at the ethereal peaks of Mount Shu, where a crane soared into the sky. The white cranes of Mount Shu typically remain grounded. Whenever they take to the skies, it signifies the demise of a disciple from Mount Shu. It is rumored that the cranes of the heavens can lead the souls of the disciples of Mount Shu back to their realm. This time, there are particularly numerous cranes at Mount Shu. The leader of Mount Shu. The shameless old thief has met his demise. On the way back, Li Xianxiao had long been prepared. Along the journey, the other disciples cast him peculiar glances. With a countenance of intricate emotions, Xuanxiao made his way directly to the main peak. There, he beheld his master, Taoist Lingxiu, who extended his broad and sturdy palm. He gently patted Xuanxiao on the shoulder. "You have performed exceptionally well." Xuanxiao slightly bowed his head, while the other 4 senior disciples cast approving glances in his direction. Xuanxiao perceived the self-radiance of the 4 individuals. He had already prepared himself to return to Shu, ready to face the reprimands of others. The preparation to be dismissed by one's elders, after all, can be regarded as having personally sent off the leader. In a certain sense, he is the perpetrator of the leader's demise. It is different from what one had anticipated. The master and several senior disciples treated me as they always did, and in fact, there was a hint of admiration in their eyes. Go and pay a visit to the master. After all, it was he who discovered you in the beginning, and now you are the one to accompany him on his final journey. This can be seen as fate. The venerable Taoist Lingxiu stated that the sect leader has yet to be interred. Xuanxiao skillfully made his way into the western side of the main hall atop the summit, proceeding along the narrow path towards the back mountain. The master seldom prefers to remain in the grand hall, rather, he often resides within the humble cottage nestled in the rear mountains. Within this cottage. In the thatched cottage, the sect leader sat serenely in his chair, his eyes closed as if he had drifted into slumber. The breeze of Mount Shu seemed to have stilled, and suddenly, Xuanxiao was reminded of many years past. It marks the 5th year since my own traversal. From the initial exuberance of discovering my transposition to the profound despair that has enveloped me over these 5 years. No system. No external aids. No children of destiny. No familial protection. Deprived of all that modern society offers. Even the most basic sustenance has become a luxury. After enduring a severe illness, Xuanxiao feels he might be the unluckiest time traveler in history. The frigid winter is the most arduous to endure. Each year, countless lives are claimed by the cold. Xuanxiao contemplated that perhaps he, too, would perish in this winter. Then he encountered the rather unorthodox elder, the one who claimed to be the foremost master of the world, the shameless old rogue who rescued him. And thus, deceived from the hands of my parents, I donned the guise of a beggar. With a gourd filled with wine. Wandering the world with my own self. When I encounter injustice on the road, I let out a roar. And after the cry, I swiftly flee. When encountering injustice on the road, a resounding cry emerges. With stealth and agility, one gallops across the vast grasslands. Reclining atop the mountain, I gaze upon the myriad stars scattered across the night sky. I tread upon renowned mountains and great rivers. Seeking the source of rivers. The white clouds and fleeting dogs transform within the revolving lantern. Xuanxiao closes his eyes. The vicissitudes of life and fate dictate. The way of the scholar was once commonplace. Suddenly, Xuanxiao unsheathes his sword. Drawing it amidst the falling snow. The wind howls and the snow intensifies. This technique of the 3 talents swordplay of heaven, earth, and man. Xuanxiao has devoted a considerable amount of time to his studies. Since the moment he became acquainted with the old rogue, he has persevered in his learning until now. Yet, he remains stagnant, never ascending to greater heights. The voice of the prodigious old rogue echoes in his ears, reminiscent of that year by the lakeside when the old rogue, wielding a wooden staff, severed the great river with the sweep of his sword energy. Remember, as a disciple of Shushan, it is my solemn duty to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. I am fully aware that my endeavors may seem futile, yet I shall pursue them nonetheless, even when confronted by the formidable demons beyond the border. Never shall I retreat an inch. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril and hardship. Life and death remain uncertain. Yet I shall wield my sword to uphold the righteous way of the world. And protect the myriad souls of the realm. We, the disciples of Mount Shu, shall forge ahead with unwavering determination, embracing life and death with fearless resolve, even if it leads to our demise. In this singular existence, we harbor no regrets or grievances. Xuanxiao's hand glided over the blade. The wounds in his gaze gradually replaced by resilience. He traversed the realms, vanquishing evil. With his sword, he cleaved through the horde of demons. The sword's energy surged forth with a piercing howl. In an instant, the surrounding air was torn asunder, wildly stirring everything in its vicinity. Simultaneously, The snowflakes, fluttering and cascading from the heavens, seemed to be drawn by an enigmatic force, swirling in harmony with the energy of the blade. Commencing a rapid and graceful whirl. Snowflakes entwine with the piercing energy of swords, crafting a breathtaking tableau, yet imbued with an aura of impending violence. Ha ha ha. This time, Xuanxiao distinctly heard the laughter. He was taken aback and lifted his head in astonishment. Before him stood the old rogue who should have perished long ago. The old scoundrel reached out and patted his head, saying, "You haven't brought shame upon me." Xuanxiao knelt on one knee, his sword plunged into the ground. The disciple of Mount Shu, Xuanxiao, respectfully bid farewell to the sect leader as he departed along the narrow path from the back mountain. Xuanxiao raised his head. I caught sight of a silhouette perched upon the tree. Master Shuiyun, sipping his wine, remarked softly, "You have achieved what I could not. You are indeed superior to me." Xuanxiao forced a smile, seemingly finding some merit in Shuiyun's words. The master is an extraordinary talent of the ages. Even the devourer of worlds has openly acknowledged that had he existed in the same era as the senior brother, he would undoubtedly have been overshadowed by his brilliance. There is simply no denying it, the senior brother's radiance is truly unparalleled. At times, the brilliance was so blinding that Xuanxiao began to doubt whether the other party was, in fact, the fated child who had traversed through time, while he himself was merely a supporting character. The master has passed away. That old man, though he is my biological father, I have always found it difficult to feel affection for him. Shuiyun remarked as he tossed a jade box to Xuanxiao. The old man was originally meant for me. I no longer deem myself worthy to offer it to you. Xuanxiao took the jade pendant, while Shuiyun let out a deep sigh, mourning the loss of his father. The beloved woman is about to be wed. It is said that the strong can alter everything. I am indeed strong, yet I am powerless to save my father. Even the most earnest efforts cannot mend the heart of the beloved. Xuanxiao, do you believe I am a failure? If it were you, how would you reclaim the affection of your cherished lady? Xuanxiao pondered for a moment. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to my cultivation, and strive earnestly to attain immortality through the righteous path. Shuiyun clenched his fists. Indeed. I must reclaim what is rightfully mine. Xuanxiao, I did not express it in such a manner. Shuiyun, in a fit of excitement, leaped down from the tree. Indeed, that is precisely correct. Absolutely true. Thank you, Xuanxiao. I cannot bear to be without him. Upon finishing his words, Shuiyun vanished from Xuanxiao's sight. No, isn't it that your father has just passed away? Elder brother, isn't it that your father has just departed? The mourning period has not yet concluded. Elder brother, please remain calm. Xuanxiao soars on his sword, riding the wind. Following the breath of Shuiyun, I pursued the master brother all the way out of Shu. I have already lost my father. I cannot bear to lose him as well. That saying rings profoundly true. One only learns to cherish what they have after experiencing loss. My father is no exception. He, too, embodies this truth. I shall no longer allow myself to dwell in regret. Senior brother, have you truly forgotten the original intention with which you embarked on your path of cultivation? You are indeed correct. I cherish him, Xuanxiao. It seems. The senior brother has completely ceased to heed his own words. Shuiyun's cultivation far surpasses that of Xuanxiao. Even if Xuanxiao exerts himself to the utmost, he cannot catch up. Not long after, he was cast aside by his opponent. Xuanxiao came to a halt amidst a dense thicket, letting out a helpless sigh. In the distance, the voice of his senior brother resonated. If I were to lose him, what would it matter to gain the world? I revel in the whims of romance. Oh, senior brother. Xuanxiao has forsaken the pursuit of his esteemed master. Just as I was about to return and report this matter to the sect, a sudden cacophony of battle erupted from below. Xuanxiao glanced down and beheld a fierce battle unfolding not far away. A figure was struck down, plummeting directly towards him. Xuanxiao instinctively reached out to catch the figure before him, clad in a flowing black robe, with delicate, fair legs and a visage of breathtaking beauty that could captivate the heart. Torn, this is quite a dilemma. Xuanxiao found himself in a predicament. Why does this plot feel so clicked? It follows such a tired trope. Uncertain of the woman's status, whether she is a legitimate savior or not, one might fear attracting unnecessary troubles. To refrain from offering assistance, however, would contradict the principles upheld by oneself as a disciple of Xuanxiao. At this moment, Xuanxiao noticed the woman's injuries, which appeared to be the result of an attack from someone practicing malevolent techniques. He narrowed his eyes slightly. After a brief hesitation, she made her decision. Zhao Lu slowly opened her eyes, gazing around her with a sense of bewilderment. He found himself at this moment within a cave. Casting a glance at his own form, he noticed that his garments had been removed. The wounds upon his body had also been attended to. "You are awake." A clear and resonant voice rang out. The man, Zhao Lu, exhibited a fleeting shift in his demeanor, revealing a momentary look of confusion. At this moment, a multitude of inexplicable thoughts flooded her mind, recalling the clandestine novels she had once read behind her father's back. The male and female protagonists encountered each other in precisely this manner. Moreover, from the sound, it was evident that the other party was undoubtedly a young man. Zhao Lu turned her head, momentarily taken aback, for standing behind her was not a mere individual, but rather a paper figure. Indeed, it is truly a paper figure. Zhao Lu blinked her eyes. Ms. Ni held a conventional stance regarding gender interactions. Thus, he was left with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. "Where is that woman?" Zhao Lu glanced around. Aside from pointing towards a person, he found no evidence of anyone else in the cave. At this very moment, utilizing the art of earth escape, Xuanxiao's brother, concealed outside the cave, began to speak through the paper figure. "I cannot reveal myself. You may rest here in peace. I have already administered the antidote to you. Do you know who the malevolent cultivator that attacked you is?" Zhao Lu pondered for a moment. "I too am unaware of who they are. As I traversed the midway, they launched a sudden assault upon me. I retaliated with a sudden strike." Xuanxiao recalled the moment when he bandaged the other person, noting that their attire, both inside and out, was unlike that of ordinary individuals. "It is highly likely that they are the offspring of noble lineage. Are there, in total, 3 of them?" "Yes," Zhao Lu nodded in affirmation. Xuanxiao continued. "Take a look, are these the 3 individuals?" Following the direction indicated by the paper figure, Zhao Lu's gaze fell upon 3 corpses within the cave. "Indeed, it is them!" Zhao Lu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. She prided herself on being among the foremost in her generation. Otherwise, she would not have dared to leave the palace and venture into the world. Who could have anticipated that she would be attacked upon stepping outside, rendered utterly defenseless? Now, to see that these 3 had been slain by her assailants illustrated their formidable strength. After receiving confirmation and ensuring that no enemies remained, Xuanxiao remarked, "That is good. Since the villains have been dealt with, you may rest and recover, my lady. I shall take my leave." "Wait!" Zhao Lu interjected hurriedly. "You, young hero, have rendered me a great service. I am at a loss as to how to repay such kindness. Why do you not even wish to disclose your name or sect? How shall I express my gratitude in the future?" "There is no need," he replied. "Eliminating demons and evildoers is merely part of my duty. You need not dwell on it." With that, Xuanxiao did not wait for her to say more, vanishing into the distance. The paper figure then spontaneously combusted before her eyes, quickly turning to ash and scattering in the wind, leaving no trace behind. As Zhao Lu observed this scene, she realized he had departed. This Zhao Lu gazed at the exquisitely crafted white gauze bandages adorning her body. It was evident that he was a person of meticulous nature. As her eyes wandered further, her cheeks flushed with a hint of bashfulness, for she discovered that the bandages encircled her chest, the inner thigh, and other intimate areas. This linen seemed to be infused with a special potion, possessing the ability to staunch bleeding and dispel toxins. Suddenly, Zhao Lu recalled something. She quickly removed a purple crystal pendant hanging around her neck. The memory stone. This purple crystal was indeed exquisite. Any cultivator would not mistake it for the crude artifact known as a memory stone. Fortunately, it had remained intact during the skirmish. Zhao Lu activated the memory stone, and soon a remarkably handsome visage appeared within it. His features were exquisitely defined and perfectly balanced. Clad in a robe as white as snow, Its flowing fabric danced with the breeze. The garment was tailored to fit his tall frame, accentuating his upright posture and exuding an air of elegance and refinement. The robe was adorned with intricate cloud patterns and crane motifs, as if these auspicious symbols had been imbued with life, swirling gracefully around him. He emanated a righteous aura of integrity and honor. "It was he who saved me," Zhao Lu blinked. She watched as he slowly began to remove his garments, her cheeks flushing anew. Initially, he intended for the paper figure to bandage her wounds, but it was evident that the figure could not execute such tasks with precision. Zhao Lu was not the type of woman to be overwhelmed by modesty in the face of exposure, yet circumstances demanded pragmatism. Without his intervention, she would likely have perished. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a disciple of Mount Shu. Yet, he saved me, and why would he not even leave his name? Exorcising demons and upholding justice, performing noble deeds without seeking recognition. His extraordinary prowess coupled with such a disposition is truly endearing. This marks Zhao Lu's first departure from the palace. From this moment onward, she comprehends a profound truth: one's life should not commence with encounters of overwhelming brilliance. The master of Mount Shu has passed away. However, the sect shall not fall into chaos. Among the four foremost disciples, the one with the greatest prestige and capability is the second disciple, Taoist Lingxiu. Throughout the years of the master's seclusion, Lingxiu has adeptly managed all affairs of the sect, ensuring everything is meticulously organized. With the master's demise, Lingxiu ascends to leadership, and no one raises objections. Xuanxiao returns to Mount Shu, reporting every detail regarding his elder brother to his master, Taoist Lingxiu, without omission. Chapter 4: An unexpected visit. After hearing about the matters concerning the senior brother, Master Lingxiu let out a deep sigh. Alas! He too is a pitiful soul driven by love. Let him be. Let him be? Xuanxiao pondered. The death of his master, coupled with Shuiyan's plight, seemed to have cast a shadow over Lingxiu. Life is unpredictable. At times, one must reflect on the burdens we bear. Had I not let go in the past, perhaps we would have been together. Xuanxiao remarked, "Master, your resolve appears somewhat wavering." After bidding farewell to his master, Xuanxiao returned to the peak. He was deeply troubled, the most gifted individual of Mount Shu and the leader of the younger generation. His senior brother was now ensnared by love. How could he uphold Mount Shu in the future? Moreover, when he observed Lingxiu, his own master, who was to succeed as the sect leader, it seemed that his resolve was not particularly steadfast either. This is the best of times, a period where attaining enlightenment and immortality is a dream cherished by many. Yet, it is also the worst of times, where the strong prey upon the weak, and life can be so easily taken away. Xuanxiao contemplated that every individual is a protagonist. Albeit only a select few are the stars of celebrated tales, while the majority are merely the subjects of stories that end in failure. Xuanxiao aspired to be among the former. In his past life, he was struck down by an incurable ailment, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. He was compelled to leave school and take residence in a hospital. As his condition deteriorated, he lay bedridden for a decade, ultimately reduced to a state where only his eyes could move. In those moments, he wished for death to liberate him, for living had become sheer torment. As the respirator gradually ceased its function, Xuanxiao felt that his life was drawing to a close. Yet, he soon discovered he had been reborn into this world. In this life, he harbored a singular desire: to live and achieve enlightenment. He yearned to explore a broader world and to become the central figure of his own tale. However, Xuanxiao soon realized that this ambition would not be without its challenges. News of the passing of the sect leader of Mount Shu reached various sects, prompting them to pay their respects. Days later, visitors to Mount Shu arrived in droves, including members of the Daxia royal family. It was said that Empress Changsun herself had come to Mount Shu, accompanied by the princess. Their visit served two purposes: to mourn the deceased leader and to request the sect's guidance for their wayward daughter. Xuanxiao was tasked with welcoming the royal delegation. Before him appeared a magnificent procession of silver-white warhorses, adorned in thick, sturdy scales. These noble steeds held their heads high, their powerful hooves striking the ground with a resonant thud. Behind this splendid display, a luxurious dragon carriage was being pulled, exquisitely decorated with intricate and opulent designs, exuding an air of nobility and inviolability. Flanking the dragon carriage were rows of imperial guards clad in golden armor, brandishing sharp lances. Li Xuanxiao performed a respectful greeting, acknowledging the Empress. The Taoist, ever courteous, received a slight nod from her, granting due respect to the disciple from Mount Shu. The master awaits in the main hall. Please allow me to escort Her Majesty, he said. Mother, it is indeed he. Whom? Li Xuanxiao lifted his gaze, noticing the curtains of the palanquin had been drawn back. Within sat the Empress Changsun and her cherished daughter, Zhao Lu. Taken aback for a moment, Li Xuanxiao quickly regained his composure. Regarding the act of saving the Daxia princess, he preferred it remain a secret, nearly considering it the rescue of an ordinary individual. Associating with royalty was hardly a prudent choice. Serving a monarch is akin to walking with a tiger, the treacherous political waters are fathomless, and one misstep could lead to one's demise. In the main hall, Empress Changsun remarked, "So you are the one who saved my daughter, Luer." Master Lingxiu and his three fellow elders turned their attention to Li Xuanxiao. Maintaining his calm demeanor, he replied, "Your Majesty must be mistaken, I have not met the princess." "Is that truly so?" "Absolutely." Zhao Lu produced a purple crystal, the reflection stone. And the assembly gazed at the remarkably clear visage of Li Xuanxiao captured within. He squinted slightly, taken aback. 4K ultra clear? Is that what the reflection stone is capable of? It was no wonder he had overlooked it. The extravagant design of Zhao Lu's reflection stone was simply too ostentatious, too sophisticated. Such is the nature of royal possessions, he mused. Master Lingxiu chuckled lightly, "Your Majesty, please forgive him, my disciple Xuanxiao is simply indifferent to fame and fortune." "Not at all, I owe him my heartfelt gratitude. Were it not for him, I fear my precious daughter would have been lost to me forever. He is indeed the savior of my daughter." Li Xuanxiao managed a smile that was neither awkward nor overly formal. The Empress continued, echoing Master Lingxiu's sentiments. As a junior, Li Xuanxiao found little opportunity to speak. Yet he noticed Princess Zhao Lu occasionally casting glances in his direction. Whenever he met her gaze, she would hastily lower her head. A sense of foreboding began to creep into his mind. Surely, he thought, I cannot have caught the princess's interest? The notion of marrying a princess is a perilous affair, fraught with the specter of palace intrigues, dynastic upheavals, and political machinations. Days later, after the masteress' funeral had concluded, Li Xuanxiao, who had been preoccupied with hosting guests, had incidentally encountered Zhao Lu twice, though he had hastily excused himself each time, like a mouse fleeing from a cat. Once everything had been settled, he returned to the mountain gate, immersing himself in his cultivation once more. His fourth senior sister arrived on her sword, bearing unfortunate news. The master has consented to the Empress's request to accept Princess Zhao Lu as a disciple. Li Xuanxiao sighed silently. Very well, we shall meet challenges as they come. His senior sister smiled, that princess is truly beautiful, you are fortunate. All appearances aside, he replied. The fourth senior sister exchanged a few words with Li Xuanxiao before taking her leave. Her given name is Su Wan, embodying the quintessential image of a pure and innocent flower, reminiscent of the leading lady in fantastical romance dramas. She is sweet and naive. Her numerous senior brothers and younger disciples are particularly attentive to her, harboring fond feelings. This has, however, incited the displeasure of several female disciples, who occasionally seek to trouble the fourth senior sister. Nevertheless, regardless of the challenges she faces, she steadfastly maintains her optimistic and cheerful disposition. Chapter 5, Doubting Life Before Long. Lingxiu brought Zhao Lu back to the mountain gate. As Zhao Lu lifted her gaze, she beheld the towering silver sword peak, resembling a colossal sword piercing the heavens, exuding an imposing grandeur. The mountain was adorned with verdant trees and vibrant flowers, while birds joyfully serenaded from the branches. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it the refreshing fragrance of blossoms, instilling a sense of tranquility. Mist swirled about the mountain, appearing and disappearing like a fleeting dream. The breathtaking scenery compelled Zhao Lu to exclaim, "This truly resembles a celestial realm." Lingxiu Taoist presented Zhao Lu before Li Xuanxiao. "Xuanxiao, she shall henceforth be your junior sister. And you will no longer be the youngest disciple at your current age. Remember to take good care of your junior sister." "I shall obey your teachings, master." "Familiarize your junior sister with Mount Shu, I have matters to attend to," Lingxiu concluded before vanishing. Zhao Lu gazed shyly at the young man before her. noting how he was unlike anyone she had ever met in the palace. "I have met my senior brother," she said. Xuanxiao nodded. "Since you have entered Mount Shu, there are a few matters I must impart. Cultivation is not solely about enhancing one's magical powers but also about refining oneself. This is the emotionless path of Mount Shu, which, regrettably, is not lacking in students but rather in graduates." "Emotionless path?" Zhao Lu asked, puzzled. "Is it about severing emotions and love?" "Emotionless sounds so cold." Xuanxiao clarified, "Great love is devoid of emotion, not limited to trivial affections. It is the benevolence that encompasses all living beings. Great love for all beings sees them as equals, contrary to your understanding of severing emotions and love." "I understand now. Senior brother, you are quite mature. Unlike those noble offspring from the royal palace." Xuanxiao waved his hand. "Step onto the flying sword." Zhao Lu blinked, "But I don't know how yet." She thought to herself, should I hold onto my senior brother's waist? Or perhaps just grasp the hem of his robe? It was inevitable that she would have to be in close proximity while standing on the 3-foot sword. As Zhao Lu stepped onto the long sword, Xuanxiao formed a sword gesture, and in the next moment, the 3-foot sword extended to over 10 meters in length. Xuanxiao stood at the tip of the sword while Zhao Lu positioned herself at the end, appearing as if they were worlds apart. Zhao Lu gasped, "Oh." Mount Shu comprises 7 peaks: Silver Sword Peak, Little Cheung Peak, Skyward Peak, Dragon Head Peak, Rosy Cloud Peak, Big Bamboo Peak, and Little Bamboo Peak, with Skyward Peak being the main peak. Xuanxiao elaborated on the basic details of Mount Shu with great enthusiasm. "Senior brother, I can't quite hear you." Zhao Lu stepped forward. In an instant, a sound transmission spell was cast by Xuanxiao. "Can you hear me clearly now?" "Yes. I can hear you clearly." Remember, in cultivation, one must not be swayed by emotions. Once you decide to tread this path, you must be prepared. Now, suppose a powerful cultivator fell in love with you and was willing to go against the world for you, causing harm to countless beings. What would you think of such a person? Would there truly be such a person? I think he would be quite infatuated. Excellent. Imagine, if you will, a life of unremarkable simplicity, where each day unfolds in a tapestry of ordinary joys. Though wealth may elude you, contentment envelopes your existence. Your parents have arranged a splendid match for you, yet on the day of your nuptials, calamity strikes. An unhinged cultivator, emerging from the shadows, unleashes chaos upon the city, resulting in a massacre that spares only you. As you gaze upon the lifeless bodies of your family and your groom, adorned in vibrant crimson, silence engulfs you. Remember, this is not love, it is a backdrop painted with the blood and tears of countless souls, a tale of separation and sorrow, of bones strewn across the earth. The celestial beings weep while humanity languishes in turmoil. I understand. At this moment, close your eyes and envision a scene, a tall, handsome man, as if he has stepped forth from a masterpiece. This striking figure once emerged in your hour of need, rescuing you from despair. In that instant, time itself seemed to pause, the cacophony of the world fading away, leaving only the imprint of his steadfast silhouette in your heart. From that breathtaking encounter, your destinies entwined. Each accidental glance ignited ripples of emotion within you, while every whispered conversation felt like a gentle breeze, refreshing your spirit. Gradually, an ineffable connection blossomed between you. Xuanxiao's voice, rich and magnetic, resonated like a celestial melody, guiding you through the ethereal scenes he painted with his words, effortlessly transporting you into that dreamlike realm. You could not help but recall your savior, your senior brother Xuanxiao. Yet then, he shifted the narrative. One day, you discover he is of the demonic sect, an adversary of righteousness. The innocents and virtuous souls who fell by his hand could form mountains of sorrow. What, then, shall you do? Biting your lip, you ponder, your expression torn. I should. Do not hesitate to voice your true thoughts. Xuanxiao urges gently. Taking a deep breath, you declare, I should kill him. Indeed, that is the answer your senior brother seeks. You realize you cannot present yourself as a naive girl, madly in love. Wrong. You are taken aback. Should I spare him, sever ties, and wait to confront him on the battlefield? Still incorrect. The true answer is to feign a desire to bring him home to meet your parents and prepare a dowry. With your current strength, you cannot vanquish him alone. Luring him into the sect, where he can be overwhelmed, is the most prudent course of action. You ponder this. Never allow emotions to cloud your judgment. Do not naively believe that a demon will love only you forever, nor should you assist in their wickedness. Upon discovering their true identity, act with caution and strategy. I understand, senior brother. Zhao Lu took a deep breath. Today's conversation seemed poised to impact her entire life. Now, let us continue to envision 2 years hence. Chapter 6. Speechless before us stands a woman, her spirit extinguished, named Xuan. At this moment, she kneels before the main hall, falsely accused. Fourth sister, I know not what grievance you harbor against me, that you would resort to such malice, she laments. The beautiful maiden, weeping passionately, is called Jiang Luoshui. She cries like a pear blossom ravaged by tempestuous winds, her tears cascading like a torrential flood. Her delicate frame trembling as if it might wither at any moment, evoking deep sympathy. In stark contrast, Xuan's countenance is as cold as ice. She gazes disdainfully at Jiang Luoshui. It is she again, the one who slanders me. Worn out and weary, Xuan is reluctant to offer further explanations. The elder of enforcement glances at Jiang Luoshui, then at Xuan. Xuan, the wounds on Luoshui bear the distinct mark of your sword. What do you have to say for yourself? All eyes turn toward Xuan. She looks to her senior brother, Morong Mo, hoping he might speak on her behalf. Yet, Morong Mo remains silent, and despair envelopes Xuan. Disciple, utterly speechless. A wave of murmurs erupts. The elder of enforcement speaks gravely, Xuan. Do you realize that at the pivotal moment of Jiang Luoshui's breakthrough, your sword nearly claimed her life? To harm a fellow disciple is grounds for expulsion from our sect. I possess evidence of your collusion with a heretical cult. What do you have to say for that? I do not wish to explain, I willingly accept the punishment. Xuan declares, her desire to defend herself evaporating. This proclamation incites an even greater uproar among the onlookers. How can this be? Fourth sister in league with a heretical cult? It is understandable that Xuan, consumed by jealousy toward Sister Jiang, might have acted in desperation. Indeed. Zhang's innate talent surpasses Xuan's, and since Zhang's arrival, Morong has shown her less affection. Rumors swirl, opinions diverge. Xuan laughs coldly. Xuan. You have violated sect rules, your cultivation is hereby revoked, and you are expelled. In that moment, Xuan catches a glimpse of Jiang Luoshui's eyes, which gleam with a hint of triumph. Yes, she has succeeded. Years ago, Jiang Luoshui was brought back to the sect by her and Morong Mo, saved from certain death. Xuan had been her savior when she first entered the sect, providing her with the finest resources for cultivation, teaching her diligently, and even risking her life to procure a life-saving elixir, sustaining severe injuries in the process. Yet now, Jiang Luoshui repays her kindness with enmity, even sowing discord between her and Morong Mo. What fills Xuan with despair is Morong Mo's attitude towards her. Even if the entire world were to doubt her, he alone should not. Just then, a voice resounds, "Hold on, I have something to say." A short while ago, on Silver Sword Peak, Xuanxiao was deep in meditation. The box left behind by the late master for the eldest disciple was bestowed upon Xuanxiao before he departed from the sect. Subsequently, Xuanxiao opened the box, which resembled a storage pouch, a treasure of remarkable utility. Inside, he discovered a sword case containing 4 exquisite swords representing the 4 seasons, a manual of sword techniques, and 2 cleansing elixirs. Given Xuanxiao's current prowess, he could only wield the spring sword among the 4. Spring symbolizes the flourishing of all life, brimming with vitality. Senior brother. A grave matter has arisen. An exceptionally stunning visage intruded upon Xuanxiao's view. This face, akin to a meticulously sculpted jade, boasted skin smooth and radiant, exuding a delicate sheen reminiscent of mutton-fat white jade. Her brows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, while her eyes sparkled like autumn waters. Her nose was elegantly refined and petite. Zhao Lu reached for Xuanxiao's sleeve, only to have it brushed away effortlessly. Let us speak plainly. Senior brother, 4th senior sister is in trouble. When is she not? Xuanxiao replied with a hint of exasperation. As the sect's most innocent and naive flower, she had once brought Jiang Luoshui to the mountain many years ago. Li Xiankong had long perceived her insidious nature and had subtly warned fourth senior sister Xuan multiple times, yet she paid little heed. Li Xiankong couldn't help but recall the female-centric novels he had previously read. Following the narrative arc, the next events would likely involve the junior sister falsely accusing the elder sister, leading to scorn and condemnation from the masses. The elder sister would then face the dire consequences of having her cultivation stripped away, her roots severed, and subjected to countless tortures, all executed by her beloved senior brother Morong. Ultimately, the elder sister would despair and leave Mount Shu. Then, in her darkest hour, she would be reborn, defying her fate. Since the world has forsaken me, what meaning does adhering to the righteous path hold? She would then turn and embrace the demonic sect. Do you not suspect my collusion with the demonic sect? Very well, I shall indeed conspire. In the end, she would annihilate Mount Shu entirely. Only for senior brother Morong to emerge and confront her, their relationship fraught with love and enmity. As for Mount Shu and the innocent self, by then, he would likely have already reincarnated. Why did Li Xiankong possess such knowledge of these narratives? The answer was simple: familiarity. In his previous life, confined to bed, his greatest pleasure was indulging in novels. He was all too well acquainted with this plot. Even if there were but a 1 in a million chance of such events occurring, he would strive to intervene. They say fourth senior sister attacked Jiang Luoshui and conspired with the demonic sect. Zhao Lu exclaimed in rapid succession. I am aware of all the circumstances, Li Xiankong replied calmly. Let us go and ascertain the truth. The sect truly offers no respite. He then made his way to Tongtian Peak alongside Zhao Lu. I have something to say. At this moment, Li Xiankong stood forth, drawing the attention of the crowd. Fourth senior sister Xuan, who had initially closed her eyes, now opened them like pools of autumn water, gazing at her junior brother with confusion. Li Xuanxiao cleared his throat and inquired, Jiang Shimi, did you witness with your own eyes that it was senior sister Su who attacked you? Indeed. I saw it with my own eyes, and the wounds upon my body serve as testament, Jiang Luoshui replied firmly. I too beheld the event, another female disciple cautiously added. When did this assault occur? Li Xianxiao pressed further. At the hour of the tiger today. Senior sister Si was in her cave dwelling, and did not leave. Jiang Luoshui said, casting a disdainful glance at Li Xianxiao, who had interjected unexpectedly. She then signaled to the female disciple who had just spoken. That disciple responded. Can your singular account truly substantiate that she remained in the cave the entire time? Moreover, even Su Wan has acknowledged it herself. Apologies, senior sister Su, Li Xianxiao stated. Su Wan was taken aback by Li Xuanxiao's sudden apology. Li Xianxiao raised a piece of dual-life reflection stone, asserting, I have been observing senior sister Su's every move within her cave for the past 5 years, all her actions have been under my scrutiny. And I can affirm that senior sister Su did not leave during the hour of the tiger. Su Wan remained speechless, as Li Xuanxiao's words rendered all present in profound silence. Chapter 7, Why could it not be me? Everyone present was taken aback. Surveillance had commenced 5 years ago. Does this imply that everything fourth senior sister did within her cave, including bathing and changing clothes, could it be? Another disgrace has emerged from Mount Shu? Fourth senior sister Su Wan quickly realized something was amiss. Her delicate face flushed crimson as she glared at Li Xianxiao with mild indignation. Zhao Lu gazed at Li Xianxiao with disappointment. Brother, has someone stolen you away? Is my brother interested in women? Then why could it not be me? Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Li Xianxiao continued, esteemed colleagues. Please observe the entirety of fourth senior sister's activities today. He activated the recording stone, revealing its contents for all to see. The footage depicted Su Wan preparing to loosen her garments. Li Xianxiao, with an unperturbed demeanor, swiftly bypassed this alluring scene. Some male disciples glared at him discontentedly, wondering why he could not proceed at a more leisurely pace. The footage displayed the time as the second hour of the day, showcasing Su Wan in her cave, eyes closed in meditation, remaining undisturbed until the 5th hour. This, Jiang Luoshui immediately interjected, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. And what about this wound on my body? Nearby, a female disciple echoed, exactly. I also saw it with my own eyes, I would not mistake it. Xuan remained silent, her expression filled with disappointment as she gazed at Zhang Luoshui. Li Xianxiao appeared utterly exasperated. 3 strikes will not even yield a sound from you, truly a pitiful creature. Why not speak up? If others accuse you, why not clarify? Thus, Li Xianxiao was compelled to ask, very well. May I inquire why 4th senior sister would launch a surprise attack on you? In other words, why would she openly assault you, refusing even to disguise her intentions, wielding her own sword? If 4th senior sister truly harbored a deep-seated hatred for you, do you believe she would resort to such a foolish method? Even if she succeeded, what benefit would it bring her? If she truly sought revenge, would it not be more effective to ensure you were lost to sight or buried without a trace during a mission together? Zhang Luoshui was rendered speechless. The other disciples, who had initially been mere spectators, nodded thoughtfully, finding Li Xuanxiao's reasoning compelling. Xuan cast a complex glance at Li Xianxiao. He continued, therefore, based on the aforementioned points, the assailant could not be 4th senior sister. Now, who do you suppose it might be? Zhang Luoshui, agitated, replied, perhaps someone is secretly attempting to frame 4th senior sister. Li Xianxiao maintained a calm demeanor, asserting that this matter necessitated a thorough investigation by the sect. Consider how evidence linking 4th senior sister to the demonic sect surfaced sequentially. It is evident that someone is orchestrating a trap for her. The presiding elder nodded, recognizing that it was not entirely his fault for being misled. The primary issue was that Zhang Luoshui had laid out the evidence before him. As for Xuan, she maintained a cold expression, as though the entire world owed her something. It is indeed perplexing. In the end, one can only utter a phrase, 100 mouths cannot argue. It appears that someone is attempting to secretly sow discord among our disciples, and this matter must not be allowed to fade into obscurity. Today, Xuan has endured significant grievances on your behalf. Zhang Luoshui, rest assured, the sect will undoubtedly uncover the true culprit behind the attack on you. It seems you have misunderstood your 4th senior sister. Zhang Luoshui bit her lip, harboring intense loathing for the unexpected emergence of Li Xianxiao. She pondered where he had sprung from. Despite having meticulously devised her plans, Xuan remained as reticent as ever, unwilling to utter a word in her defense against the accusations. According to her scheme, Xuan should have already been stripped of her foundational roots and expelled from the sect. She would then ascend smoothly to power and capture the affections of Brother Morong. Who could have anticipated this turn of events? Nonetheless, Zhang Luoshui was an adept performer. Even in her heart's depths, she loathed him. Yet she managed to force a smile and address Xuan, 4th senior sister. It was I, Luoshui, who misunderstood you, so please do not harbor resentment towards me. The schemer behind this is exceedingly cunning, yet thankfully, Brother Xuanxiao is here to vouch for you. In truth, Luoshui also believed in her 4th senior sister's character. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon the malicious intent of the one lurking in the shadows. Xuan cast a cold glance at Zhang Luoshui before turning to leave. Zhang Luoshui, feeling aggrieved, shed tears, contemplating how to remedy the situation, as it seemed her senior sister was indeed upset with her. The others, witnessing this, offered words of comfort. It's all right, ultimately, this situation is not your fault. Indeed. Junior sister, you too are a victim in this affair. Brother Morong, you have always maintained a good relationship with 4th senior sister. I know she must be upset with me. Could you please extend my apologies to her? Zhang Luoshui gazed at Morong Mo with an innocent expression. Morong Mo nodded reassuringly. Fear not, Wanner is typically magnanimous. She will not hold this minor incident against you. I shall speak to her. Thank you, senior brother, you are the best. Observing this scene, Li Xianxiao and the crowd remarked, I simply wish to cultivate in peace, must you all create such disturbances? This plot clearly unfolds like a narrative from a female-centric novel. Just as Li Xianxiao intended to depart, the voice of the law elder resonated, as for you, Li Xianxiao, you have been peering into the affairs of your senior sisters and even installed twin reflection stones in their abodes. What punishment do you deserve? All eyes turned towards Li Xianxiao. He shrugged, having anticipated this moment when he secretly installed the reflection stones in Xuan's dwelling 5 years prior. Thus, he had prepared himself to face the consequences. 5 years ago, Jiang Luoshui had already begun her various schemes. Considering the character of fourth senior sister Su Wan, along with brother Moron, it was challenging for Li Xuanxiao not to draw parallels to the myriad tropes found in female-centric novels and dramas. Su Wan was wrongfully accused by Jiang Luoshui and expelled from the sect, subsequently darkening her heart and exacting vengeance upon Xushan. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Li Xuanxiao had made extensive preparations. He expressed, "I merely wish to cultivate in tranquility and survive in this world." Yet, this aspiration seemed far from straightforward. Ultimately, due to his courageous stand in the final moments, his merits and demerits balanced each other out. Li Xuanxiao received a 6-month house arrest, a punishment that suited him perfectly, allowing him to devote himself to cultivation in peace. As he made his way back to the peak, he noticed the peculiar glances from the disciples, a clear indication that his voyeuristic behavior towards Su Wan had already become common knowledge. However, Li Xuanxiao was indifferent to his reputation. He felt immense relief as long as Su Wan remained untainted. Throughout the journey, his junior sister, Zhao Lu, remained silent, and upon returning to the peak, she quietly departed. Hesitating for a moment at the entrance of his humble abode, Li Xuanxiao ultimately stepped inside. As anticipated, a flash of cold light appeared, and a sharp sword pressed against his throat. Chapter 8, the distinction of high and low. A flicker of cold light flashed, and the edge of the sword pressed against Li Xuanxiao's throat. Just a mere inch forward, and it would pierce that vulnerable spot. Su Wan's face was a mix of shame and anger. "If only you could be as resolute when facing Jiang Luoshui." Li Xuanxiao replied calmly, "Is it not the same? Speak. Why did you place the twin reflection stone in my cave?" Su Wan demanded. Li Xuanxiao shrugged, "Is that reason not simple? You." A delightful blush blossomed on Su Wan's originally fair and delicate face, resembling the first peach blossom of spring, rendering her already striking features even more alluring and enchanting. Unfortunately, Li Xuanxiao was rather unromantic, his gaze unwavering and his breath entirely composed. Su Wan had always thought their relationship was quite amicable. Yet she never anticipated that her junior disciple harbored such feelings. It had never crossed her mind before. Especially not when he had installed the reflection stone within her cave for 5 whole years without her noticing. "I certainly anticipated that this day would come. From the moment my senior sister brought Jiang Luoshui to the sect, I warned her not to bring strangers back. A few years later, I discovered Jiang Luoshui's sinister intentions, speaking one way and acting another. Thus, to guard against any potential treachery, I resorted to this desperate measure." "You must be joking," Su Wan retorted coldly. Had it been any other time, knowing that someone had installed twin reflection stones in her cave to monitor her every action for 5 years, and likely had seen her in her entirety, she would have already slain him with a sword. Yet, he had stood up for her at this critical moment, causing her inner turmoil. Li Xuanxiao remained unfazed, confident in his ability to subdue Su Wan, even with her sword pressed against his neck. Although he appeared weak, it was merely a facade, for he wished others to perceive him as unremarkable, lacking any external aids or being a child of fortune. He instead relied on an unwavering dedication to his practice and a profound understanding of the path of detachment. Among his peers in Xushan, he truly believed he would not be inferior to anyone except for his senior brother, Shuiyun, who was an extraordinary talent, albeit a hopeless romantic. Su Wan's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. She had not expected Li Xuanxiao to remain so composed, his breath steady, even as he earnestly explained himself. "I swear by the great oath," Li Xuanxiao declared, "that prior to this, I have never once spied upon the scenes within your cave. I undertook this endeavor solely to prevent Jiang Luoshui from ensnaring you." Seeing the sincerity in his words, reinforced by his solemn oath, Su Wan's heart softened slightly. "Why? Why would you do this? What? Why help you? We are of the same sect, and mutual assistance is paramount. Helping you is akin to aiding Xushan, which ultimately benefits myself." Su Wan's expression subtly shifted, but only slightly. "Just so, I must remind you, senior sister, in the future, do not merely regard others with a cold demeanor when confronted with such matters. Not everyone will comprehend your silent explanations, you must articulate your defense, seizing even the slightest opportunity to clarify. Otherwise, today's incident may well recur." Su Wan set down her sword. Li Xuanxiao offered a faint smile. Senior sister, I hope you exercise greater caution in the future. I appreciate your assistance today. You're welcome. And do refrain from installing the dual reflection stones within my abode again. Understood. With that, Xuan departed the cottage. Li Xuanxiao shook his head with a smile. Fourth senior sister, Morong Xixiang is not quite as you envision, do be careful. As she traversed the path away from the Silver Sword Peak, Xuan's mind was in disarray. Did Li Xuanxiao harbor feelings for me? Indeed. If he did not possess affection, why would he undertake such endeavors on my behalf? His plans had commenced 5 years prior. No, even earlier. When I brought Jiang Luoshui back to the sect. At that time, Li Xuanxiao had already cautioned me, though I had paid little heed. Reflecting upon it now. Yet, from the previous signs, there seemed to be no indication of his feelings towards me. Li Xuanxiao was the sect's acknowledged diligent junior brother, spending each day solely in pursuit of his cultivation. Later, he rescued Princess Zhao Lu of the Dasha kingdom, who subsequently became his junior sister. The sect members remarked that Li Xuanxiao was fortunate to be in such proximity, yet for the past 2 years, their relationship remained purely that of siblings. Devoid of any romantic inclination even with someone as stunning as Zhao Lu, he remained untouched. Of course, I do not consider myself inferior to Zhao Lu in appearance. Li Xuanxiao's secret affection for me, quietly safeguarding me from the shadows. Such reasoning seems entirely plausible. Moreover, based on the evidence at hand, this appears to be the case. With this thought, Xuan felt a gentle warmth rise in her cheeks. What a lovesick young man. Even knowing my close bond with Morong Xixiang, he silently watches over me, finding solace in my safety. Xuan could not help but envision him, under the moonlight, releasing anguished cries of longing for her, a sentiment known to none. Meanwhile, during the day, he feigned normalcy, tirelessly dedicating himself to his cultivation. His relentless efforts, perhaps, were also aimed at protecting me. This notion brought tears to her eyes. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared before Xuan. Morong Mo, clad in a gown as white as snow, with flowing sleeves, bore a handsome visage adorned with a gentle smile. He resembled a warm breeze on a spring day, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort and warmth. His smile exuded an air of calm confidence, imbued with boundless tenderness and kindness. His eyes shone brightly like stars. Deep and captivating, as they shifted, it seemed as though he could perceive the most secret corners of the human heart. Ordinarily, a mere smile from Morong Mo would stir Xuan's heart. Yet at this moment, Xuan gazed at Morong Mo with an expression devoid of emotion. Junior sister. You aren't seeking out junior brother Li Xuanxiao, are you? You haven't done anything to him, have you? No, he protected me, I merely went to express my gratitude. I never anticipated that he would be the one to speak up for me at such a critical moment. The gentleness that typically characterized Xuan had vanished. Junior sister. Are you blaming me for not speaking on your behalf at that time? How could you harbor such childish thoughts? I am quite displeased. Xuan took a deep breath, recalling the words Li Xuanxiao had spoken to her before she left. She scrutinized the man before her, contrasting him with Li Xuanxiao. The disparity in their treatment of her was stark. One schemed diligently for her safety, while the other remained silent in her time of need. The difference was unmistakable. Chapter 9, Rumors? Senior brother, I am profoundly disappointed in you. Disappointed? Morong Mo furrowed his brow slightly, feeling for the first time as if a beloved pet had slipped from his grasp. This sensation was unsettling. He gazed intently at Xuan, who resolutely avoided his gaze. Do you know? Junior brother Li Xuanxiao has been silently guarding me, harboring unspoken affections, yet has buried these feelings deep within his heart. And you? Senior brother, you truly disappoint me. Li Xuanxiao? That peculiar individual who placed the twin soul reflection stone in your cave? He is not peculiar. He loves me. And he would even sacrifice his life for my sake. At that moment, the two had not yet departed from the Silver Sword Peak. Still within Li Xuanxiao's watchful eye, Li Xuanxiao thought, oh, I saved your life, and this is how you repay me? Spreading rumors about me? In the end, Xuan and Morong Mo parted on unfriendly terms. As Morong Mo left, he cast a fierce glare in the direction of the silver sword peak. Li Xuanxiao felt quite helpless. "Sister, I saved you, it would suffice if you did not repay me, but why must you seek to harm me?" Resigned. Li Xuanxiao took out a small notebook and noted the date when Morong had expressed dissatisfaction towards him. To alleviate such discontent, he devised several plans. 1. Endeavor to avoid further entanglements with Morong and Xuan. 2. Maintain surveillance on Morong, for it was plausible that he might harbor resentment due to Xuan's words, potentially leading to dire consequences. 3. Ensure to keep a distance from both Morong and Zhang Luoshui during future missions, and avoid them while undertaking assignments. 4. Gather intelligence on Morong and Zhang Luoshui's magical artifacts, cultivation status, and combat strategies, to ensure his survival in the event of a confrontation. As he penned these thoughts, Li Xuanxiao shook his head. Indeed, he despised complications. To prevent any potential darkening of Xuan's disposition, he had inadvertently offended both Morong and Zhang Luoshui. He sighed, adopting a "when the soldiers come, I shall block them, when the water comes, I shall damn it" attitude. The ensuing period would be anything but tranquil. The following evening, Li Xuanxiao returned to his humble abode. He had been lurking, hoping to seize an opportunity to place a twin soul reflection stone in Morong's cave while the latter was away, but he found no chance. Through indirect inquiries, he had gleaned the names of two of Morong's frequently used magical artifacts. As for Zhang Luoshui, although her cultivation was far inferior to Morong's, caution was the mother of safety. Who knew what hidden cards she might hold? The means of the chi refiners were manifold. It was not uncommon for one to produce artifacts that could bridge the gap in combat prowess without warning. Li Xuanxiao pushed open the door to his abode. Upon entering, he was greeted by a sight that quickened his pulse and stirred his very essence. The interior was adorned with opulence, flickering candlelight cast a dreamlike glow throughout the room. The air was imbued with a rich and alluring fragrance, intoxicating in its allure, as if it possessed some magical quality that ensnared the senses. In one corner of the room stood an exquisitely crafted incense burner. Delicate wisps of smoke wafted from within the furnace, rising gracefully like gossamer, infusing the already enigmatic atmosphere of the room with an added layer of mystery. Following the trail of smoke, one's gaze fell upon a large, plush bed situated at the center of the chamber. Reclining upon the bed was a woman of enchanting form, her curves exquisite and alluring. Draped only in a sheer, translucent garment, the fabric barely concealed her alabaster skin, rendering her particularly enticing under the soft interplay of light and shadow. Through the delicate material, her slender waist and elongated legs could be discerned, along with the gentle rise and fall of her bosom, each detail tantalizing and provoking boundless imagination. The woman turned her head slightly. "Senior brother." Li Xuanxiao's expression remained unchanged. "Who invited you to my bed?" "Senior brother, I believe I have been poisoned." "Poisoned?" Li Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow. "Yes, I feel dizzy, my vision is blurred, and I am feeling quite warm," Zhao Lu said, pressing a hand to her forehead. Li Xuanxiao, seated calmly on a chair, queried, "Are there any other symptoms?" I don't know. I feel so faint." "Senior brother, could you come closer and check my pulse?" Zhao Lu exclaimed, then collapsed onto the bed as if she had lost consciousness. Li Xuanxiao, unfazed, poured himself a cup of tea from the teapot. "Such commendable acting, indeed, for a young beauty," he remarked, as he deftly flicked his fingers, sending a black pill precisely between Zhao Lu's lips. Senior brother, what is this?" "You mentioned being poisoned, this is an antidote," Li Xuanxiao explained nonchalantly. "It will help expel the toxins from your body through elimination." Zhao Lu's expression shifted dramatically. "Senior brother, how could you give me something like this?" "I am merely trying to save you," he replied coolly. Before she could protest further, her stomach let out a loud grumble. Clutching her belly, Zhao Lu exclaimed, "You horrid senior brother! I shall never speak to you again." With that, she dashed out of the humble abode. Li Xuanxiao waved his hand, restoring the room to its original state. The pill he had given his junior sister was not a laxative but rather a beauty-enhancing elixir. Li Xuanxiao was not oblivious to Zhao Lu's affections. However, he understood that a woman could significantly impede one's cultivation. While there had been attempts at dual cultivation on Mount Shu, such as that of his sixth uncle and his wife, the results often culminated in arguments every 3 days and fights every 5, a chaotic disruption of their practice over trivial matters. Moreover, with Zhao Lu being a princess of the great Xia kingdom, complications were bound to arise. Detestable senior brother, wicked senior brother. Zhao Lu fumed, unleashing her frustration on a tree at Silver Sword Peak. Why can fourth senior sister do it, but not me? What makes her so special? Is my appearance lacking? Why must you spy on fourth senior sister? After returning from the main peak, Zhao Lu had rummaged through her residence 3 times, only to be met with disappointment. There was no shadow stone left by her senior brother. Why won't you look when I show you? Why must you secretly observe fourth senior sister? Zhao Lu could not fathom it, her emotions overwhelming her to the brink of tears. 2 years have elapsed, yet she has been unable to capture her senior brother's heart. Presently, he remains emotionally attached to another. Could it be that the fourth senior sister possesses some extraordinary qualities? Zhao Lu pondered deeply, glancing down at her own modest bosom. After all, being still youthful, she could hardly compare to the allure of the fourth senior sister, which is entirely understandable. Consequently, Zhao Lu turned and made her way to the renowned alchemy hall of Mount Shu, intending to procure some elixirs to enhance her own charms. Little does Xuanxiao know that his little junior sister has embarked on an irrevocable path. Chapter 10, The Mission of the Sword-Holding Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. On this day, the Sword-Holding Pavilion issued a communique. The Sword-Holding Pavilion serves as the task hall of Mount Shu, where individuals from various peaks must go to accept their assignments. Each year, each peak is assigned a certain quota of tasks. The message from the Sword-Holding Pavilion today conveyed to Xuanxiao that their task quota for this year had not been fulfilled. A significant reason for this shortfall was the departure of their senior brother, Xueyun, from the mountain. Unfortunately, Xueyun had always been the mainstay of Silver Sword Peak. And with their limited numbers, Xuanxiao had to shoulder this task himself. Upon arriving at the Sword-Holding Pavilion to report, he encountered those he least wished to see, Morongimo, Jian Luozhui, and his fourth senior sister, Suan. With an impassive expression, Xuanxiao thought to himself that despite having evaded them for so long, fate had finally caught up with him. This mission will be led by me. And our objective is to locate the human-faced serpent in the Wuwan mountain on the southern border, Morongimo announced. Xuanxiao hesitated momentarily. The moment he spotted Morongimo and Jian Luozhui in the team, he considered feigning illness. All he needed was to consume a pill he had concocted, and within moments, he could be foaming at the mouth and gasping for breath. However, upon learning that their mission was to venture into the perilous Wuwan mountain, he abandoned that thought. Wuwan mountain, situated on the edge of the southern frontier, is teeming with venomous insects and serpents, yet it simultaneously represents a wealth of resources for cultivators. He required materials for the automaton puppets he had crafted, and clearly, Wuwan mountain was the optimal choice. Furthermore, although the mission was under Morongmo's command, they would also be accompanied by a junior elder due to the destination being Wuwan mountain. As the group departed from the Sword-Holding Pavilion, Morongimo summoned his spirit companion. A majestic white bird emerged from the tumultuous sea of clouds, its wings gracefully dispersing the surrounding mist. When the magnificent creature fully revealed itself, its silken feathers glimmered with a faint silver sheen, reminiscent of moonlight cascading upon it. Only Morong could afford such a spirit companion. Someone remarked enviously. Morongimo beckoned for everyone to board the spirit companion, as the journey to the southern border was long and exhausting when traveling by sword. The group climbed aboard, though Suwon appeared reluctant to mount Morongmo's spirit companion. Nevertheless, seeing everyone else ascend, she silently followed suit. The junior elder, named Feng Yun, was engaging in light conversation with Morongimo. Individuals like Feng Yun, who were junior elders, were plentiful in Mount Shu, merely biding their time to accumulate experience. Given Feng Yun's age, her potential seemed limited. However, Morongimo was different, young, exceptionally talented, and from a prominent family, he held great promise. Junior brother Li Xuanxiao caught a glance from his fourth senior sister Suwan. She looked at him, aware that they had not seen each other for quite some time. It seemed as though Xuanxiao was intentionally avoiding her, which left Suwan feeling uneasy. She worried that perhaps her own circumstances had made him uncomfortable in her presence, prompting him to shy away. At this moment, Li Xianjiao maintained a composed demeanor as he gazed at her, devoid of the anticipated panic. Xuan couldn't help but reflect, indeed, his nonchalant facade belied an inner turmoil, her mere conversation with him causing her heart to race nearly to a standstill. Should Li Xianjiao have been privy to Xuan's innermost thoughts, one could only wonder what expression would grace his countenance. "Senior sister, you truly possess a vivid imagination," he mused inwardly. "Li Shidi, if there is anything you require upon reaching the southern wilderness, I shall assist you in your search," Xuan offered. "Thank you, senior sister. But such trivial matters need not trouble you," Li Xianjiao politely declined her offer. He was still quite anxious, Xuan noted. Meanwhile, Li Xianjiao observed Mu Rongmo, who was engaged in conversation with the young elder Fengyan, casting occasional glances in their direction. Was he perturbed by their exchange? "Senior sister, please refrain from inciting any animosity," Li Xianjiao thought with a hint of exasperation. 3 days later, they arrived above the Wuwang mountain. The group disembarked from the Great Bird and landed on a narrow woodland path. The southern wilderness was perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma. Although Wuwang mountain lay on the fringes, it remained formidable. The young elder Fengyan awaited them in the skies above. Mu Rongmo briefly assigned formations, entrusting the task of clearing the path to Fan Jiyu and 3 other disciples, including Li Xianjiao. Due to the miasma within Wuwang mountain, cultivators typically could not replenish their true essence promptly. However, they would invariably encounter various spiritual creatures and venomous insects blocking their way, necessitating someone to forge ahead. As the most powerful among them, Mu Rongmo was the primary force against the man-faced serpent, thus conserving his true essence was imperative. "Xianjiao, do be cautious," Mu Rongmo advised, gently patting his shoulder and offering a warm smile. Li Xianjiao nodded in a nonchalant manner. "Senior brother, I am but a novice. You must protect me," Jiang Luoshui playfully exclaimed to Mu Rongmo, who affectionately ruffled her hair. Witnessing this scene, Xuan let out a cold huff. She turned to Li Xianjiao. "Li Shidi, allow me to take on the task of clearing the path." Although Xuan meant well, Li Xianjiao felt an inexplicable discomfort. "Am I merely a pawn in your play?" He shook his head, choosing to decline her kindness. The group pressed onward swiftly, with Li Xianjiao leading the way at the forefront. After traversing for the duration of half an incense stick, they encountered the first obstacle, a tiger blocking their path. A venomous snake glistening in a vibrant green hue. It suddenly emerged, catching Li Xianjiao off guard. "Be careful." Fortunately, a disciple behind him acted swiftly, drawing their sword and slicing the snake in two. "Are you unharmed?" "I am well, thank you." The onlookers could not help but feel a twinge of disdain. The emerald serpent's cultivation was not high, having concealed itself among the trees, which they had all noticed, but Li Xianjiao had moved too swiftly. Xuan stepped in front of Li Xianjiao, taking over the duty of clearing the path. "I shall lead from here," she declared. Mu Rongmo observed the unfolding events with a cold gaze. The team pressed onward, soon encountering an attack from a rather formidable spider. However, through their collective efforts, they swiftly resolved the conflict. Without allowing any other creatures in the forest to be drawn to them, they continued their journey. At this pace, they reached the lair of the human-faced serpent within the span of just an hour. Rongmo, who had remained still until then, finally made his move. With a flick of his wrist, the renowned thundersword transformed into a dazzling display of light, reminiscent of a brilliant flash of lightning streaking across the night sky. In an instant, a torrent of thunderous energy surged forth, crashing toward the serpent. The human-faced serpent, clearly no ordinary adversary, deftly evaded the first lethal strike from Rongmo. Yet, before it could catch its breath, it found itself ensnared in an even more perilous predicament. Rongmo had already set a cage of sword energy, eagerly awaiting its unwitting descent into the trap. At this moment, Rongmo gripped the thunder sword tightly in his right hand, each swing emanating a dazzling arc of lightning. Meanwhile, his left hand deftly manipulated incantations, sending forth a series of mysterious runes from his fingertips, which merged with the surrounding sword energy, enhancing the ferocity of the energy cage. The serpent fell. Before the others could intervene, the human-faced serpent collapsed to the ground under Rongmo's assault. The group erupted in admiration. Truly, Morong Xixiang is remarkable. His prowess is unparalleled, we find ourselves humbled in his presence. It seems we are merely accompanying Morong Xixiang on a leisurely stroll. The task had been accomplished with exceptional ease. Naturally, with the mission concluded. It was customary for the disciples to attend to their own matters, each seeking the herbs or other items they required. Chapter 11, Hunting and Counter-Hunting. I intend to seek a rare herb and venture deeper into the southern wilderness, Morong Emo declared. This was customary, after completing their tasks. Disciples of Shushan often chose to part ways in pursuit of their individual quests. However, given the perils of the southern wilderness, only cultivators of Morong Mo's caliber would dare to delve deeper. Jiang Luoxue had initially wished to accompany her senior brother. But upon hearing Morong Mo's intentions to journey further into the south, she relinquished that thought. Xuanxiao, what herbs are you in search of? Shall we travel together? Although Woang Mountain lay on the fringes of the southern wilderness, it remained fraught with danger. A moment's inattention could lead to an encounter with fierce plant spirits, which would spell trouble. Thank you, senior sister, but I prefer to hone my skills alone, Li Xianxiao once again declined Su Wan's kind offer. His repeated refusals left Su Wan somewhat perplexed. Could it be that he was so shy as to avoid her entirely? It had been quite some time. Surely he had moved past their previous encounter. Hadn't she already forgiven him? Xuanxiao, there's no need for formality with me, Su Wan insisted. Li Xianxiao smiled. Yet internally he felt a surge of frustration. If possible, he truly wished to distance himself from this fourth senior sister. Xuanxiao, you should accompany senior sister. With her assistance, you'll be able to gather the herbs you need, someone nearby advised. Finding herbs is secondary, the primary goal is my personal growth. There is no need for concern. Dear seniors. Just be cautious, Li Xianxiao responded, not waiting for further discussion before departing on his sword towards the east. In the southern wilderness, soaring through the air was inadvisable, thus he progressed nearly at ground level, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This left Su Wan frowning in confusion. What is wrong with Li Xianxiao? Fan Jiyu, filled with envy and jealousy, remarked, he is unwilling to travel alongside senior sister Su? Indeed, another chimed in. Do not be upset, fourth sister. Perhaps Li Xianxiao has his own reasons, Jiang Luoxue said playfully, implying that Su Wan's affections were unreciprocated, leading to her current vexation. Su Wan shot a cold glance at Jiang Luoxue, choosing to disregard her. Senior sister Su, why not join me in the deeper southern wilderness? Morong Mo suggested. Feigning ignorance, Su Wan observed Li Xuanxiao's resolute refusal to accompany her, thus she abandoned her pursuit. After a moment's hesitation, she took a step in another direction. Morong Mo cast a lingering glance in Su Wan's direction, murmuring, this was the final opportunity one granted. He then departed as well. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoxue teamed up with the remaining two companions to continue their journey. Li Xianxiao advanced swiftly, weaving through the forest. A soft sigh escaped him after covering over 30 miles. Is it truly this serious? He fervently hoped he was merely overthinking, yet it seemed otherwise. After resting briefly, he resumed his journey. After a day had passed, Li Xuanxiao set up a rudimentary magical formation on the ground. He traced a circle with his sword and then seated himself within it, closing his eyes to meditate. The bright moon hung high above, resembling a silver disk casting its cool luminescence, illuminating the tranquil yet shadowy woods. In the midst of this darkness, Li Xuanxiao, who had kept his eyes tightly shut as if in slumber, suddenly opened them without warning. His gaze sparkled with a fierce light, as if he could perceive all the secrets concealed in the night. In an instant, a cold gleam, akin to lightning, surged from behind him. The speed was so astonishing that one could scarcely react. This gleam was a remarkably sharp flying sword, which pierced through Li Xuanxiao's body at an exceptionally cunning angle. Remarkably, despite the sword's incredible power, the emitted sword energy was extraordinarily sharp and precise. It neither caused violent disturbances in the surrounding air nor wreaked havoc upon the environment. The flying sword effortlessly pierced through the fallen leaves on the ground, as if it were passing through a mere layer of thin paper. Subsequently, it silently vanished into the sturdy trunk of a nearby tree, leaving behind a barely perceptible hole. Throughout this breathtaking attack, not a single trace of breath was revealed. Nor was there even the slightest sound. It seemed the assailant was exceptionally cautious, fearful that even the faintest noise might alert others to the peculiar circumstances unfolding here. The attacker gradually revealed himself. Morong Imo gazed at Li Xuanxiao's lifeless body with a face devoid of emotion. Yet in the next moment, the corpse erupted into a cloud of poisonous mist. Morong Imo raised an eyebrow, his hands clasped behind his back, showing no sign of tension. A clever illusion, yet regrettably, the cultivation was too weak. The poisonous mist did not affect Morong Imo in the slightest, lingering outside the protective aura surrounding him. Li Xuanxiao reappeared. Senior brother. Was it necessary to resort to such lethal measures? You repugnant wretch, some matters are best left untouched. Yet you dared to meddle, to covet my woman. Are you not courting death? Furthermore, you possess the cleansing elixir left by the sect leader, hand it over to me. At this moment, Morong Imo had entirely shed the amiable demeanor he had exhibited in Shushan. To the eyes of their fellow disciples, Morong was a gentleman of refined elegance, courteous and kind. Even towards the disciples of the servant peak. But now, the Morong Imo before him was a stark contrast to the familiar visage. What is mine can remain with me. You cannot seize it, let alone steal it. Such was the proclamation of a domineering figure, Li Xuanxiao silently criticized. He had initially wished for a swift end for his opponent, but regrettably, his adversary lacked discernment. Morong Imo was acutely aware of Li Xuanxiao's strength. Just recently, he had witnessed Li Xuanxiao in action, and could only describe his performance as unremarkable. Even against an opponent of equal cultivation, Morong Imo was utterly confident in his ability to vanquish him. Moreover, he stood at a higher realm than his rival. Your fate is to perish here. From the moment you accepted the task from the Sword Exchange Pavilion, you have already stepped into my trap. If I do not elucidate this matter, you may remain oblivious until your last breath, Morong Imo remarked indifferently. You are courting death. Had you traveled alongside junior sister Suwan, I would have found it difficult to strike. Yet, I never anticipated you would choose to venture alone. I have afforded you more than one opportunity, but alas, fate has not spared you. Li Xuanxiao smiled faintly, offering no further clarification. He reached for the sword box on his back. Spring! With a resonant clang, the sword sang as it soared from the box, a glimmering blade cutting through the air. Senior brother, you may have misunderstood. I am not in the slightest inferior to you. Li Xuanxiao ceased to suppress his cultivation. Morong Mo's expression shifted slightly. Foundation establishment. The aura surrounding him had even reached the later stage of foundation establishment. How could this be? Morong Imo attempted to summon his treasured sword. But it was too late. The opponent's sword advanced with remarkable speed, prompting Morong Imo to raise his hand to summon his magical artifact. Yet, Li Xuanxiao seemed to have anticipated this. Hidden amidst the thicket behind Morong Imo were traps meticulously laid by Li Xuanxiao. Two scorpion puppets launched their venomous needles. Chapter 12, The True Strong before him flew a sword, while behind lurked two poisoned scorpions, long concealed and poised to unleash their venomous stings. At this moment, Morong Imo remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He had been astounded by Li Xuandao's cultivation level, chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, integration, tribulation crossing, and great ascension. Those who had surpassed the third level of chi refinement possessed sufficient spiritual energy to wield low-tier spiritual artifacts and talismans. Those at the sixth level could even soar through the skies on their swords. Foundation establishment was further categorized into early, mid, late stages, and great perfection. Once a cultivator reached this stage, their lifespan could extend to 2 or 3 centuries. Their appearance would age, yet alchemical elixirs could preserve their youth. Through rebirth and the absorption of spiritual energy, they could transcend the need for sustenance. With the emergence of spiritual consciousness and the sea of consciousness, they gained the ability to perceive their surroundings and manipulate objects. They could wield mid-tier artifacts and talismans, and could also utilize high-tier ones that required little spiritual energy. This marked a qualitative leap from chi refinement to foundation establishment. While an ordinary warrior might, under certain circumstances, slay a chi refiner, they stood no chance against a cultivator of foundation establishment. At this moment, Morong Imo sensed that the opponent's aura was only slightly weaker than his own. Concealment. The adversary must be equipped with some treasure that masked their true cultivation level, otherwise, he would have detected it. As he felt the lethal moves approaching from both sides, he prepared to summon his artifact. Yet, before he could act, the poison needles had already pierced his body. How swift! Even faster than the flying sword. Morong Imo attempted to channel his true essence, but his right hand fell powerless. The toxins from the needles had sealed 3 acupuncture points, liquid gate, central pivots, and sun pool on his right arm. These points coincided perfectly with the flow of true essence needed to activate his artifact. If one were to liken the meridians to riverways, then the acupuncture points served as barriers, awaiting the impact and activation of the true essence. Only when the true essence successfully traversed these points could the corresponding magical powers be unleashed. Yet at this moment, Morong Mo's critical barriers had been temporarily obstructed, preventing the flow of his true essence. Panic finally gripped him. The adversary had come fully prepared. Little did Morong Imo realize that this plan to eliminate Li Shendao at Wuwang Mountain in the south was hastily devised upon learning that the disciples of Silver Sword Peak had failed to meet their mission objectives. He had foolishly reveled in the notion of being the hunter, unaware that the true predator had been on guard against him for over half a year. Since the rupture of his relationship with Su Wan and his disdainful glance towards Silver Sword Peak, Li Shendao had taken preventive measures. Over the course of those months, he had employed various tactics, acquiring intimate knowledge of Morong Mo's preferences, including his culinary tastes and even the color of his undergarments. Not to mention his frequently used artifacts. According to Li Xuandao's calculations, there was a 70% probability that Morong Imo would habitually employ that silver ring artifact, which was also the optimal defense against flying swords, thus increasing the probability by an additional 20%. The scorpion puppet's venomous stinger, enhanced by Li Xuanya, sacrificed potency and toxin for swiftness. It could only momentarily paralyze the 3 vital points, liquid door, middle juju, and yang pool. Yet, these 3 points were crucial for activating magical artifacts. Morong Mo's gravest error lay in his arrogance and underestimation. Initially, after making his move, he failed to summon his flying sword back at the first opportunity. The second time, confronted by Li Xuanya's assault, he lost his composure for a fleeting moment as Li Xuanya no longer concealed his aura, thus missing the chance to evade, confidently wielding his artifact. From that moment forth, he was bereft of any further opportunities. He faced an opponent who had meticulously prepared for 6 months, fully aware of his every capability. Spring, renowned for its speed, saw the flying sword pierce through Morong Mo's brainstem. For a brief moment, the brilliance in Morong Mo's eyes dulled, then swiftly faded away. The entire course of their battle, excluding Morong Mo's initial ramblings, transpired in but an instant. Morong Imo collapsed onto the ground, emitting a muffled thud as the fallen leaves around him were sent scattering. Until his last breath. He likely could not comprehend how his demise had come to pass, lingering instead on the moment when his opponent's prowess was suddenly laid bare. To conclude the conflict, Li Xuanya swiftly reigned in his aura. The deceased sect leader had once imparted to him a simple yet profound secret to overcoming formidable foes: to appear ordinary, inviting underestimation, leading all to mistakenly perceive him as a mere minion. The world is rife with powerful cultivators who have met their end due to a moment's negligence. Deceiving and slaying an adversary by exploiting their misjudgment of one's strength represents the simplest approach. With a gentle exhale, Li Xuanya returned the spring sword to its scabbard. As the 2 venomous scorpion puppets transformed into wisps of azure smoke with a soft pop. Morong Mo's corpse, however, could not be left unattended, otherwise the discovery of his wounds, inflicted by Li Xuanya's own sword, would lead to insurmountable complications. Even if he could explain it, Morong Mo's family and his allied disciples posed a significant threat. At that juncture, Li Xuanya would find himself in peril. He sprinkled powder that attracted ferocious beasts and insects upon Morong Mo's body, then concealed himself. Shortly thereafter, a black panther appeared. Li Xuanya, shrouding his presence, observed as the panther devoured Morong Mo's remains. For these ferocious beasts, a cultivator's body was undoubtedly a sumptuous feast. Witnessing this, Li Xuanya trailed the black panther for 2 full days before finally striking it down. In an era where love could swiftly turn to darkness, leading one to slay all in their path and bury countless innocents alongside them, navigating the path of cultivation necessitated utmost caution, caution upon caution. Li Xuanya then set forth in the opposite direction, for for the paramount objective was to seek out the vital materials for crafting puppets. After another 2 days, he had largely gathered the materials he sought, following the map with diligence. On this day, Xuanxiao stood within a valley, instinctively casting divination with 3 copper coins. With a single toss of a coin, 6 times would yield a hexagram. This time, just at the 5th throw, an extraordinarily powerful wave of energy surged forth, sweeping in like a tumultuous tide, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of the world asunder. Simultaneously, from a distant realm, a thunderous roar reverberated, akin to a cataclysmic thunderclap, instilling an involuntary sense of dread. Gazing into the horizon, one could behold the radiant glow of that energy nearly suffusing half the sky, resplendent to the point of being blinding. It resembled a cloud ablaze with fervent flames, spreading forth with an unstoppable force. Such a remarkable eruption of energy. Coupled with that colossal sound, could it be that a formidable being was engaged in a breathtaking struggle for survival? Truly, a genuine powerhouse. Chapter 13, The Heavens Seek My Demise. Xuanxiao's countenance changed drastically. The ferocity of combat among such formidable beings is truly terrifying. Due to the disparity in cultivation levels, the residual force generated during their battle could easily claim the life of an ordinary cultivator. To slay you would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Xuanxiao had calculated countless scenarios but had never anticipated encountering 2 powerful adversaries locked in fierce combat at this moment. Observing the spectacle? That was simply an invitation to death. In that fleeting instant, the tremendous aftershocks from the intense clash began to radiate outward with alarming speed. Enormous fireballs, ablaze and colossal, streaked across the sky like meteors, accompanied by a heart-stopping howl as they plummeted earthward. When the titanic fireballs collided violently with the ground, they erupted with a thunderous roar, as if the very fabric of the world trembled in response. Subsequently, a tempestuous shockwave of energy surged forth from the impact point, rippling outward in all directions. The ground struck by the fireballs could not withstand such overwhelming force, and in an instant, a bottomless crater, several dozen meters in diameter, was blasted into existence. Dust billowed and debris scattered, transforming the once flat and solid terrain into a chaotic wasteland. Xuanxiao was drenched in cold sweat. Such horror! This was a battle far beyond his level of participation. It was akin to an elite gamer clashing with a newcomer. The inexperienced should not even dream of scavenging for loot. Xuanxiao fixed his gaze on the location of the fireballs. According to the theory of shell craters, it was improbable for another explosion to occur in the same spot. He swiftly dashed towards a safer distance, employing his earth-burrowing technique. Digging and digging. Xuanxiao affixed a burrowing talisman to his forehead and continued to excavate stealthily. He did not cease until much later. The world of cultivation was indeed exceedingly cruel and merciless. Even so, Xuanxiao still felt a lingering sense of insecurity. A single sword could move mountains, part seas, pluck stars, sever rivers, raise cities, and cleave the heavens? Too perilous. Thus, he spent an entire day and night in this state. At last, the tumult outside subsided. Yet Xuanxiao remained concealed, afraid to emerge. The elder dispatched for supervision possessed limited strength and was likely hiding just as he was, therefore. He could not rely on anyone else. In such circumstances, it was better to remain hidden. After waiting for roughly half a day, Xuanxiao cautiously burrowed upward from the earth, resembling a groundhog. He emerged with only his head visible, surveying his surroundings in all directions. Once he ascertained his safety, he began to surface. However, just as he took a few steps forward, a figure appeared not far away. Xuanxiao's steps suddenly halted. Such misfortune! Was the heavens truly seeking his demise? Before him stood a stunning woman clad in red, reminiscent of a blood rose blooming in the dark night. Blood flowed continuously from her body, drenching her already vibrant crimson attire, which now appeared even more scarlet, as if scorched by fierce flames. Her tightly pressed lips revealed a hint of bluish purple, and several disheveled strands of hair clung to her sweaty forehead, fluttering gently in the breeze, enhancing the sense of tragic beauty. Xuanxiao turned and fled. Run! Run fast! This overwhelming demonic aura undoubtedly belonged to a formidable enchantress. There was no way to fight back. Absolutely no chance. Despite her seemingly imminent demise, she could still strike him down in the fleeting moment before her end. Swordsmanship. Spring thunder. The blade shimmered in midair, radiating a dazzling light, reminiscent of lightning cleaving the heavens. At that moment, Li Xiandao wore a grave expression, exerting every ounce of his inner vitality without reserve. In that instant, the air around him seemed to swirl, propelled by the immense aura emanating from his being, racing toward the target with astonishing speed. Run! There was but one thought. Run! In the next moment, Li Xiandao collapsed to the ground. A flash of red appeared before his eyes. It was over. His life was forfeit. The woman in red fixed her gaze upon the sword box behind him. The box trembled incessantly, emitting a low hum. A disciple of Mount Shu? Are you that old man's apprentice? Li Xiandao felt a jolt of shock. Merely hearing her speak, laced with a faint energy, was enough to overwhelm him. The disparity was insurmountable, a chasm too vast to bridge. This was not something that a flying sword or puppet poison needle could contend with. He had barely left the novice village and was already facing a major boss. As Li Xiandao lay on the ground, the intense pressure suddenly dissipated. The red-clad enchantress, like a kite severed from its string, lunged straight at him, crashing heavily onto his chest. After that fall, she lost consciousness, evidently due to her grave injuries. Li Xiandao was struck by a mingling aroma of faint perfume and potent blood that assaulted his senses, flooding his nostrils with that distinctive scent. Simultaneously, he could keenly feel the soft, almost boneless form of the woman in his arms, the warmth transmitted through the thin fabric causing his heart to flutter slightly. Ha! Li Xiandao paused for a moment, bewildered by this turn of events. She had fainted. In the next instant, Li Xiandao sprang to his feet. Enchantress! Prepare to meet your end. He drew his sword and swung, aiming for her neck. Compassion for the vulnerable? Who knew what malevolence lurked beneath that exterior? With such a potent demonic presence, who could fathom the extent of her heinous deeds? Without hesitation, Li Xiandao raised his sword, aiming for her head. Strike! It wound cut. He swung again. Clang, clang, clang. Li Xiandao felt his hands go numb from the impact. Changing his stance, he thrust. Still futile. This was the reality of their power disparity. Standing still, he could do nothing against her. Fine. You're impressive. Li Xiandao turned and fled. If he couldn't kill her, surely he could escape. His heart raced wildly. Just then, something landed on his shoulder. Li Xuanxiao's lips twitched slightly before he finally ceased his flight on the sword. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure behind him. Awakened again. Surely she does not intend to drain me dry? Take me to a place of safety. A voice emanated from behind. Understood. Li Xuanxiao responded without hesitation. At this moment, to utter a single word of dissent would be tantamount to courting disaster. In a secluded cave, the woman in red shed her inner armor and urged him, treat my wounds. Very well. Li Xuanxiao retrieved a collection of vividly colored vials, each adorned with labels. He grasped a vial marked hemostatic powder, aware that its application would bring a modicum of pain. Spare me the trivialities. Li Xuanxiao pressed his lips together. Dubbed hemostatic powder. It was, in truth, a concoction of 5 poisons. As for the reason behind the label, it was to prevent others from freely utilizing his belongings should they stumble upon his storage ring. Chapter 14, You Are Difficult to Kill. Li Xuanxiao poured the 5 poisons powder onto the wounds of his adversary and kindly inquired, Does it hurt? The woman in red responded with silence. He then picked up a bottle of disinfectant, and the corrosive liquid hissed as it met her skin. The red-clad woman shivered slightly. Is it working? Li Xuanxiao began to remove the inner armor from her back, feeling the residual warmth and formidable energy that lingered upon it. Her bare back was entirely exposed to his gaze. If one were to ignore the wounds, the contours of her back were exquisitely elegant. Every inch of her skin radiating a captivating luster, delicate enough to evoke an irresistible urge to touch, yet one would fear to tarnish such beauty. From her slender neck to her waist, which could be encircled by a single hand, the curvature was perfectly proportioned. However, Li Xianxiao had no time to admire. He was pouring a small green vial over the wound. An anesthetic powder. A mere pinch could render an elephant unconscious. Yet, despite half a bottle being poured, it bore no effect. "I'll give you something stronger," he declared, mixing several vials together. "What is this?" The woman in red suddenly spoke. "Your injuries are severe. These medicines must be combined." She fell silent thereafter. Xuanxiao smeared the multicolored ointment onto her wounds and then wrapped them in gauze. "I won't let the poison kill you." The woman gasped sharply and, after a moment, murmured, "Forward." Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she turned around. Only then did he notice a charming blush blooming on her cheeks. The rosy hue resembled the delicate petals of early spring peach blossoms, gently resting upon her porcelain-like skin, enhancing her already stunning visage with an added allure and enchantment. Xuanxiao maintained his composure, thinking, "I refuse to believe I cannot poison you." As he continued to apply the medicine, the woman furrowed her brows, her exquisite features twisting in apparent agony. A low, suppressed groan involuntarily escaped from her elegantly shaped nose. 30 years of coxcomb red, 50 years of peacock gallbladder, 60 years of heartbreak grass, and poisonous wine. Xuanxiao blended these together and quietly crushed a scorpion, evenly dispersing it over her wounds before wrapping them in gauze. Finally, he sighed in relief. The woman in red seemed to exhale a breath of relief as well. She reclined on a stone within the cave, her gaze lifting slightly to rest upon the youth who had aided her. "You are indeed difficult to kill," she thought resentfully. At that moment, the red-clad woman remembered and tugged at her clothing. "The wounds have been treated. Be cautious and avoid any vigorous movements or confrontations for now. As for your internal injuries, I am truly powerless, you must rely on yourself for that. All I could do was stop the bleeding. Please, take a rest. I shall take my leave without any need for your company. In the ways of the world, encountering one another is already a form of fate." Xuanxiao spoke to himself, then lifted his foot to step out of the cave. "Wait." The woman in red parted her crimson lips. Xuanxiao's expression remained unchanged. "There is no need for formality, gratitude is unnecessary, as it is all held within my heart." "Stop." Her tone turned icily sharper. Xuanxiao halted in his tracks. "I did not say you could leave," the woman in red stated coldly. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xuanxiao obediently resumed his seat. "May I inquire if there is anything else I can assist you with? Before I depart, you are not permitted to go anywhere." I must clarify that our expedition to the southern wilderness is for training purposes. If I do not return for an extended period, the elders within my sect will launch a large-scale search of the mountains, and that would surely complicate matters." Xuanxiao subtly reminded those behind him of the potential consequences. Just a small elder at the golden core stage, the woman in red's tone was laced with arrogance. "Well, it seems she has thoroughly grasped my situation." Xuanxiao promptly sealed his lips. "I never owe anyone a debt. Rest assured," the woman in red declared before closing her eyes. Xuanxiao was left uncertain whether she had drifted into slumber or was merely testing him. For a time, he dared not make any rash movements. After approximately a day had passed, the woman in red stirred awake, her complexion significantly improved, and the bleeding had ceased. "What kind of medicine did you use?" "The wound has healed remarkably well." Xuanxiao's lips twitched slightly as he could only attribute it to the excellent remedies from Shushan. Damn it! She couldn't possibly be a body that absorbs all poisons. The woman in red sat up, seemingly channeling her energy to recover from her injuries. Xuanxiao felt overwhelmed. If she appeared this formidable even while injured, what would happen once she fully recuperated? Contemplating this, Xuanxiao stood up. "I shall venture outside to find something to eat." After all, he was still a mere foundation establishment cultivator, in need of sustenance to replenish his energy, a perfectly reasonable excuse. "I shall also gather some dew." Dew, infused with spiritual energy, would likely be dismissed by a cultivator of her caliber, yet given her current state, the situation was different. The woman in red nodded in agreement. Having received her consent, Xuanxiao exited the cave. However, he had no intention of fleeing. It would be folly to think he could escape from such a formidable being. Even if he managed to run for a day, she could effortlessly track him down. As for seeking assistance from others, that was out of the question. The leading elder, merely a golden core cultivator, would not be deemed significant in her eyes. as Li Xuanxiao stepped out of the cave. He retrieved a blue vial from his storage ring and scattered its contents around the vicinity. This powder was designed to attract fierce beasts and venomous insects. Once he had finished dispersing it, he slipped away. After collecting the dew and waiting for a while, he returned to the cave, putting on an act. Inside the cave, Li Xuanxiao gazed at the woman in red seated upon the stone, then turned to observe the numerous corpses of large, formidable beasts. What has transpired? Have you been hunting? Li Xuanxiao swiftly accepted the reality of his plan's failure, displaying exceptional acting skills. Well, it is about time to replenish my strength, murmured the woman in red. Consequently, the somewhat guilty Li Xuanxiao voluntarily undertook the tasks of dissecting the fierce beast and preparing the meal. The small bottle adorned with chilies contained a red powder, indistinguishable from chile, exuding a slightly pungent aroma. In truth, it was heart-piercing powder. After a while, a pot of fierce beast broth was ready, appearing quite appetizing under Li Xuanxiao's culinary touch. The woman in red cast a glance at him, surprised to discover that today's youth possessed such culinary prowess. Chapter 15. Stop joking with me. In the impression of the woman in red, cultivators of this age are often ambitious yet lacking in practical skills. Who among them would willingly learn to cook? Once again, her gaze fell upon the pot of meat soup before her, its rich aroma wafted through the air, seemingly imbued with a kind of enchantment that could instantly awaken the dormant taste buds of anyone nearby. Upon closer inspection, the broth revealed an enticing reddish-brown hue, glistening with a thin layer of oil on the surface. The meat pieces within were uniformly sized, their clear textures indicating they had been simmered to tender perfection, melting in the mouth. The accompanying vegetables were cooked just right, retaining their own texture and nutrition while absorbing the delectable essence of the meat. It was important to note that this culinary delight was prepared under exceedingly humble conditions, without sophisticated kitchenware or a diverse array of seasonings. Yet, thanks to the chef's exquisite skills and precise understanding of the ingredients, this ordinary meat soup was transformed into something extraordinarily delicious. The woman in red nodded, expressing, "It's quite delightful. You should have some too." It seemed she felt it would be inappropriate for her to indulge alone. "No worries, you go ahead," she insisted. "If I say you should eat, then you must eat." Li Xuanxiao blinked, gazing at the pot of soup. "What's the matter?" he inquired. "Nothing. Fortunately, I had anticipated this and consumed the antidote beforehand," he replied, as he began to savor the meat. "By the way, what is your name?" the woman in red asked. "Morong Mo," Li Xuanxiao answered without hesitation. The woman nodded, falling silent for a moment before asking, "Aren't you curious about my name?" "Well, my master taught me that one should refrain from asking certain questions when traveling," he replied. "Is your master that old fellow with the surname Huang?" "He is my grandmaster," Li Xuanxiao stated frankly. The woman in red glanced at the sword sheath on Li Xuanxiao's back. "He entrusted you with it, he must hold you in high regard." "I merely assist my senior brother in keeping it safe," Li Xuanxiao humbly responded, fearing that the next moment she might utter, "This young man is destined to inherit the legacy, he must not be spared." Suddenly, the woman remarked, "Why do I feel so warm all of a sudden?" Li Xuanxiao was taken aback. "Is that line appropriate? What are you implying?" In an instant, a vibrant blush, as radiant as a sunset, seemed to magically spread across the woman's fair and delicate cheeks at a visible pace. This blush resembled a blooming red plum blossom atop a snow-capped mountain, dripping with beauty and exuding an enchanting glow. It began at her ears and gradually enveloped her entire face, enhancing her already captivating beauty with a touch of shyness and allure. "What is happening?" Li Xuanxiao asked. "Is it possible that the meat is too invigorating?" The woman shook her head. "What sort of seasoning did you use?" It dawned on Li Xuanxiao that he might have inadvertently included an aphrodisiac in the concoction while preparing the soup. The situation was dire. Yet the poison seemed to have no effect on him. The medicinal properties of the Hawan flower were potent, just one pill would suffice. Without hesitation, Li Xuanxiao pressed an antidote into the woman's mouth. The woman in red appeared to be in a daze, yet moments later, the fever subsided. Li Xuanxiao breathed a sigh of relief. His pure yang body had narrowly escaped disaster. 2 long days passed, each moment stretching endlessly for Li Xuanxiao. He repeatedly envisioned scenarios in which he could eliminate the woman, but each simulation ended in failure. To the woman in red. Xuanxiao seemed to have cared for her during this time, a novel experience for her. Perhaps due to her injuries, she let go of her previous arrogance and aloofness. Xuanxiao was also deeply concerned about her wounds and even changed her bandages once. Parasites. Tetanus. I refuse to believe this. As a result of Xuanxiao's efforts, the woman's external injuries healed more swiftly. He suppressed the urge to slap himself. What a disaster. During these days, he deliberately left behind clues during his outings. Since the woman had been injured, her assailant must be nearby in the southern frontier. Xuanxiao hoped to lure the perpetrator out and eliminate the threat once and for all. Fortune favors the diligent. On this day, under the pretense of gathering spiritual fruits in the wilderness, Xuanxiao sought an opportunity. His attention was captured by a figure emerging from a waterfall. A woman clad in black slowly lifted her head, blood trickling from her lips as she murmured to herself. Damn it, how could this scoundrel trap me for so long? The black-clad woman's gaze met Xuanxiao's, and the malevolence radiating from her was no less potent than that of the woman in red. Xuanxiao thought to himself, oh heavens, could this be my fate? He turned to flee, but in the next instant, he was pulled back by the black-clad woman. Ensnared by a magically imbued rope, he was swiftly taken to a secluded cave. Shushan disciple? She inquired, shedding her garments and turning her back to him. Can you heal wounds? Treat my injuries, or I will end you. Xuanxiao felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Had this scenario not unfolded before? He retrieved a small vial from his storage ring, containing the same concoction, voodoo powder and Xuanxin ointment that had proven ineffective before. Xuanxiao found himself in a predicament. The black-clad woman was far more volatile than her red counterpart, frequently declaring, "Don't try anything funny, or I'll kill you. Don't look around. Or I'll kill you. I'll kill you. What are you staring at? I'll kill you." Could it be that this black-clad woman was allied with the woman in red? Xuanxiao pondered silently within his heart. Thus, he once again feigned an excuse of venturing out to seek dew. He returned to the cave he had visited previously. Upon his return, the woman in red raised an eyebrow slightly. I thought you had fled. Where have you been for so long? Ah, it's nothing much. Just that the dew nearby had run dry, so I ventured further afield to find some, Xuanxiao replied. Engaging in casual banter before subtly inquiring whether the woman in red had any companions nearby and who had inflicted her injuries. The woman in red shook her head and replied gravely, for your sake, it is safer for you to know as little as possible. Thus, Xuanxiao had no choice but to abandon his attempts to glean information from her. He concocted another excuse and slipped away once more, turning his steps toward the cave of the woman in black. As he walked, an unexpected realization struck him. He felt as though he were a man caught indecisively between a mistress and a lover. Chapter 16, The Imperial Daughter Phone Within the Dim and Profound Cavern. A woman clad in black garments leaned silently against the stone wall. Her head was slightly bowed, and her eyes were firmly shut. Unlike the woman in red, this figure exuded an intense sense of aggression. Even with her eyes closed, one could perceive the sharp brilliance that lay within them. Beneath her high-bridged nose, her lips appeared somewhat thin, yet their contours were remarkably well-defined, with the corners of her mouth perpetually hinting at a barely perceptible smirk. This countenance enveloped her in an aura of danger and mystery. More importantly, quite substantial. The woman in black opened her eyes and gazed at Xuanxiao, who had ventured out to gather dew. You are quite attentive, she remarked. Clever, astute, and most importantly, pleasing to the eye. With a nod, she asserted. From this day forth, you shall serve as my handmaiden. Xuanxiao stammered, I am unworthy, utterly unworthy. Whoever doubts your worthiness is mistaken. This is an opportunity you could never hope to attain in several lifetimes. Consider yourself fortunate, the woman in black replied with a light scoff. Xuanxiao found himself at a loss for words. But your storage ring has been lost, do you possess any other attire? The black-clad woman glanced at her tattered garments, revealing substantial skin. Yet, for her, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly vexed her was the fact that her clothing was stained with blood, muddied, An odorous and intolerable state of affairs. Li Xuanxiao lamented that had he known this would occur, he would have brought additional clothing. His outer garment had already been given to the woman in red. The woman in black scrutinized him and commanded, "Hand over your garment to me, you wretched servant." With no other choice, Li Xuanxiao reluctantly removed his inner layer, revealing a small vest of his own design. The woman in black gazed at his vest and gasped, "You wretched servant, possess quite the taste, this attire, remove it." After a moment's hesitation, he complied and removed the vest. "What have I gotten myself into?" he thought, realizing he had encountered a rather formidable rogue of a woman. The woman in black discarded her own cloak and donned Li Xuanxiao's vest. Rather agreeable, she mused, inspecting herself from side to side. "By the way, what is your name, servant?" "Morong, Li Xuanxiao replied without hesitation. "What a pitiful name. I am called the Imperial Daughter Feng. In light of your assistance, I shall permit you to nuzzle your head against my feet." Li Xuanxiao was taken aback. Is the demonic sect indulging in such perversions now? Is that not sufficient? The Imperial Daughter Feng rested her chin on her hand, a hint of disdain in her tone. "How greedy you are. Very well, I shall grant you a bit more. I will press my foot firmly upon your head. Surely that will suffice. Of course, I must be cautious not to squash your little head, for that would be quite unsightly." Li Xuanxiao hastily declined. "There is no need for that, merely serving you is a privilege beyond measure." The Empress Feng nodded slightly, raising her chin with evident joy illuminating her face. Li Xuanxiao realized that this enchantress was quite easy to please, a few compliments were enough to elevate her spirits. Empress Feng. As a disciple of Mount Shu, Li Xuanxiao was well aware of this name. Empress Feng, the sovereign of the Hall of Heavenly Calamity. One of the four major demonic sects in the Central Plains, the Hall of Heavenly Calamity, the Nine Nether Mountain, the Azura Hall, and the Crimson Blood Mansion. Empress Feng was the master of the Hall of Heavenly Calamity, reputed to possess unfathomable cultivation. The righteous souls who perished at her hands could indeed form a mountain of corpses, and the blood could converge into a vast river. Li Xuanxiao couldn't help but marvel at his own fortune. He had not ventured out for long, yet he encountered a figure of such caliber as Empress Feng. "To be candid, I have long heard of your illustrious name and never anticipated meeting you here. It is truly a stroke of fortune. As if my ancestors' graves were emitting green smoke." "Oh? I did not realize I was so renowned," Empress Feng remarked with a smile that was difficult to suppress. It was evident that she relished this praise. Li Xuanxiao mentally assessed her. Indeed, she was voluptuous yet not particularly astute, easier to handle than the woman in red. Fiery-tempered and single-minded. Empress Feng crossed her arms, huffing lightly. The more she looked at this young man, the more she found him agreeable, especially since he had assisted her. With a slight gesture, she produced a pill that fell directly into Li Xuanxiao's mouth, observing his perplexed expression. Empress Feng explained. "This is the life and death pill I concocted. Once ingested, your cultivation will greatly increase, however, you will also fall under my control. You will need to return to me for the antidote every year, or face dire consequences." Li Xuanxiao swallowed hard. Indeed, this was the nature of a temptress. Even if you aided her, when it came time to act against you, she would not hesitate. Do not entertain notions of forming any relationship. A moment's carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. This was troublesome. Li Xuanxiao maintained his composure, his smile still radiant. "You should adopt a new name." "I do not fancy the name Morong. From now on, you shall be called Wang Kai." "Wang Kai? That is a dog's name. Fear not, accompany me, and I promise you a far more comfortable existence than in Mount Shu." "Wang Kai expresses gratitude, Your Highness." Li Xuanxiao quickly embraced his new moniker. Empress Feng nodded in satisfaction. Wang Kai, emboldened, ventured to ask, "Who injured you, Your Highness? Why do you wish to know?" Empress Feng replied coldly, having been pricked at a sore spot. Li Xuanxiao hastily clarified, "I merely wish to know who would dare harm the esteemed Empress Feng. Such an affront cannot be tolerated. And I shall ensure they face a gruesome end." Empress Feng nodded appreciatively, though she shook her head in caution. "You are no match for her. But your concern is commendable." It was Lu Jiushui of the Azura Hall. Lu Jiushui of the Azura Hall. Another infamous enchantress. It is said that she has an affinity for red and often appears clad in vibrant crimson attire. However, legends remain legends. Xuanxiao's mind raced as he tentatively inquired. Could it be the enchanting Xuanxiao, renowned for her striking crimson attire, who is said to be beautiful beyond compare? Upon hearing this, the imperial princess Feng became agitated. Springing to her feet. Beautiful beyond compare? Is she more exquisite than I? In what way does she surpass me? Just look at her visage. And now, behold my form. The imperial princess straightened her posture. Examine my legs and my waist. As she spoke, she began to disrobe, determined to substantiate her claim to beauty before Xuanxiao. In what way is she more attractive than I? Speak up. Xuanxiao hastily intervened to stop her. Chapter 17, No New Tricks? After much effort, Xuanxiao managed to placate the imperial princess Feng, having spoken ill of Xuanxiao. He swiftly extricated himself from her presence and hastened to find Xuanxiao. He had now ascertained that the one engaging in combat with Xuanxiao was none other than Princess Feng herself. It was a case of dogs biting dogs. No righteous individuals were involved in the elimination of either party. Thus, if he wished to navigate the treacherous waters between these two, he needed to tread carefully. At this moment, Xuanxiao stood outside Xuanxiao's cave. She slightly lifted her gaze, her eyes as clear and captivating as a serene autumn lake. As her eyes flickered, it seemed as though countless stars danced within them. When her gaze inadvertently brushed past Xuanxiao, that fleeting moment of connection seemed to encompass a myriad of unspoken words. Xuanxiao remained unperturbed, a smile still adorning his face. In the next instant, a black pill fell into his mouth. Xuanxiao clutched his throat. This is a pill I concocted, Xuanxiao remarked coolly. It will greatly enhance your abilities, yet it is also a poison. Xuanxiao. Oh? Here we go again. Must your dark sect always resort to the same old tricks? He felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Consuming 2 pills with adverse effects in quick succession, coupled with the enhancement of his powers, was bound to be unsettling. Discomfort is to be expected. You shall feel better after a moment, Xuanxiao reassured him. Do not blame me, it is not that I distrust you, but this is merely a precaution. All who enter my sect must endure this. However, this pill is only meant for those who are close to me. You have saved my life. So you shall remain by my side henceforth. At this point, Xuanxiao lay sprawled on the ground. He could distinctly feel the 2 pills, administered by Xuanxiao and Princess Feng respectively, igniting within him like 2 explosive devices. These powerful and enigmatic energies clashed within him, akin to 2 well-trained and well-equipped armies engaged in a fierce battle on the narrow battlefield of his body. They intertwined, collided, and clawed at one another, each encounter sending tremors through him. One energy burned with the intensity of fire, threatening to incinerate everything in its path, while the other was as frigid as frost, instantly freezing all it touched into icy sculptures. The 2 forces engaged in a relentless struggle, neither yielding, creating an impasse in their fierce contest. They rampaged through his meridians and acupoints, wreaking havoc upon the previously steady flow of his vital energy. He felt as though his internal organs were being mercilessly tugged, and his very bones seemed on the verge of disintegration. My life is forfeit. Xuanxiao could hardly muster the strength to speak. Help! 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 Is this it? Xuanxiao opened his eyes, his small eyes filled with immense confusion. What is happening? He sensed the once tumultuous power within him rapidly subsiding, and his cultivation was swiftly elevated. However, the side effects brought about by the elixirs, namely the toxins, appeared to have neutralized each other. Oh! Xuanxiao was inexplicably delighted, the heavens had not forsaken him. Not only did the 2 elixirs enhance his cultivation, akin to forcibly infusing him with a substantial amount of power, but they also conveniently eradicated the adverse effects. Even someone as composed as Xuanxiao could not help but smile at this moment. Nevertheless, the influx of power necessitated time for him to assimilate the cultivation within his body. It was not akin to the martial arts novels where a master bestows a century's worth of power onto the protagonist, resulting in an immediate acquisition of that strength. If such a thing were to occur, it would likely lead to the protagonist's explosive demise. In this case, Merely breaking through a minor realm required sufficient time for Li Xuanxiao to digest. Thus, in the following days, Li Xuanxiao oscillated between the two women, Dnv Feng and Lu Qiushui, while he absorbed the cultivation within him. Dnv Feng resembled a formidable figure from the underworld, more straightforward and easily deceived. While Lu Qiushui, despite her ardent love for the color red, exhibited a more composed demeanor. Thanks to Li Xuanxiao's attentive care, both women gradually grew closer to him. It became apparent that they had somewhat relinquished their previous airs of superiority. This phenomenon could be aptly explained by the suspension bridge effect, which posits that when an individual traverses a precarious bridge, their heart rate quickens due to anxiety. Should they encounter another person during this moment, they may mistakenly attribute their accelerated heartbeat to romantic attraction, thereby developing feelings for the other party. Dnv Feng and Lu Qiushui, accustomed to commanding authority, found themselves in a vulnerable position, injured and resting in a cave, with only a stranger from the Shushan sect to tend to them, naturally fostering a sense of affection. This explains why many cinematic narratives depict the protagonists falling in love under similar circumstances. After a few tranquil days, Li Xuanxiao concluded his meditation. Although he had not fully digested his cultivation, he had reached a temporary state of saturation and was ready to embark on his next plan. On one particular day, Li Xuanxiao tended to Lu Qiushui's wounds. He carefully supported her arm, placing a clean white cloth nearby for future use. Slowly, he unwrapped the bandage covering her injury, revealing the still healing scar beneath. Lu Qiushui could not help but furrow her brow as the movement caused a sharp pain. However, upon seeing the boy's focused and earnest expression, the discomfort in her heart seemed to diminish somewhat. "Your recovery is progressing faster than I anticipated," Li Xuanxiao remarked. Lu Qiushui nodded in agreement. "Then you should rest well." As Li Xuanxiao prepared to leave as usual, Lu Qiushui, now accustomed to his routine, instinctively exclaimed, "Come back early." The words felt peculiar as soon as they left her lips. Li Xuanxiao cast a fleeting glance back at her, his expression unperturbed, before departing the cave. After the passage of half a stick of incense, a figure staggered back from outside the cave. "Run, run quickly! It's the people from the Heavenly Fiend Palace." With that, Li Xuanxiao collapsed onto the ground. The mention of the Heavenly Fiend Palace caused Lu Qiushui's expression to shift dramatically, and she hurried to support Li Xuanxiao. He had already succumbed to lifelessness. Lu Qiushui stood frozen like a statue, unable to react for what felt like an eternity. The tranquil lake of her heart, once as serene as water, now rippled with subtle disturbances, soon followed by a gentle tremor. That youth, so vibrant and full of life, now lay in her embrace devoid of vitality, as if peacefully sleeping. His body gradually turned cold, the essence of life ebbing away from him, moment by moment. Reflecting on the brief days they had spent together, though fleeting, this period was distinctly special and unparalleled for Lu Qiushui. Each day unfolded with simplicity and purity. Even if it sometimes felt monotonous, inexplicably, this unremarkable existence filled her with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. She recalled their initial meeting, where they both maintained an awkward silence, neither daring to break the tranquility. Yet, as time progressed, they grew more familiar, quietly gazing at the resplendent sunset in the distance, sharing their joys and sorrows, exchanging laughter and conversation. Suddenly, with a clanking sound, her sword was drawn, and an aura of battle enveloped Lu Qiushui, her silver teeth clenched tightly. At that moment, another figure burst into the scene. Chapter 18, Have You Lost Your Mind? The Empress Feng gazed at Li Xuanxiao, who lay lifeless in Lu Qiushui's embrace, momentarily stunned. Anger surged within her, her eyes narrowing in fury. "You wretched fool! It was you once again." Li Xuanxiao had clearly drawn his last breath, and there was no doubt that Lu Qiushui was the one responsible. She had promised this young man a life of opulence, to indulge in the finest wines, to revel in the company of the most beautiful maidens, to ride the swiftest steeds. The Empress Feng was a woman of her word, and her impression of this youth had always been favorable. Lu Qiushui, equally enraged, glared at Empress Feng, shouting, "Die! You scoundrel!" The two of them burst out of the cave. Lu Qiushui's hands gripped tightly around the sword that shimmered with a cold light, the blade trembling slightly as if it resonated with her very intent. In an instant, a blinding sword light erupted forth, resembling a roaring blaze, illuminating the entire battlefield. The fiery glow was imbued with unfathomable heat and overwhelming power, making it nearly impossible to behold. Simultaneously, a fire dragon roared as it ascended from the radiance of the sword, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp fangs, its colossal, powerful claws striking with the force of thunder towards Empress foam. This fire dragon was enveloped in flames, its momentum formidable, distorting the air in its wake. Yet, in the face of this fierce assault, Empress foam displayed no fear. With a gentle flutter of her magnificent wings, she ascended gracefully as if she were a celestial being, clutching a lotus lantern that radiated a soft, ethereal glow. The lantern burst forth with a kaleidoscope of colors, enhancing Empress Feng's regal elegance and otherworldly charm. This was not their first encounter. The past grievances surged anew in their hearts, fueling the intensity of their battle. Both were determined to exert their utmost, vowing to determine life and death. The Wuwang mountain swayed incessantly, resembling a drunken giant struggling to maintain its footing. Alongside this violent tremor, countless massive stones tumbled down the steep slopes, colliding with one another and producing a deafening roar. In a moment, chaos erupted, with debris flying and dust swirling. The creatures that dwelled in the mountains, birds, poisonous insects, and ferocious beasts, scattered in search of refuge. Amidst their fierce clash, neither party noticed that the once-deceased Xuanxiao had vanished. Silently employing his earth-escaping technique, he swiftly retreated into the distance. Let them fight, let them strive for mutual destruction. Xuanxiao fled towards the predetermined rendezvous point. He ran tirelessly for 3 days and nights, finally escaping the confines of Wuwang Mountain. And thus it began anew. Suwan gazed anxiously at the distant Wuwang Mountain. The other disciples of Shushan exchanged worried glances. Would they emerge victorious? What if they inadvertently brought about our demise? Li Xianxiao and Brother Morong had been absent for so long, could it be that? No, that cannot be. Do not speak such nonsense, Jiang Luoshui retorted, puffing her cheeks in indignation. The disciple who spoke out of turn hastily slapped himself, exclaiming, Sha! Surely, Senior Brother Morong and Junior Brother Li are destined to be safe. Just as he spoke, a shadow darted across the ground not far away. Junior Brother Li! Suwan's eyes brightened. The young elder Fengyan felt a wave of relief upon seeing Li Xianxiao. However, her heart sank again when she noticed that Senior Brother Morong's figure was absent. Morong Mo was not with you? Li Xianxiao shook his head. I did not see Senior Brother Morong. It was the Empress of the Heavenly Fiend in Luqiushui. What? Upon hearing these names, the expressions of the Shushan disciples, including Elder Fengyan, changed drastically. The Empress of the Heavenly Fiend and Luqiushui were both notorious fiends, feared not only within the Central Plains but also renowned beyond its borders. Elder Fengyan, acting decisively, sent a message via flying sword to Shushan, urging them to swiftly encircle the two formidable foes. 3 days later, the headmaster of the 3 peaks of Shushan, accompanied by 5 elders and 36 disciples, arrived at Mount Wuwang. However, by the time they reached their destination, the battle between the Empress of the Heavenly Fiend and Luqiushui had already concluded. The outcome of this confrontation remained unknown, as both figures had vanished from Mount Wuwang. The determined leaders conducted a further search throughout the southern regions. But even the peak leaders dared not venture too deep into the heart of the south. Ultimately, they were left with no answers. As for Morong Mo, every inch of Mount Wuwang had been scoured, yet he remained unfound. It was likely, perhaps, that he had perished within the mountain's depths. Of course, the blame rested squarely on the shoulders of the Empress and Luqiushui. Given Morong Mo's prowess, coupled with the emergency talismans he possessed, it was improbable that he could have been silently killed. Thus, it was highly probable that either the Empress or Luqiushui had dealt the fatal blow. Shushan recorded this grievous debt, as another life of a Shushan disciple was claimed by their hands. Amidst Jiang Luoshui's weeping, the group concluded their ill-fated expedition to Mount Wuwang and returned to Shushan. Along the way, Jiang Luoshui's tears flowed incessantly. Suwan gazed quietly into the distance, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. This man had once been the object of her profound affection. Yet now, they were mere strangers to one another. Nevertheless, upon learning of his demise, her heart ached with a familiar pain. Memories of their past flooded her mind like a tide, the sweet and tender moments seemingly yesterday. They had strolled amidst blossoming flowers beneath the moonlight, sharing their innermost thoughts. They had spent countless joyous days together, experiencing the ebbs and flows of life side by side. Every smile, every embrace was indelibly etched in Xuan's memory, impossible to erase. But now? Everything had changed, and there was no turning back. Xuan let out a long sigh, a sound imbued with profound helplessness and sorrow. Perhaps this was the design of fate. Those fated to meet yet ultimately parting ways would forever remain but a fleeting interlude in the grand symphony of life. Though the love still lingers in her heart, she can only silently bury it deep within, allowing time to gradually soothe the wounds of the past. Xuan gazed at Xuanxiao and approached him. "Please grant me a little time." Xuanxiao turned, looking at her with a puzzled expression. "Just a little time, for I once shared a bond with him. Although those are tales of yesteryear, they still weigh heavily upon me. Allow me this moment to mend my own wounds, and then I shall reflect upon the feelings that lie between us." Xuanxiao, oh? May I audaciously inquire? Has your mind been befuddled? Chapter 19. You terrify me a little. Fourth senior sister, do you perhaps misunderstand something? Xuanxiao could no longer contain his curiosity. Xuan looked at him in bewilderment. Could it be that? Indeed. Xuanxiao believed that Xuan had comprehended his intent. Fourth senior sister. You are rather narcissistic. Did you kill Brother Morong just to possess me? Xuan exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing this, Xuanxiao was utterly taken aback. Although all of Xuan's deductions were erroneous, the outcome was astonishingly accurate. How could she presume that he would commit such an act for her sake? Yet, she was indeed correct. He had indeed slain Morong Mo. Xuanxiao felt an overwhelming sense of despair. How utterly insane. If this were to reach others' ears and they were to believe it, he would find himself in an unresolvable predicament. Senior sister, how could you harbor such thoughts? Xuan took a step back, and in the midst of the chaos, she had indeed killed Morong Mo, then placed the blame on the Empress phone in Xuanxiao. With my strength, how could I possibly rival Brother Morong? Realizing her own folly, Xuan continued. Could it be that you lured the Empress phone in Xuanxiao to eliminate Morong Mo? Using others to do your bidding? Xuanxiao, senior sister, you are being abstract. This is rather frightening. How could you entertain such a wild notion? I'm sorry. Xuan reflected on how Xuanxiao had secretly observed her previously to protect her. If he had indeed killed Morong Mo for her sake, it would make sense. Fourth senior sister, what I meant to say is that you seem to have misunderstood. I do not harbor feelings for you. What? Xuan was left dumbfounded. As if she had heard something utterly inconceivable. What did you say? The weeping Jiang Luoxue quietly lifted her head, her ears perked up, filled with intrigue. Xuanxiao continued, Senior sister, I have no ulterior motives towards you. My intention in placing the twin soul mirror stone in your cave was solely to protect you. For you, how shall I put it? Fourth senior sister, allow me to speak candidly, please do not take offense. You are, by nature, a target for others' grievances. In the vernacular of my hometown, you are someone who cannot even muster a response when falsely accused. You remain silent, brooding in tears. Even when others slander you by claiming you conspired with the demonic sect. Thus, I stood up to shield you. Having seen through this vulnerability and prepared for any potential slanders against you. As for matters of the heart, as a junior brother, I am wholly dedicated to my cultivation and have no intentions in that regard. Furthermore, I am acutely aware of my own limitations, my talents are modest. And my appearance is unremarkable. In contrast, you, senior sister, are exceptionally gifted and stunningly beautiful, far beyond someone like me. Therefore, I can only admire you from afar. Not daring to overstep my boundaries. Should you one day ascend to the celestial platform and attain enlightenment, remembering me, Xuanxiao, would indeed be a blessing. Xuanxiao performed a gesture of respect, leaving Xuan in a state of stunned disbelief. Within a short span of days, she had endured two profound shocks. The first blow came with the untimely demise of her once beloved, Morong Mo, a relationship that had blossomed with mutual affection yet had never crossed the boundaries of intimacy. The second came from her devoted junior disciple, who she believed harbored deep feelings for her. Only to reveal that his intentions were purely to assist her rather than to love her. Days later, the group returned to Mount Shu. After completing their mission, Xuanxiao made his way back to Silver Sword Peak, leaving the aftermath of Mo's demise to be handled by the sect. Upon his return, he reflected on the harrowing experiences of recent days, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. The assassination attempt by Mo, although anticipated, had been swiftly countered. Yet, encountering the likes of the imperial Princess Feng and Lu Qiushui had far exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, he had emerged unscathed. The cultivation world was merciless, and the path forward lay in diligently enhancing one's abilities. Senior brother. As soon as Xuanxiao arrived at the humble abode on Silver Sword Peak, an enchanting voice greeted him. You finally returned. Oh no. Zhao Lu clutched her head and plopped down onto the ground. You've bullied me again. Have you been practicing diligently during my absence? Of course. She insisted. I can smell the scent of idleness on you. How could that be? I have been diligently cultivating. Zhao Lu protested. With a swift motion, Xuanxiao placed a pill into Zhao Lu's mouth, declaring, This is my newly concocted elixir. If you tell lies, you shall suffer from foot odor for life. Zhao Lu's expression shifted dramatically. A little fairy with foot odor. I can't live anymore. Have you truly been practicing properly? I'm sorry, senior brother, I was wrong. She pleaded, sitting stubbornly on the ground. Please, don't let me have foot odor. I beg you. For half a month, you are to remain within your room, not stepping outside. After sending his junior sister away, Xuanxiao returned to his humble dwelling. He sat in meditation, eager to assimilate the cultivation he had gained, unwilling to squander a single moment. Thoughts of Princess Feng and Lu Qiushui began to swirl in his mind. Reflecting on the recent experiences, though brief, they were indelibly etched in his memory. He vowed to remember this humiliation. Shaking his head, he murmured to himself, I wonder, did they perish together? Are they dead? If they live, will they seek revenge on me? Xuanxiao was not particularly concerned about them coming after Mount Shu. However, he could not remain there forever. The thought of being unable to find peace troubled him deeply. Ultimately, it was his own weakness that gnawed at him. If only his strength were sufficient. Such worries would be unnecessary. Thus, half a month later, as Xuanxiao concluded his brief retreat, he noticed a figure beneath the willow tree outside his humble abode. There stood a graceful figure, quietly poised, with a delicate hand gently toying with the cascade of ebony tresses that fell before her like a waterfall. She was adorned in an exquisite fringed gown, its ample fabric flowing elegantly. The soft, smooth texture of the dress swayed gently in the breeze, causing the fringes at the hem to dance with a captivating shimmer. This gown impeccably accentuated her sinuous silhouette, her slender waist barely graspable, and her long legs tantalizingly concealed. It was neither Suwan nor the junior sister Zhao Lu, but rather Jiang Luoshui. How could she possibly be here? Chapter 20, You two are true love brotherly. You have finally emerged. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Jiang Luoshui approached with enthusiasm, affectionately attempting to link her arm with Xuanxiao's. However, Xuanxiao deftly evaded her advance. Junior sister Jiang, what brings you to seek me? Jiang Luoshui, undeterred by the rejection, flashed an even brighter smile. Is it not permissible to seek out brotherly without a specific reason? To be fair, Jiang Luoshui possessed remarkable beauty. Her delicate, porcelain-like visage was smooth and refined, evoking a soft touch that one might associate with tender youthfulness. Her exquisite features were perfectly arranged on her petite face, with brows resembling distant mountains, gently arched like crescent moons. Her large, bright eyes sparkled with clarity and vitality, and beneath her high-bridged nose, her cherry-like lips were naturally tinted. With her hands clasped behind her back and her body slightly leaning forward, she called out, brotherly. For an ordinary person, such an address might evoke an overwhelming wave of emotions. Xuanxiao's heart raced with alarm, pondering the intentions of this seemingly mischievous girl. Could it be? Could she be seeking vengeance for Mo? Jiang Luoshui had harbored deep feelings for Mo, and the news of his demise had undoubtedly devastated her, possibly inciting a desire for retribution. As for the targets of her revenge, Suwan, himself, or perhaps others, anyone could be in her sights. Their romantic inclinations defied conventional reasoning. In an instant, countless scenarios raced through Li Xuanxiao's mind. Although the opponent's cultivation was inferior to his own, one could never underestimate the potential possession of any potent artifacts. However, this possibility appeared slim. Moreover, given the distance between them, even if she wielded a magical tool, she would have little time to employ it unless it were poison. Indeed, poison. Li Xuanxiao narrowed his eyes, his expression grave, holding his breath. His hands, concealed within the voluminous sleeves of his robe, began to move cautiously and silently. He deftly retrieved a poison barrier talisman that emanated a faint glow, though seemingly unremarkable. Once activated, it would swiftly create a short-lived yet impenetrable defensive barrier around him, specifically designed to ward off toxic gases, granting him precious time and a safe space. Junior sister, what is your true purpose in seeking me? Li Xuanxiao's tone grew more intense. Nothing much, I merely wish to engage you in conversation. Conversation? He thought, wary that such dialogue might serve as a pretext for an ambush. He took a cautious step back. I would like to share a meal with you. Zhang Luoshui blinked her enchanting eyes. Perhaps during dinner you might poison me, seeking vengeance for Morong Mo. Li Xuanxiao discreetly retreated another step. The green bamboo snake's bite, the wasp's stinger, both can be deadly, yet the most toxic is the heart of a woman. Brotherly, with Morong gone, I have no one left to talk to. Therefore, you want me to accompany Morong Mo? Li Xuanxiao's eyes widened like copper bells, ready to spring into action at any moment. Just then, Zhang Luoshui quietly inquired, Senior Brotherly, may I ask, what is your relationship with Sister Xuan? Internally, Li Xuanxiao thought, is she suspecting that I conspired with Sister Xuan to eliminate Morong Mo? This line of reasoning seems plausible, considering Zhang Luoshui's interference in the relationship between Morong Mo and Xuan. To outsiders, it would appear that I stood up to defend Xuan, indicating my feelings for her, perhaps even silently protecting her from the shadows. Thus, in retaliation against Morong Mo, we conspired together to bring about his demise. As Li Xuanxiao indulged in these thoughts, he became increasingly convinced of Zhang Luoshui's intentions. You and Sister Xuan have no particularly special relationship, do you? This question momentarily stunned Li Xuanxiao, but he quickly responded with conviction, absolutely not. Oh, I see, Zhang Luoshui replied with a light-hearted smile, that reassures me. I thought you had feelings for Sister Xuan. Zhang Luoshui smirked slyly, that would be splendid. Sister Xuan has mentioned that you have always liked her. It seems she has misunderstood, indeed. I must clarify this matter with them, otherwise, it might cause confusion for you, senior brother. You truly do not harbor any feelings for Sister Xuan, do you? Oh dear, I must inform everyone. Sister Xuan is quite something. Spreading rumors that senior brother is fond of her. How self-absorbed she is, causing you distress, isn't it? Li Xuanxiao remained speechless. Senior brother, I shall come to find you another day. Since we are all from the same sect, you may call me Luoshui from now on. It sounds more intimate. Do not refer to me as Junior Sister Zhang anymore. Soon enough, Zhang Luoshui departed from Silver Sword Peak, leaving Li Xuanxiao in a state of utter bewilderment. Li Xuanxiao swiftly analyzed the current situation. It appeared that Zhang Luoshui was not there to seek vengeance for Morong Mo. Or perhaps she had already dismissed him from her mind. The reason for her visit today was her suspicion that Xuan had feelings for him, thus leading her to attempt to entice him. Li Xuanxiao furrowed his brow. Xuan was fond of Morong Mo, while Zhang Luoshui tried to provoke Xuan by pursuing him. Now, suspecting Xuan's affections for him, Zhang Luoshui sought to entice him to further irritate Xuan. Could it be that Zhang Luoshui has feelings for Xuan herself? It seems your true affection lies with Xuan. Am I merely a pawn in the game between you and Morong Mo? The world has turned upside down. Li Xuanxiao resolved to retreat for another half-month of seclusion. However, this matter was evidently far from over. Upon returning, Zhang Luoshui spread embellished tales. Indeed, Sister Xuan is willingly entangled. Yes. She clings to Senior Brotherly without relent. Indeed, Xuan likes Senior Brotherly, but Senior Brotherly favors Junior Sister Luoshui. Oh. So that's how it is. No wonder Sister Xuan looks at Jiang Luoshui with disdain, it's jealousy. This is the discourse of bystanders, accompanied by the fervent supporters of Jiang Luoshui and Xuan. Li Xuanxiao, come forth. May you meet your demise. You are utterly unworthy of junior sister Luoshui, and equally unworthy of senior sister Xuan. Who is this Li Xuanxiao? I wish to challenge him to a duel. As a fellow disciple of Mount Shu, why does he enjoy such favoritism? It is profoundly unjust. Let us seek out Li Xuanxiao. I wish not to lay eyes upon him. At this very moment, on Silver Sword Peak, Li Xuanxiao found himself utterly perplexed. Unable to comprehend the situation. What had gone awry? He had heard rumors circulating that he and Xuan had conceived a child together, even suggesting that he had an illegitimate child with Jiang Luoshui. If I cannot confront them, must I hide? Thus, Li Xuanxiao decisively abandoned his dwelling and temporarily retreated to the rear mountain of Silver Sword Peak, preparing to wait until the storm subsided and this matter faded from memory. 3 months passed in this manner, with Li Xuanxiao diligently cultivating in solitude on the rear mountain, simultaneously utilizing the materials gathered from the Wuwang Mountain expedition to enhance his scorpion puppet. Chapter 21, The Tiger Mountain 3 months later. In a cave on the back mountain of Silver Sword Peak, Li Xuanxiao took a deep breath, gazing at the 3 puppet scorpions before him. Under the influence of his magical energy, the puppets sprang into action. Currently, the primary issue with the puppet scorpions was their lack of agility and speed. The poison he had concocted was potent enough to harm a fully realized Foundation establishment cultivator. However, the challenge remained, how to administer his venom to such formidable practitioners. After all, not everyone was as mindless as Morong Mo. Li Xuanxiao sketched a large question mark on his planning sheet. As for his swordsmanship, he had only progressed to the 4th level of the Shushan Sword Classic, having stagnated for half a year with no sign of advancement in his practice. Had he indeed become complacent? His peers would surely say, if reaching the 4th level is considered laziness, then what does that make us? Engaging in indulgence day after day? Suddenly, Li Xuanxiao sensed an intruder in the formation he had set. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the cave and appeared outside the array. Potato, potato. I am a sweet potato, came the voice of his junior sister from within the maze. Li Xuanxiao dispelled the formation. Senior brother, as you instructed. I have brought you the task. Zhao Lu shook her hand, revealing a jade token in her palm. Nodding, Li Xuanxiao accepted the token. Whereupon a line of small characters emerged, task content, exterminate the tiger demon at Tiger Mountain, accompanied by a complete route map. Alright, I understand. Please report the latest developments within the sect to me, Li Xuanxiao instructed. Zhao Lu bit her lip and took out her notebook. Latest news from within the sect, senior brother Shuiyun has been located. It is said he was seen drinking alone in Yunzhou. Recently, the rumors regarding you have diminished. After senior sister Xuan entered seclusion, Jiang Luoshui has also ceased his obsession with finding you. Li Xuanxiao nodded, further affirming his suspicion that Jiang Luoshui harbored feelings for Xuan, unable to bear the thought of her interest in another. However, after he and Xuan had cleared the air, Jiang Luoshui would likely no longer pursue him, and the rumors would eventually fade into obscurity. Zhao Lu continued. There is one more thing, 3rd senior sister has returned from her travels, but she brought someone back with her. Who is it? Unknown. Even 3rd senior sister does not know his true identity. It is said he has lost his memory. Amnesia? A man? Zhao Lu nodded, adding that he was quite handsome. Though she quickly added, of course, not as handsome as senior brother. Li Xuanxiao chose to disregard her latter remark. An amnesiac stranger, that certainly raised some concerns. It was rumored that his amnesia was somehow linked to 3rd senior sister, which prompted her to bring him back to Shushan. With a slight shift in his gaze, Li Xuanxiao gave Zhao Lu a few more instructions before departing from the back mountain of Silver Sword Peak. He made his way directly to find 3rd senior sister, eager to see this so-called amnesiac man with his own eyes. A handsome man, bereft of memory and identity, left Li Xuanxiao feeling somewhat uneasy. Upon arriving at the residence of the 3rd sister of the Silver Sword Peak, he learned that she had been summoned by the esteemed sect leader. Even after waiting until nightfall, there was still no sign of her, and he wished to avoid the potential gossip that might arise from encountering other disciples at Tongtian Peak. Thus, he resolved to complete his current tasks before seeking out the third sister for clarification. Subsequently, Xuanxiao departed from Silver Sword Peak alone. The formidable Weihu Mountain loomed majestically, shrouded in mist. It is said that within this mountain resides a pair of powerful tiger demons, each having attained a high level of cultivation. Once ordinary beasts of the mountain, these tigers had fortuitously encountered a passing immortal. Recognizing their innate spiritual essence, the immortal bestowed upon them the methods of cultivation and the path to enlightenment. Initially, the tiger demons expressed their gratitude and diligently adhered to the immortal's teachings, striving to suppress their primal instincts and desires, with the singular aim of achieving enlightenment. However, as time progressed and their powers grew, so too did their ambitions and desires, which began to flourish unchecked. Gradually, they became increasingly brazen. Today, Weihu Mountain has transformed into a forbidden zone, where any merchant or traveler unfortunate enough to tread within its confines often meets a grim fate. The two tiger demons mercilessly devour these innocent souls, reveling in the thrill of the hunt. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, and torrential rain began to pour from the heavily overcast heavens. The already treacherous mountain path became exceedingly difficult to traverse. Water cascaded down the slopes, forming turbulent streams that relentlessly battered the legs of the travelers. "Brother, let us seek refuge from the rain in that mountain shrine," suggested a woman clad in green. The tall man beside her was named Zhou, while the woman was called by Shui. Both were disciples of the Xiantian sword sect, which, while not as storied as the Shushan sect, possessed considerable strength. They had come to vanquish the tiger demons. Upon entering the dilapidated mountain shrine, they discovered it already occupied by two young monks seeking shelter from the rain. The monks introduced themselves, one named Qingfeng and the other Qingming, hailing from Fahua Temple. In this remote forest, with legends of demons and ghosts, it was clear that their nighttime presence was not merely for scenic appreciation. A brief exchange revealed that they all shared the same objective. Since they were united by a common mission to eliminate the malevolent tiger demons, there was no need for competition. Their numbers provided greater assurance of success. Thus, the four settled in, engaging in lively conversation while outside the storm raged on. Unbeknownst to them, within the confines of the crumbling shrine, deeper mysteries awaited. The lifeless clay statue quietly observed them with its gaze. Disguised as the clay idol, Xuanxiao felt a subtle stir within. Through the exchanges among the individuals, he had gleaned their identities and the purpose of their visit. The reason for Xuanxiao's concealment here was that he was the first to arrive at the mountain god temple. Initially intending to remain patiently and wait for the movements of the two tiger demons, he unexpectedly found himself instead in the company of four fellow practitioners. However, this was neither entirely a misfortune nor a blessing. Xuanxiao was unaccustomed to fighting alongside others. Nevertheless, these four possessed commendable strength, more than capable of dealing with the two tiger demons. Contemplating this, Xuanxiao resolved to observe further. Should they successfully vanquish the tiger demons, he would discreetly withdraw. Conversely, if they faltered, he could strike the demons unawares from his hidden vantage point. Chapter 22, A Brazen Assault. At this moment, the door of the mountain god temple swung open once more. This time, a troop of traveling merchants entered, their attire suggesting they hailed from distant lands. Had they not come from afar, they would not have dared tread into the treacherous Tiger Mountain, even if it meant taking a longer route. Zhou took the initiative to engage them in conversation, inquiring if they were unaware of the monsters that roamed this ominous place. The leader of the merchants wiped the rain from his face and replied, "There is no choice. If we don't hasten our pace, our goods will remain unsold, and our families will suffer." The curious Bai Shui, clad in azure, suggested, "If you cannot sell your wares, why not pursue another trade?" "But we lack the capital," he lamented. "Surely, borrowing a few hundred taels from relatives or friends would not be too difficult?" The merchants exchanged glances, captivated by the beauty of the young girl. Concealed within the deity's shrine, Xuanxiao cast a glance at Bai Shui, as if to say, "What a naive proposition." Zhou offered Bai Shui a knowing look and smiled apologetically at the merchants. "Forgive my junior sister, she is somewhat naive to the ways of the world." The merchant waved his hand dismissively. Zhou continued, "A few hundred taels would hardly suffice. If you're to borrow, consider thousands instead, as that would be more suitable for business." Alternatively, you might lease your home and farmland to others and collect the rent. That's how my family operates. The merchants were left speechless. Li Xuanxiao interjected, "Do not mind my junior brother, he is merely speaking without thought." The merchants chuckled awkwardly, about to respond when a deep, resonant roar suddenly erupted from outside. The sound seemed to echo from the annals of time, piercing through the tempestuous winds and rain, resonating in the ears of all present. Amidst the violent storm, this roar was startlingly clear, akin to a blade slicing through the sky. The merchants were taken aback. Is this truly our misfortune? Have we encountered the tiger demon? Zhou Yan, Bai Shui, Qing Feng, and Cheng Ming remained composed, even harboring a hint of excitement. For they had originally come in search of the tiger demon. They had anticipated a laborious endeavor, yet the creature had presented itself so readily. The dilapidated door of the mountain god temple, already on the verge of collapse, was now torn asunder by the ferocious winds. A frigid gust, mingled with rain and earth, swept into the temple, causing a shiver to run through all assembled. Their gazes were irresistibly drawn towards the entrance. In the relentless downpour, an enormous tiger head suddenly emerged from the darkness. Its massive form was formidable, resembling a moving hill. Above its head, eyes as large as bronze bells gleamed with a chilling light. Above this colossal beast, flashes of lightning periodically illuminated the pitch-black sky, casting a daylight-like glow upon the surroundings. With each flash, the tiger's fur reflected a blinding brilliance, rendering it even more fearsome and terrifying. The merchants, already pale with fear, had never encountered such a formidable tiger. The beast suddenly halted, a glimmer of disdain flickering in its eyes. Another reckless cultivator, it seemed. With a soft snort, Zhou Yan stepped forward to shield the merchants, daring them to test their limits. Qin Feng clasped his hands together, addressing the tiger, "Noble beast, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Lay down your weapon and attain enlightenment, Amitba." The white tiger let out a thunderous roar, silencing any further words. "Enough of your prattle, prepare to meet your end." 4 figures surged forth from the temple, engaging in fierce combat with the tiger demon. The series of sword techniques appeared astonishingly sharp, yet upon closer inspection, numerous flaws became apparent. Although their movements were swift, the transitions between each strike seemed somewhat rushed and lacked composure. Particularly during the execution of more intricate sword forms, their shallow prowess and unstable foundation were glaringly exposed. The essence of the Xiantian sword sect's techniques lies in their fluidity and stability, yet the swordplay displayed before them bore only a superficial resemblance, failing to grasp the profound intricacies. Li Xuanxiao observed the battle while scrutinizing Zhou Yan, the strongest swordsman among them. The reputation of Fahua Temple's palm techniques was indeed well-deserved. Under the righteous onslaught of the 4, the white tiger retreated step by step, its fury escalating into a deafening roar. Clouds ride the dragon, winds follow the tiger. A fierce gale swept through the surroundings. Li Xuanxiao's consciousness stirred. 2 tiger demons from Weihu Mountain had now revealed themselves. And the emergence of this particular tiger was accompanied by an overwhelming aura that left all present in awe. This tiger, entirely snow-white as if cloaked in a thick layer of snow, bore no blemishes and radiated a faint cold light. Compared to the previous demon, its size was immensely greater, exceeding the former by more than double. "Who dares to harm my lord?" The battlefield transformed into a 2-against-4 scenario. Zhou Yan's expression shifted slightly, something was amiss. The intel had indicated that both tiger demons were in the mid-foundation stage. Yet, the female tiger had already reached the pinnacle of the foundation stage. A half-step into the golden core realm. This female tiger was far more ferocious, relying on her formidable physique to attack recklessly. Even more daunting was her superior combat intelligence compared to the male tiger. Feigning a strike, she lunged for the weakest among the 4, Bai Shui. "Sister, be careful." Zhou Yan attempted to turn back to save her, but it was too late. Bai Shui, wielding her long sword, charged fiercely at the ferocious female tiger. However, the female tiger reacted with astonishing agility, swiping her massive, powerful paw and striking the sword with tremendous force. Bai Shui's long sword was sent flying as if it were a mere feather. In that critical moment, a brilliant, snow-white sword light shot forth like lightning. This sword light, swift and imbued with a fierce momentum, raced directly toward the female tiger. From the statue, Li Xuanxiao burst forth with great force. The flash of his sword struck with astonishing speed, leaving the mother tiger no time to evade. The blade pierced through her chest, sending her hurtling backwards. Xuanxiao's approach was predicated on a singular principle: when he chose to strike, he did so with precision and ferocity. His attack was brazenly audacious, a most straightforward ambush. With one decisive thrust, he uttered not a single word of superfluity. In his grasp, a talisman charged with latent energy soared forth, encapsulating the mother tiger in an inescapable cage. In tandem, another sword thrust was unleashed. At that moment, a thunderous roar resounded, "Do not harm my lady." A figure interposed itself before the tip of Xuanxiao's blade. It was the male tiger. Xuanxiao's sword pierced through its body. Chapter 23, Why are you so indifferent? Xuanxiao did not anticipate that the male tiger possessed such profound loyalty. Yet, his actions remained unperturbed as he forcefully kicked the male tiger aside. The female tiger's strength far surpassed that of the male. First, eliminate the female tiger. Spare my wife, take my life instead. The male tiger roared. Rest assured. It is a mere trifling task. None shall escape. Xuanxiao remained deaf to the pleas, forming a sword gesture with his hands. Die. The sword's tip pointed directly at the trapped female tiger within the cage. At that moment, another sword lunged forth from the side, meeting Xuanxiao's blade. Wait. Xuanxiao furrowed his brow slightly. Standing before him was Zhou Yan. My good sir, please show mercy and lend me your ear. Xuanxiao presumed the other intended to personally slay the female tiger to facilitate the task. He did not contest this, as long as the female tiger perished, his mission would be accomplished. Thus, he swiftly responded, then proceed. At that juncture, the male tiger had already lunged towards the cage. However, with its current cultivation, it could not breach the cage, while the female tiger within had sustained grievous injuries from Xuanxiao's surprise attack. Wife! Wife! My beloved, how are you? Are you unhurt? My dear husband! Flee quickly, these foes are formidable, you must escape and leave me behind. No, no! My wife! I shall not abandon you. It pivoted, glaring furiously at Xuanxiao and the others. You wish to slay me? Release my beloved wife. Amitabha, the heavens have their laws. And the immortal realm has its rules. Though heaven and earth may be unkind, treating all creatures as mere fodder, they fail to comprehend that even demons possess true emotions. Qingfeng clasped his hands together. Nearby, his junior disciple Qingming also murmured an Amitabha. Seeing this scene, Bai Shui could not help but be moved. Good sir. May I inquire which sect you belong to? Zhou Yan bowed slightly. Disciple of Mount Shu, Xuanxiao. Ah, a disciple of Mount Shu. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for coming to my junior sister's aid. No need for formalities, this is not the time for idle chatter. We shall discuss matters in detail after vanquishing the demons. Zhou Yan cast a glance at the pair of tiger demons and sighed softly. Does fellow Taoist Li not feel a stir of emotion upon witnessing this? A stir of emotion? Such an uncommon term. I implore you to spare my wife. The male tiger begged, adopting a human-like posture and bowing its head in despair. My dear, please, no. Do not. You must flee. Let them have their way with you both. Xuanxiao raised his sword to strike. Yet once again, he was halted. Amitabha, good sir, please pause. Xuanxiao. Just a moment, during your previous altercation, your speed did not appear so swift. In that instant, Xuanxiao began to suspect he was ensnared in a trap. The strength Qingfeng had displayed moments ago was not so formidable. Why are you obstructing me? Good sir. Saving a life is more meritorious than constructing a seven-tiered pagoda. This applies to demons as well. The compassion of the Buddha is not solely about loving those we cherish but also about forgiving and caring for our adversaries. Such a generous spirit arises from the wisdom of unity, loving others as oneself. Should you wish to end my life? Then let it be the end for both my spouse and me. The male tiger pleaded desperately. Do not be foolish, my love. You must flee. The female tiger cried, her voice hoarse with emotion. You must live on and care for our children. My dear, without you, existence in this world would be nothing but suffering. Li Xiankong reassured. Rest assured, I shall ensure your demise, along with that of your children, is devoid of torment. Please, noble friends. Halt your actions. How can one be so heartless? Li Xiankong blinked in surprise. Heartless? Is that how you perceive me? He turned his gaze towards the speaker, Bai Shui. Bai Shui wiped away the tears that had escaped from her eyes due to her compassion. Do you not find them pitiable? Witnessing this scene, how can you still act so ruthlessly? Grant them a chance. Zhou Yan interjected, you both must remember this day and vow never to commit evil again. Out of respect for your profound bond as a couple, I shall spare you today. Thank you, esteemed master. Thank you. The tiger couple bowed repeatedly, their faces etched with sincerity. Zhou Yan turned to Li Xiankong and remarked, while it is commendable to rid the world of malevolence, one must also consider the approach. Violence does not resolve all matters. Look now, is this not a joyous outcome? Li Xiankong surveyed the two tiger demons, then glanced at the four individuals standing in front of him, reluctantly sheathing his sword. At that moment, the female tiger spoke, esteemed masters. I previously received a secret letter from a cultist inviting me to join their ranks. Now, having resolved to abandon evil and embrace virtue, I wish to present this letter to you. You may use it to infiltrate the cult and assist in its eradication. Is this true? Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow. It is indeed true. Excellent. Zhou Yan exclaimed. Not only has this task been accomplished smoothly, but we may also uncover leads on the cult, a significant achievement. Esteemed ones, do not take the words of this tiger demon at face value. I have already conducted my inquiries. This creature has wrought havoc for many years, having slain over 300 men, women, and children. If mere words could suffice to lay down the sword, what of the lives of those 300? Li Xiankong spoke gravely. The male tiger responded immediately, Noble master, I had no choice, my wife was with child and gravely injured. I was left with no option but to resort to bloodshed to prolong her life. If you seek retribution, let me pay the price for those lives lost. But spare my wife and children. No. It is my fault, my love. You bear no blame in this. Zhou Yan sighed, recognizing their plight. However, once lives are lost, they cannot be restored. After this, you too shall descend the mountain and offer your condolences to the families of those unjustly slain. Qingfeng readily agreed. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? Master Zhou is indeed wise, I hold no objections. Master Li, what is your perspective? Li Xiankong understood that opposing this decision would likely be futile. As several individuals prepared to accompany the tiger demon in procuring the secret message, Li Xuanxiao chose not to follow, instead bidding farewell and departing. Observing his retreating figure, Bai Shui silently scoffed, Senior brother. I have long heard of the emotionless path practiced by the disciples of Mount Shu. It is indeed true that they possess hearts as unyielding as stone. Zhou Yan shook his head, remarking, if we were to allow him to slay this tiger demon, we would be deprived of the opportunity to uncover the secrets of the message and track down the traces of the demonic sect. Thus, it is said that virtuous deeds yield virtuous outcomes. Indeed, I comprehend, Senior brother, Bai Shui replied. Esteemed immortals, please follow me. Gong Hu assisted the severely injured mother tiger and led the way ahead. Chapter 24, The Cruelty of the Cultivation Realm. They cautiously followed the two massive and imposing tiger demons, meandering slowly through the dense and shadowy forest. The surroundings were so serene that the only sounds were their footsteps and the occasional chirping of birds. After an indeterminate period of time, they finally arrived at a colossal cave entrance. The two tiger demons led the way inside, and the group followed closely behind. Upon entering the cave, they were immediately awestruck by the magnificent spectacle before them. The interior was adorned in resplendent gold and dazzling jewels, truly deserving of the description opulent. The cave walls sparkled with countless glimmering gemstones, the floor was laid with soft and luxurious carpets, and exquisite crystal chandeliers hung from above, illuminating the entire space as brightly as day. Venturing further in, they beheld an array of extraordinary treasures, some radiating bizarre luminescence, while others displayed unique and intricate designs. It was evident that this couple of tiger demons had diligently scavenged and plundered various treasures over the years, amassing such an astonishing wealth. Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow, remarking, "You certainly possess a plethora of treasures here." The male tiger quickly replied, "My wife and I are willing to present all the treasures within this cave to the four esteemed immortals, merely to atone for our past transgressions." Zhou Yan nodded, appreciating their understanding. "Esteemed ones, this way please, I also have an unparalleled celestial treasure." "An unparalleled celestial treasure?" The four grew intrigued and followed the tiger demon to the far end of the cave. "Where is this treasure?" "Immortal master, please take a look," the male tiger said as he stepped back, and with a swift motion, the ground beneath them surged upward, enveloping the four in a prison of vines. Zhou Yan immediately reacted, exclaiming, "You two fiends have not changed your wicked ways, you dare to deceive us." "Amitba, I am exceedingly angered," he continued, "you are truly despicable. Especially after I placed my trust in you." Bai Shui stomped her foot in fury. "It is you who are foolish." The female tiger laughed heartily, saying, "You cultivators are both naive and simple-minded, it is no shame to fall into our hands." "Do you think this can entrap us?" Zhou Yan scoffed, brandishing his sword. With a single stroke, he transformed one sword into a multitude. This was a unique skill of the Xiantian sword sect, capable of manifesting countless blades at its peak. However, even with Zhou Yan's impressive swordsmanship, the surrounding vines remained untouched. The female tiger laughed again, "Do not waste your efforts. These vines are a treasure formed from a seed left by the two current immortals. Not even a perfected golden core cultivator could break through them." Zhou Yan, undeterred, focused his true essence and swung his sword, joined by Qingfeng and Bai Shui. Yet, as the mother tiger had stated, despite their use of various spells and treasures, they found themselves unable to shatter the prison. The four were momentarily filled with dread. Bai Shui threatened, "Demonic being, release us now and you may yet have a chance for retreat. Otherwise, when our sect arrives, we shall ensure you are ground to dust." As she spoke, a sudden dizziness overcame her. Soon, the other three felt it as well. The two tiger demons scoffed derisively. "These vines emit corrosive toxins, within half an hour you shall perish. Do await your demise in agony." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the four shifted dramatically. Yet, no matter their efforts, they could not sever the vines. In desperation, they even relinquished their pride, pleading for mercy from the tiger demons. But the tiger demons were not so magnanimous as to grant their enemies a second chance. Half an hour slipped away in an instant. The four collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Such is the cruelty of the cultivation world. The two tiger demons swiftly gathered all the belongings within the cave. With the death of the four, their sect would undoubtedly locate them through the unique markings on their bodies. They could not linger here. Alas, what a pity for this cave. The male tiger lamented. "Preserving one's life is paramount above all." The female tiger's breath remained somewhat unsteady. The earlier ambush by Li Xuanxiao had indeed injured her foundation. "Fear not, my dear. Should we encounter that cultivator again, I shall flay him alive." The female tiger smiled faintly. "Now, let us depart swiftly." The two tiger demons hastened down the mountain. The sun dipped low in the west, and as the last rays of twilight faded, darkness enveloped the forest. The two tiger demons raced along the mountain path. Suddenly, a silvery light erupted, piercing through the male tiger's body and pinning him to an ancient tree. The female tiger gasped, letting out a roar. Yet, she could not discern the position of their assailants. A multitude of presences surrounded them, no fewer than 10 individuals. A fierce wind howled violently, a tempest unlike any ordinary breeze. A ferocious hurricane. The fur of the female tiger whipped wildly in the gale. Mastery over the wind is an essential skill for a tiger that has attained sentience. With a thunderous roar, the very space seemed to tremble. The hurricane, centered around the female tiger, surged forth like an unstoppable tide, sweeping in all directions. Wherever it passed, sand and stones flew, vegetation was uprooted, and even the earth was torn asunder, revealing thick layers of soil. In the blink of an eye, the area within a radius of 5 feet became desolate, barren, devoid of life, leaving only bare ground and swirling dust. And, of course, the remnants of shredded puppets. The female tiger's expression changed. But it was too late. 2 beams of sword light struck her, and she fell to the ground with a mournful cry. Li Xuanxiao emerged from the shadows. Wait! Celestial Master, you promised to spare our lives, the male tiger wailed. That was their promise to you, not mine. Li Xuanxiao replied coolly. We have already arranged with those 4 celestial masters to leave the mountain and descend to atone for our sins. If the immortal master truly wishes to take our lives, at the very least allow us the chance to atone for our sins before you strike. The male tiger implored. Your method of penance is to swiftly perish in this place, Li Xuanxiao declared, raising his sword. Wait! Wait! The female tiger, in a state of panic, realized that this man harbored only a desire to annihilate them, devoid of any other sentiment. Within our lair lie countless treasures, relics left by the immortals. Should the immortal master choose to spare us, we would gladly offer these gifts. With a decisive swing, Li Xuanxiao replied, foolishness. Should I slay you? Those possessions would still rightfully belong to me. The female tiger gasped, is this the behavior of a righteous sect? With another swift stroke, her breath faded into silence. The male tiger's eyes widened in fury, you scoundrel! I shall avenge my wife. Do not be hasty, your turn is imminent, Li Xuanxiao retorted, sparing no further words. With a flick of his wrist, his flying sword was unleashed, piercing through the male tiger's skull. The tiger's head tilted, and he soon succumbed to death. After vanquishing the 2 tiger demons, Li Xuanxiao collected their storage rings and proceeded along the path they had traversed. Chapter 25, The End of the Tiger Demons. At Mount Wei. Following the trail left by the 2 tiger demons, Li Xuanxiao discovered the lair of the tigers. Upon entering the cave, he found an array of treasures that the demons had left behind. After casting a cursory glance, he made his way to the cave's end, where his brow furrowed slightly. There lay 4 skeletal remains, devoid of flesh and blood, as if they had succumbed to the relentless passage of time, ultimately reduced to mere bones. These were Zhou Yan, Bai Shui, Qing Feng, and Cheng Ming. Li Xuanxiao was bewildered, he had believed the 4 had departed. To his astonishment, the 2 tiger demons had slain them here. Logically, even at their peak, the demons would have struggled to prevail against these 4. Let alone in their current state of injury. He began to search meticulously for any traps or formations, soon uncovering a hidden vine-based artifact. This artifact was imbued with a protective array. A sharp intake of breath escaped Li Xuanxiao as he sensed its potent aura, which seemed insurmountable even for practitioners at the golden core stage. No wonder these 4 had met their demise. He shook his head, feeling a twinge of sorrow for them. After all, they were righteous individuals, likely overconfident in their knowledge, having never encountered the treachery of the human heart or the even darker intentions of demons. This was yet another stark reminder of the harsh realities within the cultivation world. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreversible consequences, leaving no room for regret. The vine artifact had not been taken by the tiger demons, likely due to their inability to wield it, as it could only be controlled by those with righteous intent. Li Xuanxiao cautiously stowed away the vine seed artifact, thus equipping himself with an additional means of defense. Casting one last glance at the skeletal remains, he shook his head once more. It was only a matter of time before the disciples from Fa Temple and Xiantian Sword Sect arrived to collect the corpses. And he wished to spare the 4 from being feasted upon by wild beasts. Therefore, he scattered beast-repelling powder outside the cave. Taiping County, a name that evokes images of tranquility and peace, yet the reality stands in stark contrast. This place is fraught with danger and instability. One of the reasons for this bleak situation is its proximity to the infamous Mount Wei. Each year, no fewer than 100 lives are ruthlessly claimed, falling victim to the tiger menace. These unfortunate souls may have encountered a fierce tiger while toiling in the forest, or met with misfortune while hunting or gathering firewood. Some, tragically, are women laboring at home with their children, only to find upon their husband's return that the house is left with naught but their lifeless forms. The horror intensifies with the knowledge that the legendary Mount Wei harbors not merely ordinary tigers. According to the words of some local elders, it seems that this mountain conceals 2 enormous and exceptionally fierce tiger demons. Their size is said to surpass that of ordinary horses. Imagine the terror of such colossal creatures roaming the forests. Today, at the break of dawn, the town crier, yawning and holding a gong, stepped out of the county office. Something ahead caught his eye, prompting him to rub his eyes. My goodness! The crier fell to the ground in fright, staring ahead in horror. It was not 2 tigers, but rather the skins of 2 tigers. The news spread quickly, and citizens from nearby counties rushed over, all eager to witness the terrifying remains of the tiger demons. However, thereafter, the legendary Tiger Mountain was never again plagued by these demons. The mystery of who vanquished the tiger demons and placed their skins here remains unsolved. Taiping County truly became Taiping County. Years later, amidst the changes of time and dynasties, a peasant from Taiping County led a rebellion and ultimately ascended to the throne. On Mount Shu, Li Xiandao returned to Silver Sword Peak, presenting the task jade slip to his junior sister Zhao Lu, requesting her assistance and reporting back to the sword-holding pavilion while he refrained from venturing out for the time being. He must avoid 4th senior sister Suan and Jian Luoshui. Is 3rd senior sister at Silver Sword Peak? Li Xiandao inquired. Yes, Zhao Lu nodded. After giving Zhao Lu a few more instructions, he set out to find 3rd senior sister. 3rd senior sister, named Lin Wanqing, hailed from an ordinary background. Yet, judging by the fragments of information he gathered from their master, Li Xiandao sensed that 3rd senior sister Lin Wanqing was anything but ordinary. She seemed to be the reincarnation of an ancient celestial being. Of course, this was merely speculation without substantial evidence. Before long, Li Xiandao found 3rd senior sister Lin Wanqing, who was playing the guqin in a bamboo grove. He did not approach her directly but observed her quietly for a moment. Soon, he noticed a striking figure whose appearance was mesmerizing, possessing an alluring charm that seemed to captivate the soul. His skin was as pale as snow, delicate as mutton fat jade, glistening subtly in the sunlight. Clad in a deep blue robe, the collar and cuffs were meticulously embroidered with silver-threaded cloud patterns, resembling flowing clouds. A wide, azure-cloud-patterned belt adorned his waist, intricately embroidered to complement the robe, enhancing his regal air. His long, lustrous black hair was tied up high, and he wore a small silver crown inlaid with jade, accentuating his extraordinary handsomeness. What a handsome man! Li Xiandao frowned. Sister! The man exclaimed, bounding joyfully towards Lin Wanqing. Sister, I caught a butterfly. Lin Wanqing smiled and replied, yes, the butterfly is beautiful. Shall we let it go? The man blinked playfully, displaying a charming innocence. Lin Wanqing gently caressed his head, saying, be good. Butterflies are living creatures, they too can feel pain. While we admire their beauty, they may be filled with fear at this moment. Perhaps there are others waiting for it as well. So, shall we release it? The man nodded obediently, resembling a 3-year-old child, and set the butterfly free. I will listen to my sister. Li Xiandao couldn't help but shiver, covered in goosebumps. This is unbearable. Who is there? Lin Wanqing suddenly inquired. Li Xiandao composed himself and smiled as he stepped outside. 3rd senior sister, you have returned. Ah, it is the junior brother. Upon seeing Li Xiandao, a smile graced Lin Wanqing's face. Chapter 26, The Mysterious Fellow Sister, Who is he? The man observed Li Xuanxiao's vigilant demeanor, retreating behind Lin Wanqing. He is my junior disciple. Junior disciple? What does that mean? Well, he is the younger brother of my sister, Lin Wanqing explained. The man pouted. He is my sister's brother? Then who am I? How can my sister have another brother? Lin Wanqing affectionately replied, darling, he is the junior brother of your sister. While you are her younger brother, they are not the same. Then who is closer to sister? With a sigh of exasperation, Lin Wanqing pinched his little face. Of course, you are the closest to sister. The man laughed wholeheartedly. It was only then that Lin Wanqing remembered, junior brother. What brings you here? Li Xuanxiao pressed a hand to his chest, his head lowered, looking unwell. Junior brother, what is wrong with you? Nothing. Just feeling a bit nauseous all of a sudden. Nauseous? Did you eat something bad? Perhaps. Li Xianxiao brushed aside the topic. Sister, he is. Oh. You can just call him Fanue. Fanue? Li Xianxiao searched his mind for the name but found no corresponding information. Lin Wanqing elaborated, I encountered him half a year ago. He was lying by the river, having lost his memory, and persistently called me sister. Reluctantly, I took him in temporarily, hoping to return to Shushan to see if I could help him regain his memory. Is he also a cultivator? Li Xuanxiao inquired, posing a crucial question. Lin Wanqing shook her head, then nodded. He is a cultivator, but with very low cultivation. It is almost imperceptible, and it seems his meridians are blocked. Likely due to some kind of sealing technique. Oh? Li Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress his skepticism. An individual of unknown identity and origin. Certainly not an ordinary character by appearance alone. And with a sealing technique on him, how could one carelessly bring such a person into the sect? What did Master say? Master is in seclusion. I went to see him yesterday but did not find him. Of all times to be in seclusion. What about the other elders? Perhaps they could offer some assistance. Most of the other elders are also unavailable. Isn't that a remarkable coincidence? Li Xuanxiao hesitated for a moment. Sister, I happen to understand some mental arts. Perhaps I could attempt to help him recover his memory. Lin Wanqing nodded. Not surprised that her junior brother possessed such knowledge. Li Xuanxiao had been cultivating since childhood, traveling far and wide with the sect leader, acquiring a diverse array of skills. It was said he could even invoke the divine. Muttering something about the sun setting and the sky darkening, Li Xuanxiao cupped his hands in a bow. Let me prepare. All right, Lin Wanqing readily agreed. Fanue, quickly thank your brother. Oh, thank you, brother, Fanue said timidly. Li Xuanxiao wore a gentle smile. Oh, by the way. Sister, did you name him Fanue, or did he tell you himself? He confided in me that he only remembered this name. Li Xuanxiao nodded once more and retrieved a wooden eagle from his storage ring. Adopting a tone one would use when speaking to a child, he said. Would you like a toy from your big brother? What is this? Li Xuanxiao activated the wooden eagle switch, and without the need for any magical energy. It spread its wings and soared into the sky, circling once before returning to perch on Li Xuanxiao's shoulder. Fan Yu's eyes brightened with excitement. Do you want it? Yes. Come and take it, your big brother is giving it to you. After a moment of hesitation, Fan Yu glanced at Lin Wanqing and then at Li Xuanxiao. Seeing Lin Wanqing smile and nod. Only then did Fan Yu dash over to accept the wooden eagle. Thank you, brother. Li Xuanxiao smiled and gently ruffled his hair before taking his leave. Upon returning to his humble abode on Silver Sword Peak, the smile on Li Xuanxiao's face faded. He lifted his hand to reveal 2 strands of Fan Yu's hair. Fan Yu, he murmured, contemplating the name. With a casual wave, the bookshelf inside the cottage appeared before him. Li Xuanxiao opened a book and inscribed the 2 characters. Once completed, his pen moved swiftly, sketching Fan Yu's likeness onto the paper. He then enclosed the 2 strands of hair within the book. As a spell escaped his lips, the page ignited spontaneously without flame. This spell was linked to the vast archives of Shushan, akin to a Baidu encyclopedia of the past, encompassing a plethora of records and information from across the land of Zhozhou. As long as Shushan had ever documented a person, this wondrous spell would allow for effortless retrieval of their information. The depth of Shushan's heritage was profound, nearly rendering it impossible to find a person or event that could not be uncovered. Li Xuanxiao furrowed his brow tightly, the corners of his eyes twitching as he immersed his consciousness into this expansive realm of magic. In an instant, a torrent of weighty tomes surged forth in his mind, accumulating like a mountain. Some of these texts were ancient and yellowed, exuding an air of antiquity, while others appeared pristine, glimmering with a faint spiritual light. The books began to flip rapidly, as if a vast database was in search mode. Yet, as seconds ticked by, despite sifting through countless densely packed volumes, not a single scrap of information related to the individual could be found. The absence of leads was far more chilling. Li Xuanxiao's frown deepened as he pondered, feeling as if he were facing a formidable adversary. Damn! What has the 3rd senior sister brought back? Yet, it seemed that no one else cared but him. Consequently, Li Xuanxiao prepared a dual strategy. First, he crafted a wooden cicada using the mechanisms of the Mahist school to monitor Fan Yu, taking advantage of its nature that did not require spiritual energy, making it difficult for cultivators to detect. Secondly, he penned anonymous letters to the law enforcement elder and the deputy sect leader, urging them to remain vigilant regarding the individual brought back by 3rd senior sister Lin Wanqing, deliberately choosing these 2 individuals for their importance. Although there are 7 peak masters, none are willing to involve themselves in the affairs of disciples from other peaks, as it is a thankless endeavor. The former master of Silver Sword Peak, who is also Li Xuanxiao's mentor, has become the new sect leader. Currently, Silver Sword Peak lacks a master. The elder responsible for enforcing the laws of Mount Shu oversees the regulations, while the deputy master acts on behalf of the sect leader during their seclusion. Thus, writing to these 2 individuals is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Having completed these tasks, Li Xuanxiao sought out his junior sister, Zhao Lu. She was busy counting the treasures he had brought back from the Tiger Demon Cave. According to the customs of Mount Shu, whatever one accomplishes in a mission belongs to them. Li Xuanxiao selected some suitable supplements and 2 magical artifacts for Zhao Lu. He assigned her a crucial task, to feign an accidental encounter with the third sister and casually inquire about the circumstances of her meeting with Fanue. If Li Xuanxiao were to investigate too meticulously, it might arouse suspicion. However, entrusting this matter to Zhao Lu would yield a different outcome, as conversations between girls tend to flow more easily. Zhao Lu accepted this assignment without hesitation. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to her brother's peculiar behavior and had even willingly joined his endeavors. Chapter 27, Zheng Tianxin. At the Law Enforcement Hall, the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall retrieved letters from the mailbox. These letters were anonymously submitted by disciples from various peaks, allowing individuals to express their grievances regarding any misconduct within Shushan. However, anonymity often served merely as a veil for idle chatter. Every day, the law enforcement disciples would present these missives to the elder of law enforcement. And today was no exception. After sipping his morning tea, the elder opened the reports of the day. Someone had defecated behind the Xiaoqiang peak, only to be stepped on by a passing disciple. The elder set aside his pastry and continued reading. Reports surfaced of a disciple flying his sword recklessly within Shushan. Another accused of willfully damaging his own planted flowers, and yet another alleging improper relationships among certain individuals. Some even reported on gossip and slander. Most of these were trivial matters. As he read on, a report caught his attention. Lin Wanqing, a disciple from Silver Sword Peak, had returned to Shushan with an unidentified individual, urging a thorough investigation by the law enforcement hall. He had previously met this person, Fan Yu. Could there be an issue with him? He was remarkably handsome, almost stirring a flutter within the elder's heart. The elder coughed lightly, patting his fair cheek. Was it love at first sight? Not precisely, but there was indeed an allure, particularly in those soulful peach blossom eyes. The way he addressed others as sister was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Fan Yu, a name that rolled off the tongue beautifully. Alas! It was unfortunate that he had not crossed paths with the elder but rather with Lin Wanqing's disciple. It was evident that seclusion within the sect would not lead one to love. After all, he was no longer young. The elder picked up a small mirror to inspect his reflection, thus inadvertently overlooking the anonymous letter provided by Li Xiankong. As time passed without a response from the elder or the vice master, Li Xiankong realized it was time to take further action. He checked the wooden cicada used to monitor Fan Yu. It remained intact and undetected. Fan Yu exhibited no unusual behavior. When Zhao Lu returned, she easily uncovered information regarding the meeting place of Fan Yu and her senior sister, Lin Wancheng. With a proud expression, Zhao Lu asked, "Senior brother, how do you plan to reward me?" "Close the door, let me reward you properly," he replied. Zhao Lu was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing. After spending so long together, her senior brother finally acted like a man. She waved her hand, using a spell to shut the door. Bang! Moments later, sounds emerged from the cabin. Senior brother, senior brother. No, absolutely not senior brother, I can't bear it senior brother. Zhao Lu collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Her entire body flushed, feeling as though her meridians might burst, with her vital energy surging like a rolling river. For these days, you should properly digest this tiger demon pill, he instructed. The tiger demon pill was concocted by Li Xiankong from the remains of 2 deceased tiger demons. A total of 4 had been created, and he had just administered one to his junior sister, Zhao Lu, to enhance her vitality and strength. Without delay, Li Xiandao departed from Mount Shu, directing his sword towards the location where Lin Wanqing and Fan Yu had previously encountered one another. The journey was silent. And he encountered no more injured women, though he did fortuitously rescue a caravan that had been assailed by mountain bandits. Several days later, Li Xiandao arrived at the riverside where the two had met. Utilizing the art of water evasion, he submerged himself into the river, seeking to locate the river deity. However, it soon became apparent that not only was the river deity absent, but even the slightest semblance of sentient life within the waters had vanished. Li Xiandao then endeavored to search for the mountain spirit or the earth deity, but they too were nowhere to be found. With a firm stomp of his foot, he prepared to invoke a spell to summon any sentient beings within a radius of several dozen miles to inquire about the situation. At that moment, three figures suddenly entered his perception. One was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, while the other two had reached the peak of the Foundation establishment. Cultivators of the demonic path. The trio was well concealed, yet the sword within the sword box at Li Xuandao's back, left by the previous sect leader, sensed the demonic energy and began to hum ominously. Outnumbered 3-1, and with one of them being a Golden Core cultivator, a direct confrontation was inadvisable. Li Xiandao promptly concealed himself. He did not flee immediately, sensing that the sudden appearance of these three evil cultivators was not as simple as it seemed. This was indeed the place. The Golden Core cultivator cast a glance around, confirming that the signposts led to this very spot, which also bore the lingering aura of the monarch. How could this be? The palace master had instructed them to find the monarch, yet the aura vanished at this location. The monarch? Could it be Fan Yu? Li Xiandao swiftly connected the dots regarding Fan Yu. Who goes there? The Golden Core cultivator suddenly shouted. Show yourself. Li Xiandao remained motionless, and from a distance, a figure suddenly darted forth. Thinking of escaping? It won't be so easy. The Golden Core cultivator pointed with his hand, and the figure plummeted from the air, blood spurting from his mouth. The two Foundation establishment cultivators immediately seized the individual, bringing him closer. Is he a monk? No. Merely an ordinary bald man. Who are you? Zhang Tianxin of the Golden Thunder sect. The three demonic cultivators, including the concealed Li Xiandao, fell silent. What a shameful name. Following me? You overestimate your abilities. The corner of Zhang Tianxin's mouth twitched. How do you know this isn't my scheme, including being brought before you? Oh. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Zhang Tianxin sprang into action, delivering a powerful punch. Golden lightning flickered around him. Despite being at the Foundation establishment stage, he unleashed a force that rivaled that of the Golden Core realm in an instant, leaving even Li Xiandao astonished. Zhang Tianxin repelled the Golden Core cultivator with a single blow and swiftly engaged in combat with the two Foundation establishment cultivators. The Golden Thunder sect was renowned for its Golden Thunder body refinement technique. Although its disciples were few, each was said to possess extraordinary talent. Mastering the technique to its fullest rendered one impervious to all forms of attack, proving its formidable reputation to be well-deserved. A cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage unexpectedly confronted a formidable adversary in the core formation stage, while two other Foundation establishment practitioners of the malevolent sect were gradually retreating. However, the prowess of the core formation stage cannot be underestimated. No matter how valiant Zhang Tianxin may be, she remains merely a cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage. As soon as the core formation stage adversary regained composure, the tide of battle swiftly shifted in his favor. Li Shenkong restrained the restless sword sheath with a steady hand, poised to seize the opportune moment for a clandestine assault. Observing the current skirmish, it seemed Zhang Tianxin of the Thunderous Lightning sect could endure for a while longer. Yet, at that moment, Li Xuankong's expression suddenly shifted. The remaining sword hilts within the sheath began to tremble violently. This disturbance was not one that could be instigated by a mere core formation practitioner. Chapter 28, The Cataclysm Descends? 3 Golden Core Perfectionists and a seemingly ancient nascent soul demon. Cold sweat erupted from Li Xuanxiao's back. If there were merely one Golden Core cultivator accompanied by 2 Foundation establishment practitioners, Li Xuanxiao, despite being at the Foundation establishment stage himself, would possess ample confidence to retreat unscathed, even vanquishing the Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, with the addition of these 3 Golden Core Perfectionists and the nascent soul demon, he found himself devoid of any hope for survival. The shielding talisman he possessed would only serve to protect against golden core cultivators at best. The nascent soul demon could effortlessly detect his presence with merely a flicker of consciousness. Zhang Tianxin, perceiving the dreadful aura, immediately changed countenance. Resolutely, he retrieved a golden pill from his storage ring and consumed it. This was a life-saving elixir bestowed upon him by his master when descending the mountain, capable of forcibly elevating his cultivation to the golden core stage for a brief period, albeit with significant side effects. For ordinary cultivators, the repercussions could be severe, potentially stunting their progress indefinitely. Upon ingesting the pill, Zhang Tianxin's cultivation surged. The nascent soul demon, an elderly figure with white hair, merely cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Tianxin. In that moment, the once confident Zhang Tianxin found himself stripped of the ability to resist. The disparity between the golden core and nascent soul stages, though merely a single realm apart, was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. "Have you found the monarch's aura?" the nascent soul demon inquired, disregarding Zhang Tianxin. "The monarch's presence has vanished from this location." "Why, then, are these two here?" he pressed further. The golden core demonic cultivator paused, bewildered. "Two?" The nascent soul demon scoffed, "After all these years of cultivation, you truly have squandered your potential." He turned to another golden core perfectionist and commanded, "Reveal the whereabouts of the other individual." The perfectionist blinked, pointing at Zhang Tianxin as he exclaimed, "I understand now. He is pregnant, hence there are two." The golden core cultivator appeared enlightened. "You've squandered your intellect," the nascent soul demon retorted sharply, delivering a resounding slap. "Will you emerge on your own, or shall I assist you?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Xuanxiao's figure erupted from the ground. And without further ado, he took flight on his sword, attempting to flee. Infuriated by the slap, the golden core cultivator pursued him with remarkable speed. Yet Xuanxiao was no slouch either. "Halt!" commanded the golden core cultivator, his expression darkening as he raised a hand and gently clenched it. In an instant, the previously still trees on either side sprang to life, twisting violently. Their branches elongated and thickened, resembling serpentine behemoths, lunging toward Xuanxiao with breathtaking swiftness. In the blink of an eye, these robust branches ensnared Xuanxiao, binding him tightly and rendering him utterly immobile. The immense force threatened to crush him, making even the act of breathing a laborious endeavor. The golden core cultivator approached the Yuaning old demon with a sense of triumph, exclaiming, "I have captured him." However, with a swift motion, the Yuaning old demon delivered a sharp slap. The golden core cultivator, bewildered, questioned, "Why do you strike me again? Fool! You brought back an impostor?" The Yuaning old demon waved his hand, and the captured Xuanxiao instantly transformed into a paper effigy, which erupted in a cloud of toxic mist. "Be cautious." The real Xuanxiao, concealed in the shadows, fled in desperation. If only these four golden core cultivators were present, he might have successfully evaded capture. Alas, a Yuaning old demon was among them. No matter how clever the escape, to the demon, it was inconsequential. Thus, Xuanxiao was effortlessly dragged from the ground, bound alongside Zhang Tianxin. The aura of the sovereign inexplicably vanished from this location. These two youngsters might possess valuable information to bring back to the esteemed master. The golden core cultivator inquired, "Isn't this a trivial matter? Why should we trouble the esteemed master?" "Na ve. If you fail to extract information and lose the sovereign's trail, the master will deem us incompetent," came the reply. "Hand over these two to the master. If they yield clues, all will be well. If not, it bears no consequence for us." In the workplace, one must discern what is necessary and what is not. The golden core cultivator, suddenly enlightened, asked, "Uncle, what exactly should we do or avoid?" "How many times must I tell you? Maintain your professionalism while at work." The other four golden core cultivators gazed expectantly at the Yuaning old demon. With eloquence, the Yuaning old demon expounded, "In the demonic sect, one must refrain from what cannot be learned. If one cannot do it, why attempt it? Do not engage in urgent matters, as haste leads to errors. Do not rush what is not urgent." Xuanxiao could not help but applaud. Alas! He has gleaned true wisdom. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianqin of the Golden Thunder sect and Li Xuanxiao of Mount Shu engaged in conversation during their abduction. Zhang Tianqin remarked, "Brother, it seems our situation is dire." Li Xuanxiao sighed in resignation, noting that encountering a Yuan cultivator, particularly one from the demonic sect, was rarer than being struck by lightning. By the way, why did you follow these demonic individuals? Zhang Tianqin hesitated before replying, "Actually, during my travels, an old fortune teller foretold of a calamity descending upon the world. Following his guidance, I arrived there and encountered them." A calamity descending? Li Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow, eager to inquire further. Suddenly, the surroundings brightened. The two found themselves in a grand palace, bound to pillars. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tianqin solemnly declared, "Though this is our first encounter, I see that you possess an upright spirit, not one to cower in fear. Today, regardless of the tortures inflicted by these vile demons, we must grit our teeth and persevere, for it is only through such resolve that we may demonstrate the integrity of righteous individuals." Li Xuanxiao couldn't help but be moved by his words and nodded emphatically. Just then, a thick, ominous aura surged around them, gathering like a rolling cloud of black smoke. In the blink of an eye, this malevolent energy rushed towards their location, ultimately coalescing above a chair in front of them. As the aura continued to swirl and condense, a human figure gradually became discernible. The figure was alluringly graceful, with long, delicate legs, comfortably reclining with one leg crossed over the other. A slender jade hand gently cradled one side of her face, exuding an air of utter languor. Finally, the figure fully coalesced. She slightly raised her head, her beautiful eyes slowly opening, revealing a hint of drowsiness and indifference. As if just waking from a slumber, she languidly regarded the two before her. Morong Mo! Exclaimed the Empress Feng in surprise. "You are actually still alive." Li Xuanxiao was taken aback. The worst scenario had materialized, falling into the hands of the demon sect's leader, the very leader he had once schemed against. Chapter 29, Inhumane Morong Mo. "You! How could you still be alive?" The Imperial Princess Feng gazed incredulously at Li Xuanxiao. He blinked in surprise, never anticipating that their reunion would occur under such circumstances. Indeed, she had not perished alongside Lu Qiushui on that fateful day atop the Wuwang mountain. After witnessing Li Xuandao's demise at the hands of Lu Qiushui, the Imperial Princess engaged in a tumultuous battle with him, exacerbating their already fragile injuries. Subsequently, a third party intervened, compelling both to withdraw from the battlefield to avoid being exploited by others. Upon her return, the Imperial Princess even erected a ceremonial tomb for Li Xuandao and vowed before it that she would one day bring Lu Qiushui's head to pay her respects. Little did she expect to encounter Li Xuandao once more today. He managed a feeble smile, revealing, "Actually, I am still alive." The Imperial Princess raised an eyebrow and turned her gaze toward the ancient Yuanying demon who had brought Li Xuandao and Zhang Tianqin back. The demon hastily explained, "Your Highness, these two are related to the disappearance of the Emperor. I suspect he has been taken by them." The Imperial Princess nodded thoughtfully, then looked back at Li Xuandao. "You are alive, yet you did not seek me out? Oh, you have returned to Shushan, reneging on your promise to become my subordinate. I detest those who go back on their word." The Imperial Princess placed her hands on her hips, rising from her seat and pacing back and forth. "How foolish of me to have erected a tomb and offered tributes for you, you ungrateful wretch. You were sent by Shushan to take our emperor away, weren't you? Will you speak or not?" Li Xuandao forced a smile. "I must inquire, who is this emperor you speak of?" Feigning ignorance, the Imperial Princess retorted coldly, brandishing a crimson whip. Crack! The whip lashed out, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. "Will you speak? Will you speak? I shall make you confess." "Ah!" Li Xuandao blinked, casting a glance at the battered Zhang Tianqin. Her lips twitched, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You must be mistaken. Why strike me? If he won't speak, why not punish him? Stubborn as a dead duck, are you?" The crimson whip appeared infused with arcane energy, as evidenced by Zhang Tianqin's increasingly anguished cries. The pain intensified. Li Xuandao swallowed hard, thinking, "This is inhumane." He feared that if this continued, Zhang Tianxin would be beaten to death. Boss, I truly do not know who this emperor is. I merely passed by, it has nothing to do with me. Zhang Tianxin's wails grew ever more pitiful. The imperial princess finally rolled up her sleeves, ready to strike again. Zhang Tianxin, battered, even spewed bile that splattered onto Li Xiandao. Eventually, the imperial princess seemed to tire from the assault, stretching languidly. Take them away and confine them. I shall interrogate them thoroughly after I have rested. Yes. Zhang Tianxin and Li Xiandao were each locked in separate cells. Zhang Tianxin was cast upon the damp ground, gasping in pain. Are you all right, Taoist Zhen? Came the voice of Li Xianxiao from the adjacent cell. Zhang Tianxin replied. Do you believe me when I say I am fine? Li Xianxiao, with admiration, remarked, Taoist Zhang, you truly embody the essence of a righteous sect, even after being so grievously beaten, you utter not a word. I am in awe. Zhang Tianxin's lips twitched, she hadn't even inquired about my well-being. It was only I who was struck. I would have spoken if she had asked. The relentless blows continued. Zhang Tianxin cast a resentful glance at Li Xianxiao. Who is that woman? Li Xianxiao responded slowly. The Imperial Maiden Feng. The Imperial Maiden Feng. Zhang Tianxin's expression shifted dramatically. Is she the one from the Hall of Heavenly Calamity? Indeed, Li Xianxiao affirmed. It seems that neither of us has any hope of survival. I have heard that the Imperial Maiden Feng is a merciless killer, relishing in torturing righteous disciples to death. Watching them plead for mercy, then offering a glimmer of hope only to plunge them into despair. Zhang Tianxin glanced at her wounds, it appeared today was merely an appetizer. By the way, it seems you are acquainted with the Imperial Maiden Feng. In a manner of speaking, we have a history. A history? No wonder you only received blows today, it's likely a psychological tactic to instill fear in you, leaving you in dread and trepidation. The constant anticipation of your turn is far more terrifying than the pain itself. It's akin to a slap delivered to your face versus one that you cannot foresee, entirely different levels of horror. Having come to this realization, Zhang Tianxin turned to Li Xianxiao in the opposite cell. Just as she was about to offer a few comforting words, she was taken aback. In Li Xuanxiao's cell, a spacious and bright area housed a large, soft, and comfortable bed adorned with a thick plush blanket. Nearby stood an exquisitely crafted table. Its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen, with intricately carved legs resembling fine art. Above, a magnificent chandelier hung, its dazzling crystal pendants sparkling with radiant light. To her astonishment, a vanity was even situated in one corner. Zhang Tianxin then glanced at her own cell, where the only item was a bucket, intended for her excrement. Zhang Tianxin exclaimed, You must be a spy for the demonic sect. Li Xianxiao calmly explained, Taoist Zhang. This is a scheme by the demonic sect to sow discord between us, do not fall for their trickery. Zhang Tianxin nodded thoughtfully, her understanding dawning, indeed. The demonic sect was insidious. Dinner time. At that moment, a disciple from the demonic sect approached, tossing a bowl of rice into Zhang Tianxin's cell. Cultivators in the foundation establishment stage still required sustenance to survive. Zhang Tianxin examined her meal, it contained both meat and vegetables, neither too lavish nor too meager. She then glanced at Li Xianxiao. He had no food to eat, and the disciple of the demonic sect departed without a word. This only strengthened Zhang Tianxin's conviction regarding Li Xuanxiao's earlier remarks. It was evident that the other party sought to sow discord between them. Taoist Li, you should eat something as well. Zhang Tianxin intended to offer her meal to Li Xianxiao, but realized the distance was too great to reach him. Li Xianxiao shook his head, Taoist Zhang, you have sustained such serious injuries today, it is imperative that you restore your strength first. I can manage without a meal for a while. Zhang Tianxin nodded in agreement and ceased to decline, consuming her food heartily. As the sustenance filled her belly, she indeed felt somewhat better. At that moment, the disciple of the demonic sect returned, pushing a small cart laden with food. Here, this is your meal. Chapter 30. He vowed to follow the leader inside the dining car. A dazzling array of delectable dishes captivated the eye. Various exotic meats from fearsome beasts, either roasted to a golden crisp, exuding an irresistible aroma, or meticulously stewed to achieve tender, juicy perfection, adorned the table. Glimmering like crystal, Exquisite jades of liquid were housed in delicate glass cups, shimmering enchantingly with each gentle sway. Additionally, vibrant vegetables paired harmoniously with succulent meats, crisp cucumbers and spicy bean curd, among others, created a feast for the senses. Most notably, a steaming pot of thick, milky soup drew attention, its rich and creamy broth infused with an assortment of ingredients, releasing an enticing fragrance, a concoction of precious herbs. Zhang Tianxin inhaled deeply. The disciples of the demonic sect cast a lingering glance at Li Xiandao, seemingly perplexed as to why such exquisite offerings were bestowed upon a captured righteous disciple. Zhang Tianxin suddenly found the morsels before him lacking in appeal. His gaze fixed intently on Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao remained silent for a moment, then remarked, "You see, I am right. The intentions of these demonic sect members are insidious, employing such tactics to sow discord between us." Zhang Tianxin proposed, "Then, let us both refrain from eating, as a form of resistance against them." Li Xiandao fell silent once more, before countering, "Why not indulge? Consuming their provisions allows us to resist them, and by doing so, we deplete the resources of the demonic sect. What is there not to relish?" "You make a valid point, yet I cannot shake this discomfort," Zhang Tianxin cautioned. "Be wary of potential poison in their offerings." Zhang Tianxin gripped the bars of the cell tightly. "Do not fret for my safety. If she wished to eliminate us, there would be no need for such elaborate means as poisoning." Li Xiandao began to eat quietly. This is delightful. And this one as well." Before long, he realized that the sustenance he consumed rivaled the resources he had gathered over half a year in Mount Shu. The treatment from the demonic sect. Was this truly so generous? Li Xiandao could not help but slap himself, mentally reciting the Sutra of Mount Shu 100 times. As a disciple of Mount Shu, how could he entertain such thoughts? I am merely consuming their provisions with a critical mindset. Once he had devoured all the food, Li Xiandao contentedly let out a loud belch. He slowly settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes to cultivate and stabilize the surging energy within him. From the very first taste, he had sensed the exquisite pairing of the ingredients. Typically, for a cultivator, consuming such an abundance of nourishing food in a short span would yield adverse effects. After all, excessive supplementation could not only fail to provide benefits but might also harm one's body. However, the ingredients before him had been meticulously selected, exhibiting a remarkable synergy. Each ingredient found a complementary partner among the others, creating a balance that mitigated any potential negative repercussions. This combination, while not flawless, was undoubtedly of great expense. Regardless, Li Xuanxiao could not provide such resources. As Zhang Tianxin observed the scene, she exclaimed, "Is it really you? Have you actually begun to cultivate?" The following day, Zhang Tianxin and Li Xuanxiao found themselves once again before the imperial Princess Feng. "Speak, or do not speak, but where, pray tell, have you taken my lord?" Li Xuanxiao glanced at Zhang Tianxin and then at Princess Feng. "Boss, I truly do not know who this lord is. Perhaps you could introduce me? You are like a stone in a latrine, both foul and unyielding." Princess Feng seized her whip, swinging it with fervor. Ah! Thus, the days slipped away. Princess Feng exhaled slowly, discarding her whip. "After all this punishment, if you still refuse to speak, it appears you genuinely know nothing." Zhang Tianxin interjected, "Excuse me? After you have beaten me to this state, he would not divulge anything either." Princess Feng elucidated, "The Lord is the first master of the heavenly calamity hall, which he personally established. Alas, he has long since perished for millennia. This time, he has been reincarnated, only to mysteriously vanish." Li Xuanxiao's small eyes brimmed with great confusion. Such confidential information can be disclosed? It was evident that Princess Feng possessed a rather limited intellect. It seemed that the missing lord was none other than Fan Yu, who had been brought back to Mount Shu by the third senior sister, Lin Wanqing. Li Xuanxiao pondered silently, astonished to discover that he was the inaugural master of the heavenly calamity hall, a being from the previous epoch. A profound sense of crisis enveloped him. Yet, a more pressing dilemma lay in the present circumstances. Princess Feng scrutinized Li Xuanxiao's eyes, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. "You truly do not know anything about my lord?" "Boss, I am completely oblivious," he replied earnestly. Princess Feng casually gestured, releasing Li Xuanxiao from his restraints. She then approached Zheng Tianxin. And you? Do you know anything about my lord? I do not know either. Zheng Tianxin protested fervently, he genuinely had no idea. He had been inexplicably captured and found himself entangled with the heavenly calamity hall, encountering a legendary female fiend. Even his revered master would likely struggle against this formidable woman. Princess Feng scoffed, "Humph. Do you think you can deceive me so easily? Take him away and continue the beating." Zheng Tianxin thrashed desperately, "Whoa, I truly do not know." Li Xuanxiao cast a glance at the departing Zheng Tianxin, silently praying for him. As for rescuing him before Princess Feng, he believed his master could manage that. Boss, since I am no longer involved, may I leave? Li Xuanxiao timidly inquired. Leave? Princess Feng shot him a sidelong glance. You have saved me and witnessed my most disgraceful moment. You have but two paths before you. One is to follow me, and the other is also to follow me. Li Xuanxiao pointed out, Boss, that amounts to just one path. Princess Feng fell silent. Li Xuanxiao remained quiet as well. Princess Feng added, I shall present a third option, death. I pledge to follow the leader unto death. Li Xuanxiao immediately declared. Zheng Tianxin was once again cast back into the confines of the cell. The physical torment was far less brutal than he had anticipated. It was merely a matter of being whipped. However, what truly struck at his spirit was the hypocritical attitude of the demonic sect. Zhang, are you alright? Zheng Tianxin gazed through the bars, where Li Xuanxiao had already donned the garb of the demonic sect. You rascal! You are indeed an undercover agent of the demonic sect. Zheng Tianxin shouted with fury. Li Xuanxiao explained, Zhang, I comprehend your current feelings. Everything is a matter of expediency now. I have infiltrated the demonic sect with the intention of facilitating our escape together. After a moment of calm reflection, Zheng Tianxin realized that being within the demonic sect meant there was no need for deception, and thus, with tears brimming in his eyes, he nodded in agreement. I believe you. At that moment, a disciple of the demonic sect passed by. Greetings, Protector. You may go, Li Xuanxiao waved his hand dismissively. Zheng Tianxin remained silent. Chapter 31, This is my escape plan. Li Xuanxiao has become a guardian of the demonic sect. Little did he anticipate that the tale would unfold in such a manner. A distinguished disciple of the righteous Shushan sect. He now finds himself in the role of a protector for the demonic faction. He reassures himself that this is merely a pragmatic measure for survival. As a guardian, his primary responsibility is not to protect the imperial Princess Feng. Have you ever witnessed an ant attempting to shield an elephant? His main task is to serve the imperial Princess Feng, attending to her needs with tea and refreshments. Fortunately, the princess does not indulge in the consumption of pure yang energy. After several days of observation, Li Xuanxiao discovers that the injuries the princess sustained have not entirely healed. Thus, she spends most of her time resting within her cave dwelling. The formidable leader of the demonic sect finds her sole amusement in playing chess with Li Xuanxiao all day long, and she exhibits a penchant for trickery. She often retracts her moves and subtly employs her magical prowess to shift the pieces. In response to her antics, Li Xuanxiao can only feign ignorance. After all, he is acutely aware that should he take the game seriously, the imperial princess might very well upend the chessboard and defeat him, achieving victory beyond the game itself. He does not allow the princess's demeanor towards him to lead him into a state of complacency, believing himself to be someone of special significance in her eyes. This is no romantic game. The tumultuous waves of the mortal world are vast and bewildering. Enduring humiliation and exhibiting gentleness are indeed wise strategies. The taut bowstring snaps first, and the sharp blade is easily dulled. Human greed often leads to one's demise, while birds that covet food meet an early end. No matter how cunning or devious one may be, it is inevitable that ruin lies within the scorched earth. Li Xuanxiao claps his hands upon a wooden surface and speaks aloud. Today's story is not set in the present. Nor can it be precisely located within any specific dynasty. It occurred long ago and is titled The Struggles of the Officialdom. Opposite him, the imperial Princess Feng nibbles on a fragrant fruit, utterly engrossed. She lounges comfortably, her legs crossed, reclining lazily upon a sumptuous seat that seems woven from clouds. Her eyes, as clear and bright as autumn waters, shimmer with an intense brilliance. The guards beside them cast envious glances at Li Xuanxiao. Ever since his arrival, he has captured the entirety of the leader's attention. The leader no longer seeks their company for games, and consequently, the rewards have diminished. It is well known that accompanying the imperial Princess Feng in her leisure is a most delightful and pleasurable endeavor, as one merely needs to indulge her whims and keep her content. The imperial princess is generous in her gestures. A simple act from her can yield boundless benefits for them. The princess holds Li Xuanxiao in high regard and takes him wherever she goes. However, this demeanor resembles that of a master towards a beloved pet. In truth, all the disciples within the demonic cave are akin to pets of the imperial princess. She has also raised several human dogs. What is a human dog, you ask? They are indeed humans, once formidable beings in their own right, now rendered powerless by the princess and kept as domesticated companions within the cave. They are tethered at the entrance, and whenever the imperial princess passes by, these human dogs eagerly bark and wag their tongues in a display of submission. The princess treats them well, tossing them fruits or pastries when she is in good spirits. As she watched them scramble for food, a joyful smile adorned her face. Of course, the imperial Princess Feng also experienced moments of discontent. For instance, one day while recuperating from her injuries, she grimaced in pain. When she stepped outside, the saliva of a wretched creature unexpectedly splattered onto the hem of her garment. With a stoic expression, she crushed the creature's head beneath her foot. All of this was witnessed by Li Xuanxiao, who attended to her every need. The following day, Li Xuanxiao discovered that the lifeless creature at the entrance had assumed a new visage. On this day, the imperial Princess Feng languidly reclined upon a soft couch. One delicate foot elevated gracefully while the other swayed gently. Clad in a resplendent satin gown, the hem billowed like flowing clouds, accentuating her enchanting figure and noble demeanor. Li Xuanxiao sat respectfully at her side, his hands tenderly cradling her exquisite foot as he began to administer a meticulous foot massage. His deft and delicate movements gradually coaxed a look of contentment onto the princess's face. Her elongated phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, exuding allure and charm with every glance. The imperial princess gazed at Li Xuanxiao with a smile, relishing the privilege of having a subordinate of such caliber over a mere disciple of Xuan. Of course, it was an honor to follow a leader. Li Xuanxiao understood perfectly what that gaze entailed. Unfortunately, he had no desire to be a mere dog. He was a disciple of Xuan. On this particular day, favored by the imperial princess, Li Xuanxiao once again visited the prison to see Zhang Tianqin. "Zhang, my friend, you have suffered." Upon glancing at the opulent attire adorning Li Xuanxiao, Zhang Tianqin remarked with a hint of melancholy, "Why do I feel you are thriving in this environment? It is but an illusion to deceive them. I have acquired the entire layout of the demonic sect's stronghold. Tonight, we shall escape." "Oh? Is that truly so?" Zhang Tianqin's eyes sparkled with hope. "Indeed, at the stroke of midnight, I shall come for you," Li Xuanxiao whispered. Zhang Tianqin nodded earnestly, tears welling in her eyes. "My friend, I have misjudged you." The thought of her previous misconceptions made her want to chastise herself. "I am truly foolish. How could I ever doubt you, Li? You have persevered, enduring humiliation for the sake of our cause." That night, at the appointed hour, Li Xuanxiao departed from the imperial princess's chamber, where she lay in deep slumber. He placed a recording stone on the table, which incessantly played back his pre-recorded voice. Subsequently, he approached the prison, deceiving the guard and unlocking the cell door with a previously copied key. Everything proceeded smoothly. Zhang Tianqin's eyes glimmered with hope. "Li, where shall we go now?" Li Xuanxiao replied with a confident smile, "I have discovered numerous hidden passages within the lair of the demons. These passages are intricate and perilous. For a moment's carelessness could trigger irreversible traps. However, I have obtained a map from the imperial princess. We shall discreetly slip away through the hidden paths." Zhang Tianqin nodded vigorously in agreement. "What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once, for I can no longer endure this wretched existence." Little did they know that shortly after stepping outside, the sound of footsteps from the disciples of the demonic sect echoed behind them. "There they are. Quick, pursue them." Zhang Tianqin's expression shifted as she realized, "Li Daoyu, this path seems fraught with peril. We have been discovered." It appeared they had wandered into a cul-de-sac, with their only escape now beset by the advancing disciples of the demonic sect. Zhang Tianqin bore no ill will towards Li Xuanxiao, instead letting out a soft sigh. Li Daoyu, it seems heaven does not favor us. Alas! If we are to meet our demise, let us do so fighting valiantly and take a few with us. Zhang Tianqin tore the fabric from her clothing, revealing the sculpted contours of her robust muscles, as if carved from stone. Her broad shoulders, powerful arms, and taut abdomen all testified to her formidable physique. Li Daoyu, we shall meet in the underworld. With resolute eyes, Zhang Tianqin turned to face the oncoming disciples of the demonic sect. Today, Zhang Tianqin of the Jinlei sect shall confront you in a battle to the death. In the next moment, Li Xuanxiao delivered a powerful flying kick, sending her crashing against the wall. He then unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. You, a prisoner unrepentant, dare to flee? Brothers, seize him. Without hesitation, the pursuing disciples of the demonic sect lunged forward, launching kicks at Zhang Tianqin. Once they had sufficiently subdued her, Li Xuanxiao ordered them to cease. An irate disciple of the Golden Core stage shouted, "Bring him to the heavenly cell. Let him experience the consequences of his escape." Yes, at once. Immediately, the disciples of the demonic sect dragged the battered Zhang Tianqin, who was hardly recognizable even to her own mother, towards the heavenly cell. Zhang Tianqin managed to pry her eyes open, gazing at Li Xuanxiao, her lips moving weakly. Woe is me, you. Li Xuanxiao wiped the blood splattered on his forehead. Did I just hear a greeting directed towards my mother? In the heavenly cell, Zhang Tianqin lay lifelessly on the floor. The torment she had previously endured paled in comparison to the cruelty she faced here. In this place, she could feel the most excruciating tortures of the mortal realm, enough to evoke memories of her past life. Although the Empress Feng appeared somewhat naïve, her methods against foes were never lenient, otherwise, the Tianxia Hall would not have gained a reputation as the most ruthless among the demonic sects of Xuanxiao. Just then, Li Xuanxiao reappeared. Zhang Daoyu, are you unharmed? Zhang Tianqin replied. What do you think? Zhang Daoyu, our plan has succeeded halfway. Li Xuanxiao proclaimed. Chapter 32, Breaching Defense. Zhang Tianqin rose, her pig-like visage gazing at Li Xuanxiao. W.H. What? Li Xuanxiao explained, in truth, this is my actual plan. Although there are numerous entrances to the secret passage, to my knowledge, we can only escape through the entrance of the heavenly cell. He opened the cell and pulled Zhang Tianqin out, leading her to a corner within the cell. He silently recited the incantation, the Empress Phoenix, the most beautiful in the world, with the largest bosom. Lu Qiushui of the Shura Palace is a despicable villain, a wretched creature. Upon completing the incantation, the entrance to the secret passage slowly unveiled itself. Zhang Tianqin momentarily froze. Li Xuanxiao handed her a spiritual fruit. Eagerly, she accepted it and bit down hard. The sweet, delightful juice instantly filled her mouth. In no time, the fruit was devoured completely, not a seed remaining. As she swallowed the last morsel, a refreshing sensation surged from her abdomen, swiftly spreading through her meridians. The spiritual energy, which had been slightly diminished from excessive consumption, now surged like a long-awaited rainstorm, flowing vigorously within her. Follow me. Zhang Tianqin nodded vigorously, harboring no doubts about Li Xuanxiao. She swiftly traversed the secret passage behind him, her heart racing with anxiety. Without knowledge of the critical details, even one at the nascent soul stage could perish here. Time seemed to stretch, and soon, Zhang Tianqin thought she heard the sound of crashing waves. As they advanced, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated their path. Before them lay the vast sea, and the cavern's entrance was wide open, offering a panoramic view of the ocean. Daoistly, we must hurry, Zhang Tianqin urged, her excitement palpable as they neared their escape from the infernal lair. However, Li Xuanxiao halted her with a firm grip. This is the fabled Dead Sea. The Dead Sea? Zhang Tianqin gazed at the enigmatic waters in the distance. The Dead Sea, said to be a place where even birds dare not fly. Throughout history, countless terrifying legends about this sea have circulated. Cultivators who can soar through the skies, upon nearing the Dead Sea, find themselves ensnared by its bizarre powers. losing control of their bodies, and inevitably plummeting into the waters. Regardless of their magical prowess or supernatural abilities, they struggle to escape the overwhelming and mysterious allure of the Dead Sea. Li Xuanxiao retrieved the sword box from his back. In a moment, I will release a flying sword that will carry us away, but this sword may be somewhat difficult to control, so Taoist Zhang must be prepared. Zhang Tianxi nodded in understanding. Li Xuanxiao swiftly formed a sword gesture with both hands. At that instant, a mysterious and powerful force seemed to resonate with the sword gesture he held. Suddenly, the previously quiet sword box erupted with a deafening roar. The sound akin to a thunderous clap, echoing through the heavens. Meanwhile, a sharp, piercing shriek suddenly echoed through the air. In an instant, countless formidable sword energies erupted from the sword sheath, rampaging like a surging torrent. These sword energies intertwined and collided, creating a dazzling sea of brilliance. Zhang Tianxin was taken aback and hurriedly evaded. He noticed that even Li Xuanxiao had been wounded by the sword energies he summoned. Among them, one particular sword energy was exceptionally radiant, resembling a white rainbow that pierced the heavens with an unstoppable force. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air was torn asunder, leaving behind visible traces. A gleaming sword shot forth from the sheath with the speed of lightning, dazzling the eye. Li Xuanxiao coughed up blood. It must be said that the substantial nourishment he received in the demon sect had significantly improved his physique. Li Xuanxiao reached out and barely grasped the flying sword, as the fierce sword energy seemed intent on shattering his meridians. He did not let go, using his other hand to hold on to Zhang Tianxin. The flying sword sped away into the distance, completely disregarding the stagnant waters. Had they fled? The Imperial Princess Feng, awakened by the commotion of Li Xuanxiao's flying sword, initially thought it was the righteous sect's old fellows coming to confront them. A subordinate's report revealed that it was her protector, Li Xuanxiao, who had taken Zhang Tianxin and fled. The expressionless Imperial Princess clenched her fist, the veins on the back of her hand bulging as if they would burst through the skin. A trembling subordinate presented a letter, stating, "This is the letter the traitor left for you." The Imperial Princess Feng waved her hand, and the letter appeared in her grasp. Since childhood, I have cultivated the mystical arts. My master taught me to aid the world, vanquish evil, and uphold righteousness. Since ancient times, righteousness and evil cannot coexist. Let us part ways here, and may we never meet again. Lastly, I must mention, Lu Qiushui is far more beautiful than you. The final words of Li Xuanxiao shattered the Imperial Princess Feng's composure. You scoundrel! I will kill you. Lu Qiushui, I will settle this with you. The Imperial Princess charged out, placing the entire blame on Lu Qiushui. I will tear your face apart. Chapter 33, The Plan. The sound of a resounding thud echoed as Li Xuanxiao finally managed to retrieve the flying sword and return it to its sheath with great difficulty. In the aftermath of the encounter, he realized he had sustained considerable injuries, and Zhang Tianxin fared no better. After confirming their location, they bid each other farewell, and Li Xuanxiao made his way back to Mount Shu. Despite the perils faced during this descent, he had unearthed a startling revelation. Fan Yu was, in fact, the inaugural master of the Heavenly Calamity Palace, the very creator of the establishment. Moreover, he was an ancient being, having lived in the previous epoch, now reincarnated. This information warranted immediate communication to his master. But as the thought crossed his mind, doubts began to swirl within him. Upon returning to Mount Shu, at Silver Sword Peak, his junior sister Zhao Lu exclaimed, "Brother, why have you returned so late? You frightened me." Tears streamed down her face as she greeted him. "I thought you had perished after being missing for so many days." Li Xuanxiao offered her some comforting words, merely attributing his absence to minor unforeseen circumstances, without divulging the specifics. "How is our third senior sister? What of that man named Fan Yu?" she inquired. "Everything is normal," Zhao Lu responded. "He has been nearly inseparable from our third senior sister, and he is quite handsome." She seems to be rather indifferent to it at this point, she hastily corrected herself. "Of course, no matter how handsome he is, he cannot compare to you, brother." Li Xuanxiao chose to overlook his junior sister's flattery. "Is there any other information?" he pressed. Zhao Lu shook her head but then curiously asked, "Brother, is there something amiss with the person our third senior sister brought back?" There is nothing particularly amiss. But I cannot shake the feeling that I need to ascertain the truth, Li Xuanxiao replied, keeping the reality from her. Zhao Lu was innocent. And further interaction with the third senior sister could lead to inadvertent revelations or unnecessary complications. Turning away, Li Xuanxiao proceeded to the main peak, Tongtian Peak. His master was in seclusion, yet if a matter of significance arose, he could directly seek the guidance of the sect leader. As he wandered around Tongtian Peak, he contemplated how to articulate his findings to his master, envisioning the potential reactions that might ensue. It was highly probable that his master would believe him. Even if doubts lingered, an investigation into Fan Yu's identity would surely follow. At this juncture, two scenarios emerged. First, his master might possess the means to uncover Fan Yu's true identity, possibly leading to a confrontation that could result in Fan Yu's demise. Would the reincarnated Fan Yu awaken strange powers in response? Uncertain. Would the third senior sister, Lin Wanqing, harbor resentment towards him? Uncertain. If Fan Yu were to be killed, would there be subsequent reincarnations aimed at seeking vengeance upon him? Uncertain. Would Lin Wanqing succumb to darkness as a result of Fan Yu's death? Uncertain. Second, his master might lack the ability to ascertain Fan Yu's identity and, unable to trust Li Xuanxiao's word, might expel Fan Yu from the sect. This could lead to a painful separation for Lin Wanqing, potentially causing her to leave the sect altogether. Regardless of the outcome, Fan Yu would undoubtedly resent the disruption of his relationship with Lin Wanqing, possibly leading to his own demise. Li Xiandao rested his chin on his hands, his brows furrowed in deep contemplation. The uncertainty weighed heavily upon him. With a flick of his wrist, he cast down 3 copper coins, an ominous sign. Just then, he suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes landing upon Fan Yu and the third senior sister, Lin Wanqing, who were approaching Tongtian Peak. The moment Fan Yu appeared, he drew the attention of many. If Li Xiandao blended into the crowd like a solitary bean among a multitude, then Fan Yu was akin to a watermelon unexpectedly emerging amidst the beans. It was simply unavoidable. Fan Yu's extraordinary beauty was breathtaking, transcending the confines of reality. As though he had stepped forth from a magnificent painting. Every contour and line perfectly delineated his enchanting visage. From any angle, Fan Yu appeared utterly flawless, captivating all who beheld him. Fan Yu timidly followed behind Lin Wanqing. Suddenly, the guardian beast of Mount Shu, the water qilin, stirred. This mythical creature had accompanied the founder of Mount Shu on his journeys across the world, ultimately remaining as the guardian of the mountain due to its exceptionally long lifespan. Traditionally gentle in nature, the water qilin unexpectedly approached, positioning itself protectively in front of Lin Wanqing. Li Xiandao felt a surge of anxiety. Could it have sensed something amiss? As a divine beast, it was entirely plausible that the water qilin could discern Fan Yu's true identity. In such a circumstance, Li Xuandao's brow furrowed further. Lin Wanqing reached out, affectionately stroking the water qilin's large nose. It was well known among the disciples that the water qilin was typically docile, even allowing students to ride upon its back while taking photographs with the recording stone without any objection. Yet, at that moment, the creature's demeanor was serious. After circling Fan Yu twice, it scratched its head with a paw, its long whiskers twitching. Then, quite suddenly, the water qilin returned to a nearby spot and resumed its slumber. To onlookers, this behavior indicated the beast's vigilance towards outsiders. Having detected no threat, it suggested that Fan Yu bore no ill intentions. Lin Wanqing turned to Fan Yu with a smile, the flicker of doubt in her heart vanishing. Fan Yu responded with a radiant smile of his own. "Sister," he called. Lin Wanqing reached out, standing on her toes to ruffle his hair affectionately. Fan Yu lowered his head, beaming with joy. "Sister, play with me. Be good, wait until your sister finishes her tasks first." Witnessing this scene, Li Xiandao completely abandoned his intention of reporting to the sect. The unmistakable affection in Lin Wanqing's eyes revealed that she had already fallen in love. It seemed he would have to devise an alternative plan. Fan Yu, the reincarnation of the Lord of the Heavenly Calamity Hall, was an ancient being who had lived for countless millennia. It was clear that he could not contend with such a formidable opponent alone. The only force capable of subduing all malevolence within Mount Shu was the illustrious Shu Mountain Sword Array. The Sword Array of Mount Shu is centered around the Shu Sword. with the 7 peaks of Shu serving as its main backbone, thus constructing an immense formation of swords. The outer layer of this array seems insufficient in power. It is imperative to invoke the innermost core of the sword array of Mount Shu. Sister! A whisper echoed in the air as Zhao Lu stealthily peered into the bedroom of her elder brother. Clutched in her hand was the recently acquired charm powder, intended to be sprinkled beneath her brother's pillow. This way, when he fell asleep, he would unknowingly succumb to its effects. However, at that moment, her brother's voice suddenly resonated, startling Zhao Lu. She quickly concealed her hands behind her back and straightened her posture. "Brother, I was merely preparing to make your bed, I had no other intentions." Xuanxiao disregarded her explanation. "I will likely enter seclusion for a period. During this time, you must diligently cultivate and refrain from wandering about or causing trouble. Do you understand? Brother, are you going into seclusion again?" Zhao Lu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. "Yes, if anyone inquires about you, simply inform them that I am in seclusion." "Understood, brother. Please emerge from your seclusion soon." Chapter 34. Even if the whole world is against you, time swiftly passed, and 2 months had elapsed. Fan Yu had adapted to life in Mount Shu. Wherever his sister was, he would be there too. In this world, only his sister treated him with kindness. He recalled how frigid every winter was, yet as long as he was by his sister's side, he feared nothing. As long as she was present. Ah! Fan Yu clutched his head, jolted awake from his dream. The pain was excruciating. It felt as though something within him had awakened. "I shall annihilate everyone. I shall bring ruin to the 9 provinces, this is my path to immortality." The scenes before him were chilling. As if the entire world had plunged into the abyss of doom. The earth had now completely shattered, with gaping fissures resembling the maw of a monstrous beast, mercilessly devouring everything in sight. The raging inferno swept across the land with ferocity, its flames soaring skyward and staining the heavens a deep crimson. On this land, engulfed by fire and ruins, mountains of corpses were strewn about. Some limbs were grotesquely mangled, while others bore twisted and horrifying visages, blood soaked the ground beneath, forming pools of ghastly crimson. Countless lives perished in this catastrophe, their dying wails and screams intertwined into a mournful dirge that echoed through the desolate void. Yet amidst this hellish tableau, one figure stood out starkly. Fan Yu was standing in the heart of the inferno, laughing maniacally. His laughter resembled the shriek of a night owl, sharp and piercing, filled with madness and delirium. His gaze was vacant, as if his soul had long departed, leaving only an obsession and ecstasy for destruction. "No!" Fan Yu reopened his eyes, gasping for breath. He found himself back in Mount Shu, by his sister's side once more. He cried as he rushed to embrace her. Lin Wanqing's face flushed slightly, though it passed quickly, as if she had long grown accustomed to physical contact. "What's wrong? Did you have another nightmare?" Fan Yu nodded through his tears. "Don't worry, I'm here with you," Lin Wanqing comforted him. "Sister, I dreamt that I killed many people. What should I do? Am I a bad person?" "Not at all. You are the kindest person in the world. If you were to harm anyone, they must surely be villains. But what if I harmed good people? What if they were innocent? What if they sought revenge against me? Everyone would bully and despise me. Would you still love me, sister?" Lin Wanqing fell silent for a moment, then affectionately pinched Fan Yu's nose. "Even if the whole world stands against you, I will always be by your side. I love you the most, sister." Fan Yu tightened his embrace around Lin Wanqing. "Sister will protect you with her life," Lin Wanqing reassured him. "As long as Fan Yu is present, no one shall harm my sister. Should anyone dare to touch a single hair on her head, Fan Yu will exact vengeance upon the world in her name." Lin Wanqing chuckled softly, reassured that her sister's affection was not in vain. "Now, let us retire for the night." The bond between Lin Wanqing and Fan Yu grew ever stronger. Concerned that Fan Yu might feel bored during her own training, Lin Wanqing frequently ventured to Mount Shu to procure small trinkets for her. On this occasion, she had acquired a mechanical puppy crafted by the Mo family. The market at Mount Shu, bustling with disciples, offered a plethora of whimsical items, many of which were sold by students eager to part with their unneeded possessions. This particular mechanical puppy had been created by a disciple from the little Xuanxiao sect, who had, years prior, taken up the art of family mechanisms out of passion. Over the years, he had produced numerous delightful contrivances, with the mechanical puppy being his most popular creation, leading him to craft many of them. Unbeknownst to him, however, one of these puppies had been subtly altered and blended seamlessly with his other creations. On this fine day, under a radiant sun, Fanyu played alone with the mechanical puppy atop Silver Sword Peak. Suddenly, the puppy began to run uncontrollably. Observing this, Fanyu dashed after it, but the puppy only quickened its pace. As the distance between them widened, she had no choice but to increase her speed. "Don't run away, stop!" she called out. To her astonishment, the puppy sprouted a pair of wooden wings and took flight. It was Fanyu's first encounter with a flying puppy, and her mouth fell open in delight. She yearned to give chase, but alas, she could not soar through the skies herself. Just as despair began to set in, she noticed a flock of celestial cranes passing nearby. These cranes, raised at Mount Shu, would frequently circle the mountain at this time. After a moment's hesitation, she seized the opportunity and leapt onto the back of one of the cranes. The creature did not resist, as it was common for disciples still in the chi refinement stage to engage in such antics. Some disciples, having slipped from the cranes, were often hoisted back up. Fanyu had witnessed an elder brother named Li Xiandao perform this feat, and now she followed suit. The white crane soared with Fanyu upon its back, ascending gracefully through the ethereal mist. Standing atop the crane, she marveled at the peaks passing beneath her. Today marked the annual day of quietude at Mount Shu, a tradition passed down through the ages. Though few adhered to it now, most refrained from wandering far from their gates, lest they attract the attention of the law enforcement hall's disciples. Thus, Fanyu encountered neither fellow disciples nor the puppy along her journey, leading to a surge of impatience. Just then, a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. She leapt from the crane and landed atop a mountain peak. "Thank you," she called out to the crane, which responded with a resounding cry. The mechanical puppy, having reached this point, seemed to have exhausted its energy and fell gently to the ground. Fanyu hurriedly picked it up, inspecting it for any damage. Only after confirming that the mechanical puppy was unscathed did a smile grace his face. He lifted his gaze, finally taking notice of his surroundings. Where was he? A thick mist enveloped the area, rendering the landscape indistinguishable. The back mountain of Tongtian Peak, during specific seasons each year, would be shrouded in dense fog. This mist emanated from the depths of the earth, wrapping the entire mountainside in its embrace. Within this vast fog, all sense seemed to be completely obscured. The gentle breeze that wafted through the mountains, the breaths of the trees, and the traces of birds and beasts had all vanished without a trace. There had been numerous instances where disciples became lost in the back mountain, unable to find their way out, forced to remain until the fog dissipated after several months. Consequently, during this season, the Shushan sect would station guardians on the mountain to prevent disciples from wandering in. Guarding the mountain was an exceedingly tedious task, so the sentinels often indulged in sneaking away for a sip of wine. Fanyu scratched his head, and at that moment, a sudden sound of a flute pierced the air, as if guiding the lost souls toward their path. Fanyu followed the melody, seeking its source. Chapter 35, How did love, bound by chains, rush forth? The sound of the flute resonated melodiously, as if imbued with a captivating power that penetrated the soul. Fanyu followed the enchanting melody and soon discovered the source of the music. Yet, it was not a mere mortal, but rather a wisp of ethereal spirit. Who are you? Fanyu inquired cautiously. The spirit beckoned him. "Come with me, your sister Lin Wanqing sent me to find you." At the mention of Lin Wanqing, Fanyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he took 2 steps forward. "Did my sister really send you to find me?" Suddenly, he misstepped, oblivious to the fact that the path beneath him had vanished, enveloped by a thick mist that obscured the ground below. With someone ahead of him, he naturally assumed there was a way forward. Fanyu remained unaware of how long he plummeted until he landed heavily on the ground. After a brief moment of recuperation, he lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. Where is this place? Before him stood a colossal jade gate, now ajar. The only one capable of opening this gate within Mount Shu was its current leader. For only the successive masters possessed the incantations to command the sword array of Shu Mountain. Of course, this knowledge was exclusive to the living masters, excluding the deceased elder master. Xuanxiao, who once journeyed through the realms alongside the elder master, had also been entrusted with this arcane knowledge, yet this remained a secret known only to the elder master. Intrigued, Fan Yu ventured inside. In the midst of an expansive terrain, an immense sword rose like a towering mountain, embedded in the earth. Its blade shimmered with a frigid light, as if capable of cleaving the very fabric of reality. Surrounding this giant sword were countless other swords, each unique in form and size. Some bore ornate hilts adorned with dazzling gemstones, while others were etched with intricate and mysterious runes. This place resembled a sanctum dedicated to the preservation of swords, each exuding its own distinct aura and power. Since the inception of the Shu Mountain sect, swords of renown from across the world, as well as those belonging to the fallen disciples of Shu Mountain, found their resting place here, gathered in unity. Through the passage of countless ages, this sword pool had transformed into a remarkable spectacle. The energy of the swords intertwined, creating a formidable presence akin to an expansive galaxy stretching across the heavens. Suddenly, a memory flickered within Fan Yu's mind. He clutched his head in agony and collapsed to the ground. A shadowy figure emerged before him, stepping forth as if traversing the river of time, shimmering with golden light. Why? Why must you tear us apart? Fan Yu shouted. I had resolved to retreat into the depths of the forest, to lead a life of simple toil alongside her. Indeed, he had firmly decided to withdraw from the demonic sect, to abandon his path of violence and embrace enlightenment. The righteous had already promised to let bygones be bygones, yet this relentless sword cultivator had pursued him relentlessly for 3 days and nights. Fan Yu, your sins are profound. In your quest for power, you drenched 6,000 miles in blood, sacrificing countless innocent lives. Have you ever contemplated those individuals, who are also someone's father, mother, wife, or son? Now, you audaciously dare to speak so brazenly, meet your demise swiftly. The golden light of the sword cleaved through everything. As he gazed upon the sword of Shushan, Fan Yu gradually began to recall everything. Mushin. No. It is Chaoxue, it is Lin Wanqing. Through 3 lifetimes, I have come to find you, they are all you. He clutched his head, yearning to escape this place. Confronted by the very sword of Shushan that had once taken his life, he felt an innate terror welling up from the depths of his being. The Jade Gate was tightly shut. The formation that originally ensnared the sword pool showed signs of loosening. No! No! Behind the silver sword peak, Xuanxiao's lips began to move rapidly, and with each motion, a series of obscure characters flowed ceaselessly from his mouth. These characters, akin to fireflies glimmering faintly, drifted slowly through the air. Despite his physical presence atop the silver sword peak, this did not hinder him from activating the most profound sword formation of Shushan. Old man, grant me one last assistance. Xuanxiao retrieved a talisman. Judging by the mystical power contained within this talisman, it was certainly not something a cultivator of Xuanxiao's caliber could possess. With the might to vanquish demons and cut down hordes of monsters with a single stroke, the Shushan sword formation was activated. Fan Yu attempted to flee, to force open the Jade Gate, yet his current strength was evidently insufficient. What is happening? Who is plotting against me? That old fellow should have perished long ago. Good news, I have regained my memories. Bad news, I inexplicably find myself within the sword formation of Shushan. In the serene, mirror-like sword pool, an array of exquisitely sharp swords, radiating a chilling glow, seemed to awaken suddenly, trembling in unison. They appeared to sense Fan Yu's presence, akin to sharks catching a whiff of blood, becoming exceptionally restless in an instant. In a heartbeat, these swords surged towards Fan Yu like wild stallions breaking free. The air was filled with flashing sword lights and intertwining sword energies, as if the very fabric of space was being torn apart by this fierce momentum. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, Fan Yu's expression changed drastically. With a sudden sweep of his right hand, a dense black aura erupted from his palm. This black mist resembled a fearsome black dragon, clawing and thrashing as it lunged towards the first wave of flying swords. With a resounding crash, the nearest swords to Fan Yu were sent flying, akin to kites severed from their strings, struck down by the formidable black energy. However, even more powerful flying swords followed in quick succession, one after another. each more formidable than the last. Fanue struggled desperately. Mushin. Xuanxiao. In this life, you are Lin Wanqing, I cannot perish here. I have yet to introduce myself to you. Indeed, you do not know me, you have already forgotten me. How can I die here? You cannot sever the bond between us, not even with the sharpest sword in the world. In the midst of his soliloquy, the power of Fanue surged dramatically. The ominous energy overwhelming the sword rain. Xuanxiao furrowed his brow, pondering how a mere invocation of love's bonds could lead to such an extraordinary increase in strength. Are you the protagonist of a fervent anime? He mused. Without hesitation, he pressed a talisman to his forehead, harmonizing it with his distinctive dance steps, and proclaimed with fervor, as the sun sets behind the mountains, darkness envelopes the sky, each household secures its doors. The righteous traveler heads towards the inn. While birds flee to the forests and tigers return to their mountains. The birds find refuge among the trees, and the tigers must return to the mountains in peace. Beneath the 7-star glazed tiles, upon the 8-edged purple gold bricks, I tread the earth, reaching for the heavens, striding forth in a continuous flow. Chapter 36, not for one, but for all standing firm upon the camp, a fragrant altar was prepared to invite the celestial beings. First, the fox spirit was summoned, followed by the yellow spirit, the long python, and the sorrowful king. The fox family served as the commander, the yellow family as the vanguard. The long python held its ground, and the sorrowful king presided over the hall. Xuanxiao was perplexed as to why the venerable elder, a dignified master of Mount Shu, would impart such arcane knowledge of summoning spirits to him, particularly spirits of his own conjuration. Soon enough, Xuanxiao sensed another force entering his being. Instantly, his body began to move of its own accord. Only the path of pure ruthlessness could wield the Shu mountain sword. Should one's heart lack purity, one would surely suffer the sword's wrath. The elder's words echoed in his mind. Xuanxiao opened his eyes, now gleaming with golden radiance. His right hand formed a sword finger, raised high above his head, before descending cleanly and decisively, as if severing something, accompanied by a fierce command, die. Simultaneously. Within the sword formation, sword energies crisscrossed like a tempestuous storm, surging toward Fanue. Though Fanue managed to repel the countless sword rains, amidst this fierce confrontation, the Shu mountain sword suddenly unleashed a formidable power, humming with resonance, transforming instantly into a brilliant beam of golden light. No. Please. Do not kill me. I beseech you. Fanue, aware of his powerlessness, felt tears welling in his eyes. All I ask is to see Lin Wanqing once more, I plead with you. I have never sought anything from others, and yet you still refuse to spare me? I have paid the price for this. Even if I have erred in the past, why can I not be granted a chance? You accuse me of slaughtering the innocent, yet they have merely lost their lives, while I have lost my love. I have atoned for my sins, why can you not grant me mercy, just one opportunity? Without further ado, a muffled sound resonated as the golden light pierced through Fanue's form without hindrance. No blood flowed from his wounds, instead, golden threads began to seep from the openings. These golden strands appeared almost alive, swiftly spreading forth to ensnare Fanue's body. As the threads multiplied, Fanue's once sturdy frame began to disintegrate like fragile porcelain, flaking away piece by piece. Each fragment shimmered with a faint glow, dissipating into the air until they ultimately vanished into nothingness. Xuanxiao removed the talisman, forming a decisive gesture with his fingers. The wisp of a soul from the back mountain of Tongtian Peak dissipated without a trace. This soul was a wraith he had previously captured. Serving as a pawn to the tiger spirit, it had been slain and became a ghost, aiding the tiger demon in luring more innocent souls. As for the mechanical dog, it was reduced to powder in the explosion, with corrosive liquid spilling forth, leaving no remnants behind. Having erased all traces of his presence, Xuanxiao finally coughed up a mouthful of blood. The Shu mountain sword formation was indeed formidable. Had it not been for the elder's possession and Xuanxiao's unwavering path of ruthlessness, he might have faltered. Even with knowledge of the incantations of the Shushan sword formation, one may still be consumed by its blades. Xuanxiao ingested the prepared elixirs but did not hasten his departure. Instead, he continued to mentally review the actions taken during this endeavor, perhaps 7 or 8, 10 times in total. Indeed, there seemed to be no issues. The success of this plan exceeded Li Xuanxiao's expectations. Initially, he had devised 5 contingency plans and simulated hundreds of potential mishaps, for not all affairs unfold as intended. What if Fan Yue encountered a disciple of Xushan en route and inadvertently captured the mechanized hound? What if Fan Yue, upon reaching the rear of Tongtian Peak, did not persist in searching for the mechanized hound? What if he disregarded the sound of the flute? Furthermore, the question of whether the Xushan sword formation could indeed slay Fan Yue remained uncertain. In conclusion, there were many unforeseen variables. Yet, the execution unfolded with remarkable ease. From beginning to end, Li Xuanxiao remained concealed, not even betraying the slightest hint of his presence. 3 reincarnations, might there be a 4th? One must do their part and leave the rest to fate. The Xushan sword formation trembled, alarming the entire upper echelon of Xushan. When the deputy sect leader and his entourage arrived, they were utterly bewildered by the situation, initially believing that the sect leader had entered the formation. After all, only the sect leader was privy to the incantations of the formation. Reluctantly, they summoned the reclusive sect leader, Taoist Lingxiu. Upon opening the jade door, Lingxiu quickly discerned the anomalies within the sword formation. There were clear signs of a battle, yet no other evidence remained. Lingxiu inspected the area thoroughly. It was evident that someone had intruded into the sword formation. But aside from the sect leader, who else could breach the formation? Who could even provoke the Xushan sword? Lingxiu was filled with questions. In pursuit of clarity, Xushan imposed a state of martial law for over 3 months. While it could not be said that they gleaned nothing, they certainly found no useful leads. The man named Fan Yue, brought back by Lin Wanqing from Yinjian Peak, had vanished without a trace. Some disciples mentioned that the last time they saw him was seemingly on the back of a white crane, after which they paid him little mind. The Xushan sword formation remained unscathed, and there were no peculiarities within Xushan. Consequently, the matter faded into obscurity, however, following this incident. Dedicated disciples were stationed outside the Xushan sword formation. On the day Li Xuanxiao concluded his seclusion, he coincidentally encountered his 3rd senior sister, Lin Wanqing, who was preparing to descend the mountain. Lin Wanqing was convinced that Fan Yue must have left the mountain. What if he, so naive and innocent, has fallen prey to deception? I must find him, she declared. Li Xuanxiao sought to comfort his sister, suggesting, perhaps he has suddenly regained his memories, forgetting those lost during the period of amnesia, and thus hurriedly departed the mountain. Such is the nature of the world, some arrive, while others leave. Each person carries their own unique mission and journey. Some individuals cross our paths, perhaps merely due to the gentle touch of fate's hand upon the strings of our existence at a fleeting moment. When they turn away, they become but a brief interlude within the grand symphony of life. If destiny has orchestrated our meeting, then why should we cling so desperately to what must inevitably part ways? After all, life is inherently filled with countless uncertainties and enigmas. Let us allow events to unfold naturally, trusting that what is meant to come will arrive, and what is destined to leave cannot be retained. In response to Li Xuanxiao's counsel, Lin Wanqing merely shook her head. You do not understand, since our encounter, he has become my sole beacon of hope. Li Xuanxiao fell silent for a moment. Senior sister, did you traverse countless miles and endure great hardships to join the immortal sect merely to find someone to whom you could entrust your life? The disciples of Mount Shu do not dedicate themselves to a single individual, but rather to the greater good of humanity. Lin Wanqing smiled wryly. I lack your unwavering resolve. It seems I am truly unfit for cultivation. In truth, to live one's life according to one's own wishes, even if only for a brief moment, is a remarkable feat. Li Xuanxiao refrained from further words, simply bidding her farewell with a wish for her well-being. Chapter 37, The Golden and Silver Blood Serpent. In the tranquil sanctuary of Xushan, within the confines of the library, Li Xuanxiao meticulously perused texts concerning reincarnation. It was only after transcending tribulations and attaining the Mahayana stage that one could possess such divine abilities. He recalled the words spoken by Fan Yue at the time of his demise, where she mentioned having searched for Lin Wanqing across 3 lifetimes. This led him to ponder whether his 3rd senior sister was indeed a reincarnation of some celestial being. Such thoughts were quite overwhelming. Li Xuanxiao retraced his actions from beginning to end, deeming them flawless. Even if Fan Yue were capable of reincarnation, it was unlikely she would deduce that he had orchestrated her demise. Yet, one could only speculate about the capabilities of a Mahayana practitioner. Would his modest stratagem be sufficient to outwit her? While engrossed in contemplation, he felt a sudden stir from the jade pendant at his waist. Departing the library, he sought a secluded spot to unveil the pendant. Upon opening it, he discovered a concealed box containing a pair of twin goo worms, one of which resided with Lin Wancheng. These twin goo had been acquired during his travels in the southern wilderness. Originally, they were intended for life and death, often employed by southern maidens at their weddings, ensuring that if one spouse perished, the other would succumb as well. However, that was a tale from a bygone era. In the present day, the twin goo had been refined to be more benign, resembling a remote sensing device that could continually monitor the well-being of its counterpart. At that moment, the goo worm conveyed a critical message: Lin Wanqing was in peril. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xuanxiao swiftly left the mountain gate. With the presence of the twin goo, he felt assured that he would locate Lin Wanqing without difficulty. It had barely been a month since she descended the mountain. In the wilderness, concealed within the embrace of an ancient tree, Xuanxiao observed with keen interest. He spotted Lin Wanqing not far away. She was indeed alive, albeit her vitality appeared diminished. There were no visible injuries, suggesting she might have been poisoned. Had she been ambushed? Or could it be that she had discovered the existence of the goo worms and was thus betrayed? Xuanxiao refrained from rushing to her aid immediately, opting instead to engage in fervent speculation. Could the grief of Fan Yu's death have awakened memories from her past lives? He summoned a puppet scorpion. Having successfully crafted 3 such puppets, one had attained the first level of qi refinement. The scorpion scuttled toward Lin Wanqing, confirming that she was indeed poisoned, with a wound on her ankle indicative of snake venom. In the next instant, a shadow darted past with astonishing speed, eluding even Xuanxiao's senses. It was a serpent, no longer than an arm but as slender as an earthworm, which bit into the puppet scorpion. Fortunately, the puppet scorpion was immune to toxins. The golden and silver blood serpent. Xuanxiao immediately recognized this venomous creature, said to thrive amidst rare treasures. Thus, prior to the last epoch, the coveted possession of those who sought enlightenment was the elusive golden-silver blood serpent. With it, one could unearth treasures. However, the serpent could not be domesticated by human hands. Aware of its impending capture, the serpent would soon refuse sustenance, leading to its demise, and consequently, the golden-silver blood serpent would vanish from existence. This creature possesses an extraordinarily lengthy lifespan and a venom of unparalleled potency. After a century of cultivation, it could easily poison a cultivator at the golden core stage. Its lethal bite is swift, and the serpent before Xuanxiao had likely lived for over a century. A wave of trepidation washed over him. He was fortunate to have restrained himself. The golden-silver blood serpent excelled in stealth, rendering it undetectable to him. A single bite would spell certain death. Xuanxiao commanded his poisonous scorpion puppet to launch an attack on the serpent, which, upon failing to strike, swiftly retreated. The golden-silver blood serpent itself lacked combat prowess, relying solely on its stealth and venom. However, with 3 puppets under his control, Xuanxiao quickly obstructed its escape route. The puppets ensnared the serpent, preventing its flight. He did not depart. Where there was one, there could very well be another. Suddenly, a tempest arose. In an instant, the wind surged forth like a wild stallion, sweeping in from all directions. Leaves whirled about as the fierce gust lifted the previously tranquil earth, creating billowing waves of yellow dust that surged forward. Even the sturdy trees succumbed to the might of the gale, collapsing under its force. The area within a mile was engulfed in chaotic turbulence. Ultimately, all was swallowed by the distant horizon, leaving behind a barren landscape, ravaged by the tempest, with the cover of the golden-silver blood serpent obliterated. Xuanxiao kept his flying sword at the ready, vigilant against any possibility of the serpent emerging from the earth. He first compelled the serpent to expel its venom, capturing it in a specialized vial. Subsequently, he vanquished the creature. Although the golden-silver blood serpent was rare, it held little intrinsic value compared to other untransformed beasts. Xuanxiao ignited a fire to incinerate the serpent and then turned his attention to Lin Wanqing's condition. To his surprise, Lin Wanqing's state was considerably better than he had anticipated. Despite being poisoned and her breath faint, There were signs of imminent recovery rather than a flickering flame in the rain or a leaf in the wind. She was merely unconscious. And Li Xuanxiao gently laid her aside. Yet, what had brought her to this location? He examined the contents of Lin Wanqing's storage ring, disregarding the numerous magical artifacts and elixirs until he stumbled upon an incongruous item, a crudely drawn map, inscribed in the handwriting of Fanue. Li Xuanxiao recognized the script, having seen it before. Sister, here, Fanue had sketched upon the ground with a tree branch by the riverbank. Lin Wanqing glanced at the drawing, which appeared to depict a map. Where is this place? She inquired casually. Fanue shook her head, uncertain, recalling only that this place seemed to hold some significance. A place of importance? What could that be? I too have forgotten. Lin Wanqing chuckled lightly, unfazed. Very well, when I accompany my sister back to Mount Shu, I shall take you there when I have the time, all right? Fanue nodded and added, in truth, it does not matter whether the place is significant or not. Being with my sister is what truly matters. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but reach out to affectionately ruffle Fanue's hair. Chapter 38, 3 Lives, 3 Worlds before Li Xuanxiao. The sealed door gradually opened. The unlocking of this door required blood, and specifically, the blood of a certain individual. Undoubtedly, that individual was Lin Wanqing. Indeed. As Li Xuanxiao had anticipated, a vast expanse unfolded before him. Initially, he harbored doubts about hidden mechanisms within, but soon he realized his misjudgment. This space appeared to have been inhabited by someone. A faint, ethereal scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, enveloping him in a serene and enigmatic atmosphere. His gaze fell upon the exquisitely carved hollow window screens, a testament to unparalleled craftsmanship. Within the room stood a soft and comfortable wooden bed, adorned with intricately embroidered satin bedding, its head and foot embellished with delicate patterns. In one corner of the chamber, an elegantly antiquated guqin stood silently. A bronze mirror rested upon a finely carved wooden vanity, which was similarly adorned with intricate designs. Suddenly, Li Xuanxiao clutched his head as a flood of memories surged before him. These were not his memories, but those belonging to Fanue and Lin Wanqing. More accurately, they were the recollections of their past lives. In an instant, Li Xuanxiao comprehended the reason behind Fanue's creation of this map. It had been meticulously orchestrated. By bringing Lin Wanqing here, she would regain her memories and recall everything from before. However, he had miscalculated. He had not anticipated his own unexpected amnesia, nor the fact that he would be outmaneuvered by Li Xuanxiao at Mount Shu. Ultimately, it was Lin Wanqing who fell victim to the attack of the hidden blood snake, leading to the unforeseen entrance of Li Xuanxiao into this place. Li Xuanxiao witnessed the memories left behind by Fanue. One was the master of the heavenly evil hall, a notorious figure known to all. The other was the foremost female swordsman in the realm, a paragon of swordsmanship. During a siege, Fanue eliminated everyone save Lin Wanqing. For 3 months, Lin Wanqing pursued Fanue relentlessly. Initially steadfast in her resolve, Lin Wanqing gradually discovered a unique affection for Fanue. In the end, she chose to sacrifice herself in an attempt to redeem him, hoping he would abandon his path of slaughter. To save Lin Wanqing, Fanue had no choice but to cast her back into the cycle of reincarnation, seeking her future incarnation. In her second life, Lin Wanqing became a disciple of Mount Shu, rising to prominence in her youth, dazzling all who beheld her. Yet, she found herself entangled with Fanue, and they faced numerous trials of life and death together. Ultimately, Lin Wanqing regained her memories. In her anguish, she relinquished all her cultivation, becoming immortal and departing from Mount Shu. Fanue vowed to forsake evil, and together they sought solace in the depths of the forest. However, the first sect leader of Mount Shu, bearing the sacred sword, relentlessly pursued them. In a tragic turn, Lin Wanqing perished beneath the blade of the Mount Shu sword while protecting Fanue, witnessing the death of his most exceptional disciple at his own hands. The sect leader did not hesitate to execute Fanue. In the aftermath, in an effort to preserve the honor of Mount Shu, he erased all records pertaining to Fanue and Lin Wanqing. Having beheld the entirety of these memories, Li Xuanxiao paused for a moment, exhaling softly. So this was the entirety of the tale. It is truly incomprehensible why a paragon of excellence, a master of the sword, would fall for a ruthless fiend. Xuanxiao shook his head. Apart from leaving memories within the confines of the room, Fan Yu also bequeathed 3 magical artifacts. This was indeed the reason for the allure of the golden and silver blood serpents. Everything seemed to be destined. Spiritual artifacts exist in various grades: inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional. Similarly, magical treasures are categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional grades. Spiritual treasures are divided into acquired and innate categories. Acquired treasures can be imbued with specific attributes and functions according to the desires of their creator. However, due to their artificial nature, acquired treasures often require continuous nurturing and upgrades to unleash their full potential. In stark contrast, innate treasures have existed since the dawn of creation, possessing unparalleled spirituality and might. They require no human intervention to evolve and manifest extraordinary capabilities. The 3 artifacts left by Fan Yu were specifically prepared for Lin Wanqing. The first was an acquired spiritual treasure, the armor of the Jiao Dragon, a silver-white suit of armor that could be donned regardless of one's cultivation level. Even Li Xianxiao had to remark on its thoughtfulness. It was indeed considerate. Adorning this armor would significantly enhance the speed of spiritual energy absorption and restore one's true essence. Its remarkable defensive capabilities ensured survival in battle, provided one's head remained intact. The second artifact was the Wind Chariot. Compact in form, it could be retrieved from a storage ring and transformed into a vehicle. The axle was a horizontal beam, upon which a carriage was mounted with wheels affixed at both ends. The ends of the axle protruded beyond the hubs, with a pin inserted, measuring 3 to 4 inches in length. Its speed was astonishing, ideal for swift escapes or travel. The third artifact, the heaven-mending pill, when ingested, gradually improved the practitioner's physique, leading to remarkable progress in their cultivation. It could rectify impurities in one's spiritual roots and refine innate spiritual roots. Notably, there were no cultivation restrictions. Both those in the nascent soul stage and those in the foundation establishment stage could consume it. The potency of the pill during its refinement dictated the requirements for the user. Thus, it should not be taken lightly, as misuse could result in bodily harm or even death. As for mortals, they were advised against even considering it. However, the heaven-mending pill bore no such restrictions. Even a mortal would experience a significant extension of lifespan, comparable to that of a golden core cultivator. Clearly, Fan Yu had prepared this pill out of concern that Lin Wanqing might reincarnate as a mortal. From these 3 artifacts, it is evident that they were meticulously chosen by Fan Yu for his beloved. It was heartwarming, exceedingly heartwarming. Well then, I shall not be polite. Li Xianxiao took all 3 artifacts, thoroughly inspecting them inside and out. Naturally, these treasures could not be left for Lin Wanqing. Nor could they even be allowed to come into her sight. Who knows what memories they might evoke in her. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed as the cave space collapsed, engulfed in ruins. The seemingly indestructible exterior was easily shattered from within. The blazing true fire consumed all in its path. Li Xianxiao felt that his efforts were insufficient. So he employed the art of earth evasion to excavate a vast chasm beneath the surface. He delved deep into the earth and subsequently invoked the technique of soil concealment, submerging everything within. He then transported colossal stones to cover the opening. Upon completing these tasks, Li Xianxiao carried the still unconscious third senior sister, Lin Wanqing, to a secure location. Ensuring that Fan Yu had left no remnants behind, he erased his lingering presence and departed quietly. If only he had never encountered Fan Yu. If only third senior sister had not developed feelings for this fiend so absurd as to forsake her life and cultivation for him. Third senior sister. Perhaps it would be better for you to lead the life of an ordinary person than to pursue the path of a cultivator. I hope you never cross paths with Fan Yu again. After Li Xuanxiao's departure, Lin Wanqing gradually regained consciousness. The lingering toxins in her body left her head spinning. She was bewildered as to how she had ended up in this cave, where she had been recuperating for several days. Finally, she ventured outside and, following the map that Fan Yu had left for her, sought the indicated location. Yet, upon arrival, she found nothing but emptiness. With a soft sigh, Lin Wanqing set forth into the distance, alone. Chapter 39, preparations for the tribulation. After enduring a series of events, tranquility finally returned. For Li Xuanxiao, a joyful, ordinary, yet fulfilling life of cultivation was more than sufficient. 3 months later, he resolved to break through to the foundation establishment stage. He had previously suppressed his own realm twice. Once, twice, but never thrice. Initially, it was the poisonous pills from the imperial princess Feng and Lu Qiushui that he ingested. Subsequently, he consumed numerous nourishing elixirs provided by the imperial princess Feng. Now, he had taken the heavenly restoration pill, meticulously prepared for Lin Wanqing by Fanhua. With such substantial nourishment, it was impossible for Li Xuanxiao to refrain from breaking through. Naturally, the breakthrough could not occur within the confines of the sect. He had long sought a safe location for his tribulation. Before departing, he imparted a few words to his junior sister. "Brother, are you finally going to become a foundation establishment cultivator?" In the eyes of Zhao Lu and the other disciples, Li Xuanxiao had always been at the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. "Brother, I can provide you protection." Li Xuanxiao declined without hesitation, stating, "Your current task is to diligently cultivate and strive to reach the 7th level of qi refinement this year. During my seclusion, do not cause trouble. Do not leave Mount Shu, and especially do not bring strangers back, particularly men." "Understood, brother," Zhao Lu replied with a wink. Brother is worried about me being taken away by another man. After advising his junior sister, Li Xuanxiao went to see his second senior brother. Currently, Silver Sword Peak lacked a master, as the eldest brother had left the sect and remained missing. Thus, the affairs of Silver Sword Peak were temporarily overseen by the second senior brother. Pain. So painful. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you a joke. I once believed in love. The second senior brother was drunkenly toasting alone in the room. Upon seeing his state, Li Xuanxiao quietly withdrew, letting Zhao Lu inform the second senior brother in her spare time that he was descending the mountain to face the tribulation. The second senior brother had experienced yet another breakup. This had become a norm, and he would soon recover. In Li Xuanxiao's perspective, the second senior brother posed the least danger, for his romantic affairs were fleeting, with new loves swiftly following old ones. It was said that wherever he went within a 50-mile radius, one could surely find an ex-girlfriend. Yet, he still proclaimed himself a pure-hearted lover. Return, soul. Return, soul. In the Hall of Heavenly Calamity, the Imperial Princess Feng was once again calling for Fanhua. "Under the 9 heavens, I recite your true name." The Imperial Princess Feng had sensed that Fanhua was dead but was unaware of the circumstances surrounding his demise. Would Fanhua have a 4th reincarnation? This thought troubled the Imperial Princess Feng greatly, compelling her to eliminate him swiftly to avoid constant anxiety. "Hurry back, Your Majesty, I shall continue to follow you." The Imperial Princess Feng seemed to engage in a solemn dialogue across an endless river of time with Fanhua. Fanhua remained silent, merely fleeing. "You should first set down the soul-destroying artifact in your hand." Fanhua severed the connection with the Imperial Princess Feng. The Imperial daughter Feng let out a soft sigh, lamenting the stubborn remnants of the old era. Fanhua, like a wandering spirit, sought to reassemble his fragmented soul. His true essence no longer permitted him to reincarnate. The loss of all memories during his 3rd rebirth served as irrefutable evidence of this. By the 4th time, he could only manifest in the world as a mere specter. His cultivation had been entirely depleted. How infuriating! Who could possibly have conspired against him? Fanhua was bewildered, unable to discern the identity of the one who had plotted his downfall. The 3rd reincarnation was on the brink of success, yet at the last moment, he was ensnared by treachery. Reflecting upon it, Fanhua found himself at a loss, unable to fathom who had so ruthlessly struck at him from the shadows. Spirits cannot linger in the mortal realm for long. The great Tao was rejecting him. He needed to find a suitable vessel, but where could he possibly seek one now? Li Xuanxiao departed from Mount Shu, swiftly making his escape. He did not head directly to his tribulation site, but rather took a circuitous route to ensure he was not being followed. Only once he was certain of his solitude did he plunge into the mountains, heading towards the location he had previously prepared for his tribulation. Within the vast cavern, the 1st level appeared as an ordinary dwelling. Surrounding it were precious elixirs. However, Those who dared to touch them would find themselves in grave peril, as hidden mechanisms lay in wait. For instance, a pill that resembled a nurturing essence would explode upon the slightest contact, releasing a dense cloud of toxic mist. Similarly, a spirit stone was linked to the intricate mechanisms of the Mo family. A mere shift would unleash poison needles. As Li Xiandao descended to the second level of the cave, he encountered a figure identical to himself. This was a paper effigy, crafted from materials nurtured by the great sages of Confucianism and Taoism, imbued with inherent laws. Yet, there was only one such effigy. Li Xiandao possessed many similar treasures. Some acquired during his travels with his mentor, while others were the fruits of his own gathering over the years. The third level was the true site of Li Xuandao's tribulation. Additionally, there were formations above, first to obscure his presence from prying eyes, and then a grand array specifically designed to extinguish other souls. This was to prevent others from seizing the opportunity to possess him at his most vulnerable moment during the tribulation. Furthermore, the final stage involved the golden core period. The spiritual energy within would coalesce into a golden core, the quality of which would determine the cultivator's future potential. Any complications with the golden core could result in severe injuries, a fall in cultivation rank, or even the complete loss of one's powers, jeopardizing life itself. Golden cores are categorized from the 5th to the 1st rank, with the 1st rank being the most desirable. Achieving a 1st rank golden core requires greater materials and poses a higher difficulty. Initially, Li Xiandao had only intended to form a 2nd rank golden core, having collected materials over a long period. However, after acquiring the treasures left by Fan Yu, he had a change of heart. The supreme golden elixir is certainly worth a try. Below is a brief lesson on transcending tribulations. I encourage everyone to take diligent notes. Those who have successfully navigated these trials understand the significance of timing. One must avoid selecting their own birth date or that of their parents. Additionally, it is imperative to steer clear of the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, as well as the sacred birthdays of various deities. After circumventing these dates, one may proceed to cast divinations. It is crucial to avoid the realms of injury, death, and alarming visions. The position of the life gate must be aligned with the appropriate hour. The might of the thunderbolts during heavenly tribulations cannot be underestimated. However, the more formidable adversary lies within the heart's demons. Under the influence of these inner tormentors, practitioners may find themselves ensnared in their deepest fears and vulnerabilities. Numerous adept cultivators have faltered during their tribulations, haunted by visions of past failures, which ultimately disrupt their focus and lead to unsuccessful outcomes. A balanced mindset is of utmost importance. One must maintain emotional tranquility to remain composed amidst the thunderous onslaught and the rampant heart demons. As the storm clouds gather, Li Xuanxiao resolutely raises his head. Chapter 40, The Tao's Benevolence. Fortified by fate, my heart and actions are as clear as a pristine mirror. This heart is like a sword, severing all misfortunes. This heart is like a mirror, reflecting the sun and moon. My heart and actions are both righteous. I am faithful to my own sense of justice, dedicating myself to my ideals until my last breath. I shall pursue my path relentlessly, for I shall not rest until I reach the pinnacle. Li Xianxiao shook his robes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The winds surrounding him were tumultuous. The sky appeared to be shrouded in a vast, dark curtain, so dense that it was almost suffocating. Layer upon layer of ominous clouds piled together like towering peaks, pressing against the horizon. Within the storm clouds, flashes of blinding lightning danced like silver serpents across the darkened sky. Each bolt of lightning seemed intent on tearing apart the suppressive world, accompanied by deafening roars, as thunder rolled and rumbled through the layers of clouds. The thunder grew louder, akin to the thunderous stampede of 1,000 steeds, or the cataclysmic collapse of mountains. Who among mortals does not strive to cross the river? Even the ordinary can aspire to immortality. Li Xianxiao was prepared for anything, yet at the final moment, he exuded an air of nonchalance. A single golden elixir was swallowed, and he realized that his fate is not dictated by heaven. Boom! At that instant, the first bolt of lightning plunged down from the inky black clouds. Li Xuanxiao's expression turned grave, and he dared not show the slightest hint of carelessness. The potent energy within him surged like a torrent, wildly coursing through his veins. As the first lightning strike fell, the second and third followed almost simultaneously. After the tempest of tribulation, Li Xuanxiao's eyes shone brightly. He endeavored to sense every ounce of power within him clashing fiercely with the newly descended lightning. This sensation was akin to tumultuous waves battering against rocks, and like fierce flames scorching steel. Following this baptism of thunder, the feeling intensified. He understood that the 3 bolts of lightning were merely an appetizer. The true trial was yet to come. Xuanxiao formed hand seals and proclaimed loudly, "With my true energy, I unite with the creation of heaven and earth, Thunder Lord. Assist me. Which fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation here?" Someone called out, but received no reply. The speaker did not expect an answer, his curiosity was piqued. Fellow cultivators passing by halted, gazing at the distant spectacle. Such a thunderstorm was naturally daunting, and none dared to approach. Yet, there were always those with ulterior motives, bold enough to venture closer. Among them was Fanue. Approaching the thunderstorm indeed unsettled Fanue's spirit. However, he quickly recognized it as an opportunity. During tribulation, a cultivator is at their weakest, presenting a perfect chance for possession. Foundation building, breaking into the golden elixir. Is this the tribulation of a first-grade golden elixir? This is the perfect vessel prepared for myself. The 4th, 5th, and 6th bolts of lightning descended in succession. Fanue's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the one undergoing tribulation. He was not astonished by the person's strength, for Fanue, it was. In this world, it seems there exists no one whom he could deem a formidable opponent, let alone a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. To Fanue, the distinction between foundation establishment and golden core is merely that of a smaller ant versus a larger one. Yet, he had never encountered anyone capable of refining their cultivation foundation to such exquisite perfection as this individual. This physique appeared not to have been forged by mere mortals, but rather birthed from the meticulous sculpting and nurturing of countless masters, resembling a transcendent work of art. Fanue smiled, exclaiming, "Heaven's providence! This body is now mine. With divine assistance, I embark on my tribulation, yet I find myself without a guardian. Should there be someone to safeguard him?" Fanue's current soul and body would indeed be at a loss. Overjoyed, Fanue surged toward the one undergoing the tribulation, silently chanting incantations and summoning his final reserves of strength. He traversed the layers of thunderous tribulation and dove headlong into the soul destruction formation. "Ha!" Fanue scoffed coldly. "Not foolish, I see, to set up the soul destruction formation. Alas, mere gravel." He dismantled the formation with ease. Then came the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th layers. Fanue was taken aback. Is this correct? Even with his formidable prowess, he found himself momentarily overwhelmed by such a formation. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, "I refuse to believe you possess more." Yet, indeed, more layers awaited him. Clenching his jaw, he summoned every ounce of his strength and finally shattered a staggering 12 layers of the soul destruction formation. Just as he was about to catch his breath, a torrent of blazing true fire greeted him. The searing flames instantly enveloped him, a manifestation of the true fire from the Shushan alchemy room. Fanue felt as though he were trapped within a colossal furnace. After a hard-won breakthrough, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and exquisite, crystalline ice lotuses began to bloom around him. These ice lotuses exuded a bone-chilling cold, piercing like countless icy arrows directed at Fanue. In an instant, he found himself plunged into an abyss of frost, the cold seeping to his very core. Thus, Fanue oscillated between the fiery inferno, enduring the scorching flames, and the icy abyss, suffering the relentless chill of the ice lotuses. This torment of dual extremes rendered existence unbearable. Yet, he refused to surrender, his heart anchored by a singular belief: love. Yes. Love. The visage of Lin Wanqing materialized before him, memories flooding back in vivid detail. "In this lifetime, I have yet to tell you that I love you," Fanue roared at last. At that moment, the figure he yearned for appeared before him. "Your body is now mine." Chanting fervently, Fanue lunged toward Xuanxiao. In the blink of an eye, the power of his soul surged forth like a tumultuous tide, fully entering Xuanxiao's form. However, just as Fanue believed he had successfully usurped the body and all was within his grasp, an unforeseen anomaly struck. In that very instant, he sensed an unprecedented disquiet. Trouble. Fanue's heart raced, but it was already too late to flee. because that corporeal form tightly bound his soul within. No matter how fervently Vanua struggled and resisted, he could not break free from the confines of this body. In the midst of this turmoil, Vanua was horrified to discover a towering figure materializing before him. It was the golden visage of a Confucian sage. This majestic form radiated a blinding golden light. The resplendent beams of gold pierced through the air like countless arrows, mercilessly striking Vanua's being. Piercing cries echoed as Vanua's soul became riddled with wounds, engulfed in excruciating pain. He desperately endeavored to withstand this dreadful onslaught, yet the disparity in strength rendered his efforts utterly futile. Xuanxiao sensed an intrusion but was unaware that it was Vanua. He remained undistracted, confident that his defenses were impenetrable. All he needed to do was face the impending thunder tribulation with unwavering focus. With a shake of his robe, he prepared himself. The first great golden core and the minor heavenly tribulation of the 4 nines presented varied degrees of potency, yet they seemed less formidable than he had anticipated. Had he succeeded? As Xuanxiao felt the power within him, he suddenly realized, wait. It appeared he had triggered a hidden mechanism. Unbeknownst to him, having completely vanquished Vanua, the cycle of cause and effect returned to him. The heavens responded, bestowing fortune upon him. Thus, the generous celestial order decided to cultivate something grand for Xuanxiao. Chapter 41, The Great Catastrophe of 69. Xuanxiao severed Vanua's final path of reincarnation, entangling himself in karmic retribution and acquiring immeasurable merit. It was at this pivotal and delicate moment of transcending tribulation that the originally intended conclusion of the minor catastrophe of 49 unexpectedly transformed. The thunderclouds shifted in hue, heralding the onset of the great catastrophe of 69, a trial that cultivators encounter upon the emergence of their nascent soul, divided into 6 distinct tribulations. Each of these trials bore a potency far exceeding that of the minor catastrophe. Xuanxiao observed this unfolding scene with a furrowed brow. The situation seemed to be growing increasingly intriguing. His extensive preparations were not in vain. For this moment of tribulation, he had compiled enough materials to fill several volumes, including titles like 5 Years of Foundation, 3 Years of Golden Elixir, Essential Yet Obscure Knowledge on Golden Elixirs, and The Art of Exaggeration. Although today's events seemed to be a series of coincidental collisions, Xuanxiao had already anticipated the worst outcomes, thus keeping matters within a manageable scope. He consumed a pill, revealing another robe beneath his tattered garment. Indeed, he donned 3 robes in total. His shirt was woven from the fibers of rubber trees aged over 200 years. Suffused with spiritual energy, capable of effectively resisting the onslaught of the tribulation. Beneath it lay a vest, also imbued with mystical properties, followed by another layer of protective gear. And ultimately, the dragon scale armor. Xuanxiao meticulously arranged his treasures, caressing a jade pendant rumored to enhance fortune and pinching a safety talisman from the path. He then retrieved a spray bottle, misting the air around him. Do not misconstrue this as perfume. It was a medicinal powder designed to accelerate the gathering of surrounding spiritual energy, swiftly attracting it to his vicinity. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very foundations of existence. The long-anticipated tribulation descended like an enraged purple dragon, hurtling toward Xuanxiao below. In an instant, dazzling violet lightning enveloped his figure entirely. The ferocious power of the lightning surged forth like a torrential flood, wreaking havoc upon everything in its vicinity. The very fabric of space appeared to distort under this overwhelming force, resonating with disquieting vibrations. Alas! One must retreat to a safe distance. What is happening? Is this tribulation not yet concluded? The nearby cultivators, who had initially gathered out of mere curiosity, stood transfixed as if struck by a spell, their expressions awash with disbelief. They had never anticipated that the lightning, which should have dissipated into nothingness, would manifest such astonishing transformations at this very moment. Above, the lightning that had begun to wane, on the verge of vanishing, suddenly surged with an unfathomable power, becoming wildly tempestuous once more. Foundation establishment leads to the golden elixir, with the elixirs classified into 5 distinct grades. Those of exceptional talent all aspire to attain the first grade golden pill. However, few are aware of what lies beyond the transcendent golden pill. At this moment, an elderly man murmured to himself, causing the surrounding cultivators to glance over instinctively. Upon doing so, they were immediately taken aback. The old man limped on one leg, leaning on a cane, with only a few wisps of hair fluttering in the breeze. The nearby cultivators were either missing an arm or lacked eyes. They were remnants of despair. This was a notorious malevolent practitioner from the Jiangbei region, rumored to be pursued by the Jiangbei alliance. Little did they expect him to have fled all the way here. Let us keep our distance from them. As soon as the cultivator finished speaking, a horrifying scream erupted. He had already lost both of his eyes. Feng Sanyang smiled seductively, casting her gaze towards the companion of that cultivator. After a moment's hesitation, her companion turned and fled. Feng Sanyang clicked her tongue, lamenting the coldness of human hearts. What kind of good brother abandons you in times of trouble? The limping old man spoke solemnly. It is the transcendent golden pill. This person is unguarded. Once the heavenly tribulation concludes, he will be at his most vulnerable. Kill him and seize the pill. Indeed, echoed several subordinates around him. Thunderbolts rained down relentlessly. At this moment, the robes and inner garments of Li Xiandao had turned to ashes. Only the dragon armor remained, still protecting him. This earthly treasure proved to be remarkably effective. Fan Yu had truly outdone himself, immersing himself in the fray. First, he bestowed the dragon armor upon Li Xiandao, then, during the tribulation, he willingly allowed himself to be killed by Li Xiandao, thus aiding him in attaining boundless merits. Who wouldn't be impressed? To make friends, one must befriend Fan Yu. This should be the final strike. Li Xiandao lifted his gaze towards the heavens. He took a deep breath and raised both hands. As he moved them, they traced smooth arcs in the air, gradually intertwining to form a flawless circular trajectory. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from his hands, coalescing into a distinct golden character, Dao. It hovered silently around him, interacting subtly with the surrounding air. Cough, cough, cough. As Li Xiandao coughed up a copious amount of blood, the puppet scorpion behind him launched silver needles that pierced various acupoints on his body. The needles had been previously soaked in medicinal herbs. Again! He could feel that golden pill within him. It was but a final push away from perfection. The last thunderbolt crashed down from the heavens. Amidst the suffocating brilliance, everything was engulfed and rendered unrecognizable. Mountains, rivers, forests, and all living beings lost their original hues under the terrifying lightning. The intense currents wove a dense web of electricity in the air, causing landslides and quakes wherever they struck. This is bad, Li Xiandao thought to himself. He had carefully chosen this desolate place for his tribulation, far from human habitation, precisely to prevent collateral damage to others and to avoid entangling innocent lives in karmic retribution. However, in the current situation, the mountain conceals an unknown number of mystical creatures and plants. In the ensuing chaos, the innocent are inevitably harmed, and one cannot escape the consequences of their actions. Contemplating this, Li Xuanxiao swiftly departed from his tribulation site, diverting the thunder to the heavens above. Brother, why is he suddenly charging into the lightning tribulation? Feng Sanyang inquired, puzzled. The limping elder snorted disdainfully, remarking that these righteous cultivators, filled with compassion, could not bear to see others suffer due to their own tribulations, thus risking their own failure in the process. Feng Sanyang raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself, what a noble gentleman, I excel at dealing with such individuals. Brother, I have a splendid plan. Chapter 42, the superlative golden elixir. The limping old Taoist calculated with his fingers, his face alight with joy. It has come to fruition. The superlative golden elixir. Congratulations, my brother, on acquiring the superlative golden elixir today. Beside him, the one-armed man immediately fawned in agreement. Take heed. We must not let this opportunity slip away. The limping old Taoist suppressed his excitement and spoke solemnly. Indeed. The superlative golden elixir. At that moment, it quietly floated within Li Xianxiao's dantian. After enduring the tribulation, he finally emerged slowly from the roiling thunderclouds. Though his garments were tattered and torn by the lightning, Li Xianxiao held his head high. Yet, only he was aware of the excruciating pain his body was enduring at that moment. Every inch of his skin felt as if it were being seared by fierce flames, piercing through to the bone. A wave of metallic sweetness surged in his throat, causing him to involuntarily spew forth copious amounts of blood. This was the most vulnerable state following the successful tribulation. However, as long as he possessed this exceedingly rare superlative golden elixir, it was all worth it. Xuanxiao did not allow the fleeting taste of victory to cloud his judgment. He sensed numerous presences around him, unable to ascertain which would pose a threat. The act of establishing a foundation and breaking through to the golden elixir stage would typically not attract such a multitude of cultivators. Yet, the commotion caused by Xuanxiao's superlative golden elixir was indeed too great. Even the city lord of the nearby town swiftly dispatched individuals to this location. When faced with uncertainty, retreat is the wisest course. At that moment, Xuanxiao suddenly halted. Feng Sanyang appeared not far away. With a smile on her face, she held a cultivator in each hand, a man and a woman, presumably partners. Both had been blinded and rendered powerless by Feng Sanyang. Look at how pitiful they are. Little Taoist friend. They have become this way because of you. I am about to cast them down. To her left lay a green python, and to her right, a black python. Should they be thrown down, they would be devoured by the respective serpents. Feng Sanyang wore an expression of feigned innocence. As a disciple of a prestigious sect, you act righteously. In such a situation, whom would you save first? After stating this, she emphasized once more, they are so innocent. Perhaps this woman is already with child. What shall we do about that? If not for your tribulation drawing us here, this couple wouldn't have encountered us and met such a fate. You must seize this final opportunity to atone for your mistakes. Xuanxiao glanced at the pair of partners in her grasp. A single bite from my spiritual serpent's venom would ensure their demise. I hope the little Taoist's speed is swift enough to save them. With that, Feng Sanyang exerted a gentle force, casting them in opposite directions. Simultaneously, the black and green pythons sprang into action, their speed remarkable. Feng Sanyang narrowed her eyes, fixated on Xuanxiao. Her left sleeve bore a binding rope for capturing demons, while the right sleeve concealed a hairpin, equally a magical artifact and a lethal weapon. Should anyone attempt to rescue the female cultivator, the binding rope would launch a surprise attack from behind. Conversely, should they opt to save the male cultivator, the hairpin would strike. Regardless of their choice, the adversary would be compelled to both rescue their companion and fend off the dual onslaught of venomous serpents and their own magical artifacts. Feng Sanyang's stratagem was not unfamiliar. Those of her ilk, devoid of moral constraints, vastly outnumbered the righteous, who possessed a higher moral caliber. Thus, the virtuous often found themselves at a loss against such tactics. Though simple, this method proved infallible, relying on overt scheming. Countless righteous cultivators had fallen victim to her cunning. Xuanxiao's figure flickered. Feng Sanyang's brows twitched. Indeed, most would choose to save the female cultivator. Her earlier remark about the possibility of the woman being pregnant had evidently tugged at their heartstrings. A faint smile graced Feng Sanyang's lips as she flicked her right sleeve, activating her artifact. Regret your choice. In the next instant, blood erupted from her mouth. Xuanxiao's hand, shaped like a sword, pierced through her skull. How swift! How could he appear here? Before Feng Sanyang could regain her senses, her eyes glazed over, and her consciousness swiftly dissipated. To her last breath, she could not fathom that he would charge at her without hesitation. Meanwhile, her ill-fated companions had already met their demise at the serpent's fangs. Xuanxiao scarcely spared them a glance. A gentleman does not save. At the very least, I have avenged you. After slaying Feng Sanyang, he did not linger but vanished into the distance. Sanyang! Bastard, don't you dare escape! A roar echoed behind, accompanied by the sound of slicing air. Xuanxiao dove into the forest. Two men, each missing an arm, one the left, the other the right, pursued closely. Both brothers held fondness for Feng Sanyang. Now that she had been slain by this man, how could they not harbor hatred? Though he was now at the golden core stage. Having just survived the tribulation and weakened in body, the two of them in the foundation establishment stage still believed they could kill him. For Sanyang's revenge. Ah! Be careful, ah! The voice abruptly ceased. A cloud of poisonous mist erupted, instantly disorienting the two men. Following that, venomous needles shot forth from all directions. Li Xuanxiao had lured his pursuers into the trap he had meticulously laid. He had long since plotted his escape route to prevent such occurrences. Those who relentlessly followed behind either fell victim to the puppet's poisoned needles or found themselves ensnared by the vine's accompanying formation, subsequently succumbing to the toxins, or triggered a series of explosions. By the time Li Xuanxiao had traversed 100 miles, the pursuit had ceased. "It is done. You little thief. Do you think my golden core stage is merely for show?" The limping elder descended from the sky, having lost all his subordinates in one fell swoop. He was exceedingly enraged. Truly, one of his caliber, capable of cultivating to the superior golden core level, was formidable. However, the mere thought of possessing this extraordinary golden elixir made the demise of all his subordinates seem worthwhile. The limping elder, with a single strike, aimed to pierce through Li Xuanxiao's chest. There exists a disparity even within the realm of golden elixirs, and considering that the opponent had just recently transcended tribulation, there was insufficient time to assimilate the formidable power bestowed by the exceptional golden elixir. A heavy thud resonated through the air. The elder's strike did not penetrate the chest as intended. Instead, he felt a mysterious force drawing in all of his might. A faint, almost ethereal sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar echoed. Was it the sound of a spiritual treasure from the postnatal realm? The limping elder was taken aback, both astonished and elated. With a spiritual treasure at hand and an extraordinary golden elixir to boot, he could only express gratitude for the heaven's bounty. Overwhelmed with joy, he could not help but erupt into wild laughter. Yet, in the next moment, he was struck by dizziness, his body succumbing to weakness. Unbeknownst to him, a minute wound had appeared on his finger. The venom of the golden-silver blood serpent had taken hold. In the past, Lin Wanqing, a consummate golden elixir practitioner, had succumbed to unconsciousness despite her bloodline enhancement. The limping elder, whose strength paled in comparison, would surely meet his end with the toxin invading his body. The duality of divine grace and peril often descends simultaneously. The crux lies in which one can seize. Li Xuanxiao, wary that the poison might not suffice to finish off his foe, took the precaution of delivering a final blow before hastily making his escape. There was no time to linger over corpses. Greed could easily lead to one's demise. A haze enveloped his vision, signaling that he could barely hold on. It was imperative that he find a place to recuperate in solitude. Chapter 43. The Rule's 5 shadow puppets scurried away in different directions. While the true Li Xuanxiao employed the art of earth escape, swiftly traversing beneath the surface like a little mole, he realized the urgency of finding a place to rest. This flawless golden core would undoubtedly attract considerable attention, and he feared he had become a target. With determination, Li Xuanxiao continued to dig diagonally downward, ensuring both progression and depth. The two puppets worked fervently, while Li Xuanxiao nestled between them, shutting his eyes in profound exhaustion. Before succumbing to slumber, he commanded the puppets to reduce their digging speed, instructing them to switch tasks without pausing. Subsequently, he adjusted his breathing rhythm, allowing himself to gradually unwind, as if entering a tranquil realm isolated from the world. He sat there quietly, resembling a slumbering statue. However, beneath his seemingly tranquil exterior, a wondrous series of events unfolded. Li Xuanxiao's consciousness began to delve deep within, meticulously exploring and mending the meridians and acupoints that had been damaged during his previous tribulation. At the same time, he remained acutely aware of subtle changes in his surroundings, maintaining vigilance against any external threats. The insights gained from his tribulation washed over him like a gentle breeze, stirring ripples within the depths of his soul. Drawn by this newfound power, Li Xuanxiao found himself inadvertently sinking into deeper contemplation. He reminisced about the myriad hardships and fortuitous encounters he had faced since embarking on his path of cultivation, reflecting on the cyclical nature of existence, the impermanence of all things, and pondering the true meaning and value of his existence within this vast universe. Thus, 3 months passed before Li Xuanxiao awakened once more. At the golden core stage, he drew sustenance from the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, rendering the consumption of grains unnecessary. Consequently, even after 3 months without food or drink, he felt invigorated. This sensation was utterly delightful. After savoring this feeling, he finally recalled his current surroundings. The two puppets, upon noticing his awakening, turned to regard him. Oddly enough, at that moment, Xuanxiao sensed a hint of grievance emanating from the two puppets. Indeed, even puppets could not endure prolonged overtime. Without hesitation, Xuanxiao summoned them back into his palm, transforming the two puppets once again into wooden figurines. Like a mole, he broke through the surface. However, as soon as Xuanxiao emerged, he immediately sensed something amiss. He was unable to channel his spiritual energy. What was happening? He hastily attempted to burrow back into the earth, but found himself incapable, struggling to extricate his body from the ground. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead as he exerted immense effort to free himself from the earth, finally managing to surface from the neck down. He glanced around, bracing himself for an impending attack, yet after a prolonged wait, no adversary made a move. It seemed he was situated in a small town. Just as Xuanxiao pondered this perplexity, lines of text materialized before him out of thin air. Regulations of Luoshui Town. Rule 1. Residents are forbidden from leaving the town at will. Rule 2. One must always possess a lit candle at night, which must not be extinguished. Rule 3. Wearing red garments is prohibited in Luoshui Town. Rule 4. Within 7 days, one must find a suitable partner and wed in the presence of witnesses. Rule 5. New residents must report to the government office within 3 days. Rule 6. Anyone entering the government office will permanently lose their 5 senses. Rule 7. The mountain god temple is deemed safe. Rule 8. There are dangerous beasts within the mountain god temple. Rule 9. There are no constables in the town. Rule 10. Individuals dressed in black are constables, and their words must be heeded. Rule 11. Town residents are prohibited from disclosing information about the town. These 11 rules lingered for a moment before vanishing from sight. What purpose do I serve here? Is this truly the central continent? Xuanxiao settled down, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. It soon became apparent that he had inadvertently stumbled into a certain celestial paradise. In truth, these so-called paradises are remnants of places where many powerful beings in the integration stage have perished. These formidable individuals, capable of altering the fabric of reality through sheer will, established rules that cannot deviate too far from reason or reality. Upon their demise, their essence transforms into nourishment for the heavenly Tao, ultimately dissipating within this world. Many of these beings, unwilling to accept their fate, devised regulations to seal off their domains, preventing their spiritual energy from leaking out. The more individuals they ensnare, the stronger their power becomes, potentially allowing for a resurrection. However, the areas ensnared by these formidable beings are rich in spiritual energy, beneficial for cultivation, hence being referred to as celestial paradises. Some audacious cultivators actively seek out these realms governed by powerful beings, rushing in with reckless abandon, only to meet their demise. Yet, if every integration stage cultivator pursued this path, or relied on powerful sects, the death of one could result in the loss of countless innocent lives if they attempted to revive themselves in any city. Thus, this practice has been strictly forbidden by various sects, with immediate measures taken to disperse such rules upon discovery, and the souls of those integration stage cultivators are obliterated. I truly am fortunate, a door of luck has swung wide open for me. Xuanxiao contemplated the aforementioned rules, noting numerous contradictions. For instance, Rule 5 mandates that new residents report to the government office within 3 days, while Rule 6 states that anyone entering the office will permanently lose their 5 senses. Rule 9 declares that there are no constables in the town. The 10th rule states that those clad in black garments are constables. As dusk approached, Xuanxiao recalled the 2nd rule, which asserted that he must have a candle by his side when night fell. He traversed the cobblestone street, and at that moment, the town was eerily quiet, as if it bore no traces of human habitation. In this place, Xuanxiao was unable to wield his magical powers, which unsettled him somewhat. Soon, he spotted an inn. The inn was brightly lit, and the attendant, noticing a stranger, lazily lifted his gaze. Esteemed guest, do you seek lodging? Chapter 44. Breaking the rules at the inn. Xuanxiao reached into his pocket and retrieved some currency. At that moment, several cultivators entered from outside. Senior brother, what on earth is happening here? I cannot use my spiritual power, nor can I leave. I have never encountered such a bizarre situation. I am uncertain as well. Perhaps we should inquire with someone. The innkeeper had just handed Xuanxiao the key to his room. One of the three, senior brother Xuanxiao, approached and clasped his hands in greeting. I am Xuanxiao, a disciple of Qingmen Mountain. May I ask what is going on in this place? Qingmen Mountain? Xuanxiao searched his mind but could not recall any sect by that name. It was likely a small, obscure sect. The most accomplished among the three, Xuanxiao, was only at the 4th level of qi refinement. They probably had no idea that those in the integration stage could establish rules, nor had they any means of knowing. Xuanxiao explained the situation to them. Their expressions turned to astonishment as they absorbed the unbelievable information. He cautioned them to be vigilant in this place. Xuanxiao promptly replied, Thank you for your guidance, fellow cultivator. Since we have all inadvertently entered this realm, let us look out for one another moving forward. Xuanxiao nodded, not declining the offer. He did not believe that strength in numbers would hold much sway in this situation. However, seeing that these three were inexperienced and eager, he resolved to assist them if he could. It was a fundamental principle among righteous individuals to help one another, with no justification for ignoring those in peril, unless extraordinary circumstances arose. Xuanxiao entered his room. Upon checking into the inn, he received 2 candles free of charge. The candles were shielded from the wind by a lantern. He lit the candles and, with no time for respite, began to devise a strategy. The other rules were not pressing, but Rule 5 mandated that new residents of the town report to the government office within 3 days. Conversely, Rule 6 stated that anyone entering the government office would permanently lose their 5 senses. If he failed to report to the office, he would violate Rule 5 and likely face immediate obliteration. Although he had refined an exceptional golden elixir, the disparity between him and those in the integration stage was vast. Reporting to the government office would mean the irreversible loss of his sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. At that moment, he suddenly heard familiar voices coming from the next room. Zhang Tianqin, my pure yang body is to be defiled today. It is unavoidable. For we have come to this place and must fall in love. With fate thus decreed, I shall not hold back. Please feel free to ravage me. 5 seconds later, Zhang Tianqin continued, What do you believe is the meaning of life? Xuanxiao pressed his ear against the wall and confirmed that it was indeed Zhang Tianqin speaking before knocking on her door. After a brief pause, she slowly opened the door, her face lighting up at the sight of him. Without further ado, the 3 of them gathered around the candle in Xuanxiao's room. According to Zhang Tianqin, after he escaped from the hands of the Imperial Maiden Feng of the Azura Hall alongside Xuanxiao, he initially intended to return to his sect. However, fearing retribution from the Imperial Maiden, particularly as he lacked the formidable backing that Xuanxiao possessed, he chose to conceal himself. By chance, he learned of numerous disappearances in this area and came to investigate, only to find himself ensnared here. The female cultivator by his side is a disciple of the Xiantian Sword sect, who accompanied him. Both recalled the stipulation that they must find a partner within 7 days and complete a wedding. Consequently, Xuanxiao quickly discerned Zhang Tianqin's flaw. He was overly theoretical and favored training matches, rendering him inept in actual combat. Yet, this was not the moment for such discussions. Had you not reported to the authorities yet? Zhang Tianqin and Han Yao nodded in unison. Han Yao remarked, That rule is overwhelmingly inhumane. Zhang Tianqin added, Many in this town have already lost their 5 senses, yet there are still those who retain them. It seems there must be a way to cope. But they refuse to disclose anything when I inquire. Xuanxiao nodded, recalling Rule 11, which forbids residents from divulging town secrets, particularly the rules themselves. Thus, they could only devise their own strategies. Han Yao sighed, expressing a sense of despair. Tomorrow is the last day. Who knows how many have stumbled into this place and perished here? The number of graves in this town is countless, and only a fraction have managed to grasp the rules. The night passed in silence. The following day, Xuanxiao, Zhang Tianqin, Han Yao, and Xuanxiao arrived at the gates of the authorities. They were not alone, over a dozen others who had unwittingly entered this place accompanied them. As they walked, they observed many souls sitting hopelessly along the streets, awaiting the arrival of death. Having been forcibly stripped of their senses, they felt nothing, touched nothing, and heard nothing, merely allowing time to slip away. In this entire town, the number of normal individuals could be counted on one hand. Witnessing this scene, the thought of becoming like them was a torment greater than death itself. Standing before the authorities, the group exchanged glances, each hesitant to take the first step inside. As time ticked away, Zhang Tianqin could no longer contain himself. I must see what lies within, I will take the lead. Li Xuanxiao regarded him with a glance. Through their previous encounters, he had realized that, aside from his lack of intellect, Zhang Tianqin had many commendable qualities. Li Xuanxiao reached out to restrain him. In truth, he had already conceived a strategy the previous night. What he needed to contemplate now was how to convey his thought process to the others. The town's residents were prohibited from voluntarily disclosing its secrets. Now that they had effectively become residents themselves, even if they understood the solution, they could not share it with one another, lest they violate the rules. A gentleman does not rescue. Upon witnessing the suffering of others, one may feel compelled to offer assistance, especially when the cost of such aid is minimal. However, if the act of helping others demands an exorbitant price, one that could jeopardize one's own life, it is permissible to refrain from such actions. In such moments, there is no need for guilt. For one must first cherish oneself before extending love to others. If Li Xuanxiao were to find himself in such a predicament, he would not hesitate. Yet at this moment, he conceived a method that would not contravene the established rules. The disclosure of information was expressly forbidden. Indeed, all strategies for resolution lay within the confines of the rules. He stepped before the gathered crowd, who regarded him with puzzled expressions. Li Xuanxiao pressed the tip of his sword against his forehead, numbing his sense of touch. Then proceeded to blind himself, followed by the obliteration of his sense of hearing and smell. This shocking display startled the onlookers, prompting them to instinctively retreat, believing him to be mad. Why would he choose to deprive himself of his senses before even reporting to the authorities? Without uttering a word, Li Xuanxiao turned and walked towards the government office. A voice resonated within the depths of his mind, inquiring about his identity. He replied, I am Li Xuanxiao, a new resident of Luoshui town. With that, he exited the government office. Upon his departure, the astonished crowd observed that Li Xuanxiao's senses had been completely restored. If those who entered the government office were destined to permanently lose their senses, then it followed that those who had already lost their senses would retain them upon entry. Chapter 45, The Merging Stage. Is the Imperial Princess Feng experiencing menopause lately? Why does she incessantly seek to engage me in combat? Lu Jiushui had just concluded a skirmish with the Imperial Princess Feng and returned to her cave abode. She let out a soft sigh. Sooner or later, I shall eliminate this wretched creature. I have yet to settle the score from our last encounter. Lu Jiushui couldn't help but reminisce about the youth named Moro. She reached up to touch her shoulder. That boy was not entirely unpleasant. Recalling those moments, Lu Jiushui recognized that she had never experienced anything like it in her lifetime. After all, she was born a saintess, of unparalleled status. No one dared to oppose her. And even making eye contact was a grave disrespect. Yet, there she was, appearing in all her ethereal beauty before that boy. At that time, Lu Jiushui was exceptionally frail, a state she had never encountered before, nor had she ever met a boy quite like him. What a pity it ended so tragically. No! Just the thought of it ignited a blaze of fury in her eyes once more. That scoundrel, the Imperial Princess Feng, had been at odds with her since childhood. Now, she had even slain her benefactor. As Lu Jiushui was about to hasten her departure, a subordinate came to report. At the Heavenly Calamity Palace, yet another former elder of the merging stage was set to be resurrected. Lu Jiushui glanced at the name on the token, Elder Sikong. She recalled that Elder Sikong had likely perished 5 centuries ago. After his death, he had established restrictions in the surrounding area, which the Heavenly Calamity Palace had concealed to prevent discovery by others in the righteous path. After so many years, it seemed he was finally able to return. Lu Jiushui nodded. It appeared that the combat strength of the merging stage would soon increase by 1 more. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to seek out Elder Sikong. Where was Elder Sikong? Luoshui town. In Luoshui town, as Li Xuanxiao severed his 5 senses to enter the government office, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. However, when they saw Li Xuanxiao emerge from the office, his senses restored, they quickly comprehended his actions. A loophole in the rules. They promptly emulated Li Xuanxiao's approach, relinquishing their own senses. Frankly speaking, few possessed the resolve to undertake such drastic measures. Yet, faced with the specter of death, one could only steel themselves. Thus, at the entrance of the government office, wails of despair echoed continuously. "Brother, I cannot. I do not wish to live. Just a moment's endurance will suffice." Returning to the inn, Lu Jing pondered Rule 4. One must find a suitable partner within 7 days and hold a grand wedding in the presence of witnesses. Why must others be compelled to seek a partner? What peculiar proclivities do these merging stage powers possess? Do they take pleasure in witnessing love and affection? Zhang Tianxin assured Lu Jing not to worry about this matter, she would take care of it. She would venture out to find a female cultivator for him. Li Xuanxiao did not refuse, though he was reluctant to do so. However, finding a suitable partner has become a precautionary measure. Yet, Li Xuanxiao had never contemplated marriage. To wed would imply entanglement in worldly causes and consequences, potentially hindering his cultivation. Should he ascend in the future? He might find his dream of immortality shattered by earthly ties. In truth, if he could resolve the restrictions imposed by the realm of integration within 7 days, he could exploit the loophole. Li Xuanxiao pondered silently. If he could not devise an escape within this timeframe, marrying would not be too late. Zhang Tianxin proved to be remarkably efficient. Soon, she brought forth a female cultivator. The young woman appeared quite youthful and bore a timid demeanor. I am Li Mengyun, and I have no sect. I ran away from home," she said cautiously, stealing a glance at her betrothed for the upcoming marriage in 7 days. Ordinary at best. Indeed, utterly unremarkable, lacking any distinguishing features. Was she truly to wed such a person? Li Mengyun felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. This was nothing like the heroic tales she had envisioned. She had anticipated encountering a strikingly handsome and aloof master, powerful yet impervious, who would unexpectedly develop feelings for her. But now Li Mengyun sniffed, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Li Xuanxiao, oblivious to her emotions, merely introduced himself before returning to his contemplations. He had another matter to verify. As he glanced downward, he noticed 2 constables clad in black appearing on the street. Their eyes roamed over the gathered individuals. Suddenly, one of the constables pointed and declared, "You lot are to fight amongst yourselves, only the last one standing will survive." The group was momentarily taken aback. Rule 10, those in black are constables. And their words must be heeded. They exchanged glances, uncertain. The duo of constables crossed their arms, reminding them, time is of the essence. Under the looming threat of death, one individual finally made a move, prompting the others to strike simultaneously. Unable to employ spells, they resorted to the most brutal combat with their weapons. Blood stained the ground. Ultimately, the sole survivor gasped for air, standing amidst the crimson pool. The 2 constables nodded in satisfaction and leisurely entered the inn. Witnessing this scene, the townsfolk retreated far away. The newcomers were utterly astonished. Li Mengyun felt an increasing sense of dread. This was entirely unlike the world of her dreams, something was profoundly amiss, and she longed to return home. No longer wishing to encounter any aloof master. "We should leave," Li Xuanxiao declared as he made his way downstairs. Zhang Tianxin, noticing this, swiftly restrained him, warning that the constables were still below, risking their lives. "It is precisely because the constables are present that we must go," Li Xuanxiao replied. Zhang Tianxin, perplexed, could not comprehend. Li Xuanxiao freed himself from her grasp and descended alone. At that moment, within the inn, all the previous patrons had fled, terrified to be seen in the presence of the 2 constables, who indulged themselves with abandon. A voice called for a song. The rotund constable wiped the grease from his lips, his gaze fixated on Li Mengyun, who peered hesitantly from the staircase. "You, come here and sing a tune." Li Mengyun's body stiffened, her complexion turned ashen, yet she dared not defy the command. Trembling, she descended the stairs. The constable narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her. "New here? In this place, all you need to do is heed the counsel of us 2, understand?" Li Mengyun nodded in compliance. The constable continued, "You appear quite obedient. Now shed your garments and sing." Li Mengyun shivered involuntarily. Chapter 46, Weighing the pros and cons. The slender constable chuckled. Time is of the essence, my fair maiden. Do hasten to disrobe, lest you meet an unfortunate end. Suddenly, a flash of silver streaked through the inn, chilling and blinding. Li Xuanxiao wielded his long sword, the blood from the blade cascading like crimson droplets. Alongside the blood, the head of the slender constable fell. The rotund constable was momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for an assault against them. Through tear-filled eyes, Li Mengyun beheld that unremarkable figure charging forth. He lacked the dashing charm often depicted in romantic tales, yet he exuded a palpable aura. Though his powers could not be utilized here, his martial prowess remained intact. With a singular motion, Li Xuanxiao unleashed a punch that shattered the rotund constable's teeth. Constables must be heard, yet silence renders them unworthy of listening, he mused. Just as the rotund constable attempted to speak, blood gushed forth, rendering him mute. Li Xuanxiao offered no respite, seizing the constable's head. He slammed it onto the wooden floor, creating a gaping hole. With one hand gripping his sword, he aimed for the constable's neck. A muffled sound echoed as he violently rent the flesh, blood spraying and sinew parting, ultimately severing the head entirely. The scalding blood poured forth, staining Li Xuanxiao's visage. This was the first time Li Mengyun had witnessed such a sanguinary scene. Gazing at Li Xuanxiao, she found herself strangely unafraid. On the contrary, his once unremarkable face, now splattered with blood, appeared valiant and striking in her eyes. Li Xuanxiao turned, the sword's tip pointed at Li Mengyun. Disrobe. Li Mengyun was taken aback. With a swift motion, Li Xuanxiao sliced through the air. The blade deftly traced arcs, causing her garments to cascade downwards. Startled, she gasped. Li Xuanxiao tossed his own clothing to her, then averted his gaze to unfasten the black garb of the fallen constable. Rule 9, there are no constables in the town. Rule 10, those clad in black are constables, and their words must be heeded. In this town, anyone donning black attire could assume the role of a constable. The declarations of constables were to be obeyed, and thus, they could be slain, for they were not invincible. Rule 12, constables may enter and exit Luoshui town freely. Should their numbers exceed 1,000, they shall gain the opportunity to depart, losing all memories of the town. The moment Li Xuanxiao donned the black garb, the additional 12th rule materialized before him, applicable solely to constables. To traverse Luoshui town freely? If he were to become a constable, he could report the happenings of this place to his sect and escape. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. Adhering to the rules to leave would likely entail further obligations, binding him to silence regarding the town's secrets. Such was the nature of caution. Li Xuankong tucked away another black garment, lest someone exploit it to bring about his demise. Outside the town of Luoshui, Lu Qiushui fixated her gaze upon Luoshui, or more precisely, upon Li Xuankong within it. Is he still alive? Morong Mo was alive, having inadvertently entered the prohibition left behind by Elder Sikong. Lu Qiushui had not anticipated encountering Li Xuankong, who was masquerading as Morong Mo in this place. She had believed him to have perished at the hands of the imperial princess Feng. Subsequently, she had gleaned news from Mount Shu, confirming Morong Mo's death. This revelation had once left Lu Qiushui in a melancholic state. Such individuals capable of evoking such sentiments in Lu Qiushui are few and far between. Thus, when she encountered Li Xuankong again, she found herself hesitating over whether to intervene and extricate him. However, she soon dismissed the thought. Should she forcibly extract the individual from the prohibition, she would inevitably disrupt the seal left by Elder Sikong. With her current strength, should the seal be compromised, there would be no hope for awakening the Elder again. Was it worth it to eliminate a formidable entity of the Azura Hall for the sake of a disciple from Mount Shu who had once saved her? Lu Qiushui found herself engulfed in indecision. This was the harsh reality, devoid of the fantastical narratives often found in female-centric cultivation novels or male-centric adventure tales. As the leader of a demonic sect, Lu Qiushui occasionally felt wearied by her present existence. Perhaps it was due to a fleeting moment of intrigue towards Li Xuankong, a youth who had, in a sense, rescued her. Yet, that was the extent of it. Lu Qiushui could opt to save Li Xuankong, bestow upon him treasures, or grant him a status of esteem, but only without any burden on her part. It bore resemblance to how one might reward a cherished pet with treats. However, when the prospect of sacrifice arose, one that could potentially harm Lu Xiaoshui, she would have to reconsider. In comparison to a formidable entity, the value of Li Xiankong became a matter of personal contentment. While Lu Xiaoshui could choose to rescue him for her own satisfaction, the Azura Hall was not hers to command. To intervene in the prohibition would be akin to condemning Elder Sikong. How would she justify such an action to the higher echelons? All for the sake of saving a disciple from Mount Shu, it simply wasn't worth it. After a brief contemplation weighing the pros and cons, Lu Xiaoshui made her decision. I shall regard you as deceased and compensate your family, she resolved inwardly. This individual appeared to have grasped the loopholes in Elder Sikong's regulations. Surely, no unforeseen calamities would arise? Observing from the side, a disciple of the heavenly slaughter hall noted that Li Xiankong had donned the black attire of a constable, and concern began to creep in. What is there to worry about? Elder Sikong is a being of formidable might. Lu Xiaoshui arched an eyebrow. The likelihood of that seemed rather slim. Within the confines of the Mountain God Temple in Luoshui, Rule 7, the Mountain God Temple is a sanctuary. Rule 8, there are perilous beasts within the Mountain God Temple. Li Xuanxiao, holding a candle, ventured alone into the Mountain God Temple, cloaked in darkness. From the exterior, the temple appeared modest in size, yet upon entering, one would discover its vast interior. A colossal azure dragon coiled within, its immense form nearly occupying half of the sacred space. Each scale glimmered with a chilling luminescence, emanating an ancient and formidable aura, while its razor-sharp fangs resembled swords, instilling an unsettling dread, as if it might unleash a thunderous roar at any moment. Before this majestic dragon, an unparalleled pressure enveloped Li Xuanxiao, rendering him breathless. This terror stemmed not from a physical threat, but rather from a profound reverence within his soul for the unknown power before him. The azure dragon gazed at Li Xuanxiao with a mocking glint in its eyes, and he returned the gaze. Suddenly, the dragon opened its enormous maw, aiming to consume Li Xuanxiao. He remained unmoved. The dragon roared, extinguishing the candlelight. Rule 2, a candle must be present at night, and it must not be extinguished. In that moment, the only candle beside Li Xuanxiao was snuffed out. Yet, he stood steadfast, allowing the dragon to roar and thrash before him. The Mountain God Temple was indeed a sanctuary. Chapter 47, Life at Dawn and Death at Dusk. Lu Xiaoshui gazed at Li Xuanxiao, who had boldly entered the Mountain God Temple, and let out a barely audible sigh. The key to the restriction lay within the temple, and indeed, Li Xuanxiao was quite astute. Unfortunately, he had only deduced half of the truth. I shall remember you. You saved my little one, but that is all there is to it. It can only be deemed as fate's trial. Lu Xiaoshui, having ascended to his current position, naturally understood the art of discernment. He cast another glance at the figure of the youth ensnared within the restriction before turning away from the scene. Stay here and await Elder Sikong's revival, he instructed. Yes. The power of the restriction was already formidable enough, and it was expected that within a day or two, Elder Sikong would awaken, at which point everyone bound by the restriction would perish. Lu Xiaoshui could not bear to witness the young man's untimely demise. So be it. In Luoshui town, Li Xuanxiao stood within the Mountain God Temple, unfazed by the looming presence of the azure dragon. Quickly! Shouted the black-clad constables as they rushed to the temple entrance. Those inside, come out at once. The rules of Luoshui town dictated obedience to the constables. Yet now he was one of them. Glancing at his own attire, Li Xuanxiao pondered his next course of action amidst the constable's clamorous demands. Suddenly, Zhang Tianxin appeared, delivering a swift strike that shattered a constable's throat. Although her cultivation was diminished, her physical prowess remained formidable. Stop! A constable shouted. Yet, Zhang Tianxin pressed on, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Cloaked in black, she seemed to meld into the shadows, effortlessly dispatching all the constables outside the Mountain God Temple. Witnessing this, Li Xuanxiao began to contemplate his subsequent moves. He shed the black garments, relinquishing his role as a constable, revealing a crimson outfit beneath. Upon closer inspection, it was not merely red fabric, rather, it was his inner lining, stained with blood, transforming its original white hue into a vibrant crimson. Rule 3, red garments are prohibited in Luoshui town. Red garments were entirely absent from Luoshui town. Rule 7. The mountain god temple is a sanctuary. Li Xuanxiao pointed his sword towards the statue of the mountain god. The moment he donned the crimson attire, a new rule materialized before him. Rule 13. Eliminate the mountain god to escape Luoshui town. The 13th rule emerged. The altar awakened, materializing before Li Xuanxiao. He radiated an aura of lethal intent, bracing himself for battle. Before him stood a middle-aged man, exuding an air of scholarly refinement, even imbued with a righteous spirit and apparent practitioner of Confucianism. "What is the matter?" the middle-aged man implored urgently. "Might you lend me your ear?" A delay tactic? Li Xuanxiao's knees bent, seemingly on the verge of erupting. The middle-aged man pointed a single finger. Memories not belonging to Li Xuanxiao flooded his mind. Zhang Haoran, the Haoran sword. He was somewhat renowned, having single-handedly upheld a sect. Yet his sword bore a flaw. A deficiency he sought to remedy by covertly joining the Heavenly Fiend Hall. During a moment of inadvertent breakthrough, Zhang Haoran, in a fit of rage, inadvertently annihilated all his disciples within his sect. Consequently, he lost all meaning in life, consumed by a singular desire for death. However, along the path of self-destruction, he encountered a diminutive spirit resembling a mayfly. The mayfly maiden proposed, "Since you seek to end your life, why not accompany me for a day?" In that fleeting day, Zhang Haoran experienced a lifetime. The girl bestowed upon him a renewed purpose for living. Yet, the ephemeral nature of the mayfly, born and dying within a day, made it a profound honor to transform into human form and experience life for just one day. Zhang Haoran declared, "We have undertaken many rituals, worshipped the heavens and the earth, she is now my wife." Yet, despite this bond, he could not save her. Having never witnessed a mayfly before, he realized too late that his wife had departed from this world, that was her entire existence. He was powerless to resurrect her, even as a formidable being in the fusion stage. However, he believed that upon his own death, he could achieve the impossible. By harnessing this confinement, he could channel all his strength to grant her another chance at life, a life where she could experience the world as a normal person, pursuing her desires. With tears glistening in his eyes, Zhang Haoran beseeched Li Xuanxiao, his voice trembling with emotion, "Thus, dear friend, this is not for myself. I have long been a man deserving of death. I merely wish to fulfill her dream. Please, she is innocent. Success is imminent, it is almost within reach. Can you wait a moment longer? This confinement is about to dissipate. She has yet to behold the ocean, to witness the splendor of the capital, to ride in a carriage, or to savor candied treats. She deserves all of this." As he spoke, the formidable being of the fusion stage, transformed into a shrine, knelt before Li Xuanxiao. "I can grant you anything you desire. After my demise, I shall repay your kindness. All I ask is for you to give her a chance. Let me descend into the depths of hell if necessary. I only seek your life." In response, Li Xuanxiao pierced the shrine's head with a single stroke of his sword. "Ah!" Zhang Haoran was taken aback. His gaze filled with anger directed at Li Xuanxiao. Why? Li Xuanxiao offered no explanation, adhering strictly to the principle of striking first and speaking later. "She offered you an opportunity, the fate of living and dying within a day was hers to bear. Why must you impose your will upon it? In her lifetime, she encountered you and rescued you from your own despair, allowing you to accompany her through her fleeting existence. Regrettably, your obsession was too intense, compelling you to demand the impossible. How many innocent souls have perished by your hand, while you remain fixated on your girl who has yet to experience the capital's grandeur? To ride in a carriage, or to taste candied treats? But what of the innocent lives you have extinguished? Who will seek retribution for their lost potential? Zhang Haoran, I comprehend why your swordsmanship is flawed, and why you succumb to a rampage during your cultivation. It is the choices you have made that have led you to this juncture. Ah! I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this." The confinement of Luoshui town was gradually fading, echoing Zhang Haoran's anguished cries throughout the town. "I shall not spare you, even in death. I will not let you go. I shall forever gaze upon you, and I will drag you into the depths of hell." In response to Zhang Haoran's curse, Li Xuanxiao remained utterly calm. "Zhang Haoran, all of this is what you deserve. I shall end your life. Li Xuanxiao remained deaf to his words. The town of Luoshui has completely vanished. Along with Luoshui, countless white bones that had inadvertently entered the town were also buried. Chapter 48, Girl, you are playing with fire. On the outskirts of Luoshui town, a transformation has transpired. It appears that Lord Sikong is poised for revival. The disciples of the Heavenly Fiend Hall stationed at the periphery have distinctly sensed the changes within Luoshui town. Remarkably, this development has occurred sooner than the Hall Master had anticipated. Does this imply that we may enjoy a few days of unrestrained freedom? Ha ha ha, are you, young lad, yearning to indulge in flower picking again? I advise you to refrain from reckless behavior. Let us first await the arrival of Lord Sikong. The group exchanged banter, oblivious to a shadow rapidly approaching them. Li Xuanxiao descended, devoid of any explosive sword energy, and the air around remained undisturbed. Yet, before anyone could react, the sword moved with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, weaving through the crowd. Each stroke of the blade precisely claimed the life of an adversary. The blood only erupted after Li Xuanxiao sheathed his sword. He swiftly retreated, ensuring that none of these wicked cultivators harbored toxins capable of detonating upon death. Subsequently, he set the area ablaze, leaving no trace behind. Expanding his consciousness, Li Xuanxiao confirmed the vicinity was clear before exhaling a small sigh of relief. Has it already been 2 days? He examined his internal state. Although trapped within this celestial realm, the abundant spiritual energy had indeed been beneficial to him, despite the brevity of his stay. As the barriers dissipated, all rules naturally followed suit. The individuals trapped in this place did not flee, rather, they stood numbly in the town, exchanging glances. They seemed to have grown accustomed to life here. Those who had lost their 5 senses remained huddled in corners, entirely oblivious to their surroundings. The rules may have vanished, yet their senses remained sealed. Zhang Tianxin, hands on her hips, laughed heartily, declaring, just a mere integration stage. United with my brother Li, we are invincible. Then, lost in her thoughts, she murmured, it is fate that we, with such a profound connection, have encountered each other twice in this vast world, both times in peril. Perhaps it is destiny. I should swear brotherhood with brother Li, quickly abandon this perilous notion. Li Xuanxiao thought to himself, observing from the shadows. Li Mengyun, who had prepared a farewell letter, now felt utterly drained after surviving the ordeal, enveloped in an unreal sensation. Has it all come to an end? These few days felt interminable. She recalled Li Xuanxiao, who had saved her twice, scanning her surroundings. Where is he? Why has he vanished? Memories flooded her mind of the recent moments when she was on the brink of disgrace. That silhouette, his blood-stained visage was so majestic. A blush crept across Li Mengyun's cheeks. It seemed she had found the protagonist of her romantic tales. Just as she was lost in reverie, Zhang Tianxin inadvertently stumbled upon the letter Li Xuanxiao had left for her, revealing that he had departed ahead of them. What? Li Mengyun's curiosity was piqued. Claiming to be bound by her master's orders and in need of rest due to an injury, Li Mengyun wore a face of disappointment. She then softly murmured, he must be a disciple of Shushan, such a significant favor deserves my heartfelt gratitude. In the shadows, Li Xuanxiao thought, child, you are playing with fire. Zhang Tianxin unfolded a note that bore 6 prominent characters, fate will reunite us in the Jianghu. Li Mengyun pouted slightly. In the letter, Li Xuanxiao also entrusted Zhang Tianxin to assist those in the town who had been sealed off from their senses, should it be convenient for her. Zhang Tianxin did not decline and led these individuals toward the sect. As for Li Xuanxiao, once everyone had departed, he set up a simple yet grand magical array around Luoshui town and recited the rebirth incantation, allowing those who perished there to return to dust. Subsequently, he discovered numerous letters among the deceased. Some were from wanderers who had received news from home, having been away for a decade, their families longing for their return, only to meet an untimely fate here. Others carried marriage contracts, suggesting a beloved awaited them somewhere. Still, others penned notes, aware they had no hope of escape, urging their siblings to care for their parents and suggesting their wives remarry. Some letters were addressed to unborn children, wishing for their safety. Each letter concluded with the sender's home address and family names, hoping that if someone chanced upon these letters while passing by their homes, they would deliver them to their families, sparing them the worry. Xuanxiao sat on the grass, methodically opening each letter. He carefully collected them, then swiftly departed. Months later, as the morning sun illuminated the village, a couple, busy preparing for their agricultural tasks, discovered a letter and 5 taels of silver at their doorstep. Neither they nor their young son could read, so they brought it to their eldest daughter-in-law. Having some education, she read the letter for quite some time before succumbing to tears, weeping uncontrollably, while the child, not understanding, gently patted her face. From a distance, Xuanxiao let out a barely audible sigh. Indeed, the ephemeral girl, Xuanxiao's beloved, lived a life of brevity. He would gladly trade his life for hers. The one who had given him hope. Yet, behind this sacrifice lay the shattering of countless families. The common people bore no guilt. After delivering the last letter, Xuanxiao hurried back to Shushan. The path of ruthlessness is never truly devoid of compassion, rather, it embodies the way of the people, a selfless love. Once embarked on the journey of cultivation, why cling to worldly matters? In confusion, one suffers the cycle of reincarnation. In enlightenment, the world expands. The myriad lives are bound by the cycle of cause and effect. If this world is filled with discontent, the more one clings, the greater the suffering becomes. Xuanxiao serves as a prime example of this. Are you saying that during my brief absence, the seal was broken? Elder Sikong is dead? And the disciples on the periphery are still missing? Within the Shura hall, Lu Jiushui delicately arched her elegantly shaped willow leaf brows. The disciple who had come to convey the news stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Suddenly, Lu Jiushui broke into a smile, causing the disciple to pale, trembling as if caught in a tempest. Even the master of the hall was amused by the absurdity. I underestimated him, you may leave now. Lu Jiushui nonchalantly waved her hand. The disciple, feeling as if released from a heavy burden, hurriedly departed. Lu Jiushui's slender fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of her chair. To produce a flawless golden core and break the restrictions of the integration stage, he is indeed no ordinary person. Alas, why, if he did not perish? Has he not sought me out at the Shura hall? Lu Jiushui mused softly to herself. With a casual gesture, a circular mirror materialized before her. A gentle touch revealed the visage of an individual within its depths. Greetings, my lord, came the voice of the subordinate. How is your undercover mission in Mount Shu progressing? Did you not tell me that Morong Mo had perished? How is it that he now thrives? What? Morong Mo is still alive? He was indeed dead. Fool! Lu Jiushui snapped, her fingers making a swift motion in the air. The undercover agent clutched his heart, howling in despair. Chapter 49, The Undercover in Mount Shua. The undercover agent lamented. He should have returned to Mount Shu, find him. Lu Jiushui stated coldly. The agent nodded repeatedly, Master, I understand. I will locate Morong Mo. Should he be eliminated? No, simply lure him out of Mount Shu. Understood. After severing the communication, the agent rose once more from the ground. Morong Mo. Had he not long since perished? The Morong family even held a funeral for him. I attended the banquet and contributed 5,000 spirit stones. Can such a thing be faked? It is nothing but a swindle for the feast, my 5,000 spirit stones. The agent felt a twinge of regret for his lost spirit stones. The undercover agent, Xuanxiao, a disciple from Little Qiangfeng, had a convoluted journey to become an operative for the Shura Palace. Many years ago, he descended the mountain for travel and encountered Lu Jiushui, who was also wandering the lower realms. At that time, Lu Jiushui was nursing her wounds, disguised as a wandering cultivator residing in a small town. Xuanxiao was captivated by Lu Jiushui's beauty at first sight, naively believing that love had finally arrived. However, upon discovering her true identity, he could not help but howl at the heavens. Why? Why? Is fate so cruel? Are we destined never to be together? Lu Jiushui initially intended to ignore Xuanxiao, as she did not wish to offend Mount Shu. Yet, she soon recognized that he could be of use to her. Thus, Xuanxiao was deceived into the Shura Palace, where he was coerced and seduced, ultimately becoming an undercover agent. Clutching his aching heart, he murmured, Jiushui, it seems you have grown even more beautiful. Was it truly to have me seek Morong Mo? Perhaps she yearns to see me, misses me? Leaving little Qianfeng, Xuanxiao exchanged pleasantries with Li Xuanxiao, a disciple from Silver Sword Peak, as he journeyed towards the Morong family. Li Xuanxiao, turning his head in curiosity, pondered, "Did I just hear the name Morong Imo?" A sudden alarm rang in Li Xuanxiao's heart. This time, his descent from the mountain to undergo tribulation had consumed nearly half a year. Upon his return, he exchanged the command token of Mount Shu, explaining that he had failed in his tribulation and returned to Mount Shu only after recuperating. As he arrived at Silver Sword Peak, he spotted his junior sister Zhao Lu, who was strutting about with great confidence, a leash in one hand and a celestial beast in the other. "Brother, you have finally returned," Zhao Lu exclaimed, leaping 3 feet into the air. She opened her arms, ready to embrace Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao nimbly dodged, extending a finger to gently tap her forehead. "Have you been practicing diligently?" I have. Zhao Lu nodded vigorously, her large, bright eyes fixed on her elder brother. "Brother, did you succeed in your tribulation?" "Not at all." Li Xuanxiao was completely unconcerned about his cultivation being revealed. He was shrouded in a cloak of spirit concealment, layered with an inner lining that further masked his spiritual presence. The cloak had been left to him by his master, and he had practiced the concealment of spirit technique, which enabled him to control his spiritual energy and achieve the effect of hiding his cultivation. Indeed, in the presence of individuals of such caliber as the Empress and Xuanxiao, any form of concealment proves futile. Zhao Lu nodded, murmuring softly, "Failure is merely a reflection of my senior brother's nature. In his eyes, it signifies success. He claims to have reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Yet he ought to be at the foundation establishment stage. With this breakthrough, he would ascend to the golden core level." Li Xuanxiao, little junior sister, you have already chosen the path of demise. Is there any news from the sect recently? Li Xuanxiao inquired. Zhao Lu adeptly retrieved her notebook and recounted the latest gossip within the sect to Li Xuanxiao. However, his mind wandered, reflecting on the Shushan disciple he had encountered upon returning to the mountain gate Xuanxiao. The Shushan sect boasts thousands of disciples, compounded by the numerous workers on the miscellaneous peak, making it improbable for any disciple to be acquainted with all members of the sect. Yet, Li Xuanxiao was an exception. He even recognized the elder who swept the floors on the miscellaneous peak. In his imaginative strategies, he whimsically envisioned the elder as a reclusive master. This fanciful notion arose from the tragic demise of the cafeteria matron, who was scorned and belittled by Shushan disciples, ultimately leading to her death. It was said that the elder, in a fit of rage, annihilated the entire Shushan clan. Thus, Li Xuanxiao frequently visited the miscellaneous peak to cultivate a rapport with the cafeteria matron and had once intervened in a brewing conflict. The altercation had erupted when a disciple, while consuming fish, was slapped thrice by a still quivering spirit fish, prompting him to confront the matron. As their emotions escalated, Li Xuanxiao fortuitously passed by and swiftly assumed the role of peacemaker, even compensating the disciple with a handful of spirit stones. Yet, he could not fathom why the matron regarded him with such peculiar eyes. Upon learning of this incident, the elder's gaze towards him grew even more enigmatic, tinged with a semblance of animosity. Li Xuanxiao reviewed his junior sister's studies before greeting several senior brothers and sisters. Upon learning of his unsuccessful breakthrough, they offered words of consolation, such as, "Little junior brother, you are still young, there will be ample opportunities ahead subsequently." Li Xuanxiao began to investigate the relationship between Xuanxiao and Morong Imo. The two had undertaken missions together on multiple occasions. When the Morong family held a funeral for Morong Imo, Xuanxiao had attended, presenting a gift of 5,000 spirit stones. Could it be that they shared a bond of profound friendship? He sought to uncover the truth behind Morong Imo's demise. Although Li Xuanxiao was confident in the flawless execution of his deed, he was troubled by the existence of Suwan, an anomaly who had deduced that his affection for her had driven him to eliminate Morong Imo. The audacity of her assumptions left him astounded. Indeed, the diligent efforts of Li Xuanxiao could hardly compete with the abstract prowess of Suwan. With minimal exertion, she had already surpassed the limits of his imagination. Li Xuanxiao inquired about Xuanxiao's whereabouts and discovered that he had gone to the Morong family. Could it be that Song Qizai had learned some earth-shattering revelation from Su Wan and, believing it to be true, had relayed this information to the Morong family? Li Xuanxiao paced restlessly within his chamber, lost in thought. A few days later, Song Qizai returned to Shushan. He had already visited the Morong family. When Morong Imo passed away, his body was never found, leading his family to erect a symbolic grave in his honor. Song Qizai then sought out several individuals who had acted alongside Morong Imo. However, senior sister Su Wan was in seclusion. And junior sister Jiang Luoshui displayed little concern for Morong Mo's fate. In fact, when Song Qizai mentioned Morong Mo's name, she seemed momentarily lost in thought, as if struggling to recall who he was. Consequently, she dragged Song Qizai to chat with Su Wan for a while. Song Qizai was left speechless. Nevertheless, he did acquire a crucial piece of information: Li Xuanxiao had also gone missing alongside Morong Imo. Thus, he proceeded to Silver Sword Peak in search of Li Xuanxiao. However, for reasons unknown, Li Xuanxiao's gaze towards him seemed somewhat unsettling. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, Song Qizai mused. Chapter 50, The Burden of Undercover Work. Disciple Xuanxiao. Were you present at the scene when Morong Imo was killed? Song Qizai inquired. I was not. Then where were you at that time? How can you be certain that senior brother Morong is dead? Did you see his body? Li Xuanxiao maintained a composed expression, yet turmoil raged within him. This was a trap laden with pitfalls. Amidst the chaotic battle between the two powerful beings, I had concealed myself and only managed to escape later. I did not encounter senior brother Morong. With a sigh, Li Xuanxiao clenched his fists and bitterly remarked, It is unfortunate. Among us, the strongest is undoubtedly senior brother Morong. I never anticipated he would face the Empress Feng and Lu Qiushui. Those vile scoundrels must have been the ones to slay him. Song Qizai's gaze was piercing. So, you did not see senior brother Morong's body? You cannot confirm whether he is truly dead? Indeed. We scoured the Wuang mountain afterward but found no trace of senior brother Morong. After a moment of silence, Song Qizai said, Do you think it is possible that Morong Imo is not dead? Impossible. That is merely a rumor. I burned his soul and recited the reincarnation incantation myself. However, knowing he could not voice this, he asked, Brother Song, what do you mean by that? Have you discovered something? Naturally. Song Qizai would not disclose that he had received information from the demonic sect indicating that Morong Imo was still alive. A sudden realization struck him. Could it be that Lu Qiushui had mistaken Morong Imo for Li Xuanxiao? Perhaps Lu Qiushui was actually seeking Li Xuanxiao, but mistakenly believed she had encountered Morong Imo. This revelation made everything clear. Disciple Xuanxiao, did you not recently return to the sect? Yes. Receiving this confirmation, Song Qizai was elated, increasingly convinced of his theory. He hastily bid farewell to Li Xuanxiao to contact Lu Qiushui. After his departure, Li Xuanxiao wore a grave expression. Ah! Please spare me, master. I am dying, I am dying. Have mercy. Song Qizai writhed in agony due to the life and death talisman. Lu Qiushui, with a frosty gaze, fixed her stare upon him. Do you believe I would mistake his name? He would not deceive me, he is indeed Morong Imo. Master, I acknowledge my mistake. I acknowledge my mistake. Useless individuals deserve only death. You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. I understand, master. I shall strive to become someone useful to you. Days later. Master, could you describe Morong Mo's appearance? After extensive inquiries, Song Qizai remained convinced that Morong Imo was dead and that Lu Qiushui sought Li Xuanxiao. Ah! Useless is indeed useless. How could I assign such a fool to be an undercover agent in Shushan, and yet you fail to accomplish this simple task? Ah! Master, I was wrong. A few days later, Song Qizai unfurled the portrait of Li Xuanxiao for Lu Qiushui to see. Lu Qiushui cast a fleeting glance, confirming it was indeed him. Master. This person is named Li Xuanxiao, he is not Morong Imo, Song Qizai spoke with a tone laced with grievance. Fool. You have known this all along. Why did you not take action? Song Qizai writhed in pain on the ground once more. Lure him out of Shushan, there will be others to assist you. Understood. The following day, Xuanxiao approached Li Xiandao with a melancholic expression. Brother Xiandao, let us descend the mountain together. Li Xiandao, taken aback, responded, Brother. You wear your ill intentions on your face, do you not even have a reason to provide? I discovered a burial site left by a Yuanian cultivator at the foot of the mountain, filled with treasures. Li Xiandao scrutinized Xuanxiao, finding the excuse utterly absurd. Moreover, their relationship was tenuous at best. Why would he seek his company? At least concoct a more suitable reason. He found himself engulfed in hesitation. For safety's sake, he should refuse outright. However, should he reject this time, Xuanxiao would undoubtedly devise a scheme to undermine him, possibly leading to unforeseen consequences. Perhaps it would be wiser to play along and discern his true intentions. The key question remained: what was his backup plan? Reinforcements from the Morone clan? With this thought, Li Xiandao resolved to meet Xuanxiao outside the mountain gate the following day. Xuanxiao specifically reminded him that excavating treasures and tombs within the mountain gate was strictly prohibited. Thus, as they departed from the sect, it would be prudent for them to leave in succession, each fabricating a purpose in keeping this matter concealed from others. Li Xiandao nodded in agreement. Such a clumsy ruse. Indeed. On the morrow, Xuanxiao departed the mountain gate early, arriving alone at the designated meeting spot. He inwardly lamented how Li Xiandao had offended Lu Qiushui, compelling her to activate her long-hidden undercover operative, risking exposure to draw Li Xiandao out. To assuage Li Xiandao's concerns, the meeting place was one of his choosing. However, Lu Qiushui had secretly arranged for 2 Yuanian cultivators to lie in wait. Once Xuanxiao led Li Xiandao to that location, the cultivators would swiftly intervene to abduct him, ensuring Xushan remained oblivious. Yuanian cultivators could be sensed by Xushan's sword formation, necessitating a rapid operation to evade the extensive search range of the sect's defenses. Consequently, they refrained from positioning the Yuanian cultivators at the site, as Li Xiandao had chosen a location within the sword formation's perimeter, where the cultivators dared not tread. While Xuanxiao idly waited, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground. He was abruptly yanked into the earth, followed by a flurry of blows. Xuanxiao felt utterly powerless to retaliate. This marked the first confrontation for Li Xiandao since attaining the Golden Core stage. Certainly, the manner of combat may seem somewhat unsavory, given that the opponent is merely at the foundational stage. At this moment, Li Xuanxiao had already altered his appearance, donning a jade ring that concealed his presence and adorning his hair with a pin that transformed his visage. A sharp talismanic blade pressed against Xuanxiao's neck. Li Xuanxiao spoke in a low voice, Xuanxiao, today's events are of your own making. Though he uttered these words, he refrained from immediate action. True to his character, had he intended to take a life, he would have remained silent. Indeed, Xuanxiao was struck with fear and panicked at once. I am a disciple of Mount Shu. This is the territory of Mount Shu. Who are you? Li Xuanxiao chuckled, are you unaware of your own actions? You are a disciple of the law enforcement hall. Xuanxiao's face drained of color. Smart of you. It's over. My undercover identity must have been discovered. Chapter 51, The Azure Lotus Banner. From the very day he became an undercover agent, Xuanxiao anticipated this moment. Captured by the enforcers of the law hall, he feared he had reached a dead end. Xuanxiao, it is not too late to confess now. I shall divulge nothing. If you wish for me to betray the Lord of the Hall, you are merely dreaming. The title of Lord rang familiar to him. With a cold smirk, Xuanxiao declared, since encountering the Lord, I have joined the Azure Hall. Have you heard of Lu Qiushui? I have developed feelings for her. Release me now, and I shall act as if nothing has transpired. Otherwise. Developed feelings? Lu Qiushui? Li Xuanxiao shook his head. Lu Qiushui was certainly not that kind of person. Although she appeared less unhinged than the imperial daughter Feng, her innate ruthlessness surpassed even that. Would Lu Qiushui harbor feelings for Xuanxiao? A delusion indeed. Perhaps it was merely his own fantasies. Li Xuanxiao's gaze shifted slightly. He recalled a particular birthmark on Lu Qiushui's neck, 3 inches below the left side. How do you know? Xuanxiao gasped, his expression shifting suddenly. This was a secret known only to him. Stop dreaming, Xuanxiao does not like you at all. Let me enlighten you. She bears a red flower of the other shore on her back, have you ever seen it? By the way, she prefers to eat with chopsticks in her left hand. Ah! Stop. Who are you? Did I not mention? You are merely a fish in someone else's pond. Do not take it to heart. Moments later, in despair, Xuanxiao spilled the truth like beans from a bamboo tube. I was instructed by Xuanxiao to lure the disciple Xuanxiao of Silver Sword Peak out of the mountain. She coerced me, placing a life and death talisman upon me to serve as an undercover agent in Mount Shu. Xuanxiao's silence was deafening. Is this not related to Moromiamo? An undercover agent. His heart churned tumultuously. Now, Xuanxiao of the Azura Hall and the Imperial Daughter Feng of the Heavenly Evil Hall were both targeting him. Xuanxiao felt overwhelmed. Yet, it seemed to present an exceptional opportunity. Did we not agree for today? Why is there still no sign of them? It was supposed to be the day before yesterday, and it has already been postponed by 2 days. Could something have gone awry? We are merely responsible for the reception. There is no need to concern ourselves with other matters. After all, this is the territory of Mount Shu, and the sword array of Mount Shu is no trifling matter. I have heard it can now sense the presence of those at the nascent soul stage. The two demonic cultivators conversed in hushed tones. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, "They are coming. Remember, the Lord has specifically instructed us to bring them back alive." Understood. On a desolate path, the undercover Xuanxiao walked ahead, followed closely by a young man. The two nascent soul practitioners immediately sprang forth, unleashing a flurry of blows upon the young man. Once they subdued him, they swiftly bound him with ropes and made their escape, executing their actions with remarkable efficiency and without uttering a single unnecessary word. In the territory of Shushan, capturing individuals necessitates unparalleled caution. The two nascent soul practitioners dared not linger for a moment, perpetually anxious about the possibility of their presence being detected. They refrained from utilizing flying boats or floating ostentatiously in the air, choosing instead to traverse the depths of the mountains and forests, running for several consecutive days and nights. As for their target, he had been administered a sleep-inducing pill, rendering him unconscious for at least 10 to 15 days. Within the Azura Palace, beside the Lotus Pond, Xuanxiao gazed at the spiritual fish swimming within. In the reflection on the water's surface, she momentarily discerned the faint outline of a young man. Ah! How intriguing! Xuanxiao held no interest in the weak. Had that youth been merely ordinary, she would not have contemplated him at all. However, his actions defied her expectations, marking him as a promising talent. Given time, he could undoubtedly become a vital force within the righteous path. If only he could join her faction yet. He audaciously deceived her, claiming his name to be Moromiamo. At this thought, Xuanxiao could not help but feel a flicker of indignation. In her esteemed position, she had encountered countless talented youths, but among them, this Shushan disciple, who both saved and deceived her, seemed to captivate her interest the most. How peculiar! Wherefore did Xuanxiao delay in bringing him forth? Xuanxiao tightly grasped the life and death talisman, causing Xuanxiao further distress. Just as she pondered this, a servant finally arrived with news that the individual had been brought. Xuanxiao stood before the grand plaque within the hall, his hands bound. He surveyed the Azura Palace. Moments later, a figure appeared silently, like a specter. Dressed in vibrant crimson garments that billowed gracefully, her attire seemed to be stained with the hues of the evening clouds, exuding an enchanting radiance that compelled attention. Her stunning visage, with skin as smooth as jade, brows like distant mountains, and eyes resembling deep lakes, conveyed a subtle chill amidst their shimmering depths. Beneath her prominent nose, her crimson lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. At this moment, she raised her beautiful eyes, scrutinizing Xuanxiao with an intense gaze. Moromiamo? We meet again. She was already aware of his true name, and thus spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Xuanxiao remained silent. Suddenly, Xuanxiao's expression shifted, a glint of cold light flashing in her beautiful eyes as her alabaster arm lifted. In an instant, A deafening roar reverberated through the air as two colossal fire dragons, their bodies ablaze, erupted from the ground like ancient beasts awakened. With immense power and searing heat, they ascended, their fierce forms causing the surrounding air to ignite, creating a sea of flames. They exhaled thick smoke and scorching fire, surging towards Xuanxiao, seemingly intent on engulfing him and reducing him to ashes. Faced with the formidable assault of the illustrious master of the Shura Palace, Xuanxiao remained utterly composed. His body was enveloped by protective artifacts, rendering him impervious to the encroaching flames. A faint smile graced Xuanxiao's lips. Lu Qiushui let out a cold snort. That was indeed formidable. An original technique conceived by the former leader of Xushan, primarily serves to conceal one's cultivation level. While such abilities are not particularly rare, the of Xushan stands as a paragon among them. Xuanxiao's form began to transform, swiftly morphing into a white-browed Taoist, holding a floating dust whisk, adorned in a splendid cloud robe. This was Master Lingxiu, the current head of Xushan. He lifted his gaze and softly intoned, "It is nearly time." At that moment, beyond the Shura Palace, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. A dazzling white light streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a trail of pure rainbow luminescence that appeared to illuminate the very heavens. This phenomenon was the result of a powerful sword aura emitted by a flying sword. The might of that strike was nothing short of earth-shattering, cleaving through the thick clouds above, and effortlessly dismantling the long-standing prohibitions of the area. The fierce sword aura did not dissipate swiftly over time. Lu Qiushui, standing within the palace, recognized the terrifying power encapsulated in that single strike. In an instant, the entire edifice began to tremble violently, and the surrounding atmosphere surged with tumultuous energy. Had she not activated the protective formation of the Grand Hall in time, the magnificent structure would have been reduced to rubble in an instant. The flying sword returned to Master Lingxiu's grasp, and its overwhelming sword aura, as if imbued with sentience, swirled rapidly around his form. When the tainted energies within the palace attempted to approach, they scarcely had a chance to graze the hem of his robes before disintegrating into nothingness, akin to fragile droplets of water evaporating upon contact with a searing iron. Lu Qiushui, brimming with killing intent, declared, "Lingxiu, do you truly believe you can invade my sacred palace alone?" With a flourish of her sleeve, she retracted the energies of the cave. Master Lingxiu responded with a serene smile. "What fear can one man harbor? That said, I must confess, I do prefer the righteousness of collective strife." With that, he summoned a grand flag from within his sleeve. The flag billowed without wind, revealing itself to be the innate spiritual treasure, the azure lotus banner. At that very moment, the numerous elders and disciples of Xushan, poised within the grand formation, felt its power surge. In the blink of an eye, they were collectively transported into the Shura Palace. Chapter 52, Solid Foundations and Pursuit of Excellence. This battle was resounding and earth-shattering. On the battlefield, the cacophony of cries and the clash of weapons echoed relentlessly, creating a deafening atmosphere. Within an 800-mile radius, the skies transformed dramatically. What was once a clear blue expanse had now become shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rolling thunder. Streaks of lightning sliced through the heavens, followed by torrents of rain that fell like beads, splattering upon the ground and creating a myriad of water droplets. The mingling of rainwater and blood formed a crimson stream, flowing slowly. The gains for Xushan were substantial. The demonic sect was inherently no match for the righteous path. The four major demonic sects, when allied, could perhaps contend with Xushan. Yet this time, Xushan caught Lu Qiushui off guard, penetrating directly into the heart of their sacred hall. The Shura Hall suffered devastating losses, with most disciples either captured or killed on the spot. Many confidential documents and spirit stones within the hall were left behind in the chaos. Lu Qiushui, gravely injured, managed to break through the encirclement. This news spread like wildfire, bringing joy to the hearts of many. The reason they could not completely eradicate the demonic sect was not due to its overwhelming power, but rather because they were deeply entrenched, making it challenging to mobilize sufficient forces for a decisive strike. This time, Xushan delivered a significant lesson to all righteous factions. Lu Qiushui had never anticipated her downfall, teetering on the brink of death. To her, Li Xiandao was merely an intriguing toy or a delectable morsel. In short, he piqued her interest, which she considered fortunate for him. Thus, she had never contemplated any threat he might pose, let alone that this encounter could nearly cost her life. It is not weakness and ignorance that lead to demise, but rather hubris. The news returned to Xuanxiao, specifically to Silver Sword Peak. Li Xiandao did not feel elated by this revelation. Among the lengthy list of military achievements, one phrase lingered in his mind: Lu Qiushui had escaped the encirclement, gravely wounded. However, he held no grand hopes of eliminating Lu Qiushui outright this time. After all, she had commanded respect in the Central Plains for many years and would undoubtedly possess means of self-preservation. Yet, after this setback, the Shura Hall should experience a period of tranquility. Although the various branches had not faced direct attacks, the Shura Hall's sanctum was akin to a fortified city being razed, leaving their capital in ruins. This was far more than mere loss. Surely, the imperial daughter Feng would seize this opportunity. Li Xiandao nodded, realizing he could afford to be at ease for a while. In the ensuing days, Xuanxiao was exceedingly busy. The fruitful results of the assault on the Shura Hall's sanctum were remarkable. Many captives were taken, revealing the locations of several Shura Hall branches. Consequently, the other four major sects of Xuanxiao united in a collaborative effort to eliminate the Shura Hall's branches. As for Li Xiandao, he chose to abstain from the fighting, dedicating his time to cultivating his skills in seclusion. By a stroke of fortune, I have acquired a transcendent-grade golden elixir. My original aspiration was merely to secure a second-grade elixir, with a first grade being the ideal, and a third grade acceptable, while a fourth grade would suffice. And a fifth grade would not be a loss. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, I have obtained a transcendent-grade elixir. With this thought, Li Xianxiao, seeing that no one was around, secretly smiled. Then, with a serious expression, he admonished himself with a slap: do not be overly complacent. Quickly stabilize your cultivation. Strive for perfection and lay a solid foundation. Haste makes waste. At my age, achieving the golden elixir is already several times, if not dozens of times, beyond that of ordinary people. Therefore, there is no need for me to rush. Li Xianxiao could sense that since he had condensed the transcendent grade elixir, the power it bestowed granted him the capability to break through a minor realm. However, he firmly suppressed it within himself. For once the golden elixir is formed, there is no regret in breaking through. It is akin to a blank canvas, ready for your brush to create. This is why it is said that the golden elixir determines one's path. A cultivator must inscribe their true intentions upon the golden elixir, a process known as golden elixir composition. Thus, the golden elixir realm places great importance on the heart of the Tao, while the qi refining and foundation building stages largely disregard it. Each stroke in the composition of the golden elixir must be without regret, as every mark polishes the elixir, making it more rounded and solid. To this end, Li Xianxiao has devised a 5-year plan for himself. Year 1, identify and remedy deficiencies, stabilize the foundation. Year 2, identify and remedy deficiencies, stabilize the foundation. Year 3, the same as above. Year 4, once again the same. Year 5, review everything from the beginning and strive for excellence. A good book is not afraid of being read multiple times. During examinations, revisiting material is never a disadvantage. After 2 months of seclusion, one day, as was his custom, Li Xianxiao performed his daily divination. His expression immediately darkened. The divination indicated that he was afflicted by the peach blossom, signifying illicit intentions, potential malice, a threat to his safety, and possibly an attempt on his life. An enemy, an adversary. Li Xianxiao sprang to his feet. Soon enough, he had deduced the source of this trouble. The process was surprisingly smooth, as his opponent had yet to even enter the realm of qi refining. It was none other than Li Mengyun, whom he had encountered in Luoshui town. Old man, is that Xuanxiao ahead? She asked. Just a bit further, replied the old man, cracking his whip. Little girl, Xuanxiao does not accept disciples at this time. You will have to wait a few years. Clearly, the old man had encountered too many seekers of the Tao in his lifetime. Li Mengyun smiled. She was not there to seek immortality but to find the one who had saved her. Her thoughts had been consumed by this longing, as if her soul had been captured. A mere meeting would suffice. With her backpack slung over her shoulder and leading a fine steed, she walked along the official road. She had sneaked out from home, journeying for 2 months, and finally arrived. Unable to suppress a yawn, her face was alight with joy. In the next moment, she knew nothing at all. She simply fainted. A shadow swiftly lifted her and darted into the distance. Li Mengyun gradually awakened, blinking her eyes. As she surveyed the familiar surroundings and glanced at her father and mother, who stood by the bedside, their expressions grim and a bamboo stick in hand. A sudden smile broke across her face. Silly me, I've merely been dreaming again. Her father, standing at the edge of the bed, raised the bamboo stick with a grin. Moments later, the room echoed with Li Mengyun's anguished cries. I warned you against sneaking away. Do you have any idea how perilous it is outside? Li Mengyun felt as though she had encountered something malevolent. Undeterred, she attempted to escape once more 6 months later. Once again, it was at the foot of Mount Shu, and just as before, she fainted without knowing when, only to find herself back home. On her third attempt, she had climbed halfway up Mount Shu, yet again succumbed to unconsciousness and reappeared in her own abode. With the fourth and fifth attempts, Li Mengyun proved remarkably tenacious. Gradually, as she matured, the naivety of her youth dissipated. Lacking any innate talent for cultivation, even if she were to join a sect of immortals, she would likely fall to the ranks of the lowest. Eventually, she cast aside thoughts of the disciple namely Xuanxiao from Mount Shu, marrying her beloved and bearing children. On an unintentional visit to the foot of Mount Shu with her child in tow, Li Mengyun cradled her offspring while holding a skewer of candied hawthorn. At that moment, a familiar figure brushed past her. Turning to look, she found that the person had vanished into the crowd. Reminiscing about her youthful escapades, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. At last, she comprehended why she had fainted upon arriving at Mount Shu in the past and was subsequently returned home. Thank you, she suddenly exclaimed, her voice drowned out by the bustling crowd. Li Xuanxiao strode by, a gentle breeze caressing her face. Chapter 53, The Fleeting Years. Poignant sentiments. The skilled artisan finds it challenging to create when resources are scarce. Recently, Li Xuanxiao has found himself ensnared in financial difficulties. This predicament arose from his relentless pursuit of excellence within the confines of the sect. During this period, he dared not venture beyond the mountain gates, fearing encounters with the imperial princess Feng and Lu Qiushui, who were fervently searching for him. It was only upon regaining his senses that he discovered his resources were nearly depleted. This is one of the drawbacks of concealing one's cultivation level. The sect dispenses resources monthly, but due to the prevailing belief that he remains at the qi refinement stage, Li Xuanxiao received only resources suitable for that level, which proved to be of little use to him as a golden core cultivator. Consequently, Li Xuanxiao devised a dual strategy. On one hand, he sought tasks appropriate for his abilities, on the other, he turned to alchemy. As a proficient alchemist, he secured a modest loan from the sect. He utilized these funds to procure medicinal herbs, which he then transformed into elixirs. This endeavor substantially increased their value. Unable to sell these potions within the sect, Li Xuanxiao resolved to descend the mountain and market his wares at various bazaars below. He concocted a plausible excuse, claiming he wished to visit his parents and attend to a letter from his elder brother, which informed him of their passing. Although celestial beings and mortals dwell in separate realms, he felt compelled to pay his respects at their graves. His memories of his parents were faint. He could only recall the softness of his mother's hands. Upon departing from Mount Shu, Li Xuanxiao did not travel far. After 2 days, he arrived at a market known as Qingshui, where he disguised himself and sold the elixirs in batches, then proceeded to another market to continue his sales. He not only sold spiritual elixirs but also crafted magical artifacts. Now a golden core cultivator, he found that 2/3 of the artifacts he had created during his foundation establishment phase were of little use. He gifted some to his junior sister Zhao Lu, while the remainder was sold in increments. This process continued across 4 different markets until he had successfully sold all his elixirs. Though others expressed a desire to purchase more, he declined, leading some to suspect he was peddling stolen goods. Markets are protected by various sects, yet once one steps beyond their bounds, a vast expanse of freedom unfolds, where ill intentions may arise. Fortunately, his journey was uneventful. Subsequently, Li Xiankong hastened towards his former hometown, Songyang Town. In the town, the elder members of the Li family had recently passed away, their coffins laid to rest for 7 days. Today marked the final day before their interment. The elders had departed peacefully in their sleep, and many remarked upon their good fortune in having raised a son and daughter. The elder son had found success in the restaurant business, while the daughter had married a local scholar. However, unbeknownst to many, the Li family had a younger son, who was the true pillar of the family. When Li Xiankong first traversed into this realm, he felt gratitude towards fate for granting him a second chance. In his previous life, he had suffered immensely from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, enduring relentless torment. In this life, he similarly faced trials and tribulations, often subsisting on tree bark to stave off hunger, barely escaping the clutches of the cold. Fortunately, he had encountered an old master who roamed the world. Li Xuanxiao followed the old sect master, and as a result, his family was blessed with prosperity, escaping the fate of complete annihilation. Over the years, although Li Xuanxiao immersed himself in the cultivation of the sect, the care for his family remained abundant. However, he understood that the realms of immortals and mortals were distinct. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, he bid farewell to his mundane life. Moreover, should enemies ever come knocking, unable to reach him, they might unleash their wrath upon his blood relatives, inadvertently bringing calamity upon his family. Thus, apart from writing letters, he had not returned home for many years. Hiding behind a willow tree at the entrance, Li Xuanxiao observed the throngs of mourners arriving to pay their respects. The Li family was renowned for their benevolence in the town, and those who heard the news arrived in tears. His now grown younger sister welcomed the guests at the door, with a child by her side, presumably his nephew. Witnessing this scene, Li Xuanxiao found himself at a loss for words. Memories of his childhood flooded back, of his sister trailing behind him as they foraged for bird eggs. Time seemed to fly, leaving him in a daze. The years had passed, filled with poignant sentiments. As seasons changed, when his parents were laid to rest, Li Xuanxiao offered 3 incense sticks, bowed several times, and departed. He had intended to return directly to Mount Shu, but gazing upon the place of his childhood stirred a sense of nostalgia within him, prompting him to slow his pace. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a desolate well in a courtyard. In broad daylight, it emanated a chilling aura. Through his divine perception, he sensed the flow of energy within. Silently, Li Xuanxiao appeared before the well and stomped his foot. "Come forth!" From within the well, as if countless black serpents were writhing, a mass of hair surged forth like a tide. A figure clad in a white robe gradually emerged, her pallid face resembling parchment, devoid of color, with hollow, lifeless eyes. She was not a vengeful spirit, she had not taken a life. Confronted by this pitiable specter, Li Xuanxiao formed a hand seal and recited the rebirth incantation to guide her on her journey. "Ah," the female ghost emitted a sound of struggle. Li Xuanxiao replied calmly, "Since you have passed, hasten to reincarnation. The longer you linger in this world, the deeper your torment will be." "No. Please don't." Li Xuanxiao remained silent, completing the incantation. He then observed that the female ghost, through sheer will, managed to hold on. "What unfulfilled wishes do you harbor?" "I await my husband." Li Xuanxiao paused, sensing that this seemed yet another melodramatic tale. He prepared to forcibly disperse the ghost, aware of her inability to resist. The female ghost had already exhausted her strength in breaking free from the rebirth incantation. Just as Li Xuanxiao halted his actions, he suddenly inquired, "Your obsession is too profound. Transforming from mortal to ghost, why not take lives to gain power?" The female ghost weakly replied, "I dare not, I have never harmed even a chicken in my life." "And how did you meet your demise?" The story was simple. The female ghost was named Xuanxiao, a performer in a brothel, selling her art but not her body. Later, she fell deeply in love with a scholar and left the brothel to come to this place. Coincidentally, the scholar was about to travel to the capital for the imperial examination, promising to return to marry her. Yet, to her dismay, he never returned. Xuanxiao waited for 2 long years, and one day during a heavy snowfall, while drawing water, she slipped and fell into the well, thus meeting her untimely demise. Due to the unique position of the well, it became a gathering place for malevolent spirits, and she transformed into a ghostly figure, eternally waiting for the scholar. This tale is somewhat cliché. Li Xuanxiao has heard similar stories no fewer than 80 times. He set up a magical formation around the well and addressed the ghost. Within a month, if your obsession remains unfulfilled, this formation will forcibly send you into reincarnation. Remaining in this state among the living will inevitably lead to your soul's disintegration. Take heed of your own fate. With that, Xuanxiao vanished into thin air from that place. Chapter 54, All is Fate, and not a bit is within our control. Xuanxiao departed from Songyang town. As he traversed a swift river, he observed a child struggling in the turbulent waters, while those on the shore cried out in desperation. Just as Xuanxiao prepared to discreetly cast a spell for rescue, he noticed an unseen force lifting the child and casting him back onto the bank. How intriguing! The savior turned out to be a water ghost. Water ghosts, having met untimely deaths in bodies of water or having taken their own lives in rivers, lakes, or seas, are malevolent spirits unable to reincarnate. They lurk beneath the surface, luring or directly dragging the living into the depths to drown, thereby securing their own chance at rebirth. Yet this particular water ghost was remarkably peculiar. Instead of causing harm, it chose to save lives. Xuanxiao sensed a fragrance of virtue. Cultivators accumulate merit, which manifests during each tribulation they face. He landed on the opposite bank of the river, gently touching the water's surface to invoke a summoning spell. The water ghost, startled, hurriedly bowed and addressed him as immortal master. How curious you are, dear water ghost, Xuanxiao remarked. Instead of seeking a replacement to reincarnate, you are here rescuing people. The water ghost managed a faint smile, admitting, initially, I did intend to find a substitute. I had my sights on a hapless soul who fell into the river, thinking it was fate that would allow me to reincarnate. However, upon hearing his daughter's cries from the shore, I could not bear to push him under. Xuanxiao nodded in understanding. And how did you meet your demise? The water ghost replied truthfully, years ago, I passed through this area during a flood. And while attempting to assist the villagers, I was unexpectedly swept away by the current. Xuanxiao inquired about the ghost's birth details, calculated with his fingers, and said, You carry a legacy of virtue. Upon my return to Mount Shu, I shall endeavor to grant you the title of river god, hoping you remain true to your benevolent nature. Upon hearing this, the water ghost hastily bowed in gratitude. Yet, he stammered, I have one more request, esteemed master. Please grant me this favor. What is it? Xuanxiao asked. I lost both my parents at a young age, and I have no relatives left. Years ago, I was on my way to the capital for the imperial examination, with an unwed wife awaiting my return. I had hoped to achieve success and return home to marry her. Unfortunately, I perished here and cannot leave this river basin. I merely wish to know how my wife fares now. Is she happy? I implore you, grant me this wish. Xuanxiao paused, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. Oh, this tale sounds eerily familiar. Your wife goes by the name Xuanxiao and resides in Songyang town? You have met my wife, the water ghost exclaimed. Xuanxiao replied earnestly, regrettably, your wife has passed away as well, bound to the desolate well of your home. Even if you were to become a river god, you would remain tethered to this river, and it is uncertain when Mount Shu will act on this matter. Your wife may not survive until then. Remaining in the mortal realm would lead her spirit to dissipate. The water ghost sighed, I see. There is nothing to be done then. I have wronged her in this life. Had she not followed this impoverished scholar, she would not have met such a fate. All is fate, and not a bit is within our control. In Songyang town, amidst the narrow alleys, rain began to fall. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, each step leaving behind a water-soaked footprint. A figure pushed open the door, and Xuanxiao, gazing from the dry well, caught sight of the overcast sky. Just as she was about to retreat back into the well, her expression suddenly froze. She burst into tears, exclaiming, You have finally returned. The first words were not accusatory, but rather a heartfelt relief. I thought you had forsaken me. I failed to reach the capital, drowned in the water, becoming a water ghost, unable to return. Xuanxiao wept, saying, How foolish we both are, I fell into the well and perished too. Her form began to dissipate. I must leave now. If you reach the other side and encounter Yama, the king of hell, tell him that your husband wishes to become the river god. And ask him to grant me a favor. I understand, take care of yourself, she replied, in this lifetime, I have wronged you. The water ghost choked on her words. Do not speak such things. With her attachment fading, Xuanxiao re-entered the cycle of reincarnation. Li Xianyun exhaled softly, observing as a treasured artifact in his hand shattered into two pieces. He clicked his tongue and muttered, "What a loss, what a tremendous loss. This meager merit does not even equate to the value of my artifact." Holding his umbrella, he walked away into the distance. Suddenly, he recalled a rather obscure game he had played in his previous life. The creator, who had a penchant for blades, had intentionally devised two endings. The first was the most straightforward: although the protagonist saved the world, everyone he cared for perished, leaving only a crippled hero. The second ending was a hidden one, where the protagonist successfully saved the world and everyone in it. Li Xianyun attempted it time and again, starting over countless times. After 3 months of relentless effort, he finally devised the perfect strategy for success. Watching the screen as the protagonist achieved a splendid conclusion, he smiled knowingly from his hospital bed, feeling as though those 3 months of toil had not been in vain. Reflecting on this, Li Xianyun couldn't help but smile. After more than 20 years of cultivation, he had remained unchanged, and he was grateful for that. Upon concluding this journey, Li Xianyun returned to Silver Sword Peak. After accounting for a small loan from his sect and its interest, he estimated that he had earned around 40%. However, he did not retain this sum. Instead, he purchased spiritual herbs and precious materials to continue alchemy. After refining the elixirs, he would sell them, using the proceeds to buy more. This cycle of reinvestment would compound his profits, thereby increasing his capital. Of course, this all hinged on the premise that the alchemist possessed the necessary abilities. The thought of enduring his cultivation days in such a tranquil manner filled Li Xuanyun's dreams with sweetness. In a few days, the decennial disciple selection of Mount Shu would commence, and he wondered what new disciples would join Silver Sword Peak. That night, Li Xianyun experienced a haunting nightmare. If you dare to harm her in the slightest for the sake of your disciples, I shall annihilate your entire lineage. If you dare to diminish her in any way for the world, I shall eradicate all of humanity. Chapter 55, I will strike in my prime every decade. The illustrious Xuanxiao sect recruits new disciples. Compared to other sects, this 10-year cycle is relatively brief, illustrating the profound heritage of Xuanxiao, which possesses ample resources and manpower to nurture a significant number of new practitioners. Thus far, Li Xuanxiao has only experienced one such recruitment event at Xuanxiao. Reflecting on that occasion, he can only recall it as a period of exhaustion. Fearing the potential admission of peculiar individuals into Xuanxiao, he conducted thorough investigations into the backgrounds and temperaments of all prospective disciples. However, at that time, Li Xianyun was still youthful, with his methods and strength somewhat underdeveloped, resulting in the infiltration of numerous latent threats into Xuanxiao, leaving behind hidden dangers. This time, I shall strike with unwavering determination. With still some time before the disciple recruitment conference commences, Li Xianyun resolved to enter seclusion, locking himself away in the alchemy chamber to devote himself entirely to the refinement of elixirs, in exchange for the resources necessary for his cultivation. After all, the future remains uncertain, and possessing a reserve of resources brings a sense of tranquility. Before his retreat, Li Xianyun habitually surveyed Xuanxiao. While it appeared he was merely enjoying the scenery during his arduous cultivation, he was, in truth, discreetly assessing for any potential dangers. Ah, the little Qiong Peak is tranquil. Li Xianyun noted this down meticulously. Recently, on Longzhou Peak, a pair of partners were embroiled in a breakup. As the female discovered that her counterpart had long harbored affection not for her, but for her elder brother, Li Xianyun found this perplexing. A senior brother from Dazhu Peak had suffered a failed breakthrough, often descending the mountain in a dejected state. A pertinent note: is there a possibility of him turning dark? A junior sister from Shaozhou Peak faced isolation due to jealousy over her beauty, instigated by a fellow senior sister rallying others against her. A matter requiring immediate attention. At Xuanxiao, the nominal leader, Taoist Lingxiu. The true leader, Li Xianyun. In a remarkably brief span, Li Xianyun resolved these trifles and made his way to the servants' peak. Upon seeing Li Xianyun, the matron of the dining hall hurriedly grabbed a small mirror to touch up her makeup. The elderly janitor, engaged in conversation with her, cast a sidelong glance at Li Xianyun, his expression filled with unspoken longing. Li Xianyun discerned the janitor's affection for the matron. Yet, there was a hint of folly in her demeanor. Rumor had it that her intelligence was akin to that of a teenager, rendering her susceptible to mistreatment. Apart from the janitor, it seemed only Xuanxiao treated her kindly. As for the reason, it was somewhat absurd. In Xuanxiao's imagination, the janitor was, in fact, a reclusive master from Shushan, known to only a select few, weary of conflict, who had taken to sweeping the floors. He had fallen for the simple-hearted matron. However, due to her naivete, she was often bullied, and there were even whispers that she might meet a tragic end. In a fit of rage, the janitor would descend upon Shushan with wrath. This tale is quite plausible. After conversing with the matron for a while and ensuring that no one was mistreating her, Xuanxiao departed with a sense of relief. Visit the next object of interest. The elderly lady smiled shyly, her heart radiating warmth. The old janitor, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, "This era has bred such peculiar habits among the disciples of Shushan? Competing for women with me. Beasts, scoundrels, shameless rascals." Within a concealed cave in Shushan, the janitor unleashed his wrath, leveling a mountain with a single punch. Only those at the harmonization stage possessed the ability to create their own space, yet the distance and scope of the janitor's power suggested he far surpassed that realm. After venting his frustrations, he returned to the cave, dejected, and sank into a despondent state. Was he the one with issues? The disciple named Xuanxiao was undoubtedly afflicted. And grievously so. Among the many beautiful female cultivators in the sect, the young and radiant junior sisters, the cool yet warm-hearted senior sisters, the alluring junior uncles, he disregarded them all and chose instead to dote on the cafeteria matron. What an illicit romance! What was once his solitary affection for her was now shared with another. This young man, possessing youth and striking good looks, was also a disciple of Shushan, while he himself was merely an inconspicuous janitor. No, he could not allow this young man to remain idle. He must find him some tasks to occupy his time. With this thought in mind, the janitor sat cross-legged. That night, Xuanxiao experienced yet another nightmare. This dream was a continuation of the previous one. Everything remained shrouded in obscurity. Yet he could faintly hear a voice echoing from the heavens, "Should you dare to harm her in any way for the sake of your disciples, I shall annihilate your entire lineage. Should you dare to harm her even slightly for the world, I shall eradicate all of humanity." Xuanxiao awoke, sitting upon his mat, his expression grave. It was inconceivable that he would dream the same dream twice without cause. As he pondered the source of this troubling occurrence, he surmised it must relate to the recent recruitment of disciples at Shushan. Perhaps he should pack his belongings and leave the mountain under cover of night. He thought this was a jest. The outside world was fraught with peril, and Shushan, as one of the 5 great sects, boasted a high safety quotient. Moreover, the old man had saved him in the past, and during his time at Shushan, his master had imparted invaluable teachings. He could not forget the kindness he had received. Now that he had inadvertently caused the old man's death, he could not allow any misfortune to befall Shushan. More critically, without Shushan's protection, he feared that Lu Qiushui and Empress Feng would tear him limb from limb. Thus, he decided to remain adaptable during the disciple recruitment process. He needed to enter seclusion to refine his alchemy and could not afford distractions. Xuanxiao swiftly quelled his anxious emotions, reciting the heart-purifying mantra thrice, Tai Shang Tai Sheng. Change is constant, dispel evil and bind spirits, protect my life, wisdom clear, heart serene. 2 months later, Xuanxiao emerged from the alchemy chamber, his face etched with vigilance. In exceptional circumstances, one must accord exceptional treatment. Time is of the essence. This time, he exerted a remarkable 5/10 of his effort in alchemy. It is well known that the practice of alchemy is fraught with peril for the alchemist. Countless practitioners have met their demise through treachery, often stabbed in the back when least expected. Furthermore, excessive focus on the craft can lead to catastrophic explosions of the cauldron, endangering the alchemist's very life. Typically, Xuanxiao employs merely 3/10 of his strength, concealing the remaining 7/10. In the event that a cauldron were to explode during his alchemical endeavors, he could find himself beset by the demonic sects invading Mount Shu, amidst a crisis of rampant undead and mutual slaughter. At such a time, the cataclysmic flood of 100,000 years may arise, or the earth itself may convulse, as it does once every 200,000 years. What could possibly be done? Yet, on this occasion, he has audaciously utilized 5/10 of his strength, revealing only 5/10. With no other choice due to the pressing time constraints, he must take this bold risk. No one could fathom the depth of resolve Li Xuanxiao has summoned to augment his efforts. The next challenge lies in distributing these elixirs in batches across various markets. Another dilemma awaits. Chapter 56, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole awaits at Fengming Market. An unremarkable loose cultivator was peddling his wares. His elixirs were genuine, priced reasonably, and offered in ample supply. Consequently, it did not take long for a throng of cultivators to gather before his stall. Li Xuanxiao's first avatar bore a smile, while 500 meters below ground. His second avatar lay concealed. 3 miles away, amidst the locust trees, his third avatar remained hidden. Clearly, these two were also manifestations of him. 10 miles distant, Li Xuanxiao sat by a river, fishing, demonstrating that all three were indeed his avatars. This time, Li Xuanxiao merely shifted to 3 different locations, successfully selling all the elixirs he had concocted. Yet, despite his caution, he was still targeted upon departing the market. Sighing softly, he lamented the brutal nature of the cultivation world. This was not the domain of Mount Shu, the market was jointly governed by several surrounding sects. A veritable mix of the virtuous and the vile. For cultivators at the peak of the foundation establishment stage and one at the initial stage of golden core. Li Xuanxiao swiftly discerned the number and strength of his pursuers. He had already noted their presence while still in the market. The moment he left, they stealthily followed. He refrained from immediate confrontation, feigning ignorance as he maintained his pace. Although his first avatar was merely at the chi refinement stage, the poison he bore made it easy to eliminate foundation establishment cultivators. The crux lay with the golden core cultivator. The poison concocted from the golden and silver blood serpent was on his second avatar. This indicated that both the first and second avatars would need to act together to deal with these 5. The first avatar continued at a steady pace, while the second quietly trailed the 5. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the wings. The first avatar arrived at the previously laid escape route. At that moment, the golden core cultivator quickened his pace. Suddenly, the first avatar halted, turning to face the golden core cultivator who had been following him. "Why have you trailed me thus, senior? An innocent man bears the weight of suspicion," declared the golden core cultivator. "A mere chi refiner possesses such an abundance of elixirs. If you do not perish, who will?" With that, the golden core cultivator met his demise. His lifeless body plummeted to the ground, a silver needle embedded in his neck. It had effortlessly pierced his protective energy, evading his spiritual perception, and the poison from the golden and silver blood serpents swiftly coursed through his veins. Li Xuanxiao possessed 2 personal magical artifacts. One was a sword box left to him by his elder, which he had yet to fully refine. And the other was the cranehead silver needle, of which he had refined 3. Fine as a cow's hair, it struck unseen, swift and lethal. A treasure forged from the red letter or acquired from a demon cultivator. The 4 foundation establishment cultivators trailing behind were momentarily stunned, utterly oblivious to the looming danger. How could a mere chi refiner annihilate them all? The meticulously arranged 4 symbols formation activated in an instant. The inferno blazed with a ferocity reminiscent of the flames of hell, lunging at the trapped individuals with claw-like tendrils. Just as they narrowly evaded the onslaught, a merciless wind howled through the air, sharp as a blade. The thunder roared like a chaotic dance of silver serpents, deafening in its intensity. The surging deluge rushed forth with a thunderous roar. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burn, these 5 souls met their demise. The first and second avatars swiftly commenced their grim task of collecting the bodies, subsequently dousing them with a corrosive powder. The corpses dissolved rapidly. While the 2 avatars meticulously followed their grim routine, a figure silently descended before Li Xuanxiao, who was 100 miles away. "Ah, I must concede your caution. Yet you are unfortunate enough to encounter me." Li Xuanxiao raised his gaze to meet the intruder's eyes. The individual was a bald cultivator, his strength surpassing that of a nascent golden core practitioner. More alarmingly, he had already slain Li Xuanxiao's third avatar. The bald cultivator smugly proclaimed, "I first noticed you at a market, where you divided your essence into 2 avatars. One sold elixirs, while another hid underground, with yet another concealed among the trees. leaving your true self far away, fishing. Each avatar was stronger than the last, leading others to mistakenly perceive the first as your true form. Should the second be discovered, they would assume the third to be your real self. In truth, you possess 3 avatars. Truly impressive. He clapped his hands in admiration. Regrettably, your methods are too simplistic, only capable of deceiving those beneath your cultivation level. Before me, you are laid bare. Furthermore, your avatars severely diminish your true self's strength. I have already dispatched your mightiest avatar. The death of any avatar inflicts harm upon the caster, and I see through your ruse. With a flourish of his sleeve, the bald cultivator unfurled a magical umbrella. This artifact counters your silver needles. Now, how will you respond? Allow me to impart a lesson: those who scheme against others will ultimately find themselves ensnared. Below, Xuanxiao's expression turned grave. Though his crane-top silver needles were formidable, they were countered by this enchanted umbrella. The needles lacked the strength for direct confrontation, serving only as a means of surprise. The umbrella enveloped him, generating a chaotic flow of spiritual energy that disrupted the trajectory of the needles as they approached. Die! The umbrella loomed ominously. Xuanxiao drew his sword. The first and second avatars were insufficiently powerful to influence the battle significantly, and the third avatar had already perished. He pointed his sword, and suddenly, 4 golden chains erupted from behind the bald cultivator, ensnaring him unexpectedly. The sword was merely a feint; its true purpose was to control the chains. However, it was evident that the chains would not restrain the opponent for long. Xuanxiao produced another item, a shining artifact, a gleaming staff. The bald cultivator turned his head sharply, his gaze falling upon the glimmering hook behind the staff. "What treachery is this?" he exclaimed. Xuanxiao's true aim was the umbrella under the opponent's control. Seizing the moment, he launched 2 crane-top silver needles in a pincer attack. The true Xuanxiao sat within the depths of the cave, for the bald monk had erred in his assumptions. There were not 3 avatars, but rather 4. The adversary had never laid eyes on the genuine form of Xuanxiao. From the very first marketplace to the final one, the authentic Xuanxiao had remained present. From the moment he was targeted by the bald monk in the initial marketplace, Xuanxiao had devised a plan for ambush. However, in the aftermath of his victory, he felt no joy whatsoever. The opponent had nearly approached his true essence, having already detected 3 of his avatars. How terrifying! It compelled him to exert 50% of his strength to contend with the threat, and he was fortunate to have encountered no unforeseen circumstances. This technique of creating external bodies bore significant flaws. As the bald monk had remarked, the power derived from the external bodies was siphoned from the true self. It might deceive those of lesser cultivation, but against formidable foes, it proved somewhat inadequate. Furthermore, should one of these external bodies be slain, the true self would suffer a loss of that portion of power and sustain injury. If, at that moment, the adversary were to discover the true self, it would spell grave danger. Chapter 57, Bionic Techniques. Xuanxiao gathered all his external avatars and, with his recent gains, returned to the mountain gate. Instead of heading directly back to Shushan, he took a detour. This time, having been discovered with 3 of his avatars, Xuanxiao realized the shortcomings of the external avatar technique. It was far too easily detected. Moreover, the speed at which he could confront golden elixir cultivators was woefully inadequate. By the time the bald-headed cultivator appeared before his 4th avatar, he had already been poisoned. Yet, even so, the battle dragged on for a full 15 seconds. Suddenly, Xuanxiao halted, sensing a fluctuation of spiritual energy in the distance. Someone was engaged in a duel. No, it was a spiritual beast embroiled in combat. A waterfall cascaded down, where an octopus was being valiantly besieged by 5 cultivators. "Master Uncle, this octopus is quite a formidable opponent. It carries an ancient bloodline and has already cultivated into an octopus with 8 limbs, a rarity indeed. We must not let it escape." With that, the 5 cultivators each unleashed their divine abilities. The octopus, unable to withstand their combined might, was ultimately struck by a sealing spell and fell unconscious. Overjoyed, the 5 quickly ensnared the octopus with a treasure rope and hastily departed. This was not a place to linger. However, once they had left, the true body of the octopus emerged from the water, revealing that they had merely taken one of its tentacles. Its deceptive techniques were so sophisticated that even two cultivators of superior cultivation failed to detect the ruse. The octopus chuckled softly, preparing to swim away swiftly. Suddenly, it felt its body become uncontrollable and fainted. A figure swiftly dragged the octopus beneath the water and fled into the distance. It was none other than Li Laolu. Having witnessed the entire event, he had almost departed, having not realized that the octopus had used a decoy. Yet, as the sixth, he habitually lingered on the battlefield for a moment. That moment proved fortuitous, yielding an unexpected bounty. It is said that in ancient times, there were no established techniques. After the emergence of humanity, everything was learned from myriad races. For instance, imitating the tiger's claw to create the tiger demon fist, or the dragon elephant bone tempering technique, or the eagle claw piercing art, and so forth. This is referred to as bionic techniques. Perhaps he could draw inspiration from the octopus to remedy the flaws in his external avatar technique. Li Xuanxiao hastened his pace to the pre-planned escape route, dismantling arrays and various traps. He then proceeded to the secondary escape route, removing the formations and traps once more. These arrays and traps required his activation to trigger. Thus he feared no accidental intrusions. After a lengthy detour, Li Xuanxiao finally returned to Shushan, only to vanish again. He waited until a familiar figure passed by before daring to reveal himself and depart. That figure was none other than the abstract talent, senior sister Xuan. For beings of such an abstract level, it was best to avoid them. Ever since Li Xuanxiao clarified things to Xuan, she had not sought him out again. Li Xuanxiao deliberately avoided her once more. Consequently, their interactions during this period were rather sparse, much to Li Xuanxiao's satisfaction. After walking for a while, he evaded once again. The second talented contender, Zhang Luoshui, skipped by cheerfully, presumably on her way to seek out senior sister Xuan. The dynamics between these two were indeed quite intricate. Li Xuanxiao mused to himself as he returned safely to Silver Sword Peak, entering his humble abode. He then proceeded to the secret chamber, sitting upon the meditation cushion. He exhaled deeply. Every return to his cozy sanctuary after venturing out felt immensely gratifying. This sense of security and comfort was simply extraordinary. After resting for a brief moment, Li Xuanxiao retrieved all his recent acquisitions. First were the various materials, herbs, precious resources, and an assortment of crystal stones he had exchanged for through alchemy. Then there were the treasures he had pilfered from the assailants. These artifacts could not be utilized as they were. They needed to be dissolved to revert to their primal forms. Among his findings was a tome of cultivation. Upon opening it, he discovered the divine elephant subduing prison technique, a method for refining the body. Upon mastering this technique, one would be left entirely bald. Li Xuanxiao promptly dismissed the thought of pursuing it. Not out of concern for his appearance, but rather because a shaven head was too distinctive, likely drawing unwarranted attention. He decided to sell it when the opportunity arose. His final acquisition, which he deemed the most significant of all, was the octopus confined within a cage. Li Xuanxiao flipped it over. The creature gazed at him with trepidation. Although it possessed the bloodline of an ancient spirit beast, its talents were not in combat, and its disposition was timid. Alas! He was surely destined to become its supplement. His blood and every part of his being were treasures. Li Xuanxiao bowed respectfully. "Forgive me. I am Li Xuanxiao and wish to seek your guidance." 2 months later, Zhao Lu arrived at the hut, only to find her senior brother absent. She produced her love potion, preparing to sprinkle it upon his pillow. This time, having learned from past experiences, she had meticulously measured a small dosage, intending to subtly influence her brother over time. After all, he was exceedingly sensitive to toxins. Just as she was about to lift his blanket, her gaze fell upon a slimy object. "What is this?" As she unveiled the covers, a small octopus came into view. Zhao Lu exclaimed, "The sky is falling." At that moment, Li Xuanxiao entered. Wiping her tears, she said, "Senior brother, you are actually with an octopus. I misjudged you." Li Xuanxiao gave her a gentle tap on the head, urging her to clear her mind of such impure thoughts. "This is my spirit pet." "Oh. Zhao Lu laughed through her tears. I knew it, senior brother, how could you like an octopus? It seems I misunderstood. Didn't I mention I would be in seclusion for 3 months? Why are you seeking me after just 2 months? Zhao Lu suddenly recalled the important matter. Senior brother, I have heard that this year's enrollment will commence a month earlier, and preparations have already begun within the mountain gates. Oh? Li Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow. Additionally, Silver Sword Peak is to have a new peak master. Li Xuanxiao fell silent. The convergence of these two matters sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 58, Prosperity and Wealth on Silver Sword Peak. The former master, Taoist Lingxiu, ascended to the position of the new leader after the old master was tragically betrayed by Li Xuanxiao. Ordinarily, the esteemed title of master should have rightfully gone to Shui Yun, the eldest disciple of Silver Sword Peak. However, Shui Yun chose to pursue love and departed from Mount Shu. Consequently, a suitable replacement was not readily available for Silver Sword Peak until now. Lu Ziyin, once the youngest Yuanying and the youngest Huashan in the history of Mount Shu, had his record surpassed by Shui Yun later on. After retreating for 15 years, Lu Ziyin finally emerged from his seclusion and was appointed as the master of Silver Sword Peak. Bow to the master, Lu Ziyin nodded and glanced around. Silver Sword Peak, excluding the miscellaneous disciples, currently had 18 direct disciples. We must strive together to strengthen Silver Sword Peak in Mount Shu. The crowd responded in unison. We shall wholeheartedly assist our senior brother. Lu Ziyin, being of the same generation, was the first among the young disciples to assume the role of master. He then proceeded to address several matters. With the sect's recruitment imminent, Lu Ziyin, having just taken over Silver Sword Peak, was naturally eager to make an impact. He planned to seize this opportunity to descend the mountain in search of promising disciples, hoping for a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, the other disciples would remain within the sect, seeking out potential candidates among the new entrants. Although Mount Shu attracted talents from all corners of the world, some potential disciples might have missed the opportunity for various reasons. Thus, the Master's descent was also aimed at scouting for exceptional individuals. Junior brothers and sisters, Xuanxiao and Zhao Lu, your cultivation is still at the qi refinement stage. Focus on your training within the cave, these matters can be entrusted to your senior brothers and sisters. Lu Ziyin advised thoughtfully. This was a prudent consideration. On one hand, those at the qi refinement stage should prioritize their cultivation, and on the other, sending them out to recruit would be somewhat embarrassing. Zhao Lu had no objections, but Li Xuanxiao interjected, Thank you for your concern, senior brother. However, I have recently broken through the qi refinement stage and entered the foundation establishment stage. Recruitment is vital for the future of Silver Sword Peak, and I wish to contribute my humble efforts. The senior disciples turned their gaze toward him, their spiritual senses confirming that indeed, he had reached the foundation establishment stage. Junior brother, you have finally broken through qi refinement. Congratulations! They exclaimed. Keep up the good work, but do not become complacent. You are still far from your senior brother's golden core stage. Enough of that. Junior brother, do not heed his words, one must not rush the journey, they bantered. It was evident that they were genuinely happy for Li Xuanxiao's breakthrough. Lu Ziyin remarked, Your eagerness is commendable. Li Xuanxiao then added, Senior brother, I wish to accompany you on your quest to find promising disciples. He was apprehensive that Lu Ziyin might decline his offer. Thus, he added another phrase, this time. The breakthrough was successful. He initially intended to descend the mountain to travel and consolidate his state of mind, believing there would be no opportunity as the Shushan sect was recruiting disciples. Fortunately, his senior brother was also descending the mountain, allowing him the chance to accompany him and learn extensively. Indeed, after expressing this thought, Lu Ziyin swallowed back his initial refusal and stated, In that case, Xuanxiao shall accompany me on this journey. Li Xuanxiao's desire to follow Lu Ziyin was straightforward. His understanding of Lu Ziyin was rather limited, for the latter had been in seclusion for a full 15 years. He only knew that Lu Ziyin possessed a reticent demeanor, singularly focused on cultivation. The path of indifference had been mastered with remarkable success. Clad in a long robe as white as snow, Lu Ziyin's appearance was nothing short of impeccable. His brows bore a hint of scholarly grace, as if untouched by the mundane world, exuding an ethereal purity. Every gesture of his radiated an extraordinary aura. A harmonious blend of jade-like warmth and elegant nonchalance. Such a captivating figure could indeed be deemed unparalleled. However, individuals of such caliber are immensely perilous, easily prone to darkness. The following day, Xuanxiao descended the mountain alongside Lu Ziyin. They journeyed towards the western side of Shushan, traveling for several days. Lu Ziyin wielded his sword with remarkable speed. With effortless control, they eventually landed upon a main road where they paused to sip tea and admire the scenery. Continuing their leisurely stroll. Days passed, and they traversed several towns without discovering a suitable candidate. Just as Lu Ziyin began to lose hope, one evening, as they passed through a village, they witnessed flames soaring into the sky, a ferocious beast wreaking havoc within. "Help!" A girl with a sweet, delicate visage cried out in panic, clutching a tree branch. The black wolf, unfazed, opened its gaping maw, waiting for her to fall. At that critical moment, a figure darted past, catching the girl in midair. Stunned, she gazed at the man who had saved her, his exquisite countenance permanently etched in her memory. Lu Ziyin twirled with the girl in his arms as cherry blossoms cascaded from the trees. Xuanxiao observed this spectacle, blinking in disbelief. This scene felt oddly familiar. "Be careful." The girl's wide eyes reflected the wolf demon. In the next heartbeat, the wolf demon gracefully knelt to the ground. "Woof, woof, woof." With a casual wave, Lu Ziyin dispatched the wolf demon and set the girl down. She gazed at him, captivated. At that moment, two young boys rushed over, crying out for their sister. The girl embraced them tightly. "These are my brothers, Fu and Wang Kai. You must be an immortal. Thank you for saving me." "It is a cultivator's duty to slay demons and rid evil," Lu Ziyin replied. The girl's bright eyes sparkled. "I am Feng Liuli, and may I ask for your name?" Meanwhile, Xuanxiao stood by, astonished. "Your two brothers are named Fu and Wang Kai? And you are Feng Liuli? How selfish of you. Could you kindly address me as Suehua? The name Feng Liuli is so grand that it hardly befits a mere character. Are you truly on the same plane as the villagers here? Might I inquire if you are a disciple of the Shu Mountain sect?" Feng Liuli asked with curiosity. "Indeed. I am. My grandfather, before his passing, told me that upon reaching the age of 16, I must join the ranks of Shu Mountain." "Who was your grandfather?" "My grandfather's name was Taizhu, and he was the blacksmith of our village." Just as this conversation unfolded, a group of villagers wielding various farming tools approached, surrounding them. "This calamity bringer must be eliminated. It is her presence that has brought misfortune upon our village. You calamity bringer! Is it not enough that you have caused the demise of your own kin, do you now seek to bring harm upon us as well?" Chapter 59, The Ordinary Fate. Kill her. Kill her. Lu Ziyin shielded Feng Liuli behind her. Xuanxiao frowned, sensing that something was amiss, and quietly retreated behind Lu Ziyin. "Who are you? Step aside. Today we shall eliminate this celestial scourge," proclaimed the leader among the assailants. The celestial scourge? Lu Ziyin's expression remained impassive. From the moment of her birth, a meteor had fallen, and shortly thereafter, her grandfather had perished. It was from that time onward that ferocious beasts began to appear in their village. If she was not the celestial scourge, then who could be? The notion of the celestial scourge is mere nonsense. Such a being does not exist in this world, it's all fabricated. Who are you? How do you know this? I am Lu Ziyin, the master of Silver Sword Peak on Mount Shu. Mount Shu. Even a simple villager is aware of its renown. Observing Lu Ziyin's demeanor and attire, it was evident that she was no ordinary person. Lu Ziyin continued, "If you do not believe me, I shall reveal the truth." She then inquired about Feng Liuli's birth date and began to calculate. "Ha!" Lu Ziyin discreetly wiped a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth. "See? I told you, her fate is indeed ordinary." Xuanxiao interjected. "It does not seem entirely ordinary, however." The villagers, intimidated by Lu Ziyin's status as a disciple of Mount Shu, gradually dispersed. Lu Ziyin scrutinized Feng Liuli once more. Her aptitude in foundation appeared quite average. Yet the peculiarity of her fate remained enigmatic. At this moment, Xuanxiao remarked, "Could it be that she is the reincarnation of a powerful being?" Lu Ziyin pondered this notion and nodded thoughtfully. Li Xuanxiao continued, I examined the corpse of the ferocious beast earlier, it should not inhabit this area. Especially not during this season of migration. Its presence here is certainly not coincidental. Perhaps this girl possesses a unique bloodline that attracts such beasts. Lu Ziyin cast an astonished glance at Li Xuanxiao. She had not anticipated that her junior disciple, though modest in cultivation and talent, possessed such keen observation skills. It was not uncommon for certain powerful beings to obscure the heavenly secrets at the moment of their demise, arranging for their next reincarnation to be imbued with a lineage and talent. Yet, why did this girl seem to possess only bloodline without any corresponding aptitude or foundation? At this juncture, Feng Liuli spoke up, my grandfather told me to go to Mount Shu when I turned 16. Joining Mount Shu is not something one can do casually. With your aptitude and foundation, you should not harbor such aspirations, Lu Ziyin cautioned. No. I must join Mount Shu, Feng Liuli declared. Why is that? To gain strength? Or to seek revenge against those villagers who wish to harm you? Lu Ziyin inquired. Feng Liuli shook her head. No, it is to protect more people. My grandfather said that true strength is defined by the willingness to safeguard the freedom of the weak. He also told me to never lose hope in this world, regardless of the challenges I may face. Lu Ziyin nodded in approval. The path to Mount Shu is fraught with difficulty. I am unafraid. Lu Ziyin glanced at the burnt remnants of the straw hut, previously set ablaze by the villagers behind the girl. As the time for the sect to recruit disciples was still some distance away, it would be prudent to impart a few techniques to the girl, lest she encounter misfortune on her journey to Mount Shu. Just as he was about to speak, Li Xiandao beside him interjected, Senior brother. The sect is currently in a period of great busyness. Although there are several senior brothers and sisters at Silver Sword Peak, the myriad of affairs necessitates a steadfast leader. As the current master of Silver Sword Peak, it would be wise for you to return to the mountain soon, especially since you have not yet discovered any celestial seedlings. Lu Ziyin replied, This. I can handle matters here myself. With such words spoken, Lu Ziyin found it difficult to refuse further, and he nodded in agreement. Having just assumed the role of master at Silver Sword Peak and with the recruitment of disciples underway, he knew he could not afford to delay. Thus, he relinquished the thought, offered a few simple instructions to Li Xiandao, and departed. Feng Liuli watched Lu Ziyin's retreating figure for a long while before shifting her gaze to the seemingly unremarkable Li Xiandao beside her. In comparison to Lu Ziyin, Li Xiandao appeared as inconspicuous as a mere passerby. Are you also a disciple of Mount Shu? Feng Liuli had hesitated to ask earlier, assuming Li Xiandao was merely an attendant. I am Li Xiandao, a disciple of Mount Shu, he replied, performing a respectful gesture. The distance from Mount Shu was not insignificant, and dangers could arise along the way. I will teach you a few self-defense techniques. Thank you. Earlier, Lu Ziyin had exhausted himself to the point of spitting blood while calculating Feng Liuli's birth chart, so Li Xiandao dared not attempt the same. Thus, in the following days, he assisted Feng Liuli in reconstructing the thatched cottage. He sourced materials locally, caught fish from the river, and hunted wild game, ensuring that Feng Liuli and her two younger brothers enjoyed delicious meals. By chance, one day happened to be Feng Liuli's birthday. Li Xiandao prepared a more sumptuous dinner, complete with a bowl of longevity noodles, and patiently continued to explain sword techniques to her. This was all quite normal. Yet Feng Liuli couldn't shake the feeling that his gaze towards her had shifted. It must be an illusion. Surely, if there were any affection, it would be directed towards senior brother Lu Ziyin. I humbly beseech you, if one day you should decimate Mount Shu, I hope you might spare me for the sake of our current bond. Mount Shu cultivates the path of indifference, and once one enters this path, they must assume the duty of safeguarding all living beings, never to misuse their emotions. Do you understand? Li Xiandao emphasized the tenets of Mount Shu's doctrine of indifference to her. Feng Liuli nodded, great love is devoid of emotion, my grandfather taught me that. When Feng Liuli's father returned, Li Xiandao prepared to take his leave. This Feng Liuli must be documented with great importance. In truth, it would be far simpler for Li Xiandao to eliminate all dangers by discreetly disposing of Feng Liuli along the way, unnoticed by anyone. However, To do so would be no different than aligning with the demonic cult. To harbor suspicion against someone and indiscriminately eradicate them, regardless of their nature, would only serve to render oneself more abstract. Of course, the most critical point is that one does not know the other is the reincarnation of a ruthless demon lord with countless lives claimed. Once again, it is a being of immeasurable virtues reincarnated. To slay the former, akin to extinguishing the essence of Brahma bliss. Xuanxiao, endowed with the blessings of the heavenly Tao, attained a transcendent golden elixir during the tribulation. However, to vanquish the latter, to eliminate an individual of boundless merit, one who inherently possesses the fortune of the great Tao, would render oneself in peril. Await patiently, for at the next tribulation, the heavenly Tao may deliver a formidable reckoning upon you. It may not spare you. Thus, in such circumstances, one must refrain from hasty actions and engage cautiously. Could it be that the dream I have woven foretells the arrival of Xuanxiao? It is my fervent hope that this upcoming selection of disciples from Mount Shu does not attract any peculiar and bizarre individuals. Xuanxiao meticulously noted in his small notebook. A figure suspected to be the reincarnation of a formidable entity, possessing an innate bloodline and an innocent disposition, Xuanxiao. It is believed that she may become entangled with Lu Ziyin. This type of fantastical romance heroine is characterized by being maligned by petty individuals, targeted by a contemptible master-uncle, and subjected to scorn from others. Ultimately, she descends into turmoil, rising to become the supreme leader of a dark sect. Chapter 60. No longer able to stay in Mount Shu as Xuanxiao returned, he fortuitously arrived in time for the grand selection of disciples at Mount Shu. He hastily made his way back to Silver Sword Peak, tidied up, and then proceeded to Tongtian Peak. At that moment, the main peak of Tongtian was bustling with activity, teeming with people and lively chatter. Disciples from the 7 peaks gathered here, preparing to welcome the newly initiated disciples of Mount Shu. Xuanxiao discreetly approached the area where his peers were stationed. He graciously took over his senior brother's pen, assisting in recording the names, origins, ages, and addresses of the candidates in the assessment group. However, Xuanxiao's inquiries tended to delve into greater detail, often adding a personal touch. Imagine the current scenario: you are tasked with forging a magical artifact, yet this creation demands the sacrifice of 100,000 lives. Once forged, this treasure would sweep across the world. What would be your choice? A gentle reminder: please respond truthfully, a heartstone before you will discern sincerity from deceit. What do you perceive as the significance of cultivating immortality? Why do you aspire to be a cultivator? How well do you understand the life of a cultivator? What are your thoughts on the ethical standards within the cultivation profession? What are your aspirations and goals for the future? What is your perspective on love? Other disciples swiftly completed their reports. When it was Xuanxiao's turn, he had just recorded the 3rd entry. He lacked the authority to select or eliminate any disciple. He could only note those of particular interest. Xuanxiao maintained a list, categorizing danger levels into 4 tiers: low risk, moderate risk, considerable risk, and significant risk. As for safety levels, there were none. No one was entirely safe, including himself, who could also succumb to darkness. Xuanxiao nodded in approval, finding the disciples' responses quite commendable. A promising candidate indeed, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Naturally, having another capable cultivator in Mount Shu would benefit everyone. By the way, what is your name? Yi Fan, came the reply. Xuanxiao thought to himself, what a formidable name. He glanced at the young man and nodded slightly. Young man, strive diligently in your cultivation. Next, your name? I am Hanli, the next disciple introduced himself, prompting a look of astonishment from Xuanxiao. Clearing his throat, he quickly realized his lapse in composure. Ah, merely a coincidental resemblance in names. The world is vast, many share the same name. When did I become so unsteady? He cautioned himself to remain discreet, wary of revealing too much. After all, he wouldn't want to leave a poor impression on a potential protagonist, especially one who might be even more cautious than he. Name, Wang Teng. My son Wang Teng possesses the stature of the earth. Xuanxiao mused silently, you must be associated with the earlier Yi Fan. Yet, he noticed that Wang Teng possessed a mixed spiritual root, and why was his head so pointed? Among the previous candidates, Only the young man named Han Li showed decent aptitude, albeit merely adequate, far from the standard of excellence. Moreover, just moments ago, he witnessed a dispute over Q positions. The authentic Han Lomo would never engage in such trivialities. It appears he has indeed overthought the matter. It is merely a case of a similar name. A testament to his excessive caution. Li Xiandao couldn't help but smile. Sometimes, it is perfectly acceptable to loosen one's grip on reality. The world is not as fraught with peril as one might believe. After all, it is just a name. With this thought, Li Xiandao exhaled deeply, feeling a considerable sense of relief. Next, a name, Su Fingyan. Thud. Li Xiandao tumbled from his chair onto the floor, supporting himself on the table. His legs trembled slightly as he struggled to regain his composure. What on earth? Su Fingyan. What brings him here? Li Xiandao settled back into his seat. Hailing from Beiliang, a place of hardship, where the white-clad suffer most. Is this the Su Fingyan, the so-called compassionate one, whose brothers are all eccentric yet claim to possess great love? The same Su Fingyan who sacrificed 300,000 soldiers and then retreated with a band of women? Curiously, this young man named Su Fingyan possesses remarkable cultivation talent. Likely to become a disciple of Xuanxiao. Brother Xiandao, you seem unwell, perhaps the journey has wearied you. Would you not prefer to rest? Inquired his senior sister. Li Xiandao waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just a sudden pain in my chest, an old ailment. He pulled out a small notebook, inscribing, Su Fingyan, significant risk, with 3 quotation marks. Brother Xiandao, we meet again. A familiar face appeared. Li Xiandao gazed at Feng Liuli before him, mustering a strained smile as he adeptly noted her information. By the time everything concluded, the sun had set in the west. All registered disciples were assigned to the servants' peak, where the formal assessment would commence the following day. What is this? Why do I feel such unease within? In the cave dwelling, the master of Silver Sword Peak, Lu Ziyin, concluded his meditation. His retreat was prompted by the foreboding sense of an impending life and death tribulation. Yet, the nature of this calamity eluded him. Lu Ziyin retrieved a precious pearl, a congenital spiritual treasure bestowed upon him by the sect leader, Lingshu Daoist, not long ago. This gem would aid him in locating his life and death tribulation, and at that moment, it began to glow. Furrowing his brow, Lu Ziyin quietly departed his cave. The closer he drew, the brighter the pearl shone, until he arrived at the servants' peak, where he observed 3 disciples yet to enter. His gaze was immediately drawn to the slumbering Feng Liuli, the pearl swirling with energy. So it is, his life and death tribulation is her. The life and death tribulation is a calamity that cultivators may face as a consequence of the heavenly way's retribution. Once this tribulation is surmounted, the path of cultivation ahead will be smooth. However, should 2 individuals destined to be each other's life and death tribulation encounter one another, misfortune will ensue. If not resolved, they risk becoming demonic, neither living nor dead. Lu Ziyin let out a silent sigh. Fate has dictated this, and what can be done? He turned and departed. He could have easily slain Feng Liuli, yet he refrained from such an act. As a cultivator of Xuanxiao, it would have contradicted his principles. To commit such an act would undoubtedly give rise to demonic thoughts, undermining the very foundation of his cultivation. He recalled the words once spoken by Feng Liuli, true strength lies in respecting the freedom of the weaker. If this calamity is mine to bear, then I shall accept it with equanimity. Meanwhile, within the confines of his secluded chamber, Li Xuanxiao observed the entire scene through the twin-born reflection stone. The atmosphere of Xuanxiao had become unbearable. He inhaled deeply, taking a second breath, and then a third, until he finally regained his composure. The trial of life and death. Such a tribulation can only be traversed in one of 2 ways, either both parties emerge unscathed, or both face demise, resulting in a tragic spectacle for the world. Yet, these 2 are neither wicked nor malevolent, rather, they are individuals of sincere hearts, endowed with the fortunes of destiny, and thus cannot be carelessly slain. Li Xiandao paced back and forth within the room, pondering his dilemma. What shall be done? Tomorrow marks the assessment. If all proceeds as expected, even with her modest talents, Feng Liuli will be accepted by Xuanxiao. Subsequently, she will become a disciple under Lu Ziyin. joining the latest generation of Silver Sword Peak's acolytes. Furthermore, she will inevitably become Lu Ziyin's foremost disciple, leading to an unavoidable intersection of their paths. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Li Xuanxiao snapped his fingers. Chapter 61, Suspected Another Transmigrator. The entrance examination of Mount Shu comprises 3 trials. The first trial assesses one's innate aptitude. The second trial is the heart's inquiry, which interrogates one's true intentions, determining if one possesses a sincere heart for cultivation. The third trial involves disciples competing against one another on the martial arts platform. Among those tested, Li Xuanxiao eliminated several candidates from his prior records, including individuals named Ji Fan, Wang Teng, and Han Li. None of the trio succeeded in the heart's inquiry. Subsequent investigations revealed that they lacked a steadfast commitment to the path of cultivation, they merely shared names. Although the world had been somewhat altered, it was not entirely chaotic. If he were to encounter the true Yi Fan, Han Li, or Wang Tang, it would be manageable. However, the most concerning was one named Su Fengyan. This name was dreadfully formidable. Moreover, he had passed the first 2 trials, showcasing considerable strength. The most alarming moment for Li Xuanxiao occurred during the assessment when Su Fengyan cast a glance in his direction. Li Xuanxiao thought, a glance from him signifies immense malice. A grave threat to my safety, and an intent to refine me to enhance his own capabilities, an enemy that must be eradicated. Yet, during the next day's trial, Su Fengyan completely ignored him. This only solidified Li Xuanxiao's suspicions. Not looking at me? Could he be harboring ulterior motives? Such thoughts spiraled into a conviction of impending treachery. A serious threat to his safety, an adversary that must be eliminated without delay. That very night, Li Xuanxiao stealthily infiltrated the servants' peak. The elderly caretaker on duty perked up, wary of the disturbance. What could this young man possibly want at this hour? Has he finally come to target my woman? The scoundrel! Emerging from the shadows, Li Xuanxiao gazed at the slumbering Tang San. He placed a talisman upon the young man's forehead and then channeled his magic. Lost in dreams, Su Fengyan remained oblivious. Do you harbor ill intentions toward the disciple named Li Xuanxiao? He inquired. Li Xuanxiao? I do not know him. Su Fengyan's lips moved in response. Li Xuanxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Can you pillage and murder, then claim to be the white-clad heir, the most unfortunate person in the world? Am I a beast? My parents are intact, my family harmonious, I am not so perverse. Nodding in agreement, he pressed on with his questioning. What would you do to repay a debt of gratitude? For instance, would you annihilate your benefactor's entire family? Would you slay your benefactor's parents? Is that not beastly? Li Xuanxiao nodded again. He conducted a thorough examination of Su Fengyan, finding no concealed strength or extraordinary items. Are you a reincarnated being? Absolutely not. Once more. Li Xuanxiao nodded. May I ask if your lifelong dream is to have 300,000 people accompany you to the grave, only for you to retreat with your wives? Certainly not. Relief washed over Li Xuanxiao. At last, he could find solace. The 456th question, please listen carefully. In a town, there are 3 women, a mother and her 2 daughters. The mother has passed away, and the sisters attend the funeral. At the funeral, the younger sister encounters an exceptionally handsome man and falls head over heels for him. Upon returning home, the younger sister kills her older sister. Why? The 459th question involves a young man whose house is separated from that of a neighboring couple by a lawn. Late at night, he is awakened by the sounds of an argument next door, followed by the clang of a cleaver and the sound of cattle grazing. After a while, he hears someone banging on his front door. The next day, he discovers the lifeless body of the neighbor's wife at his doorstep. Deduce the sequence of events. Is it love for a companion or love for cultivation? Love for a companion. Is it love for a companion or love for talent? Love for a companion. Is it love for a companion or love for innate ability? Love for a companion. All questions have been asked, and you have qualified. Well then, I shall take my leave, Li Xuanxiao mutters to himself. Subsequently, his presence vanishes from the servant's peak, and tranquility returns to the disciples' quarters. Su Fengyan remains blissfully unaware of any changes. Moments later, Li Xuanxiao's face reappears at the window, silently gazing at him. If you feign being manipulated by me and deliberately respond to my inquiries, allow me to pose this question: if I were to suddenly strike you back, wouldn't you be alarmed? Li Xuanxiao fixates on Su Fengyan. After a pause, he contemplates. Indeed, it appears he has been manipulated. It is truly time to depart. Li Xuanxiao's presence dissipates once more. After another interval, Li Xuanxiao's face emerges from the rafters, intensely scrutinizing Su Fengyan. There is little choice, your reputation is overwhelmingly formidable. Having become almost a taboo existence, thus, caution is imperative. All inquiries have been completed. Li Xuanxiao finally exhales deeply, confirming that it is merely a case of sharing the same name, and this individual does not exhibit antisocial tendencies. The risk level can now be lowered to a minimal state. This name you bear. Li Xuanxiao mutters, it is perilously dangerous. Just as he is about to depart, he suddenly hears the other party say, I am not named Su Fengyan. Are you not called Su Fengyan? Li Xuanxiao questions, perplexed. My surname is Su, and my given name is Feng. On the way to Mount Shu, I encountered a senior cultivator. Upon learning my name, he found it quite amusing and suggested that when I register at Mount Shu, I should introduce myself as Su Fengyan, as he advised. Li Xuanxiao's body freezes, and a cold sweat breaks out on his back. What did you say? Recall the circumstances vividly. Under Li Xuanxiao's guidance, the other party sinks into reminiscence. Haha, your name is indeed intriguing, utterly delightful. It is nothing, I merely thought that if you altered a character, it would become even more captivating. Thus, when you arrive at Mount Shu, you should introduce yourself with the name I suggested. Haha, trust me, such words will surely lead to your acceptance by Shushan. Returning to Silver Sword Peak, Li Xuanxiao burrowed into his humble abode. Fearful, diminutive, trembling, and cold. This world is fraught with peril. The good news, Su Fengyan is not genuine, bearing no connection to familiar entities. The bad news, it seems I have stumbled upon another traveler from another realm. This individual is aware of Su Fengyan's reputation. Thus, there is a 90% chance that we hail from the same world. Yet, I cannot recall their visage or age at all. Logically, it is implausible for them to have no useful memories at all. Therefore, there exists only one possibility: this person has deliberately erased their appearance and age. Much like how I have subtly altered my own visage over the years, ultimately rendering myself into an inconspicuous individual of similar appearance. Li Xuanxiao meticulously recorded this with emphasis. Utterly formidable and exceedingly dangerous. It is highly likely that there exists someone akin to me, originating from another world. Name unknown, gender unknown, age unknown, cultivation unknown. Such an unsettling sense of the hidden lurking in the shadows is profoundly disconcerting. Chapter 62, Undercover Strategies. The third assessment is on the verge of commencing. The disciples who have successfully navigated the initial 2 trials approach Tongtian Peak with a blend of trepidation and exhilaration. Feng Liuli gazes at the resplendent Tongtian Peak, akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. She traverses through the throng, inadvertently colliding with an individual ahead of her. My apologies, she murmurs. The female disciple turns, appraising Feng Liuli with a disdainful glance, scoffing, humph. What a rustic creature, daring to set foot in Shushan. And you are what exactly? At that moment, a girl named Huang Peiying steps forward to defend Feng Liuli. The two had acquainted themselves during their initiation. Huang Peiying's family boasts an elder who is a Shushan elder, granting her connections and a formidable standing among the younger generation. The disdainful disciple casts a furtive glance at Huang Peiying, hesitant to engage in a dispute. Feng Liuli gazes gratefully at Huang Peiying, whispering, "Thank you, Sister Huang." Huang Peiying replies with a smile, "Fear not, I shall protect you." Li Xuanxiao observes this unfolding drama intently. He is well acquainted with Huang Peiying. While her threat level is relatively low, her disposition is prone to incite the darker tendencies of those around her. She possesses a narrow-minded nature, inflated with self-importance, and exhibits a capricious demeanor. Although she currently appears to support Feng Liuli, the apparent camaraderie is merely the condescension of the superior towards the inferior. Should Huang Peiying ever discover that Feng Liuli has surpassed her, it is highly probable that envy would transform into animosity. Much like witnessing a former mentee outscoring oneself or both developing affections for the same gentleman. Huang Peiying could very well become a catalyst for Feng Liuli's eventual descent into darkness. Li Xuanxiao meticulously analyzes, records, and theorizes the potential outcomes in his notebook. Soon, the assembly proceeds along the bridge, encountering the Shui Qilin. The Shui Qilin shakes itself and rises to its feet. In Shushan, even the tiniest ant must adorn itself before venturing out, let alone the majestic Shui Qilin. Its fur stands erect, as though ruffled by a tempest, each strand shimmering with a crystalline luster. Powerful jets of water erupt from beneath its hooves, intertwining and rapidly coalescing into a broad and solid pathway, resembling a bridge constructed of flowing water, stretching into the distance. The Shui Qilin stands proudly upon this water-column-paved road, its imposing stature exuding an innate authority. As a gentle breeze stirs, its fur sways lightly, harmonizing with the gushing water below, creating a breathtaking tableau. The onlookers, having only heard tales of such divine beasts, are struck with astonishment at the sight before them. Suddenly, the Shui Qilin strides toward the crowd, prompting the uninitiated disciples to instinctively retreat a few steps. Nearby, a Shushan disciple reassures, "Do not be alarmed, the Qilin is of gentle temperament, and those able to approach it are indeed individuals of celestial affinity." Upon hearing those words, the crowd, who had initially intended to retreat, suddenly halted in their tracks, eagerly anticipating the approach of the Qilin. The creature gracefully navigated through the throng, and Huang Peiying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that it was coming for her? Her father had always told her of her innate wisdom, and now even the water Qilin seemed to favor her. As she reveled in her elation, she was taken aback when the water Qilin circled past her, instead making its way towards Feng Liuli. The water Qilin extended its tongue, playfully licking Feng Liuli, its expression radiating joy. This scene left the disciples of Shushan nearby astonished. Why was the esteemed water Qilin behaving in such a manner? All eyes turned to Feng Liuli, who felt an inexplicable sense of warmth towards the creature. Meanwhile, Huang Peiying's gaze turned venomous as she glared at Feng Liuli, her earlier amiability vanishing in an instant. "Sister, your change of expression is far too swift." Among the crowd, Li Xuanxiao quietly observed the interaction between Feng Liuli and Huang Peiying. It appeared that Feng Liuli had not been a heinous villain in her previous life, but rather possessed a fortune bestowed by the heavens, otherwise, the water Qilin would not have shown such affection. If this individual were to be harmed, directly or indirectly, by himself, the repercussions could be significant. Caution was imperative, caution above all else. This incident was but a minor interlude and soon faded from memory. However, it reinforced Li Xuanxiao's confidence in the viability of his strategy. The third round involved a contest of magic. Concerned about any potential oversights, Li Xuanxiao summoned his junior sister Zhao Lu from Silver Sword Peak to document the lower-risk participants, while he specifically targeted several high-risk individuals. As anticipated, during the first match, although Feng Liuli was at a disadvantage in strength, she ultimately triumphed over her opponent. The same occurred in the second bout, despite the lack of faith from the spectators, including a sparse crowd at her match. She quietly emerged victorious. The following days followed a similar pattern. Feng Liuli started unfavorably, making blunders, struggling in fierce battles, desperately fighting for survival, before ultimately delivering a speech of victory. Against all odds, she advanced to the top 4, where she faced Huang Peiying directly. Huang Peiying's eyes were filled with a predatory glare. Elated, Feng Liuli rushed to share her achievement with Li Xuanxiao. "Brother Xuanxiao, if I secure the first place, can I become a disciple of the esteemed master?" The master in question was naturally Lu Ziyin. Li Xuanxiao nodded, confirming that theoretically, this was indeed the case. However, he advised her not to overexert herself, noting that her entry into the top 4 already qualified her to be a disciple of senior brother Lu. Feng Liuli insisted, "No. If I am to achieve this, I shall aim for first place and choose the esteemed master as my teacher." "Ah, such ambition. Keep at it." "Thank you, brother Xuanxiao." "Oh, there is no need for thanks between us." From a distance, Lu Ziyin cast a glance at Feng Liuli, surprised that she had made it to the top 4. Was it fate? What was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. From the day I encountered her, I had already fallen into the snare of destiny. That very evening, Lu Ziyin returned to his cave abode, his emotions tangled and yearning for a cup of soothing tea. However, to his dismay, he discovered that the tranquil tea had run out. Was it consumed so quickly? He contemplated purchasing some from the miscellaneous peak. Just as he intended to head in that direction, he recalled a conversation with Xuanxiao from a few days prior, wherein he learned that the calming tea could be found in the back mountains of Silver Sword Peak. Consequently, Lu Ziyin made his way to the rear of Silver Sword Peak. Despite having presided over Silver Sword Peak for an extended period, he had never ventured to the back mountains before. Upon his arrival, he was met with breathtaking scenery, particularly in the tea groves of the rear mountains. Amidst the tea trees, Lu Ziyin casually plucked some leaves and brewed them with the nearby river water. As he lifted his gaze, a vibrant fruit caught his attention from a tree. He picked it and took a bite. Delighted by its flavor, he utilized his mystical energy to bring the water to a boil, savoring a leisurely cup of tea. Just as Lu Ziyin was about to return to his cave, he suddenly found himself unable to proceed. Chapter 63. Do we still need the noodles? What is happening? After circling several times, Lu Ziyin finally confirmed that he was ensnared within a maze. It was likely a formation unique to the back mountain of Silver Sword Peak, inadvertently activated. A mere trivial formation, I shall break it. Lu Ziyin found it rather amusing. He had studied formations since childhood, understanding that while their manifestations might vary, their essence remained unchanged. Once, an elder from Xuanxiao had encapsulated all formations into a singular one, aptly named the formation of the world. Disciples studying formations at Xuanxiao eagerly sought to unravel it. To achieve a single solution was to enter the realm of formations. Discovering two solutions signified a modest level of mastery. In other words, the more solutions one could devise, the higher their proficiency in formations. Prior to his seclusion, Lu Ziyin had set a record of 9 solutions, a feat yet to be surpassed, even by the most venerable elders and peak masters. Of course, this was contingent upon not disregarding one's cultivation level or resorting to brute force to dismantle the formation. Unknown to Lu Ziyin, however, there was indeed an old rival lurking in the shadows, who had already discovered 11 methods of resolution, surpassing him by 2. As time elapsed, Lu Ziyin wandered through the formation, his eyes twitching slightly. This has returned. How intriguing this has become. He cast 3 copper coins. Now I shall take this seriously. After a considerable time, Lu Ziyin surveyed his surroundings, calculating with his fingers and muttering incantations. He had fallen from an initial maze into an even more intricate one. With no exit in sight, he decided that he could not afford to waste time any longer. Lu Ziyin resolved to forcibly dismantle the formation. Although he had to acknowledge its sophistication, the strength of its creator was far inferior to his own. By forcefully breaking the formation, he could resolve it. Yet, he soon dismissed this notion upon realizing that this formation was interconnected with the medicinal herb forest and tea garden of the back mountain. Should he forcefully destroy the formation? These areas would inevitably be ravaged. If word got out that the peak master of Silver Sword Peak had been trapped within his own formation and resorted to brute force, leading to the destruction of the herb forest and tea garden, what would become of his reputation? The day was still young. He was certain there must be a way to discover the flaws in this formation. From Lu Ziyin's perspective, the day still appeared bright. However, at this very moment, the competition among the 4 strongest disciples of Xuanxiao had commenced. The tea he drank and the fruits he consumed were, in fact, integral parts of the grand formation. They were not poison but subtly influenced his perception of the passage of external time. Moreover, within the grand formation, Xuanxiao had deliberately arranged matters to ensure that Lu Ziyin would miss the final selection assessment for disciples. The competition among the 4 strongest had begun. Feng Liuli faced off against Huang Peiying. Huang Peiying gazed at Feng Liuli in disbelief, astonished by her rapid progress in just a few days. How infuriating! Huang Peiying clenched her silver teeth, having trained diligently since childhood with exceptional talent. How could she possibly lose to a country bumpkin? As she contemplated this, Huang Peiying's offensive became increasingly fierce. Xuanxiao once again witnessed the remarkable prowess bestowed upon the chosen one. He could hardly fathom how Feng Liuli could possibly emerge victorious. Yet, each time, Feng Liuli adeptly countered Huang Peiying's strikes. Although she was being relentlessly pushed back, her spiritual energy replenished in no time. In stark contrast, Huang Peiying grew weaker with each exchange. Ultimately, it was only through the aid of a treasured artifact bestowed by her father that Huang Peiying managed to secure a hard-fought victory. The disciples who advanced to the top 8 were granted the privilege of choice, while the top 2 could actively select which peak to join. Despite her defeat, many peak masters recognized Feng Liuli's potential and extended their olive branches. However, Feng Liuli's gaze remained resolutely fixed on the direction of the Silver Sword Peak. Regrettably, the person she sought was absent. Master Lu was nowhere to be found. Where could senior brother Lu have gone? It was uncertain. This disciple named Feng Liuli was a prodigious talent, and she must not be allowed to be claimed by another peak. Time was running out. How could senior brother Lu falter at such a critical juncture? Feng Liuli, to which peak do you wish to belong? I wish to study under Master Lu of Silver Sword Peak, she replied. Lu Ziyin? The gaze of Taoist Lingxiu fell upon the empty seat of the Silver Sword Peak, which was devoid of its master. How could Lu Ziyin be absent from such a significant occasion? According to tradition, if Lu Ziyin was not present, could we not seize the opportunity to accept this disciple first? Inquired the master of Little Cheong Peak. It was evident that they were all eager not to miss this promising talent. Indeed, let it not be said that we old-timers take advantage of the younger generation. It is quite remarkable that Lu Shizi is absent from such an important event, remarked the master of Little Bamboo Peak, who was the first to extend an invitation. Feng Liuli, my Little Bamboo Peak consists entirely of female disciples. What do you say? We will disregard those unpleasant men. Feng Liuli clasped her hands in gratitude. I am deeply appreciative of the kind offers from all peak masters, but I have long admired Master Lu and wish solely to join Silver Sword Peak. Had you triumphed over Huang Peiying, you would indeed possess the right to choose. Alas, you have not defeated her. Now that Lu Ziyin is absent, should you miss this apprenticeship conference, you will be relegated to becoming an outer disciple, waiting for another decade, cautioned the master of Little Bamboo Peak. Feng Liuli's expression turned anxious as she frequently glanced toward Silver Sword Peak. Make your decision swiftly, otherwise, you truly risk becoming an outer disciple. I. Feng Liuli found herself at an impasse. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated. Feng Liuli, would you be willing to join my Silver Sword Peak under my master's tutelage? At this pronouncement, not only the peak masters but even Lingxiu, seated at the head, was taken aback, turning in surprise to the speaker, Li Xuanxiao. Old man, am I not your master? Li Xuanxiao raised the jade slip in his hand. In an instant, Lingxiu recalled the time before he became the master when he had lost a game of chess to this young fellow, resulting in the loss of 2 jade slips in total. According to the wager, Li Xuanxiao could utilize this jade slip to request Lingxiu to undertake a task that did not contravene moral principles. However, Lingxiu did not anticipate that Li Xuanxiao would produce the jade slip at this moment. He cast a glance at the disciple named Feng Liuli, whose talents were rather mediocre yet had managed to reach the top 4. Perhaps she reminded Xuanxiao of himself, average in aptitude yet unwavering in perseverance. The several peak masters simultaneously directed their gaze toward the sect leader, Lingxiu, who could only nod in acquiescence. The assembly took this as Lingxiu's implicit endorsement. Feng Liuli stared blankly at Li Xuanxiao, who wore a faint smile upon his lips. He intended to personally mentor Feng Liuli, molding her into the ideal representation of a disciple from Shushan. After all, placing her in any peak seemed perilous. It was far better to keep her close at hand and maintain control. What? Are you dazed? Li Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow slightly and added. The sect leader is preoccupied with numerous affairs. I shall take on the role of your instructor. Do you wish to come to my Silver Sword Peak? I am willing, replied Liuli, bowing to Li Xuanxiao. She then turned to Lingxiu Daozhang, offering him a slight bow as well, saying, I pay my respects, master. Lingxiu Daozhang waved his hand and closed his eyes once more. It mattered not. Chapter 64, When humanity's stars shine brightly, is it possible for a chi refinement stage cultivator to take on apprentices in place of their master? No. Li Xuanxiao has now ascended to the foundation establishment stage. This notion indeed seems rather absurd. However, upon reflection, it becomes comprehensible. Among the 7 peaks, Silver Sword Peak has the fewest disciples. Following Ling Su's promotion to sect leader, Lu Ziyin took over, but coincidentally, he was absent at this time. The leader desired to bolster Silver Sword Peak, thus tasking disciple Li Xuanxiao with the responsibility of accepting new apprentices, thereby considering them as disciples of Silver Sword Peak. This arrangement falls well within reason. At this moment, within the Great Formation, Lu Ziyin's fury was palpable, as if it were a resounding echo in his mind. Impossible. How could this be? How could I be so foolish as to fall into another maze? This maze is designed with exceptional cunning, large circles ensnaring smaller ones. Each layer intricately linked, as if escape were forever out of reach. Lu Ziyin berated himself for his lack of skill, having been repeatedly ensnared. His once immaculate snow-white robe was now sullied with withered yellow leaves and murky dirt, clinging damply to his garments, rendering him increasingly disheveled. Moreover, his aura had become chaotic. At this moment, Lu Ziyin had long forgotten the matter of accepting apprentices in Shushan. He gazed at the grand formation before him, vowing not to return until it was shattered. This was a matter of his dignity. Reciting incantations under his breath, Lu Ziyin continued his calculations. Logically, breaking through from the eastern entrance and striking out towards the southwestern exit, then re-entering through the northern gate, should dismantle this formation. Indeed, this was the most fundamental of formations. Yet, as Lu Ziyin entered through the life gate, he found no sign of the rest gate. Instead, he fell into yet another grand formation. Calming his mind, Lu Ziyin continued to navigate through the maze. After an indeterminate amount of time, he halted. At last, he had discovered the heart of the formation. Letting out a sigh of relief, he felt as though the world had opened up before him. As if he had achieved something extraordinary. His gaze suddenly fell upon a blue-covered book resting on a stone. Upon opening it, he realized with astonishment that it contained the 10th method of formation disassembly. How could this be? My records have been breached? Lu Ziyin then recognized that he was not truly at the heart of the formation, but rather in a deliberately set false core. Furthermore, within this deceptive center, the 10th method of disassembly had been placed to assist him in unraveling the present predicament. At Silver Sword Peak, Feng Liuli followed Li Xuanxiao to the summit. Standing on a massive sword extending over 10 meters, she blinked in bewilderment at the solitary figure of her senior brother. Li Xuanxiao inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. This might be the most perilous decision of his life. Yet, it was the best method he could conceive to seize the initiative. Upon returning to Silver Sword Peak, he was surprised to find Su Wan and Jian Luoshui also present. Upon inquiry, it became clear that due to the scarcity of disciples at Silver Sword Peak, they had been summoned to lend their assistance. Su Wan's gaze towards Li Xuanxiao was somewhat awkward. Since returning from Wowan Mountain, the two had scarcely crossed paths. Su Wan deduced that Li Xuanxiao might be deliberately avoiding her. To Li Xuanxiao's surprise, his senior sister Lin Wanqing had also returned. She had been unable to find any trace of Fan Yu at the foot of the mountain, and now, with the recruitment of disciples in Mount Shu, she had come back to lend a hand. Li Xuanxiao glanced at Feng Liuli behind him and nodded. Indeed, how fortunate is Mount Shu to gather such remarkable figures simultaneously. He gazed skyward, reflecting on his life, which felt precarious, uncertain if he could reach the other shore. This is the Heartless Sutra. This is the Chronicles of Love-Struck Minds. This is 100 tragic cases of love-struck minds. This is how to identify scoundrels. This is how to discern plastic sisters. This is countermeasures against scheming individuals. This is 1,000 responses to false accusations. This is in the face of humiliation, do not simply endure. A stack of books authored by Li Xuanxiao lay before Feng Liuli. Feng Liuli exclaimed, What are these, senior brother? These are the teachings you are to learn next. Feng Liuli bit her lip. Is this what our cultivation sect is about? She felt as though she had joined a rather peculiar organization. Of course, the essence of cultivation begins with the heart. One must establish a solid foundation, for otherwise, any future advancements may lead to utter failure. Do you understand? I understand. Excellent. Now, let me present to you the first real case. Feng Liuli was taken aback that her first day at Silver Sword Peak had already turned into a lesson. The first case concerns Miao Lu from Dazhu Peak, who was once an outstanding disciple there. She chose to leave Mount Shu for her childhood sweetheart, joining an obscure sect as an elder. However, she found herself entangled in sect affairs while grappling with resource shortages. Eventually, her small sect allied with a larger one, but Miao Lu, focused on managing her sect, missed the optimal moment to break through. In the end, she was abandoned by her fiancé, who married a senior sister from the larger sect. Heartbroken and disillusioned, Miao Lu fell to the lowest ranks, eventually aging and passing away in despair. Xuanxiao paused and inquired, "What are your thoughts after hearing this true story?" Feng Liuli blinked. "That man is so heartless. Wasn't Miao Lu a victim? Her greatest mistake was her endless trust in her fiancé. It was her indulgence that led him to repeatedly test her limits, ultimately draining her of all value before discarding her. Remember, in this world, no one can be fully relied upon but yourself." Feng Liuli bit her lip. Now, let me recount the second case. Lu Yun, a female disciple from Tontian Peak, who fell in love with a disciple of the demon sect during a descent from the mountain. The disciple of the demonic sect deceitfully claimed to require entry into the sacred pool of Shushan to cure his ailments. Lu Yun, unwittingly enticed, willingly escorted him into Shushan under the veil of secrecy. Unbeknownst to her, the true intention of the disciple was to pilfer the sacred texts of Shushan. Fortunately, an anonymous passerby intervened, narrowly averting a catastrophe, the passerby being Xuanxiao. Upon realizing his scheme had unraveled, the demonic disciple persuaded Lu Yun to join him in a treacherous defection from Shushan. Lu Yun, believing that he intended to lead her into a secluded life in the depths of the forest, was instead subjected to a soul-searching technique, forcibly extracting her memories. Consequently, he acquired a wealth of information regarding Shushan, while Lu Yun suffered from the invasive soul search, leaving her 3 souls and 6 spirits damaged, rendering her a fool. The maiden furrowed her brow in distress. Observing the effectiveness of his actions, Xuanxiao nodded in affirmation. For today, we shall focus on these 2 cases. Upon returning, each of you is to write a reflective essay based on these narratives, no less than 2,000 words. Following this, we will delve into how to discern plastic friends in 1,000 phrases after being wrongfully accused. In the evening, I shall instruct you on the unfeeling scriptures. Chapter 65. A long-standing scheme. Lu Ziyin felt that he had truly encountered a life-and-death tribulation. Not to mention being trapped in the formation on the back mountain of Mount Shu for a full fortnight, he subsequently spent another 2 months studying the 10th formation. Once he finally grasped its intricacies, Lu Ziyin couldn't help but berate himself. As the master of Silver Sword Peak, how could he be so neglectful of his duties? The recruitment of disciples at Mount Shu had already passed, and not a single disciple had come from Silver Sword Peak. According to the rules, the remaining disciples of Silver Sword Peak were ineligible to accept students, leaving only him, the Peak Master, with that privilege. Yet, he had inadvertently missed the disciple recruitment conference. However, there was a silver lining. Li Xiandao had accepted Feng Liuli as his disciple on behalf of their master. Was this fate? Even in his absence from the recruitment conference, Feng Liuli had still become a disciple of Silver Sword Peak. Lu Ziyin realized that this was his destiny. An unavoidable life-and-death tribulation. If that were the case, then let it come. Li Xiandao was merely a foundation establishment cultivator. The task of teaching disciples ultimately fell to him. The Peak Master. Lu Ziyin resolved to personally instruct Feng Liuli. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the next day, he found himself poisoned. To be honest, Lu Ziyin initially did not realize he had been poisoned. He had seated himself to meditate, only to fall asleep, mistakenly believing he had attained a new realm of understanding. It wasn't until later that he discovered the truth. However, once he became aware of his condition, he swiftly eliminated the discomfort with his cultivation prowess. Subsequently, Lu Ziyin inadvertently sustained injuries from the sword array of Mount Shu. This incident was indeed an accident. The heart of the Silver Sword Peak sword array resided within the Peak Master's cave dwelling. Perhaps it was due to the long-term disrepair of the sword array or Lu Ziyin's unfamiliarity with it after recently assuming the role of Peak Master. For some unknown reason, the sword array was triggered. In an instant, sword energy surged into the cave. In a bid to protect Silver Sword Peak from harm, Lu Ziyin promptly used the Peak Master's Jade token to deactivate the sword array, but he was still injured by the sword energy. The injury was neither light nor severe, but it would likely take a year and a half to heal fully. Lu Ziyin wondered if he was somehow fated to clash with Silver Sword Peak. After taking on the role of Peak Master, he encountered his life and death tribulation, missed the disciple recruitment conference, and was subsequently injured by the sword array. He had an unsettling feeling that invisible hands were controlling his actions, a pair of unseen eyes watching him. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Lu Ziyin entered seclusion to recuperate, a decision that was unavoidable. The sword energy from the sword array was remarkably pure, and he could not afford to take the injury lightly. This seclusion lasted for a full 6 months. A year later, Lu Ziyin emerged from his seclusion, his injuries entirely healed. The reason for his extended stay in the cave was due to a conversation with disciple Li Xiandao. A casual remark made by Li Xiandao inspired Lu Ziyin with insights regarding the 11th method of array dissolution. What was once an unintentional thought had, in fact, been a long-conceived scheme. Enlightened, Lu Ziyin dedicated another 6 months to research, which accounted for the delay in his emergence from seclusion. A year later, she emerges once more. The Silver Sword Peak has not undergone significant changes. Lu Ziyin suddenly pauses, his gaze drawn to a figure in the distance. Feng Liuli. After a year apart, the young woman appears even more enchanting. Clad in a flowing aquamarine gown, she possesses an ethereal beauty, exuding an indescribable grace. Her figure is slender, and her long, ebony hair cascades like a waterfall. Her eyes are as ethereal as the sky, and her lips resemble cherry petals, pure and innocent. Lu Ziyin cannot fathom why. Despite the impending peril to his life, he feels an irresistible urge to draw closer. At that moment, several figures land in front of Feng Liuli. Huang Peiying points a finger, exclaiming, "That's her. She stole our 7 treasures gourd from the peak, I witnessed it myself." Lu Ziyin furrows his brow, recalling that Huang Peiying was once on good terms with Feng Liuli. Huang Peiying smugly asserts, "Feng Liuli, return the 7 treasures gourd to us at once." "What gourd?" "I know nothing of it," Feng Liuli responds innocently. Still playing dumb. Huang Peiying's companion, another female disciple, chimes in, "I saw it too, she was the one." Feng Liuli wears a bewildered expression. "Me? What gourd? What are you talking about?" Still pretending. Huang Linqing intervenes, stopping his daughter Huang Peiying before turning to Feng Liuli. "Did you visit my Dragon Head Peak recently?" Feng Liuli nods, "Yes, my senior brother asked me to deliver medicine to the herb garden at Dragon Head Peak." Huang Linqing continues, "It was during that time that our 7 treasures gourd from the herb garden went missing." "What happened there?" "I did not take it." She insists. "Humph." Huang Peiying snorts, "Just because you say you didn't, doesn't mean it's true. Let's go to her cave dwelling." "Yes." "Make her hand over her storage ring. She might have hidden it in her clothes." Her companion eagerly agrees. "I did not steal it, you have no evidence to accuse me." Feng Liuli protests, visibly distressed. Soon, the commotion draws numerous disciples from the surroundings. Some have come to collect medicine from the Silver Sword Peak, others are merely passing by, while some are simply drawn by the spectacle. "What is happening?" "I heard it involves Feng Liuli stealing something from Silver Sword Peak." "How can that be? Stealing treasures is truly unethical." "I heard someone witnessed it." In reality, the treasure is concealed within Huang Peiying's sleeve. In the aftermath, Feng Liuli will undoubtedly lead them to her cave dwelling for an inspection to prove her innocence. Meanwhile, Huang Peiying plans to feign a discovery of the treasure, thereby solidifying Feng Liuli's guilt through public consensus. Huang Peiying stands with her arms crossed, looking down with disdain at Feng Liuli. "Compete with me? You, a mere country bumpkin. Dare to enter the Shushan ranks? What are you even worth?" From a distance, Lu Ziyin watches this scene unfold, his brow furrowed in concern. He glances at Feng Liuli, who now clenches her fists, her face flushed in response to the crowd's malicious gossip. Such a kind-hearted and innocent young girl, confronted with such baseless accusations, must surely feel utterly at a loss. Indeed, she has never encountered the malevolence of human nature. With her head lowered and tears in her eyes, she appears to have already cried. Observing the pitiable girl, who has become the target of public scorn, Lu Ziyin feels a stirring in his heart. Just as he prepares to step forward to speak on behalf of Feng Liuli, she suddenly raises her head, points her small hand, and exclaims with clarity, "Huang Peiying. You sit on a bench with no pants on, your words are as hollow as your character. I see you as a pepper in a drain, sneaky and venomous. Today, I shall wield my small knife to expose your true nature." Upon finishing her proclamation, an enveloping silence descended upon the crowd. Lu Ziyin, who had been eager to defend the unfortunate girl, was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected retort. Chapter 66, Examination of the Tao Heart. Before anyone could react, Feng Liuli suddenly stepped forward, seizing Huang Peiying's wrist and lifting her hand. The sleeve fell away, revealing the treasure concealed within. Huang Peiying's expression shifted dramatically. Feng Liuli smiled. "Isn't this the 7 treasures gourd? It has been in your possession all along. Why do you still search for the truth while riding the donkey?" She continued, "Oh? Is it your intention to falsely accuse me? Then, under the guise of searching my cave, you would secretly raise this treasure and claim to have found it within my abode?" A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Feng Liuli gazed triumphantly at Huang Peiying. "Do you not realize? The new road you've laid at Longzhou Peak is utterly flat." Huang Peiying looked utterly bewildered. "There are no stones. With such intellect, you still think to concoct a scheme? Perhaps you should ask your father to purchase more brain tonic for you." "Why you?" Huang Peiying's eyes widened in disbelief. She stared at Feng Liuli, questioning whether this was truly the Feng Liuli she knew. Wasn't Feng Liuli supposed to be at a loss for words, leading everyone to her cave to prove her innocence, or, after being wronged, insistently proclaiming, "It wasn't me," followed by a dramatic display of tears? Yet, the Feng Liuli before her was entirely different. Unable to contain herself, Huang Peiying raised her hand and struck Feng Liuli across the face. Slap! The sound echoed as Feng Liuli, still gripping Huang Peiying's wrist, retaliated with a swift slap. "Oh, how desperate you are! Look at her flustered demeanor. Having failed to slander me, she resorts to violence. Have I been struck?" Huang Peiying took a moment to comprehend. Enraged and humiliated, she found herself utterly unable to break free. Feng Liuli's grip was firm, rendering her powerless. At that moment, Huang Linqing, witnessing someone daring to strike his daughter, was immediately incensed. He threw a punch, bellowing, unbridled. Having attained the nascent soul stage, Huang Linqing did not exert his full strength in this blow. Feng Liuli merely staggered back a few paces. "Do you take me for a fool?" Huang Linqing glared. Feng Liuli regarded him, a smirk curling upon her lips, and then suddenly collapsed to the ground. "Someone! Is there no one at Silver Sword Peak? Fetch the elder of law enforcement at once. I cannot endure this. They conspire against me. I am but a refining cheese stage cultivator. And a nascent soul is bullying me. How shameless!" The veins on Huang Linqing's forehead bulged, his fury palpable to the point of nearly bursting. "Lu Ziyin, is this truly Feng Liuli? Surely I have mistaken her for someone else. What on earth has transpired during my year of seclusion?" The commotion soon reached the law enforcement hall. Huang Peiying and her father were already at a disadvantage. Their deliberate provocation, coupled with Huang Linqing's aggression towards a fellow disciple, led to a swift resolution of punishment. Huang Linqing was relieved of his position as an elder of Shushan and sentenced to 10 years of confinement. Huang Peiying, who instigated discord, was penalized with a 3-year reduction in salary and assigned to toil at the miscellaneous peaks for a year. Upon hearing this verdict, Huang Peiying was rendered speechless. Feng Liuli passed by her, softly remarking, "You've peeled the pomegranate only to find it lacking flesh, still lacking in strength, dear sister." With that, she skipped away, reveling in her taunt. Coincidentally, she encountered the long-secluded Lu Ziyin. Feng Liuli exclaimed with delight, "Disciple of Yinjian Peak." Feng Liuli pays her respects to the Peak Master. "Brother Lu, you have emerged from seclusion." Lu Ziyin remained silent, lost in contemplation. "I heard you joined Yinjian Peak." I was in seclusion during this time and wondered if you have adapted to life here, he finally spoke. Feng Liuli nodded. I have adapted quite well. The senior brothers and sisters have taken good care of me, especially brother Xuanxiao, who has taught me much. Adapted well? You are being modest. I perceive you have already thrived in this environment, Lu Ziyin replied. Though brother Xuanxiao's cultivation is merely foundational, his training demands are rigorous. Should you wish, you may come to train by my side. Feng Liuli hesitated momentarily before politely declining. Thank you for your kindness, brother Lu, but as the peak master, you have numerous responsibilities. I shall continue my training alongside brother Xuanxiao for now. Very well, then, Lu Ziyin acquiesced, not pressing further. He gazed at Feng Liuli, his expression a tapestry of complexity. She seemed to have transformed remarkably. Feng Liuli's lips curled into a faint smile, reminiscent of spring blossoms unfurling. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like crescent moons, luminous and brimming with vitality. Yet, her thoughts were far from harmonious. I must remain vigilant against that vile Huang Peiying and her family. Will they seek revenge on our next mission? I cannot find peace until she is dealt with. Lu Ziyin swallowed hard. After bidding farewell to him, Feng Liuli returned to Yinjian Peak. Interestingly, she had not realized that her motivation for joining Yinjian Peak was largely tied to Lu Ziyin. She felt that through diligent training with brother Xuanxiao, she would eventually stand by Lu Ziyin's side. However, as time passed, it seemed she had almost forgotten him. Had it not been for their encounter today, she might have overlooked the very existence of the peak master. Feng Liuli shook her head, murmuring softly, "Why have I lost that initial feeling I had upon meeting brother Lu?" She could not forget the scene of their first encounter. It felt fated, stirring her heart profoundly. In that moment, she grasped the essence of her grandfather's words about destiny. Yet, nearly a year later, everything remained unchanged. Why then did that feeling elude her now? Upon returning to her cave dwelling, Feng Liuli resumed her training for the day. Just then, a knock echoed from outside her door. It is Li Xuanxiao. Open the door for a heart examination. Feng Liuli instinctively tidied her hair and glanced at the dressing mirror before finally opening the door. Brother Lu has emerged from seclusion. Did you know? Li Xuanxiao inquired as he entered. Yes, I encountered him not long ago, Feng Liuli replied. Li Xuanxiao nodded and continued. Let us proceed with today's lesson on how the heart of steel is forged. Recite the 5th paragraph. Feng Liuli pressed her lips together and stated earnestly. The most precious possession of a cultivator is life, and one only lives once. Therefore, a cultivator's life should be spent in such a manner that when a Shushan cultivator reflects upon the past, they do not regret the years wasted nor feel shame for a life of mediocrity. Thus, when she approaches her final moments, she can confidently declare that she devoted her entire life and all her energy to the most noble cause in existence, striving for the peace and development of the 9 provinces, and working diligently for the happiness of the people. This was the essence of Bao'er Kecha, as expressed by Feng Liuli. Chapter 67, I forgive you, I shall kill her. I must end her life. Exclaimed Miss Huang Peiying, her fury palpable. Calm yourself, Mississippi. She is now a disciple of Mount Shu, a maid gently cautioned. And what of it? This wretched girl has utterly humiliated me and caused my father to lose his esteemed position among the elders. She must pay with her life. Huang Peiying retorted angrily. The maid, with a cunning smile, suggested, Miss, have you forgotten her origins? She hails from a humble village. If we can disguise someone as a bandit and eliminate her entire family, would that not bring satisfaction to you? Realization dawned upon Huang Peiying. Her eyes alight with delight, a splendid idea. In Dathan village, one could not deny that since Feng Liuli's departure, the village had returned to a state of tranquility. Yet, Feng Liuli's family remained on the outskirts, having long since grown accustomed to their circumstances. As night enveloped the land, several shadowy figures swiftly approached Dathan village, intent on destruction. Spare none. Are there still relatives within the village? Then we shall eradicate the entire place. In no time, 5 figures descended upon Feng Liuli's home. At that moment, her father, Guzi, was hard at work forging iron, while her 2 brothers, Wang Kai and Fu Gui, played in the yard. Suddenly, the appearance of the 5 intruders startled them all. Before any words could be exchanged, the ground erupted, revealing numerous hands that dragged the 5 assailants into the depths below. Then, tranquility returned to the courtyard, the entire episode lasting scarcely a heartbeat. The abruptness of it all left Erguzi and his children in a state of bewilderment, as if nothing had transpired. Erguzi rubbed his eyes, questioning his own vision. What on earth? Meanwhile, Xuanxiao swiftly dealt with the 5 intruders. Rather than ending their lives, he bound them securely, preparing to hand them over to the sect. He had gathered sufficient evidence through the use of a recording stone to implicate Huang Peiying in a conspiracy to commit murder. With both witnesses and tangible proof, this time, Huang Peiying and her family would face the consequences. Such treachery. Thankfully, I have prepared 21 contingency plans. Family sacrifices. Boundless divine power. You wish to corrupt Feng Liuli? I shall not allow you to succeed. With a firm stomp, Xuanxiao invoked the binding spirit technique. Moments later, the local earth spirit emerged. Greetings, exalted immortal. Greetings. Land, city gods, and river deities were all appointed by the imperial court, with many sects possessing similar rights, including Mount Shu. Upon seeing a disciple of Mount Shu, the humble earth spirit hastened to show reverence. Have you remembered the instructions I entrusted to you? The earth spirit nodded vigorously, yes, yes. Rest assured, exalted immortal, I shall do everything in my power to safeguard this family from calamity. Li Xiankong handed over a talisman to the other party, stating that they could use it to contact him in case of emergencies. This serves as your reward. To be able to assist the esteemed immortal is a blessing for this humble deity. Let us aid each other, you may refer to me as a fellow cultivator. The land spirit feigned reluctance as he accepted the pouch of spirit stones. With a smile, he reached in and felt a piece of paper. Upon closer inspection, it was a survey. By the way, please fill out this questionnaire, Li Xuankong's voice echoed from the side. The land spirit glanced at the first question. Your enemy is clinging to a branch on the edge of a cliff, desperately trying not to fall. How would you make them drop? 1. Step on their hands. 2. Set them ablaze. 3. Gradually pry their fingers off one by one. The land spirit was taken aback. Meanwhile, within the alchemy chamber, Li Xiankong, who was manipulating his avatar, sipped on a cup of enlightenment tea. He had never left Mount Shu. Through his interactions with the ancient beast with an octopus lineage, Little 8, Li Xiankong had improved his external body technique. He had also formed a pact with Little 8. By establishing this contract with his spiritual pet, Li Xiankong could enhance the perfection of his external body technique through Little 8's bloodline. The current external body resembled one of Little 8's severed tentacles, thus, the avatar had become an extension of Li Xuankong's own body, making it increasingly difficult to discern the real from the illusion, or rather, the fake had become the true. Furthermore, its range of movement had expanded, ensuring safer travels in the future. Li Xiankong affectionately patted Little 8's small head, who was munching on a cabbage. This cabbage, despite its appearance, was quite valuable. With Little 8 around, Li Xuankong's consumption of precious materials had increased. The resources he had previously amassed were dwindling rapidly. It seemed that once this phase passed, he would need to initiate his wealth accumulation plan. Little 8, when you have time, let us complete the 12th version of the questionnaire. Little 8 suddenly froze. Li Xiankong had already handed over a survey. Remember to answer with your true heart, otherwise, I will sense it. Do not worry, this is merely an ordinary questionnaire. Even if you answer incorrectly, it is of no consequence. No need to be anxious. Li Xiankong wore a benevolent expression. Little 8 felt an inexplicable dread that a wrong answer could lead to dire consequences. Shortly thereafter, the 4 assassins dispatched by Huang Peiying voluntarily arrived at Mount Shu to confess. The reason there were 4 was that one had already been poisoned. According to the mysterious figure's instructions, if they confessed the mastermind at Mount Shu, they might live, otherwise, without the antidote, they would meet their demise. Soon, Huang Peiying was summoned for a face-to-face confrontation. Already feeling guilty, she was further unsettled when the assassins presented a recording stone as evidence, displaying the entire conspiracy between Huang Peiying and her maid. Overwhelmed, Huang Peiying collapsed to the ground. This time, it was not only Huang Peiying who was implicated. The entire Huang family found themselves entangled in this predicament. Huang Peiying, aware that all was lost, desperately pleaded with Feng Liuli in the Grand Hall. I beg you. Spare me. I too have been bewitched. We were once so close, and I have helped you in the past, do you not remember? I was momentarily foolish. I deserve to be punished. The onlookers remained silent, observing the scene unfold. Feng Liuli, witnessing her state, could not help but sigh and shake her head. Huang Peiying grasped her hand, weeping profusely. Dear disciple Liuli, one must learn to be magnanimous. A wise person can accommodate others. The ability to forgive is a vital lesson in life, an elder advised. The Huang family may lack achievements, yet they have endured hardships. Now that Huang Peiying has erred, let her merits and faults balance each other out. Liuli, grant her a chance for redemption. Indeed, others chimed in. After a moment, Feng Liuli reopened her eyes. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? I forgive you. Thank you, Liuli. We are still friends, right? Thank you, Huang Peiying exclaimed joyfully, clutching Feng Liuli's hand and crying with a sense of grievance. I truly was confused, I was foolish, truly. Lu Ziyin smiled with relief. Indeed. This was still the Feng Liuli he knew. He gently patted her shoulder and softly remarked, giving others a chance is also granting oneself an opportunity, you have done well. Liuli. In the next moment, Feng Liuli pierced Huang Peiying's chest with her sword. I have forgiven you, thus you will also forgive me, will you not? Chapter 68, Living with Intention. Huang Peiying spat blood, her expression momentarily stunned. Feng Liuli leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, I have forgiven you. I hope you can also be magnanimous and forgive me. One must be generous in life, not petty. With a swift motion, Feng Liuli drew her sword. Huang Peiying clutched her wound, staggering and collapsing to the ground. After a few struggles, her breath soon faded. Feng Liuli meticulously wiped the blade before sheathing it. Her movements fluid and her gaze serene. Do not simply endure in the face of humiliation. In the second subsection of Chapter 2, it is stated that if someone has previously attempted to take your life, and you are aware of it, do not let her off easily. For even if you extend forgiveness, she may harbor thoughts of revenge, wondering if you will hold a grudge or seize an opportune moment to retaliate. Such considerations can lead to a chilling conclusion, it may be better to eliminate you entirely. Feng Liuli's act of personally slaying Huang Peiying was utterly unexpected to all present. According to the rules of the sect, Huang Peiying had indeed committed a capital offense. Her death at the hands of Feng Liuli seemed entirely reasonable. Yet none anticipated that the seemingly delicate Feng Liuli could execute the act so decisively and without hesitation. Lu Ziyin silently withdrew his hand from Feng Liuli's shoulder. Can anyone tell me what truly transpired during the year of my absence? At Silver Sword Peak, within the humble abode. Upon learning of Feng Liuli's actions, Li Xiandao nodded in approval, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. It appeared that his efforts over the past year had not been in vain. At last, he could enjoy a moment of peace. The financial plans required urgent attention. Li Xiandao calculated the tasks at hand. The old master had left him a sword box containing 4 treasured swords. He had fully refined the spring sword, but was currently stalled on the summer sword, needing additional resources. The process of refining flying swords was perilously fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness could lead to self-injury and demise. The crane-top silver needles were also due for an upgrade, since achieving the golden core stage. This personal magical artifact had yet to be enhanced, and Li Xiandao felt that 3 needles were insufficient. The number he could command with his consciousness needed to at least double. As for the other treasures, there was no rush to upgrade them. Although he had stabilized his realm after becoming a golden core cultivator, he had not effectively advanced or reviewed his techniques and abilities. Indeed, he had only revisited them over 300 times, which was quite disconcerting. The primary cultivation method he practiced was the path of ruthlessness. Cultivation techniques, the Changchun secret, effectively extends lifespan. In the realm of cultivation, one seeks the path of eternal life, regardless of the might of others. The gentle breeze sweeps across the mountain ridge, regardless of their arrogance. The bright moon illuminates the great river. The 5 poisons heart-corroding technique, a toxic scripture that augments lifespan. The 7 stars rebirth technique, a toxic scripture that effectively increases lifespan. The Great Compassion and Great Mercy Body Refining Technique, a Buddhist cultivation method that can dispel malevolent energy within the body. Excessive acts of violence may leave traces of such energy. Therefore, with lingering apprehensions, Xuanxiao learned this body refining technique. It is not suited for ordinary cultivators. The process demands immense physical endurance and great willpower. Yet it enhances longevity. The turtle body protection technique, which strengthens the physical body while simultaneously increasing lifespan. The burning technique, a fire attribute cultivation method that extends lifespan. The Shushan sword technique, a requisite for disciples of Shushan. The Shushan sword formation, a formation where one becomes the sword. Essential for Shushan disciples. The Shushan sword formation 2.0, an improved version by Xuanxiao, better suited to himself. Divine abilities, the external body technique, creates duplicates, significantly enhancing survival chances. The spirit cultivation technique, an auxiliary divine ability that refines consciousness. This consciousness governs one's own abilities and surroundings, scans the cultivation levels of other practitioners, controls the release of spiritual energy, casts spells, and wields magical artifacts, all contributing to an extended lifespan. The distinction between divine abilities and cultivation techniques lies in that divine abilities manifest as a result of the continuous refinement of one's essence and spirit, showcasing capabilities achieved through personal accomplishments and intrinsic unity. Moreover, Xuanxiao primarily focuses on 3 paths: pills, formations, and artifacts, without neglecting any. Possessing a 5-element spiritual root? Often referred to as a mixed spiritual root, this particular root encompasses all 5 elements, making it challenging to absorb qi, rendering one nearly akin to an ordinary person. Years ago, an elder opened the celestial gate for Xuanxiao, granting him the qualifications to pursue immortality. Single spiritual roots, also known as heavenly spiritual roots, allow for the rapid cultivation of their inherent attribute techniques, facilitating breakthroughs in bottlenecks. Conversely, cultivating techniques of the other 4 elemental attributes yields minimal results or may even be impossible. Practitioners like Zhao Lu and Su Wan possess single spiritual roots, with some being even more formidable, possessing mutated spiritual roots. Mutated spiritual roots arise from the intermingling or sublimation of the 5 elemental forces, manifesting as light, wind, thunder, ice, etc. However, Xuanxiao has found his own path. The 5-element spiritual root necessitates simultaneous cultivation of the 5 distinct elemental energies: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each element both constrains and complements the others, making the quest for balance and integration a formidable challenge. In the early stages of cultivation, those with 5-element spiritual roots often progress slowly due to divided focus, falling significantly behind other practitioners. Yet, once they surmount the myriad obstacles and successfully break through their cultivation bottlenecks, their extensive experience in harnessing multiple elemental energies grants them unparalleled control and mastery over spiritual power, allowing them to effortlessly wield various spells and divine abilities. One can adeptly switch spiritual attributes based on the actual circumstances of battle, leaving the enemy utterly unprepared. A gradual accumulation leads to a powerful emergence. As the old saying goes, practice makes perfect. Xuanxiao stepped out of his humble abode, raising his head to gaze upon the skies above Silver Sword Peak. There is no serene passage of time. It is merely the present self shouldering the burdens for the future self. The financial accumulation plan is officially set in motion, with the goal of amassing a considerable fortune, followed by an intense period of secluded cultivation. Chapter 69, The Secret Realm Bad Senior Brother. With the arrival of a new junior sister, you've completely ignored me. Zhao Lu fumed, stamping her feet by the riverbank. Recently, Xuanxiao had indeed been preoccupied with Feng Liuli, neglecting his care for junior sister Zhao Lu, which left her feeling quite envious as she sulked alone. At this very moment, within the humble abode, the entire Silver Sword Peak lay under Xuanxiao's command, and Zhao Lu's complaints reached his ears without omission. He felt a pressing need to enhance his emotional guidance towards junior sister Zhao Lu to prevent her from falling into despair. Xuanxiao sighed, relieved that, after years of nurturing, junior sister Zhao Lu exhibited exemplary character with a low danger quotient. He merely needed to maintain regular guidance. After a brief moment, Xuanxiao transmitted a message, Copy if I had 3 days of Dao Heart and how the iron Dao Heart is forged 10 times each. Zhao Lu shivered, her expression turning pitiful. Senior brother, these 2 books are too long. No food until you finish copying. Bad senior brother, fine, I'll copy it. Zhao Lu murmured softly. At that moment, Xuanxiao added, Feng Liuli copied them 20 times. Then I will copy 30 times. Zhao Lu responded without hesitation. Very well. Then it shall be 30 times. Zhao Lu blinked, feeling as if she had been ensnared in a clever trap. Thus, Li Xuanxiao's resource acquisition plan officially commenced. For cultivators, there are several avenues to earn money, primarily through undertaking tasks or selling pills and magical artifacts. However, the tasks from the sword-holding pavilion are cumbersome and inefficient. Most importantly, within the sect, he only possessed foundation establishment cultivation. Therefore, if he were to accept tasks meant for golden core cultivators, it would arouse suspicion. Selling pills and magical artifacts was indeed an option, yet it would require borrowing loans from the sect. If he continually borrowed and quickly repaid, others would undoubtedly question his intentions, drawing unwelcome attention. Thus, only one path remained. Li Xuanxiao had received news that the Shaohan secret realm was about to open. This realm was accessible only to those at the golden core stage. The secret realm was a blessing bestowed by the heavenly Tao upon numerous cultivators, concealing many rare treasures within, albeit accompanied by both opportunities and risks. The secret realm would only open for a specific period. Once the time elapsed, all cultivators within would be expelled automatically. For Li Xuanxiao, the greatest advantage of the secret realm lay in the fact that the highest cultivation level allowed was golden core, thus eliminating the likelihood of facing opponents of a higher tier. It is important to note that the entrances to the secret realm are not singular but are distributed across various locations, manifesting unexpectedly. Prior to their appearance, an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy would be detected in the area. Li Xuanxiao had previously dispatched a clone to locate a suitable and safe entrance. This venture could last anywhere from a month to several months. Nevertheless, Li Xuanxiao still felt a twinge of unease, especially considering that Lu Ziyin lingered around Silver Sword Peak daily. Thus, taking advantage of his remaining time before departure, Li Xuanxiao intensified the lesson. The authentic tale to be recounted today revolves around a disciple of the Xintian sword sect. A decade ago, this disciple chanced upon a nearly lifeless white serpent. Unable to bear its plight, he captured a wild chicken and offered it to the serpent. 10 years later, a graceful woman clad in white, possessing exquisite beauty, appeared before him. She inquired, "Dear friend, do you recall the wild chicken you once sacrificed to save a white serpent a decade ago?" The disciple, filled with exhilaration, believed the serpent had transformed and returned to repay his kindness. Thus, he asked, "Are you that white serpent?" To his astonishment, the woman's countenance darkened with fury. She unsheathed her sword and struck him down, exclaiming, "I am the daughter of that wild chicken. After 10 long years, I have avenged my father." As he concluded this tale, Li Xuanxiao surveyed the 2 students present in the classroom. Zhao Lu and Feng Liuli were left in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting disbelief at the unexpected twist. Once class had ended, he instructed each of them to compose a reflective essay on the story, replete with personal insights and examples, no less than 5,000 words, which he would review upon their return. Senior brother, Zhao Lu raised her hand. "Is there something you wish to inquire about?" "No, it is regarding senior brother Lu, who intends to organize the Silver Sword Peak disciples in the Qi refinement stage for an excursion down the mountain." "Oh?" Li Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow. "When was this announced?" "The news arrived earlier this morning." Li Xuanxiao inwardly grumbled, considering how Lu Ziyin always seemed to concoct tasks for himself. The Qi refinement stage, which means both Feng Liuli and Zhao Lu will partake. When do we depart? It is said to be tomorrow. Tomorrow, you say? Li Xuanxiao contemplated thoughtfully. That very evening, he equipped Zhao Lu and Feng Liuli with a complete set of the old 6 gear. This appeared to be a storage ring. Yet it would release toxic mist upon sensing another's presence. If ambushed, one could feign offering the storage ring. This seemed to be a garment. But when one attempted to remove it, it would automatically shoot out poisonous silver needles to deter any would-be assailants. This is an antidote. This is a powder effective against foundation establishment cultivators, and this is a powder for golden core cultivators. Exercise utmost caution in their use. Now, let us reiterate the principles for descending the mountain. Zhao Lu and Feng Liuli exchanged glances and recited in unison, "Speak of safety, remember safety, safety first. Engrave it in your heart. Safety first, prevention is key, do not provoke nor instigate. The road of life is long and winding, companionship is essential. If faced with slander, speak up promptly, preserve the scene, and remain vigilant. When confronted by foes, cooperate in battle, first, restrain, then rescue the vulnerable, followed by the rest. Should your heart waver, remain composed, verify identities, bring forth your sect. Looks can deceive, charm is but an illusion. Kindness may be a ruse, do not trust strangers lightly, lest you fall prey to deceit. These principles must be recited often, remembered well, for their benefits are profound. Ensure safety, for the joy of all." Li Xuanxiao nodded in satisfaction. "By the way, who is leading this expedition?" Feng Liuli replied, "It is senior brother Lu himself who will lead the team." Li Xuanxiao nodded once more. "This leaves me quite uneasy." That very evening, the cave of the Silver Sword Peak's master, Lu Ziyin, collapsed, resulting in the destruction of his dwelling. As Lu Ziyin gazed at the rubble, one of his disciples proposed, "Senior brother Lu, allow me to lead the descent. It is merely a matter of 2 chi refinement disciples." "No. I shall lead personally," Lu Ziyin insisted. The disciple, somewhat perplexed, could not comprehend why the peak master himself would descend the mountain to train with merely 2 chi refinement disciples, finding it absurdly reminiscent of a divine power employed to swat flies. The following day, a spirit monkey from the Silver Sword Peak spirit beast area sneaked into Lu Ziyin's temporary quarters. It urinated on all his garments, and the scent of this monkey urine would linger for months, impervious to magical dispelling. At that moment, Lu Ziyin was lying in bed, fastening the only belt he had left. Thus, the task fell to others. Chapter 70, The Malicious Heart of the Bear. Having determined the date, only a short time remained until the opening of the Shaohan realm. Li Xuanxiao departed from the sect, boarding a flying vessel belonging to the Merchant Guild. The reason for this departure was to undertake a foundational task at the sword-holding pavilion. Li Xuanxiao aimed to swiftly complete this task and then head directly to the Shaohan realm. As for why he chose to take the Merchant Guild's vessel, it was due to a recent transaction between the Golden Merchant Guild and Shushan. Upon returning, he could claim reimbursement for his fare. The consumption of spiritual energy over 100 kilometers was negligible, and he had heard there were complimentary meal allowances as well. In the sect, Li Xuanxiao had claimed to be at the foundational stage, but outside, he disguised himself as a chi refinement stage cultivator. Very few experts would target a mere chi refinement cultivator without provocation, especially since there were skilled guardians aboard the vessel. Such an endeavor would only attract karmic retribution. And even if a chi refinement cultivator were to be killed, little would be gained. After testing each dish for poison, he began to savor his meal leisurely, seated in his own cabin. With his left hand, he delicately picked up a piece of exquisite pastry, savoring its sweet and delightful flavor. His right hand held a steaming cup of fragrant tea, which he sipped occasionally, allowing the rich and mellow brew to flow gently over his palate. His gaze drifted through the window, where clouds floated languidly outside, sometimes billowing like cotton, other times curling like waves. In that moment, Li Xuanxiao felt an involuntary wave of serenity wash over him, his eyes narrowing slightly in bliss as a contented smile graced his lips. Yet, in the next instant, he chastised himself. This was not Shushan, this was the perilous and treacherous outside world. He could not afford to be so careless. He resolved to punish himself by transcribing the steady life of an ordinary cultivator 10 times. Days later, Li Xuanxiao arrived at the site of his task. Task objective: a foundational black bear, roaming and committing misdeeds, with no current reports of killings. The aim is to educate. If it resists fiercely, it may be eliminated. Li Xuanxiao soon pinpointed his target. On a forest path, a large black bear ambled along leisurely. "Heh, today is quite fruitful. My wife and children shall not go hungry," it mused. Suddenly, an unyielding iron hand emerged from the ground, dragging it forcefully beneath the earth. The bear vanished without a trace. Below, the black bear endured a brutal and merciless beating. Shortly thereafter, a voice that resonated like a demon echoed in its ears. Do you realize you have committed a crime? Spare me, immortal. I have never taken a life since becoming sentient. The black bear pleaded, cradling its head. I have a wife and children at home, please do not kill me. Xuanxiao gave its head a light tap. I know you haven't killed anyone. If you had blood on your hands, I would have dispatched you with a single sword stroke. The bear, realizing its folly, pleaded, I shall change. I had no choice. There is too little food in this forest. Would you refrain from venturing elsewhere? Other places are dominated by different monsters. This is the agricultural record. The soil here is fertile, and cultivating something to sustain your family is hardly a challenge. Thank you, esteemed master, thank you. The black bear repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Having swiftly resolved the issue with the bear demon, Xuanxiao departed for the Shaohan realm. After his departure, the beaten bear demon hurried back to its mate, exclaiming, Why are you back so late? What happened to your face? Within the cave, another black bear rushed out to greet him. Do not mention it. I encountered a cultivator who gave me quite a beating. Another righteous cultivator? How perilous! My dear, we should leave this place. The black bear, brimming with confidence, replied. What is there to fear? As long as I possess the 100 beasts' fire, I can slay as many as I wish without being tainted by the scent of blood. The 100 beasts' fire is an innate supernatural ability of this black bear, much like the encounter between Xuanxiao and the octopus Xiaoba. The black bear also harbors a trace of ancient spiritual beast bloodline within, albeit a branch, which inadvertently grants it mastery over the 100 beasts' fire. Thus, it commenced its path of cultivation. It is aware that as the number of beings it slays increases, it will inevitably attract the attention of various sects or the demon-hunting divisions of dynasties. Even though the 100 beasts' fire can absorb the blood aura it acquires, it acts with utmost caution, often waiting until it feels the time is right before swiftly relocating, ensuring no witnesses are left behind. It avoids unnecessary roars and meticulously erases its tracks. Indeed, as the black bear anticipated, it encountered several individuals sent to capture it. However, upon realizing it bore no blood aura, they assumed they had mistaken their target. Moreover, its rapid prostration allowed it to escape unscathed each time. Today was no exception. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in the bear's heart. Thus, it informed its mate that they should depart the following day and seek a new location. The black bear glanced around. What troubles you, my dear? I do not know, I simply feel an inexplicable unease. The blood feast has ended, and they have all departed. Should we not indulge in a few more? The black bear nodded in agreement. Just then, a pair of merciless iron hands dragged both black bears underground. You dare deceive my affections. I merely intended to observe you for 3 months, how despicable. Do you have any idea how much it pains my heart? Xuanxiao once again witnessed the treachery that lurks in the hearts of cultivators. No, it is the bear's heart that is treacherous. In the Shaohan realm, the entrance to the secret domain is about to open, attracting a multitude of cultivators. The location of this opening coincides with the convergence of 3 sections. Upon learning that the Shaohan realm was soon to be unveiled, the 3 sects convened and agreed to guard this area collectively. Consequently, the entrance here has not descended into chaos. In stark contrast, the other entrances are rife with turmoil, already embroiled in chaos before even entering the secret realm. The crowd anxiously gazed ahead, as the previously tranquil space began to tremble ever so slightly, as if an invisible force was awakening. Soon after, a faint radiance gradually emerged from the void, becoming increasingly brilliant and resplendent. As the light intensified, a vast circular aperture silently manifested before them. This opening resembled a profound vortex, ceaselessly swirling. Thus appeared the entrance to the Shaohan realm. Immediately, someone boldly surged forth, seizing the opportunity to enter. The treasures within awaited those who arrived first. The initial entrant undoubtedly held the greatest advantage, yet they also faced the most peril. Consequently, the crowd jostled eagerly towards the entrance, with occasional exclamations of frustration echoing through the air. After a while, the entrance to the Shaohan realm fell silent once more. Now and then, 1 or 2 latecomers hurriedly approached. After another pause, the entrance was entirely devoid of sound. Just as the portal to the Shaohan realm was on the brink of closing, a figure darted in with the swiftness of a bolt of lightning. Chapter 71. Brotherly Xuanxiao opened his eyes, sensing that his true self had entered the secret realm. He emerged cautiously from the ground, stealthily observing Feng Liuli and Zhao Lu as they distanced themselves. Still feeling uneasy, he deliberately conjured a doppelganger to keep watch. The Qi refinement stage posed no significant dangers. Originally, Lu Ziyin was to lead the expedition, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the task fell to the 11th senior brother, a man of steadfast integrity. The journey commenced remarkably smoothly, however, a minor incident occurred in the latter half. They encountered a beast tide, a massive uprising of ferocious beasts. Fortunately, both Feng Liuli and Zhao Lu possessed the toxins that Li Xuanxiao had provided them. "Take cover behind me!" 11th senior brother shouted. Feng Liuli and Zhao Lu promptly produced their vials of poison powder. As the powder was dispersed, the beasts fell one after another. 11th senior brother cast a surprised glance at the duo, but there was no time for hesitation as he led them in a frantic escape. In the end, they emerged unscathed, albeit scattered. Feng Liuli, Zhao Lu, and the 11th senior brother had become separated. Feng Liuli found herself traversing a narrow mountain path alone, uncertain of her whereabouts. At this moment, the full moon hung in the sky, and a flicker of light suddenly emerged from a nearby village, suggesting a lively atmosphere. Curiosity piqued, she walked toward it. Upon entering the village, she beheld a multitude of villagers prostrating themselves before a singular figure, their heads bowing repeatedly in reverence. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the individual at the center. This person was strikingly beautiful, leaving one unable to discern whether they were male or female. If one were to declare them a man, their beauty was too exquisite; if a woman, they were devoid of curves, almost boyish. The figure noticed Feng Liuli, gazing at her with a playful smile. Feng Liuli instinctively called out, "Sister? Sister?" The figure chuckled softly, "How amusing, you call me sister. It has been many years since anyone addressed me as such." "Sister, you are truly beautiful," Feng Liuli remarked candidly. With a graceful motion, the figure rose slowly from their seated position. They stood tall, their movements fluid and elegant, as if each gesture was imbued with a unique rhythm. The attire they wore was a striking crimson robe, finely crafted and resplendent as if it were a flame, shimmering brilliantly under the moonlight. Though clearly male, the individual was adorned in feminine garb. Their features were enchanting: skin as pale as snow, eyebrows delicately arched like a crescent moon, eyes bright as stars, lips naturally red, and a cascade of lustrous black hair flowing over their shoulders. Paired with the vibrant robe and exquisite makeup, it was difficult to ascertain their true gender. "Are you not afraid of me?" the figure inquired. "Why should I fear you?" Feng Liuli retorted. "Everyone else fears me," the figure replied, waving their hand. In an instant, a formidable and terrifying force erupted from their palm, sweeping through the surroundings like a torrential flood. The once vibrant villagers, caught off guard, were instantaneously consumed by a terrifying force, unable to utter even a whisper of alarm or cry of despair. In the blink of an eye, their bodies exploded into countless fragments of ash, as if a cloud of black dust enveloped the air. Simultaneously, a fierce inferno erupted, spreading rapidly with a force akin to a raging wildfire. The flames licked every inch of land and every building they touched, reducing all to charred remains. In a mere sweep, the entire village met with an apocalyptic demise, crumbling into ruin. The once serene and harmonious settlement had vanished, leaving only desolate debris and swirling dust in its wake. The streets that once echoed with laughter and the homes that held the memories of lives lived were now obliterated amidst fire and destruction. As the wind blew, the ashes danced away with the currents, resembling a mournful and tragic funeral. In this profound silence, there were no sounds of anguish, nor any trace of life. Everything transpired so swiftly that death seemed to descend upon the villagers and livestock in the blink of an eye. Thus, an entire village, along with all its inhabitants, vanished without a trace. "Are you afraid of me now?" The man chuckled lightly. Feng Liuli paused, her body trembling slightly. Did you kill them?" "Indeed. I killed them." "What of it? Why did you kill them?" Feng Liuli inquired. "Why? Then why do you consume meat, chicken, duck, and pork? Why do you slay them?" Feng Liuli fell silent. Of course, it is because you are strong. Because you are powerful, you can feast upon their flesh. To me, they are no different from pigs or dogs. If I wish to kill, I shall. The man smiled. Now, are you afraid of me? Feng Liuli hesitated, shaking her head. Why? His voice was low. I do not know, I just find you to be quite amiable, Feng Liuli replied earnestly. The man narrowed his eyes slightly. I am Xuanxiao, the ghost king of Wushang City. I am Feng Liuli, a disciple of Mount Shu. Feng Liuli. Xuanxiao murmured. You bear an uncanny resemblance to my sister. It has been a long time since anyone called me sister. Do you have an elder brother? Yes. My brother cherished me dearly, but he fell ill and passed away, Feng Liuli said, a hint of sorrow in her voice. Xuanxiao tentatively asked, then. May I be your brother from now on? Really? Indeed. Xuanxiao reached out to gently pat Feng Liuli's head. I will protect you with my life, my sister. Yes. Brother, Feng Liuli nodded. Where are you headed? I got separated from my fellow disciples and need to return to Mount Shu. Do not return to Mount Shu just yet. Why not accompany me for some fun? Xuanxiao suggested. Indeed, I shall heed your words. Xuanxiao and Feng Liuli ran through the rain, sharing their innermost thoughts beneath the moonlit sky. They traversed the ancient path, listening to the sound of couriers spurring their horses onward. Accompanied by the melodies of passing merchants singing songs of the mountains, their meanings lost to them. They savored candied figures while seated in a tea-house, enthralled by the storyteller weaving tales of legend. They encountered individuals from distant lands, only to part ways once more. Chapter 72. Do not depart from this place, sister. Observe how the rain descends from the heavens and meets its end upon the earth. Each droplet witnesses a unique landscape. This process is, after all, akin to the journey of life. Feng Liuli, with concern, inquired, Brother, what troubles you? Why such sudden reflections? Nothing of great import. It merely pains me to know our parting is imminent, and the approach of that day only deepens my sorrow. Xuanxiao sighed, then continued, Sister, come with me. Let us return to my supreme city, where we can revel in joy and freedom together for all our days. But I am a disciple of Mount Shu. And I have family there, I cannot abandon them. What of being a disciple of Mount Shu? Do you look down upon me, as one of the unorthodox? Xuanxiao's countenance darkened. Of course not. You are my brother. Yet, I cannot bear to part from the people of Mount Shu, they have treated me with kindness. Humph. They are but a collection of hypocrites, self-proclaimed paragons of virtue. If you wish to go, then go, I shall not impede you. Xuanxiao rose abruptly, turning away, resembling a petulant child. Feng Liuli tugged at his sleeve, exasperated. For someone of your age, your temper resembles that of a child. I, too, do not wish to part ways. Then let this be the case, I shall return briefly to bid farewell to my senior brothers and sisters, and my master. Xuanxiao's eyes sparkled with joy. Really? You truly wish to accompany me back to the Supreme City? Indeed, as long as I am with you, brother. With that, Xuanxiao enveloped Feng Liuli in his embrace. My dear sister, I have not cherished you in vain. Nightfall enveloped them as Feng Liuli slumbered peacefully. Xuanxiao propped his head upon his hand, gazing at her with affection. The scorching summer sun beat down relentlessly, the temperature soaring with each passing moment, enveloping them in a wave of heat that felt akin to being ensconced within a colossal steamer. The air was thick with warmth, each breath imbued with a searing intensity, as if it could scorch one's throat. With a gentle motion, Xuanxiao summoned a cool breeze. However, concerned that it might be too brisk for his beloved sister, he tenderly retrieved a blanket, draping it over Feng Liuli. This was no ordinary fabric but a rare treasure, now repurposed for comfort. Days later, Xuanxiao and Feng Liuli arrived at the outskirts of Mount Shu. I cannot proceed any further, Xuanxiao declared. The sword array of Mount Shu can sense cultivators at the nascent soul stage. The moment I step foot within, I will be detected. Such a cultivator entering Mount Shu's territory would undoubtedly prompt the immediate arrival of disciples. Feng Liuli nodded. Very well. You must remain here, I shall return shortly. Agreed. Shangguan Suiyun affirmed, his resolve strong. No matter what unfolds, I shall await your return. As Feng Liuli took a few steps, she suddenly turned and embraced Shangguan Suiyun. If only you were truly my brother. What foolishness is this? I am indeed your brother. Shangguan Suiyun gently wiped away the tears from Feng Liuli's eyes. How could she be crying for no reason? It was nothing. Feng Liuli brushed away her tears and skipped away joyfully. Shangguan Suiyun remained seated in the pavilion where he had promised to meet her. Feng Liuli called out, "Brother, you must wait for me here." Shangguan Suiyun reassured her. Rest assured, no matter what happens, I shall remain here, waiting for you. Whether the heavens collapse or the earth shatters, I will be here for my sister. Suddenly, the sword array of Mount Shu was activated. Shangguan Suiyun's expression shifted slightly as he beheld over a dozen figures materializing before him. Demons and malevolent spirits dared to intrude upon Mount Shu. Charge! He commanded. Reciting incantations, he formed seals with his hands, and suddenly, a beam of light shot forth, transforming into a mystical artifact exuding an eerie aura. As soon as the artifact emerged, the surrounding atmosphere shifted dramatically, with malevolent energy surging forth like a tidal wave, obscuring the sky. This overwhelming dark power swiftly engulfed the disciples of Mount Shu, leaving them with an unresistible force pressing upon them. The flying swords, hurled by the oncoming tide of evil, were rendered as fragile as twigs, easily swept aside. Various powerful talismans and artifacts lost their control, akin to kites severed from their strings, falling helplessly to the ground. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd as the cultivators displayed expressions of terror. None had anticipated the sheer potency of Shangguan Suiyun's artifact. I am here waiting for my sister, who dares to obstruct me? Shangguan Suiyun scoffed. The cultivators of Mount Shu are hardly impressive. Arrogance. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from the heavens. Shangguan Suiyun looked up to see the placid cloud sea abruptly disturbed, as if by an invisible hand, rapidly dispersing in all directions. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from the depths of the sky, akin to the first rays of dawn piercing through the heavy mists. Following this, a colossal sword emerged from the heavens, its sharpness unmatched. As this flying sword appeared, it radiated an overwhelming and terrifying pressure that bore down upon Shangguan Suiyun. He felt as though he were standing beneath an erupting volcano, as a torrent of searing and violent energy cascaded down upon him, nearly robbing him of breath. Channeling all his mystical energy, Shangguan Suiyun declared, I am waiting for my sister, those who stand in my way shall perish. A thunderous clash ensued as the two powers collided, with Shangguan Suiyun clearly at a disadvantage. The audacity of daring to enter the territory of Mount Shu alone was indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, atop Tongtian Peak, through the divine mirror, Feng Liuli gazed intently at the battlefield. Clenching her fists, she watched Shangguan Suiyun struggle desperately. Her body trembled slightly as she bit her lip. No. Do not. Cease your struggles. Quickly. Act now, and put an end to him. If he remains alive, I shall never find peace in my slumber. The words of brother Xuanxiao echoed in my ears. Never allow emotions to cloud your judgment, do not naively believe that a fiend will love only you for eternity. And certainly do not become an accomplice to his tyranny. Upon discovering the true identity of the adversary, do not act impulsively, strategize before you move. Should you ever encounter a demon harboring special feelings for you, maintain your composure and ensnare him cunningly. With your current strength, resistance is futile. The only prudent course of action is to lure him into the sect, where you may confront him collectively. In that moment, Feng Liuli lowered her head and timidly inquired. Does this not amount to deceiving another's affections? Perhaps he harbors his own burdens. Li Xuanxiao replied earnestly, all burdens, all tragic circumstances, do not justify the harm inflicted upon innocent lives. If you show him compassion, then who shall extend compassion to those innocent citizens who suffer under his hand? Since he has made his choice, he must be prepared to face the consequences. Feng Liuli nodded, grasping the concept only partially. Brother, I still find it difficult to empathize. Li Xuanxiao responded with calm assurance, one day, you shall understand. At this very moment, having witnessed an entire village mercilessly slaughtered, Feng Liuli finally comprehended the truth in brother Xuanxiao's words. She could not help but cry out, "Quickly, do not let him live." Chapter 73, The Woolly Capture of a Sheep. Splendid indeed. You are ready to embark on your journey. Within the realm of Shaohan, after witnessing Feng Liuli's actions, Xuanxiao, as a teacher, could not help but nod in approval, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. His year-long guidance had not been in vain. The pupil had resisted temptation. At last, he could attend to his own affairs with peace of mind. At this moment, Li Laolu was concealed 500 meters underground, sensing a scuffle occurring not far above. The battle was fierce, with skirmishes taking place in the southwest, northeast, and northwest directions. One might mistakenly think it a gladiatorial arena. Xuanxiao focused intently, the true essence of himself hidden a kilometer below, skillfully manipulating his avatar until the conflict subsided, at which point he emerged from the depths. On the surface, several corpses lay sprawled in disarray. Xuanxiao swiftly searched the bodies, discovering a few valuable items. Having completed his grim task, he fled without a moment's hesitation. His consciousness scanned the surroundings. 2 avatars flanked him to the left and right in front, while another 2 positioned themselves behind him. Like a flock of migrating geese, robust and powerful, they shielded the frail and vulnerable Xuanxiao in their midst. Yet, this flock was rather large. Xuanxiao headed north, deliberately avoiding areas of congregation. His spoils along the way were meager, primarily due to his excessive caution and reluctance to engage in conflict. He distanced himself from others, consequently missing many opportunities for treasure hunting. Nevertheless, Xuanxiao remained unperturbed. A hasty approach might yield some treasures beneficial for cultivation but could equally lead to demise. An imbalance between reward and risk. Days passed. Xuanxiao squatted by a stream, observing the medicinal herbs flourishing at its banks. It was fish-urn grass, a crucial ingredient for concocting soul elixirs. With utmost care, he unearthed the herb, roots and all. Casting a glance at his storage ring, he noted it was already filled with numerous precious materials. Indeed, the secret realm was exceptional, and Xuanxiao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He pressed on, seeking further valuable resources. As a competent alchemist, one must recognize their raw materials. Under the gaze of his mystical eyes, treasures revealed themselves. He plucked a spirit fruit, confirming its safety before devouring it eagerly. The thrill of gathering resources filled him with a sense of security, reminiscent of playing online games in his previous life. Xuanxiao had never relished engaging in battles. Instead, he preferred solitary adventures in desolate corners, vanquishing harmless creatures and collecting various spoils. The sight of his treasures displayed in his storage brought him an indescribable comfort. After traversing over 50 miles, Xuanxiao sensed an individual's aura from a distance. He promptly concealed himself. "Help me, someone, please save me." A colossal spider's web unfurled, upon which lay a strikingly beautiful woman. Her figure trembled slightly, her once porcelain skin now appearing pallid due to fear and cold. Her limbs were ensnared tightly by resilient strands of silk, rendering her utterly motionless. The silken thread seemed almost alive, constricting ever more tightly around her. A massive brown spider crawled slowly toward her, its grotesque visage sending shivers down the spine. Sharp fangs glinting ominously. As it approached step by step, the woman's breath quickened, her eyes filled with despair and helplessness. The monstrous arachnid reached her side, beginning to envelop her in more silk, layer upon layer, wrapping her securely as though she were a meticulously crafted cocoon. "Help! Someone, please save me!" she cried repeatedly, her voice gradually weakening. "Please, I don't want to die. The bone-cleansing flower I just found. I cannot perish like this." Despite her dire situation, she clutched the bone-cleansing flower tightly in her hand, an essential ingredient for concocting the marrow-cleansing elixir. Judging by the flower's hue, it was of considerable quality, even capable of ranking among the finest herbs in this frigid realm. At that moment, a figure, long concealed in the shadows, finally sprang into action. Xuanxiao stepped forth resolutely. His speed was remarkable, he vanished in an instant, leaving even the female cultivator unable to discern his features. A faint smile crept onto her lips. "Come save me, handsome." And then, the bone-cleansing flower she held vanished without a trace. The woman exclaimed in frustration. What the hell? Xuanxiao, clutching the flower, swiftly retreated underground. The woman's lips twitched slightly, her eyes ablaze with fury. Instantly breaking free from her bonds, the spider that had previously threatened her ceased its movements. She leapt onto the creature's back, commanding, "Chase after him. Don't let him escape." The spider was her spiritual companion. Originally intended to assist in luring her would-be savior into a trap, only for her to seize the opportunity for a surprise attack, claiming both life and treasure. However, she had not anticipated that her adversary would prove more despicable than herself. Not only did he remain aloof, but he also took advantage of her vulnerability. The cultivator scanned her surroundings with her spiritual sense, only to find that his presence had completely vanished. He runs so swiftly. She fumed, trembling with rage. Patting her chest while muttering, "Stay calm. Stay calm, everyone makes mistakes. Breathe." Having restored her composure, she commanded the spider to weave a new web, binding her once more. And retrieved a precious item from her storage ring. "Oh dear. Help! Who will come to my rescue?" "The longevity fruit I have just obtained can be used to concoct an elixir of immortality, thereby extending my lifespan. I cannot simply succumb to death." The voice of the female cultivator resonated with a pitiful tone. In the next instant, a shadow darted past. The female cultivator blinked. And the longevity fruit in her hand had vanished. Fury engulfed her. "Are you not finished yet?" Grasping the wool, she seized the sheep. The female cultivator immediately reacted. Sprinting after the shadow, she summoned a treasured artifact, her gaze fixed intently on the elusive figure. Die! A silver hairpin transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the shadow. A sense of vengeance flooded her as she struck again with a toxic palm, sending the figure sprawling to the ground. "Having received my poison strike, do not expect to return alive." The individual writhed on the ground, their complexion turning a ghastly shade of purple. Where is my longevity fruit?" The adversary bore no storage ring. With a splat, the figure transformed into an octopus's tail. "What an exquisite spell!" The female cultivator inwardly lamented, turning her gaze. In the distance, she witnessed a figure swiftly dispatching its spirit beast spider, carrying away its lifeless body. The female cultivator exclaimed, "You scoundrel, halt at once." Chapter 74, The disappearance of a kind-hearted bystander. Had he vanished? He fled with remarkable swiftness. The female cultivator's face flushed with anger, her eyes nearly bursting with rage. She had lost 2 precious medicinal herbs in one breath, and even her tamed spirit beast had disappeared. Clenching her teeth, she pressed her hand against her aching chest. "You shall not die a good death," she cursed vehemently, preparing to depart. At that moment, a hand emerged silently from the ground, stealthily snatching away the silver hairpin that served as her magical artifact. Instantly, it sealed her aura. Next, it liberated the small poison vials affixed to her waist. Oblivious to her loss, she continued to mutter angrily. Xuanxiao resurfaced from the earth, finding himself in a secure location. He swiftly dealt with the spider, its legs, eyes, and fur were all treasures in their own right. The process was expeditious, taking no more than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Xuanxiao invoked the Brahma mantra, releasing flames to reduce the creature to ashes. He then collected the ashes in a small vial, as they too held value. The female cultivator's poison craft possessed a certain level of skill. After a brief examination of the toxins she had concocted, he deemed it worthwhile to sacrifice a doppelganger in the chi refinement stage to counter her. After all, a doppelganger was merely a means for him to evade death. Xuanxiao adhered to the principle of non-aggression. He preferred not to kill unless absolutely necessary. To take a life incurs karma, and one could never ascertain the true merit of another. Peace. Having swiftly tidied up his affairs and erased any traces of his presence, he made a hasty exit. In the ensuing days, Xuanxiao encountered no one, primarily exploring alone. His current objective was to locate some refining stones to enhance his innate magical artifact, the silver needle of the crane's crown. Yet, despite his extensive search, he had yet to find any sign of the refining stones. The treasure pavilion of Mount Shu did specialize in the sale of refining stones, but purchasing them would leave a record, revealing the rank of his magical artifact. The quantity of refining stones could indicate the size of his artifact, making him vulnerable to schemes. Moreover, they were quite expensive. Suddenly, the spread of spiritual stones detected a specific location, refining stones, and in considerable quantity. Xuanxiao halted his steps. Something was amiss. His spiritual sense only perceived the refining stones, while the surroundings were shrouded in obscurity. After a moment, a puppet squeezed through a crevice in the rocks. Within the cavern, numerous corpses lay strewn about. Some had succumbed to poison, while others perished from grave injuries. The puppet searched diligently, ultimately uncovering hidden mechanisms within the cave. This trap appeared to be the handiwork of a certain Mo family mechanism cultivator. The puppet swiftly dismantled the traps left by the Mo cultivator, leading to its own demise alongside the traps. Meanwhile, 2 other scorpion puppets ventured further inside to ensure no detail was overlooked. At that moment, a snake puppet stealthily ambushed one of the scorpion puppets, its venomous strike resulting in another loss for Xuanxiao. Controlling the puppet, Xuanxiao furrowed his brow slightly, fingers deftly weaving incantations. He commanded the scorpion puppet to engage in combat with the snake puppet. This was a confrontation between the puppeteers of the Mo family. The opponent's snake puppet was formidable, yet it could not withstand the sheer number of Xuanxiao's scorpion puppets. With a swift motion, he summoned 3 more. For reasons unbeknownst to the enemy puppeteer, Xuanxiao seized an opportunity, and the trio of scorpion puppets severed the snake puppet's form. In the forest, a figure darted through the trees with remarkable speed, wielding a mystical brick-like artifact, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Today, I shall teach you what it means to be a true puppeteer. The battle of puppets? I shall simply incapacitate the puppeteer himself, utilizing an inverse search technique. He prepared to unleash his strike. He had caught sight of the puppeteer and was nearly unable to contain his excitement. Suddenly, a cloud of toxic mist erupted from his feet, causing the puppeteer to stiffen and collapse to the ground. Oh no! This is not good. When the puppeteer regained consciousness, he felt an overwhelming chill. Looking down, he noted the good news: his enemy had spared his life. The bad news: he had been left with nothing but a flimsy pair of undergarments. The puppeteer adjusted his remaining garments, realizing that his puppets, storage ring, clothing, and all treasures within the underground lair had been completely stripped away. This aura a disciple of Mount Shu? Xuanxiao, with a nose obstructed by a poison-proof mask, donned a protective robe, and with an antidote pearl in his mouth, had talismans affixed to his forehead and shoulders. This was a toxic forest, shrouded in poisonous mists. Each time the outermost layer of his protective shield, the talisman, changed color, it signified that over 10% of its efficacy had been depleted, prompting him to replace it immediately. As he traversed the toxic wilderness, Xuanxiao was surprised to sense the presence of a disciple from Mount Shu. Observing the face of the individual, he recalled the character profiles he had compiled about the disciples of Mount Shu. Shang Linqing, female, 93 years of age, a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, of low risk. With an ordinary temperament, average talent, plain appearance, and an unremarkable family background. To summarize in 2 words, utterly ordinary. This time, during the Minor Cold Realm, for various reasons, the disciples of Mount Shu had not participated. Shang Linqing had likely slipped away on her own accord. Foundation establishment cultivators possess a lifespan of 200 years. But after reaching the age of 100, breaking through to the core formation stage becomes exceedingly challenging. It was probable that Shang Linqing sought to make a final desperate attempt. This reflects the plight of the majority of practitioners. Even after entering the immortal sect, there exists a hierarchy among them. Xuanxiao chose to escort her out of the toxic forest, unwilling to abandon a fellow disciple, ensuring she was placed in a safe location. Shortly thereafter, he returned, for the benevolent Xuanxiao could not shake his concern. He left behind a twin image stone with her. For the chance of their encounter was exceedingly rare, thus, it could be said that she might soon experience a fortuitous event. Or perhaps, due to an unexpected discovery of some nefarious skill, her cultivation has been enhanced. Such occurrences are rare, hence one must be cautious. Xuanxiao felt reassured and departed. Moments later, he returned to place several surplus treasures beside her. Shang Linqing gradually regained consciousness. Am I still alive? She surveyed her surroundings and noticed the treasures beside her. A phrase remained inscribed on the ground: one must not be hasty in cultivation. It is essential to recognize that true mastery arises from great simplicity, and only by embracing genuine folly can one attain true wisdom. A compassionate passerby. Additionally, remember to remain on the righteous path. Chapter 75. Encountering fellow villagers. A month had swiftly passed, and the little cold realm was nearing its closure. Xuanxiao concealed himself within a cave, having amassed a bountiful harvest. The resources he had gathered were yet to be refined, remaining as raw materials. Once alchemized, their value would surely double, much like the distinction between a watermelon and watermelon juice. For 20 yuan, one might acquire a watermelon. Yet it is highly improbable to purchase a cup of watermelon juice for the same price. He estimated that he could remain at Silver Sword Peak for several years without the need to depart. With a contented sigh, Xuanxiao felt a profound sense of fulfillment despite the arduous efforts he had exerted. Finally, he could allow himself a moment of respite. Calm down. He reminded himself that he was still within the secret realm. There would be ample time to relax once he returned to Silver Sword Peak. Thus, Xuanxiao patiently awaited the closure of the little cold realm. At that moment, he was using his avatar to remotely observe the combat situations of the other Golden Core cultivators. The more one learns and practices, the greater the chances of success in actual combat. Suddenly, all cultivators within the little cold realm felt an overwhelming surge of power. Their bodies momentarily stiffened, including Xuanxiao's. The hairs on his body stood on end, and in an instant, he utilized the earth escape technique to burrow underground. Before him appeared glowing golden characters. Dear friends, welcome to the little cold realm. I have left behind a treasure trove within this secret realm, containing various rare resources and techniques. A special reward for you all. However, I require each of you to answer my questions. What is this? A treasure trove? In all my experiences within secret realms, this is the first time I have heard of such a thing. Could it be a relic left by some mighty being? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their faces alight with anticipation. Xuanxiao quickly scanned the golden characters, his expression turning serious. All right, please listen carefully to the questions. First question, the odd changes. The even remains the same, please respond with the next line. Second question, Imperial Court Jade Liquid Wine, please respond with the next line. Third question, how are you? Please respond with the next line. Please read your answers aloud to qualify for entry into the treasure trove. Xuanxiao. The information he had previously gathered from Guyu at Shushan suggested a significant probability of another transmigrator. Now, he was 100% certain. There was another traveler besides himself. No, perhaps there were more. Based on his readings of hundreds of female-focused and countless male-focused novels, he had gleaned that in female tales, villagers meet with tears in their eyes, and romance flourishes sweeter than ever, while in male tales, transmigrators first eliminate their fellow villagers. Moreover, this transmigrator had deliberately left behind this treasure trove and these questions, seemingly to seek out others like themselves. The implications were chilling. A treasure trove? More like a graveyard. Xuanxiao dismissed the thoughts and began reciting the calm heart mantra, allowing his distractions to dissipate. Otherwise, one would involuntarily utter the answer to the question in their heart. The odd remains unchanged while the even transforms. Observe the symbols in their respective quadrants. Although the other party explicitly instructed to read the answer aloud. Who can ascertain whether there might be a hidden agenda? The answer conceived in one's mind could just as easily be revealed. Those who plot against others must remain ever vigilant against being ensnared themselves. Xuanxiao recited the heart-calming incantation several times before reopening his eyes. The golden characters before him had vanished. It appeared that he must exercise greater caution in the future, refraining from disclosing anything from the original world. The Shaohan realm commenced its closure, rejecting outsiders. Xuanxiao departed the Shaohan realm without incident and returned to the sect. This time, he deviated from the norm and utilized the wind-riding carriage obtained from Fanhua, which was astonishingly swift. Originally intended for Lin Wanqing before Fanhua's reincarnation, it ultimately found its way into Li Xuandao's possession. Riding the wind-riding carriage, he returned to Mount Shu in merely half the time it previously took. After completing his mission at the sword-holding pavilion and placing the jade slips, he swiftly turned and vanished into the earth, deftly avoiding the approaching Xuan, the progenitor of the abstract realm. Li Xiandao sensed an unusual restlessness in Xuan's aura. What could be amiss? His internal alarms rang out once more. Upon returning to the thatched cottage on Silver Sword Peak, he was greeted by Zhao Lu, who emerged from the warm spring water. She deliberately draped a single snow-white towel casually over her form, perfectly enveloping her curvaceous silhouette while subtly accentuating her enchanting contours. Her long hair, damp and clinging to her fair shoulders, allowed droplets to cascade down, landing upon her delicate skin like dewdrops rolling off a morning lotus leaf, crystalline and translucent. Her tender skin, freshly quenched by the spring's moisture, appeared exceptionally smooth and delicate, as if a gentle touch could elicit water from it, radiating an alluring sheen. In truth, she had been indulging in the hot springs daily for this moment, for this scene, yet her senior brother had not returned for ages. Any more bathing would surely lead to puffiness. Just as she had resolved to swim a lap in the Silver Sword Peak's hot springs upon his return, she had already noticed him. Thus, she hastily discarded her garments and pretended to just now discover her senior brother. Naturally, none of this escaped Li Xuandao's keen gaze. He was too indifferent to expose her ruse and tossed her the materials he had prepared. Focus on your cultivation. Have you established your foundation? Li Xiandao suddenly sensed a shift in his junior sister's aura. Indeed. Zhao Lu rejoiced, she had formed her foundation, though she was still far from her senior brother's golden core. Li Xuandao's expression darkened. Who told you I possess the golden core? I merely guessed, Zhao Lu replied candidly. Given your cautious nature, isn't it normal to conceal a few realms? Li Xiandao fell into silence. Senior brother, do tell me quietly, what grade is your golden core? 3rd grade? It wouldn't be 1st grade, would it? What golden core? Li Xuanxiao waved his hand, clarifying that this golden elixir was not the same as the conventional golden elixir recognized within the realm of cultivation. Nor was it the one associated with the significance of Mount Shu. He was merely enhancing the foundational aspects of his cultivation. As he walked, he continued. Creating a golden elixir is no simple feat, others have labored for 2 to 3 decades to achieve it. And you, my senior brother, have yet to even begin. Do you believe it can be accomplished merely by blowing air? Such a notion is utterly impossible. Upon returning to his humble abode, Li Xuanxiao planned to delve into Feng Liuli's studies later that evening. However, he felt reassured that he need not overly concern himself, as he could allocate most of his energy to other matters, particularly guarding against potential time travelers. He recognized the necessity of entering seclusion for a spell to fully assimilate the precious materials he had acquired. Yet, before doing so, he needed to address an important issue. Today, he sensed a fluctuation in the aura of his senior sister, Xuan. Li Xianxiao opened the viewing stone corresponding to Xuan's cave dwelling and began to review the playback of the recorded images. As he was unaware of the specific events that had transpired during his absence from Mount Shu. Chapter 76, Unstable Heart in the Depths of the Cave. Xuan inhaled deeply. Once again, her breakthrough had failed. It seemed she had developed a mental barrier that hindered her from successfully forming a pill. A strikingly delicate visage flashed before her eyes. Xuan shook her head, murmuring softly, Does Li Xianxiao truly feel nothing for me? Then why does he treat me this way? Why did he assist me when I was wrongfully accused, when no one stood up for me? Through the twin reflection stone, Li Xianxiao furrowed his brow. Could it be that Xuan has fallen into a state of inner turmoil due to my rejection? That would be catastrophic. An unstable heart? Succumbing to demonic influences? This is alarming. He felt a twinge of concern. Xuan's personality indeed made her prone to obsessive thoughts. Reflecting on his previous words to her, he realized his rejection had been rather blunt. With Moronmo's death, he had also turned her down, delivering her a double blow. Her confidence must have shattered completely. At this moment, Xuan pondered quietly in the cave, then spoke to herself softly. Why would he go to such lengths to protect me? Even willing to kill senior brother Moron? He intentionally avoids me, even going so far as to utter those words, simply to distance himself from me. Yes. That must be it. He is deliberately keeping his distance, but why? Perhaps it is because he wishes to protect me quietly, fearing the retribution from the Morong family and the punishment from our sect. That is why he remains silent in my presence, merely guarding me from the shadows. Indeed. That must be it. His claim of disliking me actually signifies his willingness to sacrifice everything for my sake. How foolish of me. I thought his rejection meant he had no feelings for me. Now, I realize he has concealed his affections even more deeply. Xuanxiao, who had been observing the entire process through the twin reflection stone, lay quietly on the ground. I want to die. Despite meticulously calculating everything, envisioning countless possibilities, and making comprehensive preparations, none of it could withstand Xuan's sudden insight. The good news, Xuan's heart had steadied. The bad news, Xuanxiao was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a woman clad in purple entered Xuan's cave. She was not from Shushan. The purple-clad woman bowed to Xuan. Miss, as for your engagement with the young master of the Xiao family, my lord has stated that unless he passes away, he must keep his promise. Furious, Xuan retorted, that was an engagement he unilaterally imposed upon me. Why should I marry someone I do not even know simply because he wishes to uphold his word? Tell that old man I already have someone I care for. That person treats me very well. Remembering Xuanxiao and his quiet guardianship, Xuan could not help but let a stream of tears fall. But my lord will not agree. Miss, you must think this through. Grant me 3 years. After this period, I shall successfully achieve my goal and withdraw from the engagement with the Xiao family, requiring no approval from that old man. Within the humble abode, Xuanxiao contemplated, select a suitably fine coffin. Perhaps fleeing the Shushan mountains under cover of night would be the wisest course. Initially, I presumed my adversary wielded the narrative typical of a White Lotus heroine, yet I was taken aback to discover that my opponent was none other than Neilin Yanran. Withdraw from the engagement? The Xiao family? Xuanxiao recited the serenity mantra several times to calm his agitated heart. Remain composed, it is merely a matter of similar surnames. I previously encountered Hanli and Yifan, after all. Such a fuss over nothing. As for the engagement termination, it is not an extraordinary occurrence. With careful navigation, nothing is insurmountable. 3 years, there remain 3 years for me. The immediate priority is to address the precious materials I have acquired this time. Refine the magical artifacts and solidify my foundational cultivation. With this thought, Xuanxiao sprang into action. Before proceeding, he intended to pay a visit to Feng Liuli. Lu Ziyin, clad in a pristine new garment, finally emerged from his cave dwelling. He resumed his ethereal appearance in flowing white robes. He sought out Feng Liuli, who sat alone in a pavilion atop Silver Sword Peak. Gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. The wind tousled her hair as she exhaled deeply, the voice of Shangwan Suiyan echoing in her ears. Sister. Observing Feng Liuli's sorrowful silhouette, Lu Ziyin let out a gentle sigh. He had already heard of the affair between Feng Liuli and Shangwan Suiyun, although the latter belonged to the demonic sect. Rendering everything suspect, the love they shared was undeniably genuine. He placed a reassuring hand on Feng Liuli's shoulder and softly consoled her, paths diverge for a reason. Do not grieve excessively. I understand that what you have accomplished is no small feat. You have exerted yourself sufficiently. Feng Liuli shook her head through tears. I am still too young. Do not lament your past actions, Lu Ziyin spoke in a calm, gentle tone. Life presents 3 keys: acceptance, change, or departure. If you cannot accept, then change; if change is unattainable, then depart. He affectionately ruffled the young girl's hair. Let your tears flow, it will do you good. Though I am a member of the demonic sect and have wronged the world, I am solely at peace with you. Feng Liuli raised her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Lu Ziyin. Senior brother Lu, I have failed to live up to brother Xuandao's teachings. It matters not, it matters not. Should you feel discontent, I shall personally guide you. Lu Ziyin believed that since this calamity was his to bear, he must resolve it himself rather than burden Li Xiandao. Feng Liuli shook her head. No, I simply have failed too greatly. I should have entangled Xuanxiao deeper, capturing him like a turtle in a jar, rather than striking at the outskirts of Shushan, allowing him to escape severely wounded. I feel utterly useless. Will he seek revenge on me in the future? The mere thought of it brings me to tears. Lu Ziyin fell silent, gazing up at the sky, on the verge of shedding tears himself. Where has that innocent, kind-hearted, and naive Feng Liuli gone? Hidden in the shadows. Li Xuanxiao nodded in approval, unable to restrain himself from giving Feng Liuli a thumbs up. In hindsight, there is much to learn, and the future is indeed promising. Although there was a misstep this time, failing to completely eradicate Xuanxiao, the adversary has certainly endured some hardship and will likely refrain from showing their face for a century. Chapter 77, Who can predict upon returning to her cave dwelling? Feng Liuli discovered the precious materials left for her by her senior brother, Xuanxiao. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she hurried over to examine them one by one. Indeed, her brother cared for her the most. Beneath the treasures lay a note penned by Li Xuanxiao. Compose an essay of 10,000 words based on this incident. The theme is at your discretion, and the style may vary, excluding poetry. Please select a title of your choice. Originality is essential, avoid plagiarism. The content must be wholesome, positive, and aligned with mainstream societal values, radiating positive energy. Within the alchemy chamber, Li Xuanxiao had affixed a notice stating that no unauthorized individuals were to enter. Upon stepping inside, he activated the surrounding formations. At the center of the chamber rested an old and battered cauldron, clearly patched and in a state of disrepair. With a flick of a mechanism, a brand new, higher-grade cauldron materialized, larger, more powerful, and superior. Li Xuanxiao seated himself in a meditative posture, preparing to commence the alchemical process. Adorned in his postnatal spiritual treasure, the dragon armor, he offered a respectful bow to the three purities' ancestor, praying for protection against any disastrous explosions during the refining. In truth, alchemy is not an exceedingly complex endeavor. The primary goal of alchemy is to purify and preserve the medicinal components within the raw materials while facilitating their integration with newly infused spiritual energy, thereby maximizing the formation of high-value medicinal spiritual energy. The secondary objective is to eliminate any harmful substances present. The challenges to address are: 1. How to ensure that the medicinal ingredients within the spiritual herbs fully merge with the spiritual energy, transforming into medicinal spiritual energy to the greatest extent possible? 2. How to maintain the balance, ensuring that the elixir can withstand the increasing pressures without succumbing to the explosive force of the growing repulsive energy within. Now that you have grasped the essence of alchemy, it is time to begin. The process unfolds in 3 steps. This particular alchemical endeavor differs from the past, requiring approximately 6 months to complete the material storage plan. The second step involves refining one's own innate magical treasure from the materials. The third step focuses on enhancing one's cultivation and solidifying the foundational skills before ultimately emerging from seclusion. Upon his return, my senior brother immediately entered seclusion. I heard he even left a letter for the younger sister Liuli. While he also wrote to me, it was 5 words shorter, yes, 5 words. Zhao Lu slumped over the table, her expression one of disillusionment. Indeed, love can fade, can't it? Just then, Zhao Lu's gaze caught sight of a figure soaring through the sky. Initially dismissive, she soon recognized the approaching silhouette, her heart racing with alarm. It was none other than senior sister Xuan. Zhao Lu quickly rose to her feet. Surely, she wasn't here to seek out her brother, was she? Indeed. Upon seeing her, Xuan's first words were, "Is Xuanxiao here?" Zhao Lu replied, "My senior brother is in seclusion and has instructed that no outsiders disturb him." Oh. Xuan nodded. Zhao Lu let out a sigh of relief, grateful that senior sister Xuan understood when to withdraw and was not so shameless. "Since that is the case, junior sister Zhao Lu, you may leave and not disturb your senior brother. I shall go and check on him," Xuan said. Zhao Lu, taken aback, replied, "Senior sister, my senior brother is in seclusion and does not permit outsiders to disturb him." She assumed Xuan had not comprehended her words and reiterated her point. Xuan smiled subtly, thinking to herself, "How could I be considered an outsider? I am his beloved." Zhao Lu presented the brewed tea to senior sister Xuan and cast a glance at the side, where junior sister Jiang Luoshui stood. She could not fathom why wherever Xuan went, Jiang Luoshui would follow closely behind. Feng Liuli and Zhao Lu sat opposite each other. The four stunning beauties, ranked among the top 10 in appearance on Mount Shu, exchanged glances, creating a moment of palpable awkwardness. Zhao Lu felt a sense of vigilance towards Su Wan, rumored to be the object of her senior brother's affections. The weapon at her chest was exceedingly rare. Jiang Luoxue, vivacious and lively, possessed a cunning heart. She had also sought out her senior brother at Silver Sword Peak. As for Feng Liuli, she was a fierce competitor in her own right. Zhao Lu could not help but lament the overwhelming number of rivals, not only numerous but of exceptional quality as well. Unable to endure the awkward silence any longer, she took the initiative to speak. Senior Sister Su Wan, Junior Sister Luoxue, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit regarding my senior brother? Su Wan's expression shifted slightly as she replied softly, there are some matters I wish to discuss with him face to face. Then you might as well share them with me, and I shall relay them to him once he emerges from seclusion, Zhao Lu suggested. Su Wan shook her head, indicating it was inconvenient and that she preferred to speak to him directly. However, my senior brother's seclusion may last a considerable time, Zhao Lu remarked. That is of no consequence, Su Wan replied gently. Seclusion? It is likely merely a means to evade his own feelings, she pondered inwardly. Thus, the four fell into silence once more. Feng Liuli remained unaware of the relationship between Su Wan and brother Xuanxiao, lost in thought about the task her brother had assigned her. Meanwhile, within the alchemy chamber, Li Xuanxiao paused his potion making. What are you four up to? He inquired. Brewing poison, perhaps? A gathering of venomous individuals to determine who is the most toxic, thereby surviving? To break the tension, Zhao Lu suggested they share a drink, offering to procure some snacks. Li Xuanxiao deemed there was likely no significant issue, so he resumed his alchemical work while simultaneously monitoring the situation with his artifacts. Days later, at dawn, the room was suffused with the scent of alcohol, and clothing lay scattered chaotically. Zhao Lu sprawled across the floor in a star shape, while Jiang Luoxue clung to Su Wan's feet. Su Wan hung from a beam, her posture peculiar, and Feng Liuli had her head buried in the ground. An even stranger sight. It was merely a drink, yet Li Xuanxiao, sharing a fragment of his consciousness, glanced outside and could not help but chuckle at his own fright. Before long, the four began to awaken from their slumber. Since that is the case, I shall not see you off, dear sister, Zhao Lu remarked. Su Wan nodded. Do not see me off, second sister. Next time, I shall come with third sister to drink with you and fourth sister. Feng Liuli added. Let us drink together next time, I truly enjoyed this occasion. Jiang Luoxue embraced the three of them, exclaiming, we are the best of sisters. Li Xuanxiao, taken aback, thought to himself, the entity known as the CPU nearly suffered damage. He rested his head on his hand, pondering for a considerable time. Then, resuming his alchemical practices, he mused, a bond of brotherhood, indeed. Who could have foreseen such a thing? Chapter 78, The Resilience of Mount Shu by the Grace of the Heavens. The alchemical process proceeded without a hitch. Upon completing the concoction of elixirs, Li Xuanxiao ventured out. Over the course of more than a month, he successfully sold all the elixirs in his possession, converting them into resources for his cultivation. Remarkably, the process was smoother than anticipated. He had expected it would take significantly longer. Upon returning to the sect, Li Xuanxiao once again withdrew into seclusion. The alchemical chamber was transformed into a forging workshop, where the rhythmic clanging of metal resonated intermittently. The crane-top silver needle was originally a superior spiritual artifact. Spiritual artifacts are classified into inferior, medium, superior, and extraordinary grades. Beyond spiritual artifacts, treasures are categorized similarly. The innate and acquired spiritual treasures fall into a separate classification, corresponding to the realms of practitioners, from chi refinement to great ascension. Artifacts exceeding the realm of practitioners require even more potent and precise consciousness. Thus, the superiority of an artifact is not merely based on its grade but rather on its suitability to the user. Li Xuanxiao, who had initially been at the foundation establishment stage, was expected to wield artifacts only of medium spiritual grade. However, due to his mastery of divine techniques and the cultivation of his consciousness, he could operate artifacts one grade higher. Now that he had ascended to the golden core stage, It was only natural that his artifacts would also require an upgrade. Yet, the consumption of resources was considerable. He had exhausted all his accumulated wealth over the years. Thus, 3 years swiftly passed. For cultivators, 3 years is but a fleeting moment. At Mount Shu, on the peak of Tongtian, a council convened in the assembly hall. The leaders of the 7 peaks and the sect master, Taoist Lingshu, gathered to discuss the affairs of the Mount Shu flying vessel business. As the discussion progressed, the master of Xiaoqiang Peak suddenly raised a matter of concern. 5 disciples from Xiaoqiang Peak had gone missing in the Great Xia dynasty. Had they been slain, their jade talismans would have shattered, alerting Mount Shu. Yet, their talismans remained intact, devoid of any trace of their presence. Could it be that they were deliberately concealed? There is a possibility of that. More likely, they met with an unfortunate incident. What does the Great Xia dynasty say? They have urged us to await news, as they are diligently searching. By the time they find them, it may be too late. Someone scoffed in disdain. At that moment, a timid voice broke through. If the esteemed elders agree, I shall undertake this mission. The assembly turned their attention to Lu Ziyin, the master of Silver Sword Peak. Since assuming her post, she had been inadvertently harmed by the Mount Shu sword array thrice, had her attire soiled by a spirit monkey once, lost her way in the back mountains once, suffered poisoning twice, and witnessed cave collapses on 2 occasions, resulting in the destruction of the Silver Sword Peak orchard once. It could be said that she had yet to accomplish a single task for Silver Sword Peak. The silver lining, however, was that Lu Ziyin's cultivation had been on the rise. Consequently, many disciples regarded her with peculiar expressions. This compelled Lu Ziyin to feel the necessity of proving herself. Grant me an opportunity, she implored earnestly. A few of the peak masters pondered, nodding in contemplative agreement. After departing from Tongtian Peak, Lu Ziyin was filled with determination. This time, success was the only option. He aimed to accomplish his tasks with elegance. He could not do it alone. Ever since arriving at Yingjian Peak, every endeavor he attempted was met with a myriad of unforeseen obstacles, as if a hidden adversary conspired against him. This time, he resolved to bring along a companion, Li Xuanxiao. Suddenly, Lu Ziyin recalled this junior disciple. When he had accompanied Li Xuanxiao down the mountain, he had noticed that although Li Xuanxiao's cultivation was modest, his meticulousness in executing tasks was commendable. However, it seemed that Li Xuanxiao had been in seclusion for an extended period. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, upon returning to Yingjian Peak, he spotted that familiar figure. Li Xuanxiao had emerged from seclusion. With the blessings of the heavenly Tao, everything was progressing smoothly, alchemy was thriving, and the sale of elixirs was prosperous. The crafting of artifacts was also successful. The Yiding silver needle had transformed into a top-tier spiritual weapon. His cultivation was progressing without any oversight. Shu Shan was still thriving. How wonderful! Just as Li Xuanxiao prepared to relax, a figure landed before him. Senior brother Lu, Li Xuanxiao greeted respectfully. Lu Ziyin nodded. Junior brother Xuanxiao, you have finally emerged. Is everything well? Thank you for your concern, senior brother. All is well. Do you have time recently? Oh. Does senior brother have something to assign? Lu Ziyin explained the situation to Li Xuanxiao, emphasizing that all rewards from this task would belong to him. Li Xuanxiao's expression remained unchanged, but his mind stirred. This time, he intended to create a little surprise for senior brother Lu. Wait, no. This time, it seemed unrelated to Feng Liuli. The other party had not even prepared to involve Feng Liuli in the mission. Li Xuanxiao silently apologized to senior brother Lu. Causing trouble for him had become an instinctive habit. Li Xuanxiao quickly contemplated. Accompanying senior brother Lu on this mission was indeed a good excuse. After all, the 3-year period had come to an end, and Sister Suwan had successfully formed her core. Sister Suwan was set to annul her engagement, and the Xiao family, from which she was withdrawing, was located in the Daxia dynasty. Thus, he wouldn't need to concoct any excuses. Additionally, undertaking the mission with senior brother Lu to the Daxia dynasty ensured safety, as Li Xuanxiao held great confidence in Lu Ziyin's strength. Hence, he agreed to the plan. Lu Ziyin nodded in satisfaction and established a date for their departure with Li Xuanxiao, who then returned to prepare. Although he had just concluded his seclusion, there were no pressing matters needing attention at Yinjian Peak. While he had been in seclusion, he had not completely immersed himself. His doppelgangers and puppets had diligently continued their tasks. Furthermore, there was also his junior sister Zhao Lu, an adept gossipmonger. Whenever she had free time, Zhao Lu enjoyed brewing tea and chatting about gossip with others, subsequently relaying the story she heard to Li Xuanxiao. This ensured he did not miss any significant events or trivial matters. Certainly, the most significant aspect is that he possesses a comprehensive surveillance system of Shushan. Observing the key disciples on the twin spirit stone, he meticulously records each detail. For instance, he notes which disciples from specific peaks have encountered failures in their breakthroughs. He diligently studies the cultivation methods practiced by these disciples, delving into the intricacies and essence of their techniques. He begins to analyze their habitual training characteristics, contemplating potential weaknesses and strengths, while also considering other matters that warrant special attention. Ultimately, through his precise understanding of various factors, he skillfully guides each disciple to discover the pivotal clues necessary for overcoming their predicaments, all while concealing his own contributions. Moreover, when a disciple suffers a series of unfortunate events that dampen their spirits, Li Xuanxiao intentionally orchestrates situations that lead them to encounter fortuitous occurrences in the following days, thereby diminishing the likelihood of their descent into negativity. For instance, there was a disciple from the Tongtian Peak who, during a celebratory banquet, indulged in seafood from the depths of the ocean, only to suffer an allergic reaction. When attempting to consume detoxifying medicine, he unwittingly procured counterfeit products, resulting in a month confined to bed. After finally recovering, he sought to save money by dining at the servants' peak, only to inadvertently topple an entire shelf of vegetables while purchasing inexpensive food, costing him a month's worth of earnings. Subsequently, while on a mission, he was besieged by malevolent cultivators. Fortunately, after this string of misfortunes, Li Xuanxiao took notice of him. Thus, when he found himself cornered and on the brink of death, it was Li Xuanxiao who intervened to save him. One cannot help but reflect on the role of fate, had it not been for those unfortunate events. Li Xuanxiao may not have paid him particular attention, and this disciple might have succumbed to the hands of the wicked cultivators. Chapter 79, Panlong City. The following day, a small flying vessel departed from Mount Shu, heading towards the Great Xia dynasty. On board were 4 individuals: Lu Ziyin, Li Shenkong, Suwan, and Zhao Lu. Suwan was on her way to the Great Xia dynasty to annul her engagement with the Xiao family. Upon learning that Li Shenkong was also bound for the same destination, she decided to accompany him. As for Zhao Lu, she belonged to the Zhao family, which was part of the imperial family of the Great Xia dynasty. The disappearance of 5 disciples from Mount Shu within the territory of the Great Xia dynasty made it necessary for them to engage with the dynasty, and Zhao Lu's royal status would facilitate their endeavors. She also wished to return home for a visit. Standing on the deck of the flying vessel, Lu Ziyin observed Li Shenkong nearby, who was quietly meditating. Although he appeared relaxed, his body remained tense. Sensing Su Wan's gaze upon him, he chose to close his eyes to avoid making eye contact. He had anticipated Su Wan's actions, rather than allowing her to act independently. It was more prudent to join her. The object of Su Wan's annulled engagement was none other than Xiao Ran, the son of the current patriarch of the Xiao family in Panlong City, a once preeminent force within the Great Xia dynasty. However, following a great war, the ancestral figure of the Xiao family had perished, leading to the family's decline as its elites were lost. Su Wan's grandfather had once formed a close bond with the Xiao ancestor, and they had arranged a marriage between their grandchildren. Xiao Ran, a prodigious talent, had been a remarkable cultivator until a few years ago when he ventured into a mysterious forbidden area and returned with his cultivation utterly destroyed for reasons unknown. Li Shenkong furrowed his brow, feeling as though he were immersed in a narrative of countless words. Given the current speed of the small flying vessel, it would take them 2 days and nights to reach their destination. Coincidentally, the site of the mission undertaken by the 5 disciples from Mount Shu was also the Xiao family's residence in Panlong City. The journey proceeded smoothly, and they arrived at Panlong City ahead of schedule. At that moment, an additional passenger joined them, a swordsman returning home, whom they encountered along the way. According to his account, He had left home to pursue cultivation in his youth, but now, with his lifespan nearing its end and having lost hope for further breakthroughs, he yearned to return to his roots. The elderly swordsman, clutching a wine gourd, exclaimed, "We've arrived. It's time for me to bid farewell to you all. I appreciate your company on this journey, otherwise, it would have taken me much longer." As the old swordsman stood up to leave, he noticed the 4 passengers staring at him with peculiar expressions. He scratched his head and jested, "What's this? Am I expected to pay? I do have a few valuable items on hand, though I wonder if they would pique your interest." The 4 remained silent, merely watching him intently. The old swordsman felt bewildered. Lu Ziyin interjected, "Senior, you cannot enter the city, it is time for you to depart." "Whom?" The swordsman replied, perplexed. "You have already passed away, we saw you when your time was nearly up. It is time for you to go," Lu Ziyin gently reminded him. The old sword cultivator gradually came to a realization. He glanced at his own corpse not far away and suddenly smiled with a sense of relief. With this resolved, "I wonder if the esteemed guests might take a moment to check on my family." Upon receiving the agreement from Lu Ziyin, the old sword cultivator's spirit dissipated into the air. Upon arriving at Panlong City, the city lord had been waiting for their arrival. "We warmly welcome the princess," he proclaimed, leading the officials out of the city to greet them. Zhao Lu, with her hands resting on her waist, instinctively lifted her chin. After spending so much time in Xushan, she had nearly forgotten her royal identity. She looked at her senior brother with a sense of pride. "What do you think? Marrying me means marrying a princess. Are you still hesitant?" Xuanxiao shot her a glance, silently urging her to understand. When in public, one should refrain from excessive familiarity and avoid unnecessary exchanges, even through glances. Zhao Lu awkwardly averted her gaze. The streets were lined with townsfolk welcoming them, which needed no elaboration. The group proceeded towards the city lord's residence, while Xuanxiao spoke briefly with Brother Lu before momentarily departing from the group. He ventured alone to the location the old sword cultivator had mentioned as home. He intended to bring back news, but found the place abandoned. Concerned, he sought to inquire with a neighbor, only to discover there were none in the vicinity. After walking for a while, he finally encountered a passerby. "People? I wouldn't know," the passerby replied. Xuanxiao had assumed the residents had moved away and was about to leave when he heard the passerby continue, "It's strange. This area used to have quite a few residents, but one by one, they seem to have vanished." "Many people have disappeared?" Xuanxiao inquired. The passerby recounted how some had previously gone to the government to complain, noting that many had gone missing in the western part of the city, but ultimately, those cases had been left unresolved. What seemed a trivial matter was merely a casual remark, yet it set off alarm bells in Xuanxiao's mind. Being cautious in unfamiliar surroundings, he promptly conducted a brief investigation. To his dismay, he uncovered numerous unsettling details. For instance, the case of the missing residents from Panlong City had been a large-scale phenomenon, with the townsfolk claiming there had been no fewer than several dozen disappearances. Initially, the numbers were small enough to go unnoticed, but as more individuals went missing, the situation escalated. The government and the Demon Suppression Bureau intervened. Yet the cases ultimately remained unresolved. While the tales of the townsfolk may have been exaggerated, the numerous empty houses in the city were undeniable evidence. This was merely the result of Li Xuanxiao's investigation within half a day. His brow furrowed as he recalled the 5 missing disciples from Xushan. Could their disappearances be as inexplicable as those of the citizens of Panlong City? A strong sense of impending danger washed over him. Time was of the essence, and it was unwise to linger any longer. Thus, Xuanxiao made his way to the city lord's residence, where a grand banquet was being prepared to host the Xushan delegation. Xuanxiao sat quietly at the end of the table, his heart brimming with unspoken grievances. Why were so many events converging at once? Senior sister Su Wan was seeking to dissolve her engagement, and now it was revealed that the disappearance of disciples from Mount Shu might be connected to the widespread vanishing of citizens from Panlong City. A solemn expression settled upon Li Xuanxiao's countenance. At that moment, a young servant approached to deliver news. "Your Highness, the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Changshan, has arrived with his son, Xiao Ran." Xuan set down her wine cup, her brows arching with intrigue. Xuanxiao inquired, "Senior sister, shall we proceed? Here and now?" Chapter 80, Annulment of Engagement. Your Highness, the head of the Xiao family, Xuanxiao, has arrived with his son, Xiaoran. A tall, middle-aged man entered the grand hall, accompanied by a strikingly handsome young man. Xuanxiao first performed a respectful bow to the city lord before turning his gaze to Zhao Lu, seated in the main position. "I pay my respects to your highness," he said. Zhao Lu graciously returned the gesture. Subsequently, Xuanxiao offered his greetings to the esteemed master of Mount Shu, Lu Ziyin, demonstrating a thoroughness in his etiquette. Finally, he turned his attention to Su Wan. "My dear niece, it has been quite a while, you have grown even more beautiful," he remarked. "My father sends his regards. How are Uncle Xiao and Auntie Xiao faring?" "All is well, thank you," Su Wan replied. Though her gaze lingered on the young man beside Xuanxiao, Xiaoran. They had crossed paths in their childhood, but neither held any vivid memories of the other. As Su Wan stood up, it appeared she was about to broach the subject of the annulment of their engagement. Xuanxiao's expression grew serious. To announce such a matter in the presence of so many at the city lord's residence seemed rather ill-timed. Surely, it would be difficult for anyone to endure such an awkward situation. "Uncle Xiao, I have come to discuss an important matter," Su Wan began. "Please, do proceed." Both Lu Ziyin and Zhao Lu were aware of Su Wan's intentions, but they were taken aback by her timing. As Su Wan opened her mouth, she stammered, "I." The assembly looked on in bewilderment. "Oh, what language is she speaking?" Su Wan blinked, her mouth felt numb. In the next moment, her steps faltered, and she swayed precariously before collapsing onto the table. At that moment, Xuanxiao, from the corner, smiled calmly and said, "It appears that Sister Su Wan has had a bit too much to drink. She had already consumed a fair amount of alcohol before arriving. Allow me to escort her to her room to rest." With that, he helped Su Wan leave the banquet and escorted her to the quarters arranged by the city lord. Fortunately, I had prepared for this. In the hall, the city lord of Panlong City, Yu Tianqi, expressed his stance to Lu Ziyin regarding the recent disappearance of disciples from Mount Shu. The presence of the peak master from Mount Shu underscored the gravity of the situation. Lu Ziyin nodded in acknowledgement. "Your assistance is much appreciated. To be candid, there are 3 peaks near Panlong City, teeming with ferocious beasts. And there are also malevolent cults lurking within the city," Yu Tianqi stated. "Considering that these 5 disciples from Mount Shu have been missing for quite some time, it is likely that they have encountered peril." Lu Ziyin replied solemnly, "Rest assured, Mount Shu is not unreasonable and will not unjustly blame Panlong City. However, any individual who chooses to harm our disciples has declared themselves an enemy of Mount Shu." The city lord smiled and took a sip of tea. The following day, after awakening from her stupor, Su Wan learned that the Xiao father and son had departed the city lord's residence and returned to the Xiao family. She felt an overwhelming urgency to visit the Xiao family to annul the engagement, as if she could hardly wait another moment. "I must express my sentiments. Through my actions, I wish to convey to Brother Xuanxiao that I am aware of his affections and am responding in kind." Su Wan, with her long legs gracefully striding, swiftly departed from the city lord's residence. As she exited, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a nearby sign that read, "Reciprocity is the essence of courtesy, bridging the world." Suddenly, a thought struck her. Even if she were to dissolve the engagement, she ought not to arrive empty-handed. Upon further reflection, she realized she might have acted rather impulsively. In truth, Xiaoran was not at fault regarding the engagement, he too was a victim. To confront him in such an aggressive manner would surely wound him. At the very least, she ought to offer some form of compensation. With this in mind, Su Wan glanced into her storage ring, only to find it lacking in valuable treasures. Surely, Brother Lu Ziyin possessed some. Resolving this, Su Wan turned to seek out Lu Ziyin. After she departed, a hand emerged from the ground, retrieving the sign that bore the inscription about reciprocity and communication. Meanwhile, at the Xiao residence, Xiaoran lay restlessly in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. After his meeting with Su Wan yesterday, an unsettling premonition lingered within him. "Second young master, the clan head requests your presence in the reception hall," a maid announced as she entered. "The reception hall? Who has arrived? He inquired. The maid shook her head. In his heart, Xiaoran already sensed the answer. He sat up and quickly refreshed himself. The ancient pendant around his neck flickered with a faint, eerie glow. Xiaoran made his way to the clan's reception hall. Along the way, he noticed the peculiar glances cast upon him by the other members of the Xiao family. Upon entering the reception hall, he found the elders of the Xiao clan gathered. At the head of the table sat the current clan head, Xuanxiao, across from whom sat Xuan. She was adorned in a delicate, dark floral silken gown of a rich purple hue. Though still youthful, she exuded a unique elegance in her every gesture, complemented by her striking figure. Xuanxiao had once remarked upon Xuan as a natural-born virtuous wife. As Xiaoran gazed upon her, the unsettling feeling resurfaced within him, no longer merely a premonition. Xiaoran, what brings you here? An elder of the clan inquired with surprise. Xiaoran stood bewildered, while another elder remarked, no one summoned you here. Casting a glance around, he noticed there was not even an extra chair available in the reception hall. A bitter smile crept upon Xiaoran's lips. How lowly has my status within the family become? The warmth of human sentiment seems to have vanished. He recalled the days when, at the tender age of 5, he began his cultivation, and at 12, he established his foundation. Every family member sought to curry his favor. Yet now, at that moment, Xuan spoke. I have come primarily to discuss a matter with young Master Xiao. Someone, please bring a chair. Xuanxiao responded coldly. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still his son. How could he not feel anger at the treatment bestowed upon him by the elders? Xuanxiao, being a seasoned individual, always prioritized the greater good. Ever since he ascended to the position of clan head, he had faced considerable ostracism from the elders of the family. Especially after his son, Xiaoran, was deemed a failure. Many harbored intentions of usurpation. It had long been whispered that Xuan's niece possessed extraordinary talent, having already entered the ranks of Xushan. At such a tender age, she had successfully attained the foundational stage of alchemy, promising a future replete with potential. Several elders lavished her with praise, leaving Xuan feeling somewhat bashful. After a brief exchange, Xuan deftly steered the conversation back on course. Uncle Xiao. The betrothal between Xiaoran and myself was arranged by my grandfather and the patriarch of the Xiao family, without any consideration for my consent. At that time, I was far too young to voice my opinions. Now that I have come to the Xiao family, I intend to dissolve this engagement. As her words settled, time seemed to freeze for several seconds. The rigid smile on Xuanxiao's face could no longer be maintained, revealing an expression of considerable distress. His clenched fists trembled slightly in response. Chapter 81, Fate's Design. Bang! With a forceful strike, Xuanxiao shattered the table before him. The elders present immediately turned their gazes, collectively admonishing, Xuanxiao, such disrespect is unacceptable. The opponent was a disciple of Mount Shu, and the Su family was in the prime of their power. How could the Xiao family afford to offend them at this juncture? The humiliations of the past years seemed to coalesce into that one powerful blow. His wife had passed away, and his beloved son had fallen from being a paragon of excellence to a mere jest in the eyes of others. Within the family, he faced exclusion. As the patriarch, he could only endure for the sake of the greater good. Xuanxiao let out a despondent sigh, fully aware that this matter was now beyond redemption. From this point onward, he and his son would truly become the laughingstock of the entire Panlong city. Forgive me. Xuan is willing to compensate the Xiao family, but the engagement must not be continued, she asserted, adding, this is not due to Xiaoran's cultivation being crippled. Nor is it because I have become a disciple of Mount Shu and the Su family now holds greater power, prompting disdain for the Xiao family. Of course, it is also not because Xiaoran is unattractive or has any flaws. Xuanxiao, eavesdropping, helplessly rubbed his temples. If you cannot speak kindly, perhaps you should simply keep your mouth shut. Xuan had laid the groundwork for quite some time, utterly oblivious to the growing displeasure on the faces of the Xiao family members present. If you wish to annul the engagement, then do so without such harsh words. Finally, Xuan progressed to the crux of the matter, stating, in summary, I wish to clarify that I, Xuan, am not one to curry favor with the powerful. I have found someone dear to my heart who treats me with utmost kindness. I cannot betray his affection. At that moment, Xiaoran, seated at the far end, rose to his feet in fury, glaring at Xuan. Xuan, you insult me beyond measure. Spare me the excuses. If you look down upon me, just say it outright. Yes, I, Xiaoran, am currently unable to cultivate, but do not forget, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not scorn the youth in his poverty. One day, I shall return this humiliation tenfold. Xuan replied sternly. I have already stated that it is not a matter of looking down upon you. I simply cannot uphold this engagement. If I, Xuan, sought to exert pressure through power, I would not have come alone today. Mount Shu and the Su family are my supports. Which Xiao family could dare offend them? Xiaoran retorted, is it merely because the Su family is currently powerful, and you, Xuan, have succeeded in forming your core, backed by Mount Shu? Why did you not come to annul the engagement when I was 5 and cultivating qi, or when I established my foundation at 12? You did not seek to withdraw when I was still regarded as a genius. Now, you merely follow the whims of fortune, revealing the fickleness of human sentiments. Xiaoran may be downcast now, but do not make me wait until the day I rise again. Xuan was not one to be easily provoked. Observing the young man, her age, before her, veins bulging in anger, she resolutely proclaimed, the law of the world is survival of the fittest. Your cultivation has been destroyed, leaving you weak. Can you truly blame me for that? It is evident that you overstepped your bounds by daring to intrude upon forbidden grounds. Very well, Xuan. Xiaoran's expression twisted into a grimace, the culmination of mockery and humiliation he endured since the obliteration of his cultivation reached its zenith at this moment. One must remember how proud Xiaoran once was. He had endured in silence until now, only to face the utter degradation of having his engagement called off. This was a complete trampling of his dignity. Outside the conference hall, a multitude of young members from various families had gathered, engaged in fervent discussions. Xiaoran felt as if he might shatter his teeth from clenching them so tightly, and suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Clutching his chest, he collapsed backward onto the ground. Xuan's expression softened with sympathy. Xiaoran managed to prop himself up with one hand, struggling to regain his footing. Xuan, I shall remember this humiliation today, he declared suddenly, drawing a sword that hung on the wall. Xuan's heart raced. She feared he intended to attack her and instinctively drew her own sword. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. The elders present also shifted uneasily. Xuan had come to the Su family alone, not merely relying on her golden core cultivation, but also the formidable power that lay behind her. If the Xiao family dared to harm her today, they would likely face annihilation by tomorrow. Yet, could Xiaoran, with his current abilities, truly inflict harm upon Xuan? To everyone's astonishment, Xiaoran thrust the sword into his own chest, a deliberate strike aimed at his heart. He had resolved to end his life. Xuan gasped in shock. As the blade pierced his flesh, Xiaoran's eyes brimmed with hatred as he spoke to Xuan. Xuan, should the heavens favor me and grant me survival, I shall repay this humiliation in kind. Witnessing this scene, Xuan's heart ached with sympathy. Yet she was equally taken aback by his unwavering resolve. She had not anticipated such pride residing within him. Our engagement has been annulled. I shall seek you on Mount Shu in the future. The corners of Xuan's eyes twitched slightly as she replied solemnly, very well. I shall await you at Mount Shu. Ranner. Xuanxiao lifted Xiaoran with great urgency. With his wife gone, he could not bear to lose his child as well. Quick! Summon help! Xuanxiao bellowed. Several younger members outside were immediately rendered unconscious by his overwhelming aura. Enraged, Xuanxiao fixed his gaze upon Xuan. And the intensity of his stare made her feel as though her life hung in the balance. Her expression grew grave. Veins bulged on Xuanxiao's forehead, resembling twisting dragons, each pulsating violently, revealing his profound anger and agitation. His hands, strained from exertion, turned pale, as if he might crush the very air within his grasp at any moment. The engagement is annulled, see her out. Xuan felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon her. She instinctively retreated a step, glancing at the fallen Xiaoran before retrieving an item from her storage ring. This is a specially formulated healing medicine from the Su family. Without hesitation, Xuanxiao extended his hand to accept it. Now is not the time for sulking. Just moments ago, with a single stroke, Xuanxiao wielded his sword, leaving one to wonder whether it would prove fatal. Unexpectedly, the gravely injured Xuanxiao tossed the healing ointment aside. Struggling to speak, he declared, "I do not require it. Take it away. If I am to perish today, then it is fate's decree. Should I survive, it shall be a sign that heaven has granted me a second chance. My life is not meant to end here. One day, I shall return this humiliation tenfold." With those words, Xuanxiao succumbed to unconsciousness. Xuan cast a lingering glance at Xuanxiao before turning to depart. "Very well, I shall await your return." Chapter 82, the 3-year deadline has arrived. Cough, cough, cough. Xuanxiao beheld his mother once more. He believed he must have perished, for he had not laid eyes upon her for many years. Surely, if she were to witness his current state, disappointment would cloud her heart. Ranner, ranner. In the midst of these tender calls, Xuanxiao opened his eyes. "Father. Am I still alive?" At that moment, Xuanxiao appeared haggard, as if he had aged decades overnight. He clasped his son's hand tightly, cherishing the warmth within his palm, and nodded earnestly. "You were but an inch away from death." Xuanxiao managed a slight smile, whispering, "Since the heavens have granted me life, I shall prove my worth to all." "Good." A glimmer of hope dispersed the shadows from Xuanxiao's face. "This is indeed my son, Xuanxiao." Xuanxiao needed to rest in bed for a while. That sword had truly nearly claimed his life. Yet it also ignited a spark of hope within him. With great effort, Xuanxiao steadied himself and quietly made his way to his mother's grave. He sat before the tomb, gazing at the distant horizon. "The humiliation of today will be etched in my memory. I do not wish to endure such a fate again." Mao Chu, Xuan, the Su family. They loomed before Xuanxiao like insurmountable mountains. Taking a deep breath, he reflected on his current state. His cultivation was weaker than even the qi refinement stage, while Xuan had already attained the golden core stage. To the members of the Xiao family, his words sounded like a cruel jest. Even if Xuanxiao were to succeed in reaching the golden core stage, would Xuan's cultivation remain stagnant, perpetually at the golden core? What a farce! Yet, the very fact that Xuanxiao dared to make such declarations spoke to an underlying confidence. Xuanxiao removed the pendant from around his neck. "Old soul, are you there? Old soul." The old soul resided within the pendant, a remnant of a powerful being. 3 years prior, Xuanxiao had stumbled upon this pendant and discovered a voice emanating from within. The voice introduced itself as the old soul, once a formidable figure at the ascension stage, who had met with misfortune and perished during the process of ascension. In the final moments, a fragment of his essence was entrusted to this object, which fortuitously found its way into Xuanxiao's hands. The old soul resolved to cultivate Xuanxiao into a future paragon of strength, with the hope of one day restoring its corporeal form. However, over the past 3 years, the old soul had imparted none of its profound techniques or scholarly wisdom to Xuanxiao. This perplexed him greatly. Furthermore, the teachings were rather peculiar. For instance, the old soul had once instructed Xuanxiao for an entire month on themes such as "After being jilted, I chose to forgive. Misfortune does not extend to fellow disciples. Taking a step back opens up vast horizons. Enduring a moment of hardship brings peace, learning to let go. And it was only upon understanding my former fiancée that I comprehended her reasons for the broken engagement." Additionally, the old soul narrated numerous lengthy tales, often of vengeance, wherein protagonists annihilated entire families or destroyed rival sects, only for the endings to be tragically bleak, either ending in solitude or meeting a grim fate in the streets. During a time of familial reunion, one protagonist met his demise at the hands of a vengeful adversary. In contrast, the hero who refrained from involving the innocent enjoyed a gratifying conclusion, surrounded by multiple wives in a harmonious household, living a life of bliss. Xuanxiao found it utterly perplexing that cultivators at the Great Ascension stage would pursue such paths. However, the Soul Elder had made a promise: if Xuanxiao diligently studied, he would impart the secrets of cultivation after 3 years. Now that the time had come, and in light of the profound humiliation he had suffered, Xuanxiao's first course of action was to hold the Soul Elder to his word. "Soul Elder! Soul Elder!" he called out repeatedly, until the deep voice of the Soul Elder resonated from the pendant. What troubles you, Xiaoran? I was merely resting, and yet you bear such injuries. Xiaoran recounted the events of the day to the Soul Elder. After listening, the elder pondered, this matter cannot entirely be laid at Su Wan's feet. Both of you carry unspoken burdens. Xiaoran clenched his fists, vowing to repay the humiliation he had endured. Do you harbor hatred for her? The elder inquired. No. I only despise my own weakness, my inability to defend myself against such indignities, and the shame I have brought upon my father. The Soul Elder continued. When the day comes that you seek vengeance, will you take her life? Xiaoran shook his head resolutely, asserting, I will not seek her life for this affront. I simply refuse to remain trampled underfoot for eternity. I have waited 3 years for this opportunity, and I demand my dignity back, not to prove my greatness, but to reclaim what I have lost. The Soul Elder fell silent for a moment, then declared, Very well, you are indeed teachable. From this day forth, I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation. Xiaoran rejoiced, but then hesitated, but, after venturing into the forbidden zone, my meridians were destroyed, rendering me unable to cultivate. The elder replied, I possess a solution. In my lifetime, I discovered a hidden treasure within the confines of Panlong City. Seeking it will aid in restoring your meridians. Xiaoran promptly rose, eager to embark on this quest. It would be wise to wait until your injuries have healed. The elder cautioned. No. I cannot afford to wait any longer. Xiaoran's eyes burned with the fire of hope. Indeed, he had waited long enough. Since his cultivation had been dismantled, countless years had passed in anticipation. Ultimately, after much insistence, the Soul Elder revealed the location of the treasure, and Xiaoran, despite his injuries, set forth to find it. Upon reaching the treasure site, Xiaoran recited the incantation to enter. The treasure trove resembled a simple cave, appearing rather unremarkable and seemingly not ancient. Xiaoran paid little heed to such details, as his gaze was drawn to a box within the cavern. Inside lay a pill. This is how the voice of the Soul Elder echoed from the pendant, do not blame me for not warning you. Consuming this pill is a matter of life and death. However, should you survive, you will regain the ability to cultivate. Do you accept this risk? Xiaoran answered with action, decisively swallowing the pill without hesitation. Almost immediately, he felt a surge of abnormal sensations throughout his body, his mind swirling as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Subsequently, a small head emerged from the ground, brimming with mischief. Li Xiandao surfaced, casting a glance at the unconscious Xiaoran. The elixir was merely an ordinary sedative. The one truly responsible for treating Xiaoran's meridians was none other than Li Xiandao himself. His methods were straightforward yet effective. There exists a form of business warfare akin to severing a rival's company's network line. After 3 years of meticulous study of Xiaoran's internal condition, Li Xiandao held a confidence of approximately 98%. 3 years prior, upon hearing from Su Wan about the impending annulment of the engagement, Li Xiandao made his way to Panlong City, discreetly observing both Xiaoran and the entire Xiao family. He set up a covert surveillance system and deliberately left behind a pendant for Xiaoran to discover. Disguised as an ancient spirit, he offered guidance to Xiaoran. Dear protagonist, do you wish to attain power? He would tread the path of the alchemist, leaving the alchemist with no avenue of retreat. Chapter 83, The Unspeakable Existence. Xiaoran gradually awakened within the cavern, surveying his surroundings as he lifted his hand. The familiar power surged within him. That comforting sensation of absorbed spiritual energy flowing freely through his being had returned. Everything had come back. Overjoyed, Xiaoran could hardly restrain himself from letting out a triumphant roar. The venerable Soul Elder truly lived up to his status as a formidable being of the Great Ascension stage. This elixir was nothing short of miraculous. Even the injuries plaguing his body felt significantly alleviated. Tearing off the pendant, he knelt upon the ground, bowing his head reverently to it, and solemnly declared, Soul Elder, words cannot express my gratitude. I, Xiaoran, am not one to forget kindness, and I shall repay this debt in due time. The Soul Elder replied nonchalantly, Speak not of repayment. Should you find yourself in trouble in the future, simply refrain from implicating me. Xiaoran conducted a thorough examination of the cave, discovering it to be devoid of anything other than the elixir. He then exited the cavern, and shortly after his departure, the cave collapsed, leaving no trace as if nothing had ever transpired. Within the city lord's manor, Xuanxiao exhaled softly, gazing at the chessboard before him. Thus far, everything that had transpired remained within his grasp. The unexpected turn of events with Xiao Ran was significant, yet fortunately, 3 years prior, Xuanxiao had assumed the guise of the sole elder, gradually earning Xiao Ran's trust. This maneuver was akin to treading a path carved by others, allowing them to wander wherever they pleased. Henceforth, refer to me as the king of strategies from Mount Shu. In truth, this was a course of action born from necessity. Standing before Xuanxiao was Su Wan, the progenitor of the abstract realm, unforeseeable, ineffable, and beyond direct gaze, a presence both ancient and malevolent. One could never ascertain her thoughts, nor predict her next move. When one dared to meet her gaze, she would assume affection. Conversing with her meant never knowing which of your words might lead her to draw ominous conclusions. Had Su Wan become the sword-bearer, the Trisolaran would have surely fled. Her deterrence would far surpass that of Luo Ji. Thus, Xuanxiao shifted his approach. If Su Wan was unpredictable, perhaps it was time to introduce another perspective. He resolved to address the issue at its roots, extending a nefarious hand toward Xiao Ran. Observing the chessboard before him, Xuanxiao placed a piece down. The matter of the broken engagement came to a temporary close. As for Xiao Ran's inquiries about the sword of Mount Shu in the future, that was a concern for another day, and he would maintain control, ensuring events unfolded as anticipated. Next on the agenda was the disappearance of the disciples from Mount Shu and the citizens of Panlong City. During his previous visit to Panlong City, Xuanxiao had been singularly focused on the Xiao family, thus failing to notice the widespread vanishing of the populace. This time, the disappearances of the citizens were intertwined with the loss of 5 disciples from Mount Shu. There seemed to be significant implications at play. Xuanxiao conducted a brief investigation and estimation. The Great Xiao dynasty boasted over 400 counties, with an average population ranging from 200,000 to 300,000 per county. Panlong City, being a prefectural city, encompassed even greater scale, governing 5 counties. Having reached a population of 1 million, and after several days of investigation and statistical analysis, Xuanxiao discovered that the number of missing citizens was approximately 20%, encompassing all ages and genders. This amounted to a staggering 200,000 individuals. When Xuanxiao compiled this figure, he was utterly astonished. How could the authorities of Panlong City remain indifferent to such a mass disappearance? How could the court be unconcerned? Xuanxiao felt as if he had been ensnared in a web of conspiracy. At that moment, a servant from the city lord's mansion approached him, informing him that Lu Ziyin had located 5 missing disciples. Without delay, Xuanxiao departed the city lord's residence to seek out Lu Ziyin. However, what he found were not the 5 disciples of Shushan, but rather their belongings. These items had been discovered by the demon suppression department while pursuing a group of heretical cultists. Lu Ziyin nodded, confirming that they indeed belonged to Shushan. He turned to the leader of the cultists and inquired, "Where are the others?" The cultist responded, "If I tell you, will you spare my life?" "Speak," Lu Ziyin replied. "They were killed," the cultist stammered, "not by me, but by an envoy from headquarters. By chance, they encountered those disciples, and the envoy deceived them to a location where they were all slain. The envoy claimed to possess sealing techniques that could suppress the jade talismans within the Shushan disciples, rendering them untraceable." "Where are they now?" Lu Ziyin asked in a low voice. "I cannot say, the envoy will kill me," retorted the cultist. "If you do not speak, I can kill you right now," Lu Ziyin stated coldly. The cultist hesitated but ultimately divulged the information truthfully. Xuanxiao cast a glance at the so-called cult leader. Lu Ziyin seized him and made a beeline for the envoy's hideout, with Xuanxiao and the members of the demon suppression department swiftly following. However, Lu Ziyin's speed was remarkable, and by the time they arrived, he had already engaged in combat with one individual, presumably the envoy. An intense battle erupted in the air. Many citizens looked up, witnessing a dazzling white light streak across the sky like lightning. Simultaneously, a mysterious blue light surged forth. The 2 beams, white and blue, approached one another at an astonishing pace, colliding violently in the air. Following this, a sharp and piercing sound of swords clashing resonated. Ultimately, Lu Ziyin descended from the sky, dragging the bloodied envoy along. Upon witnessing this scene, the city lord, who had just arrived, smiled wryly. Indeed, the Xushan Peak Master was formidable. The envoy was of equivalent cultivation to Lu Ziyin. However, while Lu Ziyin had just crossed his 40th year, the envoy was over 3 centuries old. In terms of age, Lu Ziyin was merely a novice compared to his opponent. Age often signifies experience, combat prowess, tactics, and inherent depth. Unfortunately, in the realm of cultivation, talent can rarely be matched by age alone. In but a fleeting moment of combat, Lu Ziyin had already achieved an overwhelming victory. Gripping the envoy by the neck, he demanded, "Did you kill the Xushan disciples?" The envoy gasped, "Cough, who are you?" "The master of Silver Sword Peak of Mount Shu." Lu Ziyin spoke calmly. "Mount Shu." The envoy continuously coughed up blood, exclaiming, "How did you find me? Do you truly believe that by slaying the disciples of Mount Shu, you can escape unscathed?" Lu Ziyin addressed the arriving city lord, "I appreciate your efforts, my lord. And all those present. We have been of little assistance." The city lord replied, "There is no need for Master Lu to be so courteous. But I am curious as to how you intend to deal with this individual. Naturally, he shall be brought back to Mount Shu for the sect to handle." As they conversed, the envoy, previously bound by magical artifacts, suddenly unleashed his power and broke free. Attempting to flee? Lu Ziyin formed a sword gesture with his hand, and the flying sword at his waist transformed into a streak of light, aimed directly at the envoy's shoulder. However, at that moment, the envoy abruptly turned his head and collided with the flying sword head-on. Lu Ziyin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Iron head technique? Quite interesting. In the next instant, the envoy's head was pierced by the flying sword, and his body fell stiffly to the ground. Lu Ziyin remarked, "I hardly exerted any force. Is my swordsmanship already at such an extraordinary level?" Chapter 84, Despicable Actions. The envoy has met his demise. Undoubtedly, he was the perpetrator responsible for the murder of the 5 disciples from Xushan. After committing this heinous act, he callously bestowed the possessions of the fallen disciples upon a local cult leader. Consequently, when this leader was apprehended by the Demon Suppression Bureau, the belongings of the Xushan disciples were inadvertently discovered, leading to the envoy's exposure. Following his defeat at the hands of Lu Ziyin, the envoy attempted to flee but ultimately fell to Lu Ziyin's hand. Within the city lord's mansion, Lu Ziyin pondered deeply, his fingers stroking his chin. Although the killer had been vanquished, it was of little consequence. The matter had been satisfactorily resolved. He had ascended to the position of Peak Master of Silver Sword Peak and had finally accomplished his first task. With a nod of satisfaction, he meticulously documented the entire account of the incident on paper. According to Xushan's regulations, each disciple must submit a detailed report after completing a mission. If 2 disciples undertake the same task and their reports diverge or conflict, it indicates that errors occurred during the execution of their duties. This unique practice, purportedly proposed by an anonymous disciple to a former Xushan sect leader, had led to much grumbling among the disciples, who cursed the ancestor of that disciple for generations. However, despite the inconvenience it posed, it indeed mitigated numerous issues. Lu Ziyin examined his report, his handwriting immaculate and flawless. He gently blew on the ink to hasten its drying. At that moment, Xuanxiao entered. "Senior brother Lu, there is something I must inform you." "What is it?" "I sought out that old sword cultivator we encountered earlier, but his home was already abandoned." Lu Ziyin nodded. "After all these years, perhaps some misfortune befell his family, or they may have relocated." "Have you inquired with his neighbors?" "His neighbors have also vanished. In fact, many in that area have gone missing." "Oh? Missing?" "I heard it from the common folk, but I am uncertain of the details." "Perhaps they have all moved away." Lu Ziyin was absorbed in his writing. Xuanxiao continued, "That was my initial thought as well. By the way, don't you find the streets of Panlong City rather deserted? Furthermore, I've heard that numerous people are searching for their missing relatives. They wish to post notices but are instead apprehended by the authorities. At first, I suspected it was related to the disappearance of the Xushan disciples." He mumbled this under his breath as he shook his head and departed. Lu Ziyin blinked, pondering the mass disappearance of citizens. Hiss. After offering his senior brother a hint, Xuanxiao lingered at the door for a moment, waiting until Lu Ziyin exited the city lord's mansion before he too departed. Inside the city lord's mansion, the city lord observed Lu Ziyin's departure through the twin shadow stone, his brow furrowing in discontent. Interfering in matters that do not concern you. The twin shadow stone captured the movements of Shushan disciples Lu Ziyin, Xuanxiao, and Suan, and even the princess Xiaolu, all within his watchful gaze. Although his primary concern was only for Lu Ziyin, he also harbored some apprehensions about the other disciples potentially engaging in unforeseen actions. Among them, the most straightforward seemed to be the disciple named Xuanxiao. He spent most of his time in quiet meditation in his chamber or trailing behind Lu Ziyin. Whatever Lu Ziyin instructed, he dutifully complied. One could hardly expect much from a disciple at the foundation establishment stage. The real source of trouble was Lu Ziyin. He was indeed an unpredictable factor. Should he become aware of the events unfolding in the city, it would lead to complications. The city lord fixated intently on the image within the twin soul viewing stone, where only Xuanxiao remained. The city lord wished to avert his gaze. At that moment, Xuanxiao sat comfortably in his room, reclining while perusing the monthly report. Unbeknownst to him, he was being watched by the city lord, who was himself fixated on Xuanxiao. Deep underground, Xuanxiao observed the city lord observing him. Surveilling me? How despicable! He thought. How could such shameless individuals place a viewing stone in another's room? Indeed, the city lord harbored ulterior motives. With a significant number of people reported missing, how could the city lord remain oblivious? Only he could conceal such a matter. Xuanxiao's gaze sharpened. A city lord? A higher authority? Even the royal family? He prepared for the worst. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. It was terrifying. Meanwhile, Lu Ziyin arrived in the city to inquire about the missing citizens. Nearly 200,000 individuals had vanished, a fact that could not remain hushed. Consequently, Lu Ziyin easily obtained information regarding the missing populace. Initially, he merely intended to ask, prompted by Xuanxiao's suggestion. To his surprise, he discovered that the number of missing individuals in the entire Panlong city was rather alarming. This did not even account for those without family or friends. Lu Ziyin quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. He returned to the city lord's residence, where he encountered the city lord. Lu Ziyin got straight to the point, inquiring about the missing citizens of Panlong City. The city lord maintained a composed demeanor as he explained, Panlong City has a large transient population, with many being deceived by cults and leaving the city. Recently, a conscription for labor to repair the riverbanks took away another group. Additionally, there was a recent flood in Panlong City, leaving the populace struggling for sustenance. There are also numerous ferocious beasts lurking in the deep mountains and dense forests outside the city. Over time, these factors have contributed to the reports of missing citizens. However, among these claims, there is both truth and falsehood. It is far from as severe as others have suggested, and much of it is merely exaggerated rumor. Lu Ziyin nodded in understanding, realizing the situation's nature. Given that the leader of the Lu clan had made a rare visit, it would be prudent to extend his stay in Panlong City to honor his guest. Yet, he knew that his current mission necessitated a swift return to Shushan for a report, so he planned to depart early the next morning. Then I shall not impose further, he concluded. The two exchanged polite remarks before Lu Ziyin returned to his chamber. The lord of the city instructed Lu Ziyin to remain in the city lord's mansion that evening, advising him not to wander about, as they were to host a farewell banquet for the journey to Shushan. Upon returning to his chamber, Lu Ziyin muttered to himself that he was merely overthinking. The rumors circulating in the streets were hardly credible. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paced around the room, his gaze alighting upon the bookshelf. After a cursory glance, he found nothing of particular interest. Suddenly, a vividly colored book caught his attention. Initially indifferent, he was captivated by its hue, which happened to be his favorite. Upon a second glance, the title drew him in. Only the most astute minds can discern the conclusion. Ah! Was this not tailored specifically for me? Lu Ziyin opened the book and began to read. the narrative was succinct, detailing the journey of a constable as he unraveled a case. The perpetrator, in a bid to obscure the truth, deliberately provided misleading clues to the constable, ultimately framing an innocent scapegoat for his misdeeds. The constable, believing he had resolved the matter by eliminating the scapegoat, remained unaware that the true motive behind the perpetrator's actions was to conceal a far greater truth. Lu Ziyin nodded thoughtfully. He suddenly realized that this story felt strangely familiar. Chapter 85, Your greatest mistake is to oppose me. As he contemplated this narrative, Lu Ziyin experienced a profound epiphany. He retraced the sequence of events. The Demon Suppression Division discovered the relics of the disciples from Mount Shu, subsequently locating a cult leader in this vicinity. Following the trail of this nefarious figure, they unearthed the true mastermind behind the chaos. Ultimately, this antagonist was subdued by himself, however, just as he attempted to flee. The foe seemed intent on self-destruction. Gasping in realization, Lu Ziyin recognized that the true perpetrator was merely a scapegoat, aimed at obscuring the underlying truth. And the constable was none other than himself. Rising abruptly, his eyes widened in astonishment. How astute I am! The widespread disappearance of the citizens of Longpan City concealed this very reality. Yet, among those missing, the culprits were unaware of the presence of Mount Shu disciples, which incited the investigation from their end. To counter Mount Shu's scrutiny, they hastily appointed a fall guy. A smirk crept upon Lu Ziyin's lips as he murmured, Your greatest blunder was opposing me. Your defeat was fated from the very beginning. I must swiftly relay this revelation to the city lord. Meanwhile, Xuanxiao, who was monitoring Lu Ziyin, thought to himself, Truly, you are a remarkable intellect. I had overestimated Brother Lu's acumen. Perhaps the tale should have been rendered more straightforward. As Lu Ziyin stepped outside, he encountered Xuanxiao around the corner. Xuanxiao bowed respectfully. Brother, where are you rushing off to in such haste? I am on my way to seek the city lord. What is the urgency? A matter of great significance. I nearly fell victim to deception, but thankfully, my wit prevailed. Oh? Who among the disciples of Mount Shu does not recognize your wisdom? Who could possibly deceive you? Xuanxiao replied with a look of astonishment. Lu Ziyin, feeling rather pleased with himself, shared his findings candidly. Xuanxiao's expression gradually stiffened, revealing a mix of shock, admiration, and dawning comprehension. Indeed, brother. Your attention to detail is commendable. I am in awe. Lu Ziyin waved dismissively. It is nothing remarkable. But who is this shadowy figure behind it all? That remains uncertain. Xuanxiao nodded. This mastermind in Longpan City must possess considerable influence. The vast number of missing citizens has not attracted the attention of the court. Perhaps they have already garnered notice, with accomplices within the court itself. Most troubling is that even if these missing individuals had perished, their bodies would surely have accumulated into a mountain. Yet, Longpan City has yielded not a single corpse. If the true villain operated within the city lord should have detected it long ago. Not only did the city lord fail to notice, but it appears they are also complicit in concealing this matter. This mastermind wields such power that they must possess a profound understanding of Longpan City, perhaps even surpassing that of the city lord. The highest-ranking and most powerful individual in Panlong City is undoubtedly the city lord. At that moment, Lu Ziyin experienced a sudden epiphany. The true mastermind behind the schemes was none other than the city lord, his father. Xuanxiao felt a slight twitch in his heart. Above the city lord in the hierarchy of Panlong City was only the city lord's father. Lu Ziyin smacked his forehead in realization. Xuanxiao remarked, Indeed, brother, you are astute, but I have heard that the city lord's father passed away many years ago. Could it be his grandfather, his third uncle, his second aunt? His great-grandfather, or perhaps his aunt's husband? Lu Ziyin counted on his fingers, suddenly raising an eyebrow as he spoke, or it could be the city lord himself. Xuanxiao clapped his small hands together in admiration. Brother, you truly possess remarkable insight, intelligence, and cunning. How infuriating. I shall confront him at once. Wait, brother. Do not forget that this is the city lord's residence. And there are countless of his men throughout the city. We are outnumbered on his territory, Lu Ziyin retorted with a cold huff. What have I to fear? The Shushan Sword Order. Lu Ziyin raised his hand, and a sword flew forth from his sleeve, transforming into a streak of light that shot into the sky. In no time, Xuanxiao would receive the news. The Xuanxiao sword order commands that anyone who sees it, regardless of their location or purpose, must immediately rush to the place where the order resides. Boom! The Xuanxiao sword order exploded in the air, emanating an extraordinary light. The citizens of the entire city witnessed this spectacle. However, Lu Ziyin furrowed his brow. The Xuanxiao sword order should not have reached such a modest height. It was obstructed by the city's protective barrier. Xuanxiao quickly pointed out, sometimes, it can be quite frustrating. Must you be in such a rush? Would it not be better to quietly leave Panlong City, return to our territory, and gather our comrades to confront him together? Let us go. Where are Su Wan and Zhao Lu? Lu Ziyin inquired promptly. Xuanxiao replied hastily, Sister Su Wan is on the street, while Sister Zhao Lu seems to have been summoned by someone from the palace. Reluctantly, Lu Ziyin decided to take Xuanxiao with him. And in the blink of an eye, they departed from the city lord's residence. However, at that moment, the city lord stood outside the city lord's mansion, surrounded by a throng of armored soldiers hastily approaching. Where are you headed, Master Lu? The city lord asked in a deep voice. Xuanxiao has matters to convey to me. Hence I shall not linger, Lu Ziyin replied. 1 or 2 days do not matter, why not stay a few more days at my place? Where you shall want for nothing? Lu Ziyin chuckled lightly, there is no need to trouble the city lord. Trouble? Why be so polite? The city lord's demeanor shifted. Lu Ziyin pressed a hand against his sword and declared, enough with the pretense. Will you surrender willingly, or will you do so in a state of disgrace? I choose to eliminate you here. Arrogant! Lu Ziyin retorted coldly. Do you think Xuanxiao to be non-existent, or are you simply underestimating me? The city lord raised his magical artifact and commanded, the disciples of Xuanxiao conspire with the evil cult, intending to undermine Panlong City. Soldiers, heed my orders, let us exterminate these traitors. Kill! Accompanied by the thunderous roars of battle that reverberated through the heavens, a surge of potent vitality, akin to tumultuous waves, swept forth with overwhelming force. Vibrant banners fluttered majestically in the wind, standing tall and proud. The military formation on the battlefield, once successfully established, exuded a lethal power capable of instilling terror in the hearts of foes. Most of those comprising this formation were not ordinary mortals, they were cultivators of the body, honed through relentless trials. Unlike those who sought immortality and prolonged life, these practitioners had forsaken their longing for an extended lifespan, dedicating themselves wholly to the path of combat and the fortification of their physiques. Consequently, although these body cultivators possessed extraordinary strength, the continuous drain of their life force to enhance their power often rendered their lifespans tragically brief, typically not exceeding 40 years. The soldiers before us were evidently the death warriors nurtured by the city lord. Their armor bore inscriptions linked to the grand defensive formation of the city, ceaselessly drawing forth essence. Xuanxiao, follow closely behind me. Lu Ziyin slowly unsheathed his sword. Esteemed comrades, there is still time to flee. Chapter 86, No innocent souls beneath the sword. Gentlemen, there is still time to retreat, otherwise, there will be no innocent souls beneath the sword. The city lord chuckled. Having long heard of Lu Ziyin as the foremost swordmaster of the younger generation from Xuanxiao, and today he sought to engage in a discourse. One final inquiry, what is your intention behind the massacre of the many citizens of Panlong City? Cultivation. Oh. With so many lives lost, how do you intend to handle the corpses? The city lord uttered 3 words, the soul-devouring banner. Upon hearing these words, Xuanxiao's expression shifted slightly. However, Lu Ziyin remained oblivious to the significance of the soul-devouring banner, as was evident from his demeanor. What is this? A relic from antiquity capable of refining both the body and soul of others, rendering them utterly vanquished, the city lord remarked nonchalantly. In all records of Xuanxiao, there exists no artifact by that name. Xuanxiao comprehended, for he was a time traveler. In the novels of his previous life, the soul-devouring banner was an artifact that could consume souls. It was also a classic tool of the demonic path, capable of sealing both the flesh and spirit within the banner, allowing them to be summoned in battle. Typically, it contained the souls and bodies of cultivators but could also encompass spirits and beasts. The artifact's power would increase with the quantity and quality of the souls it contained, evolving into a growing relic. Yet, in this world, such a treasure did not exist. Xuanxiao suddenly recalled another individual who shared his status as a time traveler. Could it possibly be him? However, judging by the city lord's demeanor, it seemed unlikely. Evil forces, meet your demise swiftly. Lu Ziyin unsheathed his sword. The darkened sky appeared to be shrouded by an immense black curtain, with dense, heavy clouds accumulating like undulating mountains, imparting a sense of oppressive weight. A dazzling flash of lightning, akin to a silver serpent, suddenly slashed across the endless dark canopy, illuminating the sky as bright as day. In an instant, the brilliance of that lightning vanished, followed immediately by a deafening roar of thunder that shook the very heavens. In this exhilarating moment, Lu Ziyin abruptly drew his sword. A glimmer of cold light flashed as the long sword emerged from its sheath. Instantly, a fierce sword aura surged forth from the blade, swirling and encircling him. This sword energy resembled agile dragons, intertwining with the streaks of lightning that pierced the night sky, creating an extraordinarily magnificent and awe-inspiring tableau. Simultaneously, what had begun as a light drizzle transformed abruptly, as if a colossal floodgate had been opened, unleashing a torrential downpour from the heavy, dark clouds above. The large raindrops pounded mercilessly upon the ground, splashing into white misty clouds of water. Lu Ziyin embraced the sword as a path to enlightenment. Since his youth, he had wielded the sword, facing no rivals among his peers. Countless talismans and arrows shot forth from precision bows. Lu Ziyin barely glanced at them, striding forward with determination. The sword aura defended against his foes. He cast a glance back at Xuanxiao, urging, "Stay behind me." "Ha!" Lu Ziyin surveyed his surroundings, scanning in all directions. Where was Xuanxiao? "Brother, do not worry about me, I will not be a burden to you," Xuanxiao whispered into his ear. Lu Ziyin fell silent for a moment. This lad runs exceptionally fast. However, it is also a prudent decision. Remaining here as a foundation establishment cultivator would only complicate matters for himself. With this thought, Lu Ziyin gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, lifting it high before sweeping it down fiercely. Accompanied by a sharp sound that pierced the air, an invisible force erupted from the sword's body. In the space between him and the others, an almost imperceptible, nearly transparent thread appeared out of thin air, advancing with unparalleled might. As it passed, dust billowed, and the ground was brutally torn apart, creating bottomless ravines. This formidable power was unleashed by Lu Ziyin's sword aura. The howling sword energy seemed to possess boundless strength, effortlessly sweeping away numerous soldiers before it, much like autumn winds stripping leaves from trees. Those clad in heavy armor, once deemed impenetrable, found themselves utterly defenseless against this terrifying sword aura. The armor, meticulously crafted from indestructible mystic stone and adorned with mysterious runes, crumbled like paper under the onslaught. Shards of armor flew in every direction, while the entire Panlong city trembled from this earth-shattering strike. You could call Lu Ziyin foolish or somewhat narcissistic, but he could never be deemed weak. At this moment, a man stepped forward, crossing his arms over his chest to block the sword. Behind him, radiant light swirled, and a formidable manifestation of his spiritual form unfolded, extending its arms. However, this was only a temporary barrier. As the numerous death warriors delayed Lu Ziyin, a seal descended from the heavens. The city lord had made his move. Not only the city lord, but 4 other cultivators at the transformation stage converged from all directions, joining forces to encircle and eliminate Lu Ziyin. A furious shout rang out, "Rise!" Instantly, the ground began to tremble violently. Thick tree vines emerged from the earth like slumbering beasts, breaking the surface with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they intertwined to form a dense web. Each vine twisted like a lively serpent, swiftly coiling towards Lu Ziyin, not far away. The city lord was at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Lu Ziyin, with his early transformation stage cultivation, faced 1 at the peak, 2 in the mid-tier, and 2 at the early stage, a 1 against 5 scenario, yet he did not falter. Xuanxiao observed this scene from the shadows, nodding repeatedly. There was much to learn from Lu Ziyin's engagement. Unfortunately, Lu Ziyin relied too heavily on his own strength, perhaps having allocated all his talent points to cultivation, leaving none for intelligence. Originally, Li Xuanxiao's 20th plan involved feigning weakness to the city lord and then retreating to Shushan for reinforcements. The city lord would not act against Shushan unless absolutely necessary. However, Lu Ziyin unexpectedly released the Shushan sword order, which had been anticipated ahead of time. Now, trapped within the city and besieged, he found himself in a perilous situation. Fortunately, it remained within manageable limits. Amidst the fierce battle among the 6 cultivators at the transformation stage, none noticed that the once densely packed soldiers on the ground now lay motionless. Indeed, Lu Ziyin's earlier strike had repelled many, yet not all. Now, however, every soldier was sprawled on the ground. When formed into a military formation, their defensive and offensive capabilities were significantly enhanced, their resistance attributes soaring dramatically. Alas! A military formation cannot dispel toxins. Li Xuanxiao swiftly traversed the earth below. The earth veins of Panlong City remained intact, and the city's protective array was operational. With 5 transformation stage masters, including the city lord, their numbers already surpassed those of Lu Ziyin, and these 5 could draw strength from Panlong City. Even if one were a prodigious talent, facing multiple adversaries inevitably leads to exhaustion. Chapter 87, The Wailing of Wronged Souls, The Change of Heaven and Earth. Lu Ziyin, your swordsmanship is indeed remarkable. Should you choose to surrender now, I might consider sparing your life. Enough of this nonsense. Above the skies of Panlong City, 6 figures intertwined in a relentless clash. Magical artifacts and flying swords collided in a symphony of chaos. Lu Ziyin stood resilient against 5 adversaries, refusing to yield. Remarkably, those 5 beings at the transformation stage found themselves at a disadvantage against Lu Ziyin's prowess. The claim of his unrivaled swordsmanship among his peers was not mere bravado. The city lord retrieved his jade token, activating the city's protective formation. A minor formation harnesses the spiritual energy contained within its core materials. A medium formation typically draws upon the natural forces of the terrain. A large formation, however, not only utilizes the geographical landscape but also connects with the Earth's veins, forming a cohesive bond with the very essence of the world, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. The most formidable formations harness the power of the stars. The protective formation of Panlong City is classified as a large formation, intricately linked to the Earth's veins. Its offensive capabilities predominantly feature fierce flying swords. Most of the world's protective formations are modeled after the Shushan sword array. At this moment, an overwhelming swarm of flying swords surged forth from the sword tower. The city lord manipulated the formation to strike at Lu Ziyin. Lu Ziyin gazed at the oncoming swords, a chill creeping into his heart. Enclosed, as thousands of swords, akin to a locust swarm, encircled him in an impenetrable ring, a sudden shift occurred. In an instant, those swords, seemingly driven by a mysterious force, scattered like celestial maidens bestowing flowers, darting in all directions with alarming speed. They traced brilliant and lethal arcs through the air, unleashing their formidable momentum directly towards the city lord and his companions. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, the city lord and his companions were taken aback. Their faces reflected sheer astonishment as they witnessed the torrent of swordlight sweeping towards them, a chilling sensation creeping up their spines, leaving them momentarily paralyzed. My lord! What are you doing? My lord, you've targeted the wrong person. I don't know, the flying swords are out of control. The city lord's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Let us take cover first. Within the heart of the Panlong City's protective formation, 2 guardians at the nascent soul stage lay unconscious, their fates uncertain. The heaven's silver needle returned to Li Xuanxiao's palm. The true essence of the protective formation did not solely rely on the 2 nascent soul experts tasked with its defense. In truth, the entirety of Panlong City concealed nearly 100 seemingly unremarkable false focal points. These false focal points were scattered throughout the city like twinkling stars, each harboring elusive mysteries. Among these false focal points lay over 160 perilous death traps. These traps lurked like beasts in the shadows, awaiting unsuspecting prey to fall into their meticulously crafted snares. Yet, even if one could evade all false focal points and death traps, it would not guarantee a safe passage through the protective formation. Surrounding the singular true array, an intricate arrangement of numerous formidable killing formations has been meticulously established. These formations intertwine and nest within one another, creating a labyrinthine and entrapment-like maze. Once ensnared within, one would find themselves in an endless maze, where a single misstep could lead to irreversible doom. Alas, standing before them is Xuanxiao, the master who has devised no less than 11 methods to unravel array formations. Rather than opting for the expedient destruction of the Great Formation, Xuanxiao understood that if the protective city array were to be dismantled, Panlong City would be left vulnerable to the lurking ferocious beasts within the surrounding mountains. Instead, he cleverly devised a counter-array at the array eye. In simpler terms, he altered the procedural path. Once the bearer of the City Lord's Jade Pendant activated the Great Array, the protective formation would turn upon the user of the pendant, namely the City Lord himself. With the assistance of the protective array, Lu Ziyin quickly gained the upper hand. As Xuanxiao calculated the time, he observed Lu Ziyin sweeping his sword across the vast expanse. To his surprise, Brother Lu managed to endure against the odds. The situation was evidently much more favorable than he had anticipated. It appeared that there was a chance of 30 versions, yet it had not reached 50. Xuanxiao nodded in acknowledgement and continued to assess the circumstances. The City Lord gazed at the shattered defensive artifact in his hands, gritting his teeth as he looked at Lu Ziyin. "You have forced my hand." A cultivator at the god transformation stage had already perished beneath Lu Ziyin's blade. With 5 against 1, they had even suffered a counterattack. The City Lord muttered incantations, and with each syllable uttered, the air around him began to tremble slightly, hinting at a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. A powerful, malevolent energy suddenly erupted from the City Lord, exuding a bone-chilling coldness laden with the stench of death, instilling fear in all who beheld it. A massive banner appeared in the sky, flapping in the wind with a menacing rustle, its surface adorned with bizarre runes and patterns that glimmered with a sinister glow. At the moment the grand flag manifested, a haunting wail of vengeful spirits echoed around, a sound as if it emerged from the depths of the underworld, tragically piercing the heart. In an instant, the entire realm seemed to change hue. The howling wind swept through, causing trees to sway violently and dust to swirl. Then, with a sudden flourish of his hands, the City Lord bellowed, "Wanhun banner, manifest." The great flag, as if responding to a command, began to whirl rapidly, gaining speed until it transformed into a black whirlwind that soared into the heavens. Countless vengeful spirits erupted from the banner, clawing and howling as they surged in all directions, their faces twisted with rage. Lu Ziyin's expression shifted dramatically. What kind of artifact is this?" As the Wanhun banner emerged, Lu Ziyin found himself at a disadvantage. The City Lord wielded the Wanhun banner, forcing Lu Ziyin to retreat step by step. The malevolent energy tainted Lu Ziyin's sword-wielding hand, altering its color. The City Lord laughed maniacally, "You bold little brat, come to me and enter my Wanhun banner." Lu Ziyin coughed blood and plummeted from the sky. The sinister energy descended like a dark shroud. A resounding boom echoed as the ground fissured. The City Lord furrowed his brow, unable to discern Lu Ziyin's presence. Deep beneath the earth, Xuanxiao was fervently dragging his senior brother's head downward into the abyss. The master had been replaced. How dare a mere foundation establishment cultivator challenge him? The dark energy surged unabated towards the surface, yet the target had vanished. How swiftly he fled. What manner of magical artifact is this? Xuanxiao navigated the wind chariot, traversing the subterranean depths at an unimaginable velocity. Originally intended for escape or travel, the wind chariot, as its name suggests, allows one to ride the winds. However, in Xuanxiao's hands, it had evolved into a novel application, the earth-drilling chariot. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the City Lord turned his gaze. Several figures had emerged around him, all at or above the transformation stage. A woman clad in green stood atop a celestial crane, snorting disdainfully. "Surrender at once. You are no match for these golden armored guards." Zhao Lu crossed her arms, brimming with self-satisfaction. Chapter 88, The Hidden Hand. The Golden Armored Guards, the elite protectors nurtured by the Zhao royal family of the Great Xia for generations, are few in number, yet each possesses cultivation above the transformation stage. Sustained by the Zhao dynasty, their sole duty is to safeguard the royal lineage. Upon Zhao Lu's return to the palace, her mother, filled with maternal affection, eagerly left the palace to welcome her daughter. However, Zhao Lu had already located her and revealed the current crisis facing Panlong City. Consequently, the golden armored guards, initially tasked with protecting the queen, found themselves present at this location. As for how Zhao Lu came to possess such foreknowledge and had sought assistance days in advance, one need only inquire about Li Laolu. Not only within the palace, but Xuanxiao also urged Zhao Lu to promptly inform Xushan, requesting their swift arrival to Panlong City for aid. Xuanxiao depicted the situation to Zhao Lu as follows: the enemy's cultivation level is known to be at the transformation stage. Cultivation realms, qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core. Nascent soul, transformation, integration, tribulation crossing, great ascension. Thus, it is preliminarily assessed that the enemy's strength may have exceeded the integration stage. Given that this is the adversary's territory, a formidable being at the tribulation crossing stage would suffice to resolve the matter. Yet, for safety considerations, due to the unknown number of enemies, it is requested that a powerful figure at the Great Ascension stage be dispatched. Furthermore, since a single Great Ascension being is prone to oversight and vulnerability, it is ultimately requested that the sect assign 5 such beings to Panlong City to ensure the issue is resolved smoothly. At this moment, the sect leader, having just received Zhao Lu's message, was utterly bewildered. 5 Great Ascension beings for rescue. Is the calamity of annihilation upon us? The Wandering Soul's banner indeed possesses the ability to challenge levels beyond its own, and it is a powerful artifact capable of limitless advancement. However, for a transformation stage cultivator to fantasize about utilizing this artifact against several integration stage practitioners is a grave delusion. The city lord of Panlong, Yu Tianqi, has committed heinous crimes, and it is ordered that he be captured and brought back to the capital. You must not aid his tyranny. Zhao Lu displayed her regal authority as a princess. The few transformation stage cultivators who had previously accompanied the city lord in their ambush against Lu Ziyin, sensing the dire situation, immediately fled. Witnessing this, city lord Yu Tianqi's eyes widened with fury, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. It appears that using the Wandering Soul's banner is not without its repercussions. Capture him alive, Zhao Lu heard her senior brother's telepathic message. She immediately commanded, ensure he is taken alive. Several integration stage golden armored guards quickly surrounded him, and no matter how much the city lord struggled with the Wandering Soul's banner, it was ultimately a futile effort. One guard deftly dislocated the city lord's arm, another ensnared him with a magical artifact, while a third chanted a Buddhist incantation to temporarily suppress the agitated Wandering Soul's banner. Descendant, surrender, and you may live, the guards urged. The city lord, in desperate struggle, attempted to retain control over the Wandering Soul's banner. I will not yield. A surge of malevolent energy erupted violently from his body. The city lord's form was severely battered by the onslaught of this dark energy, suffering unprecedented damage. His once tall and imposing figure now resembled that of an exquisitely fragile porcelain, shattered in an instant into countless fragments. His limbs, torso, and head dispersed in an exceedingly terrifying manner. Each dismembered piece danced through the air, trailing a mist of crimson, before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The entire scene was both gruesome and eerie, sending chills down one's spine. The Wanhun banner has backfired. Utilizing this malevolent artifact, one must remain ever vigilant against the peril of retribution. After devouring its master, the Wanhun banner suddenly soared into the heavens, vanishing within the confines of the Dragon Coil City in the blink of an eye, mere moments after the Lord's demise. Just then, a small hand emerged from the ground, grasping the Lord's jade token tightly. Armed with the Lord's token, Xuanxiao swiftly sought to control the city's protective formation, aiming to intercept the Wanhun banner. However, the Wanhun banner abruptly vanished mid-air, as though it had transcended into another realm. Xuanxiao's expression grew grave. The Wanhun banner has disappeared. Shortly thereafter, reinforcements from Mount Shu arrived. In the Dragon Coil City, the Lord, Yu Tianqi, lay dead. This incident rapidly spread throughout the streets, ultimately reaching the imperial court of the Great Xia. Every official, civil and military alike, was astounded, unable to fathom how such a horrific event could transpire under their governance. Lord Yu Tianqi had long been secretly colluding with factions for personal gain. and had ruthlessly wielded a mysterious and malevolent soul artifact to perpetrate a bloody massacre against the innocent citizens of Dragon Coil City. Preliminary estimates indicated over 200,000 individuals were missing, inciting both divine wrath and human outrage. Such heinous crimes are intolerable by the heavens. The great Xia Emperor immediately decreed severe punishment, declaring Yu Tianqi's death and the extermination of his entire clan. Simultaneously, a tremendous upheaval erupted within the political sphere of Dragon Coil City. Due to the extensive implications of Yu Tianqi and his accomplices' misdeeds, numerous officials associated with him were swiftly dismissed and investigated. In total, over 500 officials were removed from their positions, with the number of those implicated exceeding 50,000. In an instant, the political landscape of Dragon Coil City underwent a complete overhaul. Those once high and mighty, who had wielded power with impunity, now found themselves either imprisoned or fleeing like hunted dogs. The newly appointed officials were filled with trepidation, fearful that any misstep might lead them to follow in the footsteps of their predecessors. Meanwhile, Mount Shu intensified its pursuit of the vanished artifact known as the Wanhun Banner, which had silently disposed of over 20,000 people without leaving a trace. This was utterly terrifying. Su Wan and Lu Ziyin returned to Mount Shu first. This mission was initially intended to resolve the matter of the missing disciples from Mount Shu. Unexpectedly, it became entangled with the disappearance of over 200,000 citizens from Dragon Coil City, a truly shocking revelation. Upon returning to Mount Shu, Lu Ziyin was immediately commended. Brother Lu truly is formidable. He must have sensed something amiss from the very beginning, likely realizing the oddities surrounding this task as soon as it was assigned. Were it not for Brother Lu, countless innocent lives might have met a tragic end. Lu Shixian undoubtedly stands as the youngest leader of Shushan, a paragon for our generation of disciples. He truly deserves the title of the foremost individual of our era. Indeed, from now on, I shall regard Lu Shixian as my benchmark. Lu Ziyin's lips were barely able to suppress a smile. During this mission, Lu Ziyin first uncovered the truth that the city lord was the true mastermind behind the scenes. Subsequently, he single-handedly confronted 5 cultivators at the transformation stage. And in a situation devoid of favorable conditions, he managed to slay one of them. It was only when the city lord, Yu Tianqi, unleashed the soul banner that Lu Ziyin was ultimately defeated. Fortunately, at the last moment, Zhao Lu arrived. Speaking of which, why did Zhao Lu suddenly appear with reinforcements at such a critical juncture? After savoring the accolades, Lu Ziyin returned to his cave dwelling, replaying the entire narrative in his mind. He found it somewhat peculiar, yet he could not pinpoint exactly what was amiss. It was merely a vague sensation that a shadowy hand was orchestrating his actions like a mere pawn. Lu Ziyin had inquired with Zhao Lu about this matter. However, Zhao Lu only mentioned that it was a coincidence that she arrived at that moment, and not a deliberate act. Lu Ziyin shook his head, muttering to himself. How foolish of me to overthink. How could I ever doubt my own intellect? A shadowy hand controlling my movements? Absurd! Who could possibly dictate my actions? Chapter 89. Finally deceived after resolving the matters concerning Panlong City, Zhao Lu returned to the imperial palace accompanied by the golden armored guards and her mother. Upon Zhao Lu's persistent entreaties, Li Xuanxiao reluctantly agreed to accompany her back. The journey was silent, and soon the group arrived at the capital of the Great Xia. Zhao Lu discreetly smiled to herself, realizing she had finally succeeded in her scheme. Upon reaching the palace, Li Xuanxiao slowly lifted his head, squinting slightly against the bright sunlight as he gazed into the distance. He could hear the sounds of merriment approaching, with the clamor of gongs and drums, and the lively notes of suona filling the air, creating a festive atmosphere. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a wedding procession making its way toward them. The participants clad in vibrant red garments, marching in perfect order. A large bridal sedan chair was being carried steadily by several sturdy men, adorned with exquisite patterns and silks, exuding an air of celebration. At that moment, 2 shadowy figures appeared suddenly at Li Xuanxiao's sides, both of whom were cultivators at the transformation stage, emanating a formidable aura that encircled him tightly. Meanwhile, Zhao Lu, in the blink of an eye, had completed her transformation. She now donned a resplendent red dress, resembling a blooming flower in full splendor. Her beauty was captivating, with skin like fine jade, brows like distant hills, and eyes that sparkled like stars. Senior brother. This is what you taught me. When encountering someone stronger, one must feign humility and refrain from impulsive actions, plotting before acting. Ideally luring them into one's own domain before making a move. Xuanxiao thought to himself, all of her cleverness is directed at her senior brother. Senior brother. Just yield to me, Zhao Lu teased. Xuanxiao's spiritual sense swept the area. It was clear that beyond the two transformation stage cultivators, there were more than 10 golden core guards nearby, and beneath their feet lay a formation laid down by a talisman master. The stone bricks beneath had been specially treated to prevent earth escape, a method in which Xuanxiao excelled. He nodded approvingly, acknowledging that his student had indeed learned well. His gaze shifted to the storage ring on his hand, which he had been required to leave outside upon entering the palace. Truly, one who schemes against others will inevitably encounter similar fates themselves. Senior brother, do you truly despise me this much? Zhao Lu pouted playfully. If you marry me, you would become the prince consort. My father and mother dote on me, and when I inherit the throne, I shall pass it on to you. You would be the emperor, would that not be splendid? Not at all, Xuanxiao replied without hesitation. Zhao Lu's face puffed up in frustration. Senior brother. Do not blame me for being ruthless. A forcibly picked fruit may not be sweet, but it is still thirst-quenching. Let's make this official. With a wave of her hand, the two transformation stage cultivators began to escort Xuanxiao toward the bridal sedan chair with swift strides. First, let us get senior brother into a proper outfit, Zhao Lu commanded, clapping her hands. A group of palace maids approached gracefully and in unison, delicately cradling a resplendent red wedding gown. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this gown was intricately woven with exquisite gold embroidery, each thread glimmering brilliantly like the stars adorning the night sky. The patterns were nothing short of breathtaking, featuring lifelike phoenixes and mandarin ducks, symbols of marital bliss and everlasting harmony. The style and material of the gown clearly indicated that it had been meticulously designed and prepared over an extended period. It was evident that countless skilled artisans had devoted immense effort and time to craft such a magnificent piece. It was apparent that Zhao Lu had not conceived this idea on a whim, rather, it was a plan she had nurtured for a considerable time. Senior brother. Is it beautiful? As long as you are with me, all of this will belong to you, along with my inner treasures, she said. Inner treasures? I meant my personal collection, prepared for me by my mother since childhood, containing many rare treasures and an abundance of wealth to last a lifetime. Xuanxiao nodded in agreement. Senior brother, do you consent? I mean, let us return to Mount Shu soon and not linger outside. After his words, his body suddenly began to dissolve, ultimately transforming into an octopus tail. Zhao Lu gasped, is this your avatar? You naughty senior brother. You promised to return home with me, yet you send a mere projection instead. She exclaimed, lamenting and lamenting, as if such outcries could resolve anything. Remember today's events. The voice from the octopus tail echoed, then began to dissolve, leaving no chance for enemies to study him. Upon returning to the palace, Zhao Lu prepared to pay her respects to her father, the emperor. As she approached his chamber, the eunuchs, spotting her from afar, hurried to greet her. Zhao Lu had long been favored by the emperor and frequently visited his quarters since childhood. Moreover, now that she had entered the sect of Mount Shu, the eunuchs were keen to curry favor. Thus, Zhao Lu followed them into the imperial chamber. How is my father? Zhao Lu inquired. The eunuch wiped the sweat from his brow, replying, Princess, you have finally returned. Recently, His Majesty has been in a foul mood. And no one has been able to placate him, only you might succeed. Is it because of the incident at Panlong City? Zhao Lu asked. As humble servants, we did not dare to inquire, the eunuch replied as they walked. Princess, allow me to announce your return, His Majesty will surely be delighted. Zhao Lu nodded. The eunuch entered, and soon the sound of the emperor's furious voice resonated from within the chamber. Get out! Get out! I wish to see no one. Moments later, the eunuch emerged, looking rather sheepish. Princess, behold. It is I, your lure, returning, Zhao Lu declared. Begone, all of you. I wish to see no one. The old emperor retorted, his face etched with fury. Zhao Lu's delicate brows knitted in displeasure. Leave, I command you." In frustration, she stamped her foot and turned away. Within the opulent confines of the palace, the elderly emperor, his hair and beard as white as snow and his visage a tapestry of wrinkles, stood in a tempest of rage and despair. His once dull eyes now blazed with an incandescent fury as he seized every object within reach: exquisite porcelain, precious paintings, and lavish ornaments, hurling them mercilessly into the air. The chamber resonated with the sharp sounds of shattering glass, transforming into a chaotic scene strewn with shattered pottery and disarrayed belongings. Curse it all! Where shall I ever find another puppet of the transformation stage? And to think it was my own daughter, leading the golden armored guards I nurtured to annihilate my creations. I have distilled so few souls, and they serve no purpose. Your Majesty, a voice interjected. None among this cohort of candidates could answer your inquiry. Begone! The Emperor bellowed. They do not even grasp that Cha plus CO2 equals CaCO3. Nor do they know the price of the imperial liquor at 180 per cup. They cannot even recite the moon at dawn, I gaze upon. The thoughts of home weigh heavy on my heart. What business do they have with the imperial examinations? They ought to return home and sell sweet potatoes instead. Continue the search. Find that individual for me. This person knows that the vast expanse of the horizon is my love. What follows next? They must comprehend what a car is and what an airplane signifies. Chapter 90, Irrelevant Individuals in the Tranquil Realm of Xuanxiao. Upon his return, Xuanxiao received his well-deserved reward for the mission assigned by the sword-holding pavilion. This particular task, initially aimed at locating 5 missing disciples, unexpectedly unveiled a startling truth, thus significantly amplifying the reward. As previously stated, Lu Ziyin insisted that he would take nothing for himself and would bestow the entire reward upon Xuanxiao. The latter graciously accepted this gesture. Lu Ziyin found fulfillment and acclaim, solidifying his position as the Lord of Silver Sword Peak, while Xuanxiao gained valuable resources. Both men were poised for a promising future. Upon returning to his humble abode, Xuanxiao engaged in his usual practice of lighting incense and meditating in solitude. With closed eyes, he meticulously revisited the arrangements he had made concerning Xiaoran 3 years prior, going over them not just 7 or 8 times, but indeed 70 or 80 times. After considerable reflection, he penned down the points of confusion regarding the recent events. Where had the Wanhan banner gone? Did the Lord of Panlong City, Yu Tianqi, possess any support from the court? Was it feasible for someone in his position to deceive everyone so thoroughly? This seemed rather implausible. He resolved to keep a vigilant watch over this matter. The Wanhan banner. Outside, he must be wary of a formidable antagonist capable of refining humanity at any moment. Potentially possessing one or multiple time travelers, alongside the imperial princess Feng and Lu Qiushui, who sought his demise, as well as the numerous infatuated individuals from Xuanxiao. Xuanxiao rubbed his temples, pondering why his life was so arduous, unlike the characters in other novels. Ultimately, he deduced that all his troubles stemmed from his insufficient strength. If he were powerful enough, he would not fear the Wanhan banner nor the threats posed by Feng and Lu Qiushui. Nor would he have to worry about being ensnared by other time travelers. Cultivation. The age-old adage rings true: endure tears in training, and shed less blood during tribulations. Months later, at Jinlei sect, Zheng Tianxin, accompanied by her junior sister, set off on a mission, departing towards the designated location. Along the way, they could not help but boast. The imperial princess Feng from Tiansha Hall was nothing extraordinary. Senior brother. Isn't she touted as one of the most fearsome villains in the world? That depends on whom she encounters. Against me and my brothers, she stands no chance. Zheng Tianxin proclaimed confidently. When my brother and I infiltrated Tiansha Hall, we fought our way from south to north and then back again, relentlessly. Blood flowed abundantly. And we even drove the imperial princess away. Senior brother is so impressive. Just average, 3rd in the world. Zheng Tianxin waved her hand dismissively. At that moment, an unexpected figure descended from the heavens. Who dares to be so rude? Her junior sister furrowed her brow at the sudden arrival. As the identity of the intruder became clear, Zheng Tianxin's face fell, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, utterly dismayed. Imperial Princess Feng. The imperial maiden Feng donned a long robe as dark as ink, its sleeves dancing gently with the wind. Beneath that sable garment, a pair of long, delicate legs peeked out, their whiteness reminiscent of freshly fallen snow, yet her face was shrouded in a veil of gloom. She was indeed the imperial maiden Feng, strikingly beautiful. The junior sister instinctively exclaimed. The expression on the imperial maiden Feng's face noticeably lightened as she cast a glance at her. Originally, I had intended to end your life, but in light of your penchant for honesty, I shall spare you a dog's existence. The junior sister immediately pointed a finger at her, declaring, Imperial maiden Feng, do not be so arrogant. My senior brother spared your life once. Yet you dare to appear before him again. You truly are like a sparrow attempting to challenge an eagle, utterly unaware of your own insignificance. After speaking, the junior sister patted Zhang Tianqin's shoulder. Brother, it's your turn now. Zhang Tianqin's lips twitched slightly. Suddenly, the imperial maiden Feng smiled, for life and death are unpredictable. At Silver Sword Peak, Xuanxiao observed the leisurely strolling senior sister Xuan outside and decided against venturing out. Ever since returning from Panlong City, senior sister Xuan had taken to wandering around Silver Sword Peak for no apparent reason. At times, Xuanxiao felt an urge to report her presence, akin to being cornered by a schoolyard bully. Just then, Feng Liuli entered, holding a letter. Brother, this is a letter from a friend of yours down the mountain. Xuanxiao was taken aback. Friend? Such a foreign term. Do I truly possess such a thing? He cautiously inspected the letter. Although all correspondence delivered to Shushan was scrutinized by its disciples, Xuanxiao remained uneasy. There are always schemers aiming to harm me. The letter was from Zhang Tianqin, inviting him to dine together and mentioning an important matter to discuss. Zhang Tianqin, the cultivator from the Golden Thunder sect whom he had encountered twice. Xuanxiao ignited the letter, reducing it to ashes. He had no intention of attending the meeting, nor did he plan to respond. Ultimately, he sought to avoid trouble. And friends were the most troublesome of all. The vastness of the Tao is daunting. I shall walk this path alone. After some time, there was a flurry of applause. Why hasn't he replied. At the edge of a certain cliff, the imperial maiden Feng was preparing to hang Zhang Tianqin for punishment. How infuriating. The imperial maiden Feng discarded pretense and had a threatening letter written. Zhang Tianqin is in my grasp. If you wish for him to live, come forth and rescue him. No. You despicable, shameless scoundrel. Zhang Tianqin cried out. It's over. In the hands of the imperial maiden Feng, there is no chance of survival. The last time. It was thanks to my friend Xuanxiao that I had a glimmer of hope. Now, it appears that she is targeting him, intent on revenge. And Xuanxiao, a paragon of righteousness, will undoubtedly come to my aid upon learning of my capture, unafraid of life and death. Yet, this will surely lead him into the trap set by the imperial maiden Feng. How vile. She has exploited Xuanxiao's kindness. As this thought crossed her mind, tears streamed down Zhang Tianqin's face. It is my inadequacy. I have brought trouble upon Xuanxiao. In the garden of herbs, Xuanxiao sat upon a stone, effortlessly commanding his flying sword to slice through vegetables. He could easily engage in dual pursuits, practicing his skills while tending to the harvest. However, he never practiced outside his humble abode, not even on Mount Shu. Senior brother. Not far away, Feng Liuli rushed towards him in haste. Senior brother. I have a letter regarding a kidnapping. It states that your friend, Zhang Tianqin, has been abducted and demands your intervention, or they will execute him. Why threaten me over Zhang Tianqin's abduction? He is merely an acquaintance, Xuanxiao replied, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Feng Liuli paused for a moment. Senior brother. Is not Zhang Tianqin your friend? Just an irrelevant person, Xuanxiao dismissed with a wave of his hand.